it's very disturbing because in one breath, the federal government comes out, shouts out to Mr. Adelabu, who has told us that, oh, they need to increase the tariff because it's for those who can pay, and those who can pay will have more light. I really want to ask, have the Band A people really gotten light? Have they gotten the 20-hour light? 20 or not 24? And for me, I'm sorry, I put it again to the Minister of Power, that you cannot give what you don't have. We're generating a meager 4,000 plus megawatts, and half the time we're wasting it because you do not have the capacity to, distribute this power. And that's because the machineries that you're using are so moribund. The process in itself of this privatization was done in a wonky way. There's so many things to it. You can't just wake up and tell me you're increasing tariff because you want to be able to prioritize Band A. What happens to other Nigerians? Do they not want to pay for light? I mean, let them pay. Give them the opportunity to pay for light. Give them their meters first. Let them use the light that they can use or pay for. When it finishes, you know that they gave you light, but it finished. But this problem of us always putting the cart before the horse, it really makes me sad that in 2024, Nigeria is not able to give 24 hours of power. But look at Uganda. We go outside of this country and then we're making noise that we're big brother of Africa. Small Ghana has 24 hours light. Uganda, I lived there for 1 year. Before they take light, they send a message and say, oh, something is down and we're going to bring back the light at so time. And they bring it back. Why are we still here?
So you see, you actually talked about, some of these neighboring countries having power supply and we do not have. It would also interest you to know that at some point, Nigeria is also responsible for, lending, borrowing or supplying power to them, however you want to put that. But also, the fact of also getting your funds back, that's a different conversation entirely. But like you rightly mentioned, we cannot give what we do not have, and that's absolutely true. Because even in this conversation, do you know that there's a possibility, because the electricity workers, the employees, the association, the union, they are threatening going on strike. Yeah. And they're saying that we cannot, the argument here is that we cannot, it's not feasible for us, it's not possible for us to provide 20 hours of power supply. That's because we do not have the capacity. So for me, it's like saying, these people are telling you that, God, we don't have the capacity to provide power supply 20 hours, whether to Band A or what have you. And then the government, it feels like, and that's why I always say, there's a disconnect. There's a disconnect between the government and government agency. You can imagine the federal government increasing tariff. So what are you supplying? You're telling us to pay higher for what you cannot even give, you don't have. And like you rightly said, what's the challenge? The challenge is there. We're not solving the issue, because when you have a problem, you have to address it from the root. So we're not addressing the issue. The issue is about the fact that, most of the gas that we produce today in Nigeria, over 40% of it is fled or probably injected into the wells to produce more oil. And that's the issue. You also talked about whether we have the capacity to transmit. As it is right now, some people say, okay, how many pipelines do we have, or whatever it is, the facility in order to transmit this power that is being generated? Although we have the capacity to generate, but are we generating enough? And that's because there's a chain, there's a value chain of power. But we need to go because of time at this point.
Yes, before we go on that break, every year on April 15th, World Art Day celebrations help to reinforce the links between artistic creations and society, encourage greater awareness of the diversity of artistic expressions, and it also highlights the contributions of artists to sustainable development. It is also an occasion to shine light on arts education in schools, as culture can pave a way for inclusion and equitable education. We'll go on a break. When we come back, we'll be talking with our guest. Yes, he is a PDP chieftain in Edo State. We're going to delve into the politics in Edo. Stay with us.
It is with heavy heart, yet a resolute spirit, that I come before you to address the recent events that have unfolded within our dear state. I denounce in strongest terms the illegal impeachment by the Edo State House of Assembly over trumped-up charges. This is not just an attack on me as an individual, but on the very democratic principle that we hold there. It is a dangerous descent into dictatorship and a threat to the foundation of our democracy. Let it be clear that this impeachment was hushed because of my ambition to contest the Edo State 2024 governorship election under the People's Democratic Party, PDP, an ambition that is a legal right to all citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's a sad reality that in our political landscape, ambition is met with resistance, and those in power seek to silence opposition through illegitimate means. I have dedicated my life to serving the good people of Edo State with integrity and honesty. I have worked tirelessly to improve the life of our citizens. I've upheld the values of democracy and justice, and yet, in return, I am faced with baseless accusations and a blatant disregard for due process and rule of law.
Till April last year, Honorable Philip Shaibu was one of the most popular deputy governors in the country, owing to the latitude that Governor Godwin Obaseki gave him to operate. He called the shots in sports. For a long time, he was in charge of a large chunk of the revenue generation in the state because he chaired the committee that brought reforms in that sector. The politics of appointment and implementation of government policies in the North Senatorial District, where he comes from, were also his exclusive, and his word was law. Now, under a split of hours, this mighty ladder fell off the ground, and this begs the question: what is the fate of Philip Shaibu? I think we already know what that is. But then, so tonight we're discussing the aftermath of his impeachment after watching that video, and the message that he passed in it. He said that this was not just an affront to him and his political, ambition, but also on democracy. Well, remember that you can join us in the conversation. We'd like to hear from you and your thoughts. So join us to send us an SMS or send a WhatsApp message to 081-803-84663. That's 081, I beg your pardon, 803-84663. Send us a message. We'd like to read from you. My guest is an astute politician, a young mobilizer, and an activist. He's a former senior special advisor to the Edo State governor, and in December of 2023, he was appointed special advisor to the governor on youth affairs, making him the youngest special advisor in Edo State. He's a public affairs analyst, also a businessman, a chieftain of the PDP, and someone I would call my friend. Honorable Shadrach Udubai is joining us live. Honorable Udubai, so good to have you join us once again.
Thank you very much. Good evening. It's a very elaborate introduction.
Yes. Well, let's start by, and you and I have had this conversation for months and months, going back and forth on, what's happening with former Deputy Governor Shaibu and his principal. Could this situation have been better resolved in a different way than what it had turned out to be, because this has become a total mess and a fiasco of sorts?
Yes, it could have been better resolved if the deputy governor had managed the situation properly, because we had enormous time to address the situation at within closed doors. But because of the issues that bordered around his ambition, he wanted to become governor, I remember very clearly he went on air and made some derogatory statements inciting the government he had served for over 7.5 years, stating some policies and reforms that the governor has made, and accusing him that they were antithetical to the interests of the people, that it was a colossal waste. So for us, it wasn't relatively good, because we were all there all along. We had it rosy with him, and if the policies were not good, then you would have spoken up. Not now because you want to run for office, you don't want to drag the government to the mud. You could have an aspiration and just campaign, state what you want to do and how you want to go about it. So it was during the course of the campaign, wanted to vie for primaries, that I made such a derogatory comment, and then the state member of the House of Assembly picked it up and then said it was divulging government secrets under oath, and then the series of allegations were being meted of him. A committee was set up, it was investigated, and it was found wanting, and eventually was impeached. So that was just it. So I believe if he had managed it properly, because of course he has been very close to the boss and they've enjoyed a very good relationship. So if he was wise enough to keep personal ambition aside and manage the process convincingly and conveniently, so that we wouldn't have gone through this route. Certainly we wouldn't have.
All right. Honorable Shadrach, I'd like to ask you, do you think that the entire impeachment process, was followed duly according to the Constitution?
Of course, to the best of my knowledge, though I'm not a lawyer, but from what little I know, it was. And then the impeachment notice was being sent. Though at first he said he had not seen it, but later confirmed that it was received. A panel investigation was set up. And then if the process is faulty, then he could proceed to court to secure the mandate. This is not the first time a deputy governor is impeached and is reinstated. So if he feels that the process is in doubt or is in question, he could simply go to court and address it. And that option is fully available. But for me, on a personal note, the fact to the allegations on which she was impeached is in public domain. It's not a thing of secrecy that one would say is not aware of or he didn't do it. So if he says the issue of the processes, he could go to court. But the issues of he didn't do what he said was done, of course, like I said, that's a lie, of course.
Honorable Dubai, let me talk about the governor here. Many pundits have queried the governor and how he's handled this issue over the months and months that, they started having problems. I remember very vividly when Philip Shuaibu first came on TV to complain. His first complaint was that he followed the governor through and through from the APC to the PDP, and he hoped that his members, the people he came with into the PDP, were going to be absorbed and made to feel at home. But that wasn't the case, which was the first problem that he had in the party. Secondly, he proceeded to say that they were not offered positions, they were made to feel like outsiders, and he had to speak out. It wasn't first and foremost that he wanted to run for governor. He was asking that there be a proper alignment of his people within the party. As a party chieftain, would you mind commenting on that?
Okay, let me give you the facts of that issue. If you look at when the governor moved from the All Progressive Congress to the People's Democratic Congress Party, they brought a condition for acceptance that while he was the governor, the deputy governor from the APC cannot follow him into PDP. Now, PDP should get the right to give him the opportunity to produce a running mate, a deputy governor. But this, the governor vehemently resisted and said he would rather sink or swim with the deputy governor. So when they came into the party, the governor was APC. Permit me to use those words so that you understand the context I'm speaking from.
Mm-hmm. We're listening. Honorable Dubai, are you still there? I think that we have lost connection with our guest. Shedrack Dubai is the Special Assistant to the Governor of Edo State on Youth Affairs. Hopefully we're able to get him back on the phone lines to have more on this conversation. But for me, Mercy, I have constantly followed this story from when he started, from when they moved into the PDP. In fact, what is playing out now, which is the question I would like to ask the Honourable, is almost the same thing that Obaseki suffered under Shomole.
So it feels like what goes around.
Yeah, comes around. And sincerely, I really don't know what it is with godfatherism politics in Nigeria. And for Edo State, it's just been happening back to back, just like River State. It seems like a curse of sorts on them.
No, and it brings me back to the conversation we had prior to this time, where we said, what exactly would be my, next question to him? What then again is the fate for joint candidature when these, sort of issues would always raise its head? Like we rightly know, those who actually occupy, offices, especially when you have governors and president, you have the deputy governors more like, or vice presidents, more like, figurehead most times.
They're yes men. Anywhere in the world, actually. Anywhere in the world.
And that's the case. So what does this really entail? How then do we, get away from this? How then
it's
do
not
we
going to happen.
this?
Do you not get this? It's everywhere in the world. The truth is, you're there, more like an appendage. So if something, it's in the Constitution, it's like the vice presidents anywhere in the world, vice mayors, deputy mayors, they're yes men, they're an appendage. Yes, they are on the same ticket, but the governor is the one who has the right to pick his running mate. So it's not you saying, I want to run as deputy governor. The Constitution doesn't empower you. The Constitution empowers the governor to pick a running mate, meaning that you're at the mercy. And so whoever he picks has to be so loyal that if something does happen to him, he's capable of trusting the state into your hands, knowing that you have the same dream, the same perspective, which is what happened in Ondo State.
No, so the point here is this. If, that's the case, just like you have rightly stated, we're not saying that how then do we, because the next question would be, is it wrong for him to have an ambition?
No, he has a right under the Constitution.
So then where did he falter?
But then, of course, his boss. So you do have a right under the Constitution. Anybody, you and I, can decide today.
I understand that. So my point now is, where is it wrong to have
the
an
law
ambition?
has to come from your principle. It's common knowledge. Let's take, for example, Donald Duke and John Okpa, former deputy governor. He wanted to be governor, and there was a plan. There was a tripartite agreement between Donald Duke, Lieli Moke, and Gershom Bassey. And he knew when he went into that agreement on the ticket that this power will be handed over to Lieli Moke. And then out of the blue, someone is whispering into his ears that, hey, go and run for governor after all, you know. And once his principal said no, he still went ahead to do it. The rest is history.
So, well, I'm thinking that, you know, with this, you already understand that if you have, if we say that he has a right to run for, you know, governor, as it were, he has a right within the Constitution. Of course, the Constitution says that everyone, you know, within the age has a right to contest and contest for an office, vote and be voted for, and what have you. Then where did he go wrong? How then can he, you know, have an ambition within this kind of space? And
maybe that's the question you need to ask the guests. Anyway, we'll take a quick break and bring back Shedrack Udubai to join us on Ways. Stay with us. Still watching Ways, and we have been talking about the politics in Edo State and the recent impeachment of the former deputy governor, Comrade Philip Shuaibu, and the immediate swearing in of a brand new deputy governor. And that's a conversation on its own, a whole different kettle of fish, and where the antecedents of this man, who's now deputy governor. But Comrade Udubai, so good to have you back. Mercy does have a question
thank you very
for
much.
you. Yeah.
Very, very sorry for that breaking transmission. Now, I was trying to concern myself today. You asked a question on the deputy governors agitating against marginalization when they moved into the PDP. So I was trying to say that as at that point in time when they moved in, the governor was from the APC, the deputy governor was from the APC, those are the new members that came in. When appointments were dished out, the SSG was from the APC, the chief of staff was from the APC, the deputy chief of staff was from the APC. All the top 5 executive members from the party were all from the APC that moved into the PDP. And they also had almost an equal share of members of commissioners that was appointed to that government. So when you are talking about the people were not giving a safe landing, I begin to wonder in which government. You can go and ask, these are verifiable facts. It was because the deputy governor was brought in, and he was the way manner the politics went. I'm from a donut, he's from a donut. The way the politics went was that he wanted his men, his physical officers, to occupy all offices, holding the structure of the party a jugular. And that was one of the major reasons that led to the legacy PDP pulling out. That's the right issue of Danobi, the legacy that followed Wike in the last general election, and then the few of them who went with the governor. So this Shuaibu is one of the major reasons why the harmony was never gotten at that point. That initial point, because if it wasn't deputy governor, the PDP would have got a deputy governor, perfect harmonization would have taken place. Well, because the governor insisted that this man had worked with me, he had fought with me, we have struggled through the process. He must be a benefactor, even in this new party. It was one led here. And his people were giving more than enough seats within the corridors of power. So when he speaks of that, not giving the land, not giving safe land, or not giving accommodated, I can tell you without missing was a pure lie.
All right, Honorable Shedrack, I'd like to ask you, because this might also be very worrisome for those who probably would have, you know, ambition in the future of becoming governor, especially when they are deputy to, you know, their principal. So would you say that, you know, the deputy, you know, impeached deputy Philip Shuaibu was wrong in making public his ambition? And what does this really entail for a joint ticket candidature, knowing that the principal can always get rid of his deputy without a recourse?
Well, let me explain it to you. I've struggled to explain it on different platforms. I've been called to speak on this issue. The idea of the deputy governor wanting to run to become governor is a legitimate ambition. What we have here is a man who says, I am the deputy governor. I want to be governor, and the governor must support me. The governor has a right to say, I will either support you or not support you. The governor that brought in Governor Obaseki, there was a deputy governor, in president of Osubo, Sarina Osubo, who wanted to be governor. And Adam Sali Oshomole said, no, I prefer Governor Obaseki to take over for me. And he worked for his interest. And Governor Obaseki came on board. What we have here is a similar repetition. You have been with me. We are close. We have gone through the thick and thin. But I will not bring you. And the reasons were concrete. They were germane. They were sacrosanct. I will prefer that we bring a governor from Edo Central to bridge this gap of exclusion, to ensure that equity, fairness, and justice is perpetually enthroned in the political landscape. You are from Edo North. Edo North has produced 2 deputy governors. They produced 1 governor. We are from Edo South. Edo South has produced 2 governors and 1 deputy governor. There's a region called Edo Central. They've never had a deputy governor, and the only governor they've had only lasted for 18 months. For crying out loud. Even if Edo State is Philip Shaibu's village, he's not the only person in the village. So that was, then the way Amana went about it, any man can aspire. Well, what happened? How did you know that Philip Shaibu went to run for office? Was because he went even express his ambition. He went to court to obtain a restraining order, restraining the governor and the state House of Assembly from impeaching him. That was even when I didn't even know. We only heard it from the corners that he has an ambition of which I know, yes, every man has the ability to understand. But to go through that route, we need to now underpin the government you are in. We need to undermine the government you are in. We need to rubbish it. We need to seek it so that you can stand. It's irritating, it's nauseating, it's something. It's not the right way to go about this. If you have an ambition, you will be bold enough to go out there, test the waters, and give it any candidate that's coming out of the party. We will vote for you. But this act of desperation wanting to play this backhand politics to make us feel that the government is a bad and a wicked person, that he's the only righteous man of God, and if he does not get the ticket, those cannot prosper, it's irritating, it's bad. I want you to also know that it is the prerogative of the governor, constitutionally, to pick whoever he wants to be the running mate. He can choose to pick anybody, whether it's a dummy or whatever. The calculation is that they said the governor was not voted alone. He was voted together with the deputy governor. But I dare them to say that was the general election. Before the general election, there was a primaries. There are 2 elections that before you become governor. You do a primary election within your party. You do a general election among the electorate. In that primary election, the governor ran alone and won. He going for the second election, he now picked this man, just as they have picked the new deputy governor now. It was and the constitution recognized as it's so right to pick whoever he pleases. So what we calculate, the lacuna we have here is that when people want to run for governor, they go and pick another person from another region to balance the ticket, to ensure that person is able to mobilize votes, and this ethnic sentiment is being carried along. That person who is deputy governor does not see himself as a collaborative partner with the governor. They see themselves as a governor to a co-governor with the governor.
Okay.
That is one of the major underpinning mistakes that will keep having Nigerian democracy, because the governor does not really bring somebody who he believes understands.
Let me come in, Honorable Udubai.
Yes.
Many pundits have also said that this is also the card that Governor Obaseki played with Adams Oshomole, and which led from him to move to the APC. So, I mean, they're saying that what goes around comes around, and just as he wanted it to go down well with Adams Oshomole, he should have also allowed the same thing to go down with Philip Shaibu.
You know what? The thing that is different here is this. At every point in time, that is why I'm confident of whatsoever happens, the people have the last say. It was not Godwin Obaseki that defeated Adams Sali Oshomole. It was the generality of Edo people. They moved against the interests and the candidates of Adams Sali Oshomole to support Godwin Obaseki, where it won overwhelmingly. Godwin Obaseki did not just fight God for that reason. It is the collective people of Edo that fought God for that reason at that election. If Adams Sali Oshomole who single-handedly Philip brought Godwin Obaseki in the first tenure, could not do it in the second tenure, tells you that people did not vote for Obaseki because he was being brought by, they didn't vote for Obaseki because he was brought by Adams Sali Oshomole, but because there was a social understanding that will support you. They see things for themselves, they understand the political landscape, and they make their decision. If the people say they want to Shaibu can also pick a ticket on that party, and he will roll too, and he will win. And if the people say we perceive this man, Aswai Godalo, that is now the candidate of the Democratic Party, as not as an imposition, as a crony of the government, a surrogate, a man who is not fit, then the man will not win. So let's not make it look as though that there's one man that can make one man a governor. No one man exists. And if there is a man that can make a man governor, if as deputy governor for 7.5 years, you are the second most strongest politician in the state. So who exactly are you not scared of? The governor that cannot come for third tenure? You are not scared of somebody who will pick. When you have been deputy governor for 7.5 years, you practically control resources, access to power and empowerment, and you're making it look as though you are weak and somebody will support you. That is simply because of the style of politics he has played over the years. I'll give you some brief history. He ran first of all for House of Assembly under the ANPP. I'm talking of Philip Shaibu now. He lost the primaries. He lost woefully. It was Adams Ali Oshomole when he was at then in the Labour Party, the National Labour Union chairman, gave him a ticket of the ACN. There was no primaries. He went with that ticket to go into the House of Assembly and became as well. The second election he won under the coverage. Both of them are from the same local government. The man was picked up by Adams Ali Oshomole and mentored to the roles of politics. He made it a House of Assembly member, made him House of Rep member, took him from there and said he was going to deputize Godwin Obaseki. After that, Godwin Obaseki took him again and made him a deputy governor for the second time. This is the first time Philip Shaibu will go into a race without a political leader or master or an overlord paving the way for him. So when immediately he saw that Philip Shaibu will not be, the governor had signaled that he will not be enjoying his support, became duty and decided to use underhand tactics.
Now let's talk about that now, Honorable Shadrach. Let's talk about the entire episode. What do you make of this whole saga? Do you think it would have any implication on the election?
Yeah, of course it will, because we've come to a point in life that we should stop playing politics for politics' sake. Politics is for governance. Governance take preeminence over politics. If your politics is not targeted towards giving the dividends of democracy, then you have no role to play in politics. While Edo people still have roughly 6 months to exit government, and the governor and the government in totality were working very hard to ensure that they deliver strong and they end up, they conclude on all their projects. This man, the deputy governor was trying to derail the trajectory of the government, not even for almost a year before the end of the expiration of the tenure. And we're asking, you are in power. You've enjoyed power for over 20-something years. Why do you not want to spoil with the governors of the... No, for me, every people will know what is happening. Every people will make their say. So for me, I just believe that the man, Joe just said, was no longer pleased with being a deputy governor. And somehow, he played into the hands of the legislators in the House of Assembly by working against the interest, the Virgin government, making derogatory statements in public domain. And it was this like, and someone else has been giving it to us, and the person is grateful, and the people are happy that governors can at least continue with the zeal and the enthusiasm that the new deputy is going to office. We be assured.
So are you saying that you see divided support moving forward or moving towards the election? Will the support be divided, knowing that, you know, this...
No. Let me explain to you. When you talk about the support, that the addition of Philip Shaibu, I won't say he does not have support. I won't say he does not have the requisite capacity, but I feel it's overbloated, and I will tell you why. In the last election, when they ran in 2020, when PDP was the most popular party in the state, Philip Shaibu could not win his ward. He won his unit by barely 6 votes. And his local government, Esako West, was the local government we lost with the highest margin ever across the 18 local governments. When we went for 2023 general election, Philip Shaibu lost his local government presidential, lost his unit, lost his ward. For the House of Senate, he lost his unit, lost his ward, lost his local government. In the House of Reps, lost his unit, lost his ward, lost the local government. The House of Assembly, he single-handedly, quote many years, said, he single-handedly picks the 2 House of Assembly members that will emerge from his House from his local government. The 2 of them lost woefully. So if you ask me, if I, Shedaku was to be a deputy governor with the quality of empowerment and power, the access to power that I have, I can literally pick somebody in my house, make him an appointee, give people contracts, help people. We can bring empowerment to the people. And yet, having been there for 7.5 years, you people in your immediate constituency cannot say rally around you and say we love our brother and what he's doing for us. So you go to election and you are consistently being rejected at the polls. So the question I'm asking you, are you really, who exactly are you serving? If you cannot serve your people, your private constituency. So the calculation for me is that when you say he has clout, if you can't be getting some large escorts, he has police, he has people he has given appointment to, who are all shouting hallelujah around him, and he has some resources. Let me tell you, resources is also a tool. If I have, for example, 10 million to depend politics or 20 million, 100 million, I will have a sizable amount of followership.
Okay.
Let's say a man who has overhead running to millions, hundreds, almost tens and hundreds of millions every single month. So for me, you take away the cover that Saliu Shome gave while he was on APC.
Okay.
You take away the access to power and empowerment, the resources available to him as deputy governor. He is not a force in a donut anytime, any day. And we are not missing him for any reason.
Okay. I mean, just to add to what you've said, the APC in Edo State have said they don't want him. Please don't come here. Please, please, please. But let me move away from that and talk about your recent deputy governor who was sworn in. I hear that there's been some disquiet within your party quarters as to this guy not being a total card-carrying member of the party, someone who came out of nowhere, picked to be deputy governor. Many people in the party have murmured about this, saying that, look, the last time this guy ran for governor, he was on the platform of the Labour Party. How do you bring an interloper into our house? Yet again, another party issue.
For us, what I keep saying is we prioritize governance over politics. If we are trying to bring home the dividends of democracy, to ensure that majority of the people get access to quality service delivery, get access to government facilities, we should be looking at the people who can do it the best. There are good people in APC, there are good people in PDP, there are good people in Labour Party. And for the records, the man was previously in Labour Party and moved into the People's Democratic Party. I could give you a fact. When he ran in 2023 for House of Reps, he was a card-carrying member, he was the candidate of the Labour Party in Akoko Edo. After he ran, and the election was knocked, literally robbed off of him by the All Progressive Congress, the APC, the man went back and said there's only one party he has possible alignment with, which is the People's Democratic Party, and he mobilized all of his supporters to work and vote for the People's Democratic Party. I'm saying it in public domain. He mobilized his force to support the candidate, because Labour Party at that point didn't have candidates for the House of Assembly. His support was significant in re-electing the two House of Assembly members that are from Akoko Edo today in the House of Assembly. So if he had worked for the PDP many of us over a year ago, and after that he was now being brought into the party, he now made some input in this the Benin master plan, the Edo State master plan. I had worked with him. I have known him even before he became deputy governor. Will you say the man could not be brought on board to work? He had worked, he was in Labour, he moved from Labour, he supported PDP actively. From PDP, he came into government and began to work as a consultant to support the program, the project and policy of the government. And now he's willing and ready to contribute further, and you are saying he's not a member of the People's Democratic Party. So for example, I think the one that you have a date that the man must be there for 30 years or 40 years. The constitution gave a requisition of not less than how many months. So the calculation means that they are just carrying foul, and because we are calculating people that have something to offer. Political capacity, the collective will.
Honorable Shaibu, are you saying that it doesn't really matter, how it's done, as long as you get it done? It doesn't matter how you get the job done, but as long as you get it done, because you have talked about governance, you have said you care about governance, your party cares about governance, but it looks like your party doesn't care about what the rule book says, what the law says in your party. It doesn't care about,
we didn't go against the law, we didn't flag the law. I told you that immediately after the House of Reps election in 2023, Omo Bayo Godwin, His Excellency Omo Bayo Godwin, worked actively for the People's Democratic Party in public domain. You can go and verify. And he has been working closely with this government right up to from 2023, February or March 2023. So what's your now? He's been appointed April 2024, and you say he's not a member of the party.
While he was working, did you say he was still a member of the Labour Party, or he was still a member of the People's Democratic Party?
Immediately after he lost his election, he moved into the People's Democratic Party.
Okay.
All right. Finally, let's talk about the upcoming elections, because they're drawing close by the day. You have three big, people who are competing for that revered seat of governorship. We have the Labour Party candidate who's a former NBA president. We also have in the APC another strong contender, including the person that your governor is supporting in the PDP. Again, how easy an election is that going to be for the PDP, knowing that all of these contenders resonate with the people of Edo State? Is it going to be an easy task? I know you can tell me that it will be easy, but will it really be a walkover?
You know, when you say they resonate, I want to ask at what frequency. For us who are grassroots politicians in Edo State, the name Akpata. What's the first name again?
Olumide.
What's the first name of the Labour Party candidate?
Olumide.
Olumide Akpata. You can see from the name, the only thing we knew about him was former NBA chairman. It was even recently I got to know that I was from Edo State. He has not played politics. There's no strategic contribution from time memorial to show that he's from Edo State. And we've had governor, Edo South has produced 2 governors and 1 deputy governor. So I don't think it will not be time to give Edo South another governor. So they have 3 governors, while Edo Central has none. No deputy, no governor.
Is it just about giving people from zones? I mean, we've seen. I'm so sorry. With all of the sharing formula that has been done, I was in Edo State when Adams Oshiomhole was governor. I can tell you for a fact, as a journalist, I didn't see what he did. But what if an Olumide Akpata or an Ighodalo comes there, and the people are saying, we don't care where he's from, we just want a doing governor, a Toknadu governor. How about that? Because I think we've overly prioritized this issue of where you come from and representation, don't you think?
You may think we over-prioritize. But the question I want to ask you is that are there no competent pieces in this region that has not been given power over the years? And you can't tell me no. So for us, it's like using one stone to kill 2 birds. You bring a man who has the requisite competence and character from the region that are perceived to not have been given equal access to power and empowerment. Okay. So that you bring the most competent. For me, competence and character cannot be subjugated for any other characteristics. Okay. But you will not say that a particular ethnic group or a particular territorial district has monopoly to competent candidates. If I live in and I go to the Mondo of Pueblo, what is going for him? Remember, I don't want to jump the gun because the campaigns are not started officially. Exactly. I'll just do my brief introduction. For the man who is running around the APC, of course, what is going for him is his goodwill. I've heard that the man has engaged. Of course, I'm fully aware that he has done some level of philanthropic gestures in time past. And because of the quagmire we had within the party, the people, that's why people swayed his way and they made him senator. Fine and good. But to become governor, it goes beyond buying provisions and food items and creating borehole, as he said, and the okay.
To Governor Godwin Obaseki on youth affairs. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure to have you on the show.
Thank you very much.
Well, we want to thank you all for being part of the conversation. Don't forget, this is a conversation that involves you all. In other words, we'd like to hear from you when we have these conversations. But before I go, if you missed today's quotes, let me take it again.
My name is Adejoke Lasisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to like weave those wastes to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide, because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from a family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates as what God put in you. That is not you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, mamas and papas, I am Jimmy, and today on, of course, TW Conversations, we're having a very, very serious conversation. It's about something very toxic. But not to be too toxic, it's not my show. I'm a guest on the show.
Don't take over.
I was wondering. I'm not going to take over. It's your show. It's your show.
Okay, welcome to another edition of TW Conversations. We're going to be talking about toxic masculinity today, about men just taking over and running things how they like, and the rest of us just falling in place, or do we? Back in a moment. Welcome back. We're talking about toxic masculinity today. And the writer, Thomas Page McBee, says that we have to create a culture where men are brought up to see masculinity and humanity as not being mutually exclusive, which means that when you use the word create, it means it doesn't exist. So we're going to be talking about toxic masculinity from the point of view of how it is now, how it can be, from the point of view of men and how it affects them. And then there are enough of us to talk about how it affects us. Yes. So I'd like to start with Lanre Olusola. We have Lanre and Jimmy Akinshola here. Tell us, from your point of view, what does it say to you when we talk about toxic masculinity, and why is it such an issue today?
Wow. I mean, we're about to address an issue that is creating dysfunctionality in society. Now, the very fiber of society is formed in the home. And if there's a breakdown of functionality at home, there'll be breakdown of functionality in society. And so when we're talking about toxic masculinity, we're talking about men that have lost the plot, men that have not been taught about their purpose in life, their purpose in society, about how they're supposed to behave and how they're supposed to be setting examples. And if you lose the essence of your existence, then you would abuse everything around you, including yourself.
Let me interrupt you right there. Don't you think that men are actually socialized to be a certain way? Boys don't cry. Boys will be boys. Sow your wild oats. So we're actually bringing them up to be toxic. Because the idea of a strong man being gentle seems to be foreign to us. But are they really incompatible? Let me add to that before, so that you answer it together.
Why are you guys just attacking them?
We're going to attack it.
I'm also here today.
We're getting to Jimmy, don't worry.
He can handle it. He can handle it. Now, when you talk about sexual, or like a selection of men, when you look at the animal kingdom, you want the brutal, the strong male animal, and that is what the female is attracted to. Now, you look at the human kingdom. Are we women attracted to strong, brutal men? Are we the ones
creating this?
Are we the ones creating that toxic men? Because if you read all the romance novels, you want the man that is the brutal man, the little man.
But they were yes. They're big but gentle. So the two exist in the same man. That's the ideal man.
Can we let Lanre answer?
All right, so we're looking at this from two perspectives. First, from the home and the social or environmental perspective. So if we look at the home, there are two critical players. There's the father and the mother, right? You'd find out that today, both of them are absent. Initially, mommy used to be at home, daddy used to be absent. And so daddy is not there to bring up the child or the son. It's mommy. And so what does mommy do? Mommy takes the daughter and takes her to the kitchen, insists that she has to learn how to cook, clean the house, wash the plates, and then what does she do with the boy? The boy sits down and waits for the food to be brought to him. The boy is not taken into the kitchen to learn how to wash, how to, do his stuff. When the boy, falls down and wants to cry, mommy tells him, shut up, boys don't cry. And then when his sister cries, she carries her and puts her head on her shoulder and says, it's okay, it's okay.
It on the women.
It's okay.
Toxic masculinity.
Hold on. Well, you asked me now. Now, so the mother is creating a problem and a dysfunctionality in that child because, you know what, that child is not being brought up to be whole.
Yes.
But when that child now wants to marry, the wife now wants him to change diapers. The wife wants him to do X, Y, Z, and he's going to be reacting. He's going to be reacting I wasn't brought up this way. Why the hell are you asking me to do this? And so the boy is reacting because he wasn't taught that way. But based on what Saudat has said, right, in society now, you want that guy to be tough and hard, right? So outside, you know, chicks are asking him to man up. Boys are giving him props because he's a man. But at home, his wife is saying that, boy, you're not a real man. So that guy has an identity crisis. He has an internal conflict. And when you have an internal conflict, what are you going to do? You're going to lash out.
Yeah.
I have a leading question.
I think Jimmy should answer that question.
Okay.
People should leave Lanre out of this.
Okay, we'll come to Jimmy though, really. When you talked about mommy raising the daughter a certain way, is she raising the son to say you have to protect your sister, you can't beat her, you have to make sure that you do the heavy lifting around the house? Because from what you said, it looks like he's completely forgotten.
But in this
he's a little prince.
It's a broken home, I suppose. Is this a single? Is it a single?
Absolutely, it's a dysfunctional home. It's not broken. Because in Nigeria today, you know,
that I work at raising dysfunctional kids because we're both away from the.
We're absent.
It has an effect. It has an effect.
I have to come forward. So I agree with you. I think boys are not being brought up at all.
Women
in many
are
ways.
Yes.
Right? We are natural.
Supposed to be.
Supposed to. My question is to the men. Are you waiting for us to nurture the sons, or are men also supposed to? Because I don't know how to teach a boy.
Your son.
I do. I have 2 boys.
I do. Man's son too now.
What is the role?
Let me ask, right? Who is the son closer to?
Automatically.
The man.
No.
If doesn't want to look like his father.
No, the father is his role model.
Yes.
He's supposed to ideally be his role model, but he's mommy's boy. And the girl is daddy's girl. Notice, but daddy's never around. So daddy will buy chocolate to make up. Daddy will buy iPad, iPhone 10, iPhone X to compensate. Yeah. You know, we're developing dysfunctional, weak children.
But as a matter of fact, though, I think it's proper for women to even bring up boys because they're going to marry. So they teach them the nuances of being a manly man and gentle. I have only sons, so I could only have brought up boys. But Jimmy, what do you think?
I honestly feel it's the way the Nigerian or today's families are set up. Yes. It leaves so much room for a toxic masculine person to arise because
toxic masculine person.
I mean, it's everywhere. I mean, you would have said in some places I've been said to be toxic. Yeah.
In what context?
You've been said to be toxic or you are toxic?
I'm not. I'm sure you know that I'm not.
He's a gentleman, correct guy.
Okay, so a toxic man is the opposite of a gentleman.
Yes.
Pretty much. He's very bullish, very bullish in attitude, very,
you know, you said
I must be the center of everything, my decision, my way.
No,
I think there's a men are brought up toxic. And I say that because they're brought up to control their feelings. And so when they want to show a feeling, it's usually anger. There's resentment, there's bottled up feelings. Before we started, we were talking about men and the feelings they get these days. The frustration can't be brought out because the society expects you to be a certain way. It's society, it's a social construct. This thing we're talking about.
Let me give you a real life situation.
We created it.
Is that true?
Yes. My parents were divorced when I was 5.
Okay.
Well, separated is the word they use. They separated when I was 5. I lived most of my life with my mom. First 2 years with my dad, and then up until now, my mom.
Let's hear it for the mom.
My mom relocated out of Nigeria 16 years ago. Yeah. And at that time, I was pretty much like 16, 17. Since then, I've raised myself, right? Everything the period from 7 to 16, I learned a lot of compassion from my mom. I learned to be...
really important.
I mean, she never hit me, so I'm very in touch with my emotions. So I don't necessarily feel like I should...
Yeah, kudos to your mom.
I should, but...
That's really important.
But in her absence, when she wasn't there, I've found myself being around people that are emotionally unavailable.
Yes.
So
men?
Men, people generally, you know, and because I'm emotionally available, I give a lot of, I tend to give but get nothing back. Oh, wow. Which ultimately would make me start trying to pull rank.
But
Say,
we're
okay,
different.
I'm not going to expose my emotion. I'm going to be the man that you all want me to be. Shabi or not, you don't want to show any kind of emotion towards me. Okay, fine, let me be
The man.
non-emotional guy too. I don't care. How does she feel? I don't
But
really
let me
care.
even balance
Yes,
this, right?
yeah.
It's not the mother's role alone to
Yes,
bring up a
I
son.
agree. Yeah.
It's both
Parents,
parents.
yes.
And look, the mother can never do what the father
Agreed.
will do, and the father can never do what the mother will do.
Yes.
And that's why there mustn't be absenteeism. But look, we did a research and found out that 7 out of 10 marriages in Nigeria is ending up in one form of separation or the other. So Nigerians don't divorce. They stay in there. But
For the children.
for whatever reason,
children.
psychologically, they're separated, they're divorced. Emotionally, sexually, they're living in different rooms, and the children can see it, and they can feel it, and it affects them. Now, there's dysfunctionality in that home. Now, what that will do is it will translate in the dysfunctionality in that boy. And that boy, right, will not have a healthy relationship with people outside. And that is what I believe we're calling, toxic masculinity.
Okay, now this is the situation, and we're going to keep going around in circles, trying to figure out whose fault it is and how to
Correct it.
So I think that really should be the conversation: how to correct it. If an individual has grown up in a toxic situation or somehow has grown up dysfunctional, and this is who they are, how can you take steps? So there are people who didn't go to school and they picked up books, read books, and they're very fluent, they're educated, but they didn't go to school. How can the individual detoxify,
Okay, an individual man.
See, the thing is, we have to see toxic masculinity lies in the attitudes that society has determined men should have. And because it is society who determined it, we are able to change it. So that's the first step, which means that parents, or particularly mothers, need to teach their sons the feminine side of being a human being. So they're not looking only at what society says it means to be a man. So they can take that. My own is, a man, be responsible. We expect you to be responsible. Provide. Those are positive qualities, positive values. But be gentle, be loving. They're not mutually exclusive. So to go to your question, for example, I have an NGO anyway, as you know, Boys to Men, and that's exactly what it's aiming to do. But what is the effect on men themselves? What's the effect on men? Because we can see the effect on society.
Yes.
We can talk about the effects on their marriages, their wives, on people outside. What about the men themselves? What are the statistics for men in terms of early deaths?
I'll give you a classic.
No,
right?
before you go to that, I will have to add a little bit too, because, this, for example, my husband said something very simple. Let's spin a scenario. A husband and a wife are somewhere, and there's a cockroach or there's something danger. If both of them are crying, who's going to save the other?
But it's not about them crying. It's about being sensitive to the fact that a woman doesn't like killing cockroaches. So it's not about, but you see, and if there's something to cry about, if somebody dies, for goodness sake, cry. But it doesn't make you any less, it's about context. It doesn't make you any less of a man. You will get up and do the needful.
It depends. It depends. So let me give you a classic. So in the husband's family, the mother killed the cockroach every time. In the wife's family, it's the mother that does it. In the husband's family, it's the father that does it, right? Or we can reverse it. So in that situation, right, it's contextual. In another situation, it's dependent on who did it. The person that steps up to do it is the result of who he saw do it, right? So if the mother did it, killed the cockroach, in a situation where the husband and wife are together, and, right, the man doesn't do it, the man will be expecting that his wife should kill it. If the husband's mother always killed the cockroach, the husband will be expecting the wife to kill it.
So you're back to the question of context. If I don't know whether it's time for us to go and break.
So it means we should have conversations.
But is it a...
That's it, background differences. Yes. And that's the conversation that before you get married, right, you must have. Yes. In your house, who locked the gate?
Just hold that thought, Larry. Just hold that thought. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back. This is a really heated conversation because It's really important to us. But I think that we're beginning to confuse roles with what toxic masculinity is. There are roles for men and women, but we're talking about the way men are socialized or brought up to see, particularly emotionally, to see what they should be doing. A woman can kill the cockroach. It doesn't take away.
That's just an example.
That's what I'm trying to land on that. You know, so it doesn't take away from the fact that the man is the man and does manly things. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes.
A woman can also provide income. It doesn't take away from the man is the man.
So
how
let me tell you what my own point is from this cockroach matter.
Yes.
Right? Now, so the man expects the woman to kill the cockroach, but the woman doesn't.
Yes.
Then the toxicity will come out.
That will lead to it.
Yes.
Precisely.
So he will now say, are you a woman? Are you a wife?
Yeah.
Are you a... And then it starts lashing out. And then that...
But why is he lashing out?
That
is it. You see, why is he lashing out? He's lashing out because he doesn't see, he feels he has a right, since his mother did it, that his wife should do it.
Yeah.
So it's those rights we're talking about. That is what is toxic. Yes. Absolutely. That is what defines the toxic masculinity.
So going back to her
actions.
So going back to our question,
Yes.
how do we deal with it?
We have to, because we have to have a way of bringing up boys and men.
Yeah.
For me, it's conversation. I always had conversations with my sons about the right way to treat a woman, the right way to behave. Men are born into privilege, the privilege of manhood. And you see, feminism, is it not as a consequence of toxic masculinity? There would not need to be feminism if men were how they were supposed to be. So this is a fight.
For me, we need to identify what makes a man a toxic masculine individual. Because take an example of me opening this show, for example. It might have been born out of, this scenario needs to be dominated. I feel like I should be the guy. So I'll take it. It's right there. I don't see them as any threat. Why not? I'll do it, and I'll do it. You fall in line. Would you say that's toxic?
That's thought. That intention is what makes it toxic.
That's the
fact you're doing it. It's you see, which is why misogyny is about looking at women in a certain way as less than.
Okay.
So the toxicity comes from the interpretation.
Okay.
It comes from the way you treat the person. Oh, you're a man, so you can slap a person because you're a man. That's what makes it toxic.
But are we also expecting roles? Because there's some men that want to cry, but they are expected to suppress. There's some men that just want to be laid back, but they expect... Some men don't like cockroaches, but they're expected to kill that cockroach. And so we've already put them in a place that, oh, all men must kill cockroaches. And the fact that you cannot, you're feeling as if you are less. I know some men that don't like football, but we expect them like, oh, how can you be a guy and not like football? What have we done? Are we part of the people that created this?
That is exactly, you know, what the show opened with, that we socialize boys in a particular way. So these things you're talking about are the way we socialize men. We socialize them to be toxic. And so we have to unsocialize them now.
So okay, but the point is, grown man today, because in parenting, we can fix it in parenting.
But the grown man today, let me look at this young lady who, I mean, you know what I mean?
So what influences it?
It is conversation.
In the grown man.
And it is a change of attitude.
In business, in politics,
for example, I gave the example of boys. We have conversation sessions, and we talk about these things. What does it mean to you to be a man?
Okay.
What do you think defines you?
Let me get us to understand what we're dealing with, right? We're dealing with things at different levels. We're first of all looking at it from an identity issue.
Yes.
A conversation will not change a man's identity or his perception of who he is. A conversation will not do it.
Yes.
We're looking
start with that.
Yeah. We're looking at it from a beliefs and values perspective as well.
Yes.
Right? A conversation will not change a man's core beliefs and core values based on how he was brought up, right? You need an expert to be able to identify that this guy has a problem. This guy, first of all, has to be willing to want to change, and then he gets help with changing.
But you're making it a special issue. But the point is that most men have those traits. This is how they think.
Yes.
So it's about changing society and men in society. And it starts with a conversation. I used to think that talking was just a waste of time. But I've realized if you don't talk, you sink into forgetting whatever it is entirely. So you start with the conversations, and then you get into the attitudes. And when you can call something a name, conversation helps you to call something a name. You call it a name, then you can deal with it. So you can't negate the importance of having that conversation.
No, but I think what you're trying to say is conversations is a start, but
that's what I'm saying. That's a given.
So let me give you a classic. Let me give you a classic. A man for 13 years has been abusing his wife. Yes. So they wake up in the morning, in bed they're fine. When she steps out of bed and gets into the bathroom, he's okay. When she comes out of the bathroom, he walks into the bathroom and comes out, he becomes dysfunctional and he starts abusing his wife. That's happened for 13 years. So they come to see me, you know, and then we do an architecture of their room. There's a therapy that I work with. We do a systems integration, and we eliminate everywhere. We get into the room, we get into the bathroom, and we realize that we have props. And then we get to the wash mouth basin, and then the man snaps. It's only a stupid, foolish woman that presses toothpaste from the middle. Oh. Only a stupid, foolish girl and a stupid wife presses toothpaste from the middle. 13 years. They've gone for deliverance. They've done everything. They've had conversations. He has apologized, but he couldn't change that behavior. Now, I left him for about 3 minutes to vent. Then after he comes down, I asked him, what just happened there? Then he asked me, what do you mean what just happened there? Now, all through I was watching his wife's terror when he was freaking out.
Why didn't he just tell her he doesn't like to piss me
off? No, he didn't even know. He didn't even know. So I took him back to when he was younger. His father came in every time from age 4 and beat him. Every time he brushed his teeth. Because, you know, we used to use Maclean's metal cases. When you press it, his father came in, beat him and said, only stupid, foolish boys press toothpaste from the middle, right? He was reenacting that. Now, to address that issue, I had to do a timeline therapy for him and help him out of that. That's a toxic male, right? What kind of conversation didn't they have 13 years? It required therapy.
But again, this is a specific case. When I say, for example, that a lot of men are socialized in a certain way, okay, that's the majority of men. There will always be violent men. There are violent women. There are women who beat their husbands. That's not toxic masculinity. That's humanity, and there's a disorder somewhere, okay, from their growing up. So what we're saying is, for the generality of the people that we teach, of the men that we teach, boys don't cry, we have to stop telling them that. And it comes with words to start with. And then if you notice that there are things, for example, that men are doing that they needn't be doing, and they don't have to be violent to be toxic. It's not always about violence. It's about a sense of righteousness, it's a sense of you have the right. Do you see what I'm saying?
I would like for you to give me an example of a toxic masculine individual. Like, give me instances. Because we're going to easily go off topic if we don't deal with specifics.
Misogyny. Misogyny is very clear. It's very clear.
Don't respect women.
Yeah, it's very clear.
So men that don't respect women, that's what we're saying.
What is,
but a lot of men
what is the reason for it?
What if exactly?
Why does a man not respect women?
It's because, for example, when there's a meeting, a family meeting at home, wives don't attend family meetings because they're not seen. Even though they've been married for 40 years.
Wives are not allowed to.
They're not. What is that? What's the difference? They're not allowed to attend.
So what are we dealing with? What are we dealing with?
They don't have a say in decision making.
It's a belief thing. It's a belief thing.
Yes.
It's a cultural thing, or it can be a religious thing.
Yes.
Right?
It's hardly.
If it's Islam,
yes.
Okay, well, that's true.
You know, it can be a religious thing. Can a conversation
help
change that?
A conversation is a good place to start.
It can start.
Yes, and if a conversation starts with someone you respect.
Let's keep going. Conversation is a beginning, but the truth is we must at least finally say, because you are here, we assume that because men haven't been made to cry, they have been told that crying is not right, we're creating men who are
dependent on substances.
You know, what can we do to men? Is it that
Man
simple?
is going to get an escape.
Yes.
He's going to look for an escape
Yes.
because emotion is energy. And if it's just like saying you should not laugh, you should not eat, you should not scratch when you eat. Crying is normal. So if the man is going through an emotion and he needs to express himself,
if you can't cry, you express it
by crying, right?
Precisely.
If he doesn't cry, he's going to lash out.
So tell us what we should do now.
Yeah, so the kind of conversation that we should have,
Yes.
right, should border around, first of all, the attitude of how you present the case.
Yes.
Number one.
Yes.
Number two is, do you have a trusted friend of mine, right, that you can, first of all, have that conversation with that understands,
Without you getting offended.
without me being there. Without me being there. And that's part of your relationship.
You know, this conversation
That's
is
part of our
not going to
relationship.
end.
That's
We
part of
have
our
to just-
relationship, right? Our relationship should be centered around our friends are our friends. So my friends are your friends are my friends. And there are people that we should be comfortable with that can call us out. So you should be able to have that
I
conversation with
think
my
that
friend.
this conversation isn't going to end because at the end of the day, we all live together, men and women. And so I think we have to continue this another day. Thank you.
Shouldn't they just give us their one-liners?
Yes.
What we should do, one-liner for one-liner. Just give us your one-liners.
I mean,
come here for nothing.
for me, to be honest, a toxic masculine male is an abused individual that needs therapy, as you said, but he also needs to be understood.
Yes.
If you understand him, then you can either help him or avoid the things that would get him to a toxic state.
Help him or avoid him.
And I'm going to, lean in on that, right? So let's start from the upbringing of a man. It needs to be a functional environment, husband, wife. The husband needs to be there to set the examples. Children learn more by observing than telling.
Yes.
So the mother can tell from here to kingdom come. If the father doesn't set the right example, the mother's brothers, the uncles don't set the right examples. The mother will talk. He will be picking up what the uncles and the guys
So
are
this is a
doing.
message to all the fathers out there, really. Not only mothers.
So thank you so much for being a part of this.
Thank you.
For having
This, what was it, a debate?
Heated discussion.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
I was just calm. I just kept calm, like, okay, let's see what's going to happen next. And they were there that night till at about 11 or 12 late in the night. And then they brought a bus. So they packed all of us. The bus was empty, like they had removed everything inside the bus. They made us sit. We sat in the bus and we drove. So we drove for a couple of hours. I can't remember how many hours, but like close to 7 hours. So on daybreak, I saw where we got to was like a house, very big house, gated, fenced and all that. And they just dropped us there and turned back. So I was surprised, like, So for the first time, and I had to ask the 4 ladies, the 3 other ladies that we left together, please, do you guys really know where exactly we are going to? Like, this whole thing is really looking blurry to me and I don't understand anything anymore. And they're like, even them too, they are even confused though. And to crown it up, they asked us not to talk to each other. They asked us not to say anything to each other. I don't understand. So I just looked everywhere and saw that, okay, there are batches and batches of people seated at different corners. Okay, so I really need to ask questions. So at that point, one Alhaji came out, like he's one in charge of that house, and then he did say, okay, let's look for something to eat. All through this while we are not eating, and he said we should fix something to eat, and they made one spaghetti that didn't have salt, and it was so very funny, like. So I just summoned courage. I went to meet the Alhaji. I said, please, sir, I need you to just be open and tell me what exactly is going on. Where am I, first of all? He said, Duruku. I said, where is Duruku? He now said, how do I expect him to be able to explain that Duruku, that is what he knows, this place is Duruku. I said, okay, do you know where exactly I'm going to? Or do you know the person that brought me here? He was like, maybe Libya you dey go. I said, Libya. I said, I'm not going to Libya. He said, I still say you be Johnny just come. Like, he said, you don't reach here. The only thing now for you make you they go the place where then they carry you, they go. Say, they go come carry you tomorrow night. And he refused to say anything afterwards. So I went to sit down and relayed what he said to the other ladies. And everybody became very, 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 like, upset and curious, like, okay, let's even find out. So just at that time, there was a lady in the particular room that had like 5 big bags, Ghana must go bags, big ones. So she said she was going back to Kano, that she stays in Kano. She sells gold and clothes. She speaks Yoruba. So she was explaining to one of the ladies. So that was the first instance where I started hearing information. And I just didn't want to believe. Honestly, I didn't believe at that point that maybe that is what we are in. But what she explained to the lady was that we are either being transported to Libya for prostitution or Italy. And then the lady said, she told her that no, the person that took us said we are going to Malaysia. And the lady now laughed and said that is what they will tell you, and that this is her 5th time going through this route. That was the same way she was deceived, but she ran away and was able to find someone who helped her, and eventually that was the person she got married to, and now they are doing like illegal business. She goes there, buys stuff, and goes back to Kano to go sell. So I said, no, it cannot be possible. Like, we all agreed that it cannot be possible, because that was not what they told us. Looking at what the first guy told us, what the magician guy told us, what the lady told us, that it cannot be possible, that maybe hers is a different kind of connection. So fast forward from there, they came to pick us the next night in a Hilux, arranged us, and we drove for like 3 days non-stop. Okay, we had 2 stopovers. The first stopover was in a very cold, white place. Like, I have never seen that kind of cold in my life before. I was shivering to the brain. Like, I just couldn't imagine why I was going through this. Like, if these people really want to help me, this is not a way to help someone. you cannot be helping someone and the person is in pain. So, but I couldn't really say much because I was already in it. So we drove for days, and on the third day where we stopped was really looking like, I didn't know what to call the place. There were thousands of people, young ladies, guys, and they were calling it ghetto. This is ghetto. They were calling the particular ghetto. The ghetto had a name, and they said, okay, now we can go and have our bath. So for the first time after 7 days, 8 days, we're going to have our bath and have change of clothes. So first of all, my concern was to even just let me even have a bath first and find something tangible to eat. So they made rice, we ate. In the midst of eating, I started hearing conversations. So I said, okay, since they said we should not talk to anybody, no problem. I'm going to find out everything I need to find out, and if possible, go back from here. So during conversations, I heard people saying, they will tell you everything possible, that here it is Libya they're taking you to. You either go and work as a housemaid, or you go and work in connection house, all manner of things. And at that point, it really dawned on me that what that lady had said earlier was very true. So the other 3 ladies, 2 of them now came to meet me when I was sitting down. I'm like, see what I am hearing. I said, okay, even me too. I heard the same thing. And they're like, are we sure we want to continue this journey? So at that point, I was really upset with myself not to have verified whatever information I got. I started crying. I was in pain. Like, why will I be going through this? Like, no. Even if, for crying out loud, this is not help. This is like putting me in a pit where I can't talk, I can't communicate. Now there is no communication, nothing. So I looked around. We were there till the next day, and then there was this particular guy, Mohammed, that was giving out clothes, was calling out names and all. So I walked up to him and said, please, at this junction, I don't think I want to continue this journey. Can you help me? I want to go back home. And then he said, that what I just asked is very dangerous. That if it was yesterday when I came that I said that it would have been, maybe you can manage or think of how to go about it. That already the person that I'm being taken to knows I'm here. Whatever makes me not get to her, he has to be the one to pay for me. I'm like, pay for me as how? He said, somebody paid for you to be brought to her, and pay transit, they pay additional money just to be sure that the person is being carried along. And I was like, okay, so how much does it cost to get up to this point? And if I'm to go back from here, I can actually call them, tell them I don't want to continue this journey and I want to go back home. He said it's either of 2 things. It's either you get home or you don't get home. They might tell you to go. They'll either kidnap you and sell you to a place where you'll never be able to come out from, or they might even kill you. That he would advise me to just go and face my fate, but I should pray that whoever I'm going to go and meet is not a bad person. And I asked that, why did he say so? He said he cannot say anything more. That I'm here, and the only way forward is to move forward. I was like, okay. I was broken. I couldn't even tell the other ladies what he had said. I summoned courage to eventually see. So that night, they put us in a hilux. We're about 36 or 32 of us. And they made us sit in rows in the hilux. So we drove for like 3 days. We had a couple of stopovers, but I was really choked up because I was seated back in the hilux. So everybody's weight was resting on me, and it was hell for me. I couldn't breathe at some point. My legs were dead. I couldn't move. Even when we stopped, I took like minutes. Most of us took like minutes to even be able to stand up. And I was like, no. But even if I were to travel by road, he did say it was going to be at some point. At least by now, the traveling by road should have stopped. And that was so I remembered what the other guy said at the where we were, that there's no flight, anything. They deceived you. Everything they told you was just to cajole you to decide to go, that there is no flight anywhere. You're going by road to wherever you're going to. So at that point, I was just concerned with one thing, which is surviving and coming back home at all cost. So after the first stopover, I became sick a little bit. I started having too many issues. So I decided not to sit in the hillocks again. And then I had to sit at the edge on top of the tire box. And then I had a stick in between my legs. So they made ladies sit inside the hillocks, and then the guys would sit around the hillocks. But because of my previous experience, I had difficulties breathing. I said I wasn't going to sit inside the hillocks again, that I was going to sit at the edge. So I did sit on the edge of the hillocks and had a stick to hold on to, and we drove for another couple of days. The experience in the desert was, it's not something, sometimes when I think about it, I just smile. My smiling is not that, okay, I'm happy, but I wonder how I was able to pull through. I wonder how I was able to manage my health. I wonder how I was able to cope up mentally, emotionally, thinking about everything I had left back at home, everyone. I kept them in the dark. I didn't really say much. And then thinking about the people who deceived me, like, if you want to help someone, you should help someone and not even put them into more problems. So a lot of things were racing through my mind. I got so discouraged at my own life. I felt really bad that I was impatient. I didn't ask questions. Of all places, why would I be going to Libya to do what? Like, I wasn't even, I couldn't really define the feelings I had then. But at each point, what I always did was to just pray to God that, God, I know that I have done wrong not to have even, look out for my own self. But I am asking for just one thing. Wherever I'm going to, make sure you take me back home, healed and healthy. So we had another stopover. I got beaten along the way by Arab men. I was trying to save someone from getting beaten wrongly, and I got the beating. Difficulty, there was no food, there was no water, the weather was, the sun would be shining and scorching, and the cold was extremely cold. Like, I couldn't really, there was no definition of everything that was going on. I was just bleak and blank. At the point, I was regretting every step from my friend. I started cursing, like, so she knew about this. That was why at the point she disappeared. She didn't really see anything. And even when I asked her about it, she pretended not to know anything about traveling. That this guy didn't tell her anything about traveling. But I'm like, but you introduced me to this guy, so it's not possible for him to come tell me something about traveling and you didn't know. I thought so far and wide to the point where I felt, okay, I know I'm not going to die. I know I'm not going to die. I know I will go back home. And I'm so going to fish these people out and really find out the reason why they ever did such to me. At some point, I became very ill. I had very bad cough because I refused to sit again at that point. We had sat for like 3 days. So all my ties were burnt and peeled from the sitting. And the hillocks, the speed at which the hillocks was moving was really high. It wouldn't stop. At a point, a guy fell off the hillocks and they didn't wait. They didn't wait. The drivers were so mean. We don't understand their language. They don't understand our language. So even when you're beckoning on them to say, oh, something is going on. There was a time a guy was throwing up. He was feeling, okay, I think it was about throwing up. So we're like, okay, maybe if he stops. We tried beckoning on them. And if they come out, the next thing they do is to probably hit you with something, saying all manner of languages. We didn't understand. We couldn't speak to them. They couldn't speak to us. It was hell for me. So because my laps were peeled, I couldn't sit again. So I now stood behind the pavement of the main Hilux box. And then that journey was for 5 days. 5 days of cold, 5 days, as in I couldn't breathe. I couldn't breathe. Like at some point, I would just cry and scream out loud. Like I wish the sky could even feel my pain. Like there was no definition to what I was going through. And I just kept crying and crying and crying. After crying, I'll console myself. You're just crying. You see, everybody here, they also have one reason to cry. So they cannot shoulder you and tell you sorry. So you alone will have to shoulder your pain. And that hurt me so bad. Sometimes when people see me talk about the story and I'm not really showing so much emotions, they feel, oh, we're not too sure you went through this. I have said it like 1,000,001 times. It's something I went through, and I can imagine how I had to just tell myself that, come, you have a child back home that you love. You need to be alive to come back to her. That was my source of strength. And the life I really wanted for myself ever before embarking on that journey just kept me going, that I know one day I am going to eventually come back and say this story to people. So at that point, remembering and recalling everything, one question kept popping in my head: why will people not have any other thing to do other than to do a business where you transport people to an unknown country, you lie to them, you deceive them, you promise them heaven and earth, and then put them on a dangerous path where is either they make it or they don't make it, and you will not even tell them any of this. So I was bent on making it to wherever it is. I said to myself, no matter how wicked whoever it is I'm going to go and meet is, I'm going to come back home and know the reason why people really did this business. On getting to Sabah, Sabah is halfway into Libya. On getting to Sabah, we had a connection house where they put us. We met about 60 ladies in the room, and then the guys also had their room. And they kept adding us. They kept adding. And at a point, I counted, we were about 80 in that room, the ladies' room. The guys were about 40-something. The food was really bad. You know, having to make banku. Now, this is not even the original banku. This is the banku made with flour. Having to make flour like fufu. And then maybe they'll serve like 20 plates down. And then everybody will now line up. By the time you're eating, it's as though you're eating stone, you're swallowing stone. The soup was so watery that you won't even, you're not, the very first day I was asking myself, like, I know I had challenges back at home, but my challenges were not so bad that I couldn't even eat a good meal. Like, this is not a meal. So the first day we had that in the night. The next day we had rice, very small portion of, the rice was dried. You can imagine when you boil rice and then you open it, you put it in a plate and you just open it down. And because the weather is very cold, so anything you don't keep properly dries up. So by the time you're eating the rice and like, it's like you're eating rubber. So at some point we just sit there crying out that no, this is not life. This is not, why are we having to go through this? I would cry every night. I would beg God that please, can I just vanish from here? Okay, at the point I was begging for death to come because it wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. And within ourselves, some girls were like, they were really radical about it, and they were like, no, we need to tell them, it's either they change the way they are doing this food, or maybe we should even take up the cooking by ourselves. So I thought of it, I was like, okay, that's true. So if already I'm going through hell, and then food now has to be a problem. So we waited for the ghetto man, the person in charge of the ghetto, like, we waited for him to come. We kept shouting, when is he coming? When is he coming? We don't even know why we are here. We don't even know what we are doing here. So at that time, we had stayed a week. We don't know why we are being kept here. We don't know who even put us here. We don't even know anything. Nobody is saying anything. So when the connection man did come, we took turns to ask questions. I noticed everybody was just asking questions. Where are we going to? Where are we going to? And all. So I did ask him. I said, okay, first of all, why are we here? Do you have an answer, or do you know the reason why we are here? And then he said, you are here because you're being transported to your burger. And then we now asked, what is the meaning of a burger? He said a burger is a person that paid for you to be transported from Nigeria. So we're like, is that the reason why we are being given bad food? Like when you're given something to swallow and it's already hurting your throat, like practically almost everybody had sore throat from that banku. And it was like, okay, he doesn't know anything about the way the food was being prepared, but that this place is just a transit, and the reason why we are here is because the road is bad, there is war, and they cannot transport us. It's very risky, and that we might meet rebels on the way, and rebels, they either rape, kill, abduct. And we're like, okay, so for how long are we going to be here? He said he doesn't know until the war is over. So if it takes 1 month, if it takes 2 months, but just know that for every food you are eating, for every extra thing you collect here, your money is piling up. It is your burger that is paying, and when you get to wherever you're going to, you have to work to pay your burger back. So we now, 5 of us volunteered to be cooking our food by ourselves, and we were there for extra 2 weeks and some days. In total, we were there for 3 weeks and 5 days. And then we started the journey to Libya. That was where I had a near-death experience. So we were somewhere, we were kept in a particular house where they locked us. There was no light, nothing. And then we were pressed. We had traveled, we had drove for like 2 days, and they put us there. So, but before we entered, we were already beckoning on this people that we want to ease, we want to ease. They didn't even want to listen. They were just pushing us like, how can you people just be pushing somebody like animals? We don't even know where we're going. Like, this is very unthinkable. So I held that urine for good 2 days. So the next morning when they came, now see them begging that, please, we want to wee. So the man was, arrogantly, he was talking, and he went to get a gallon, like this aluminum gallon. We now looked at it that, how a guy can pee in this, but how can a lady pee in this? And from the descriptions he was giving us, he meant that we shouldn't allow the pee to spill on the floor. So we said, okay, all the guys should pee first and the ladies would take turns to pee, which was what happened. And somehow pee actually spilled. So by the time he was coming back, when he opened the door, so the pee, pee wouldn't, and you can imagine pee that stayed, the smell, it was awful. He was angry. He went back, he went to get a stick, and he was holding like 3 different things. So I was wondering, what does this guy want to do? At that point, everybody had their heart in their mouth, because the moment you see them holding anything, they can hit you anywhere. They can hit you anywhere. So he was now asking who spilled pee on the floor. They were pointing to the wrong person. So I was just watching initially. They were pointing to and he was going to start beating her. So I was not like trying to say, no, she wasn't the one. You see, when that spring landed on my head, this spring they use in water closet. Very strong and thick. And all I knew that was going on was that I was screaming at the top of my voice with both hands on my head, because it actually hit me on my head. And when I gave birth, like 8 months, when I was 8 months pregnant, I fell in the bathtub and had a slit on my head from the tiles in the bathroom. So sometimes that part of the head still hurts. So when he hit that spring on my head, it was exactly on that spot, and he did it like 3 times. He kept hitting the spring on me. I remember crying till I didn't know what was going on. And you know, for the first time, when they say people have transition, I always wonder. I knew I was just lost somewhere. I knew something was going on to my body. I didn't know where I was. I didn't know what. I was just blank. But I could hear myself crying. I could hear myself crying, and I was just crying, as in, you know, bitter tears. You cry bitter tears, and you just have to still be the one to tell yourself, you have to stop. So by the time I woke up, the other ladies were like, you need to see the way they were rejoicing, because they said they didn't believe I was going to still come back to life. That, yeah, the head was actually bleeding at that point. Like, and at that point when I woke up, they had cleaned it, they had tried everything. I remember when they were pouring water on me. I remember when somebody was tapping me and everything. And I was like, they started explaining what actually happened. That the moment he hit that spring on my head the second time, I started screaming, and they noticed I was bleeding, and I cried, and I just went mute. And they were telling him that she's not talking, and the man just told them, bara, 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 and they went away. He said they were praying, they were begging God that this girl must not die. She has been like a source of strength to us. If she dies here, what's going to happen and all that. It actually took me 4 to 5 hours before I woke up. And at that point, I had lost strength, I had lost everything. So there was a lady we met in that place that had a phone. So that was the first time I had to beg her. I'm sure it was because as a result of what had happened, she did not allow any other person use her phone. They would normally not allow you to use their phones. So I couldn't even tell my mom what I was going through, because there's no how she would hear my voice like that and not panic. And I know the kind of mother I have. So I called my boss that I had worked with in the FRSC and told him, this is what has happened to me. And I don't even know where. Yeah, we were in Trauna at that time. And he said, but why didn't you say anything before leaving? And then I told him that they told us not to say anything. The moment they say don't say anything, you should have known it was trafficking. I know that you're naive and you do not know anything, but you should have told me. Because he was now like a father to me. Even after I had stopped working with the FRSC then, he was like a father to me. Said he was going to try his best to see what he can do, but that still being on transit, there is probably little or nothing he can do at that point. So I'm sure he tried calling back, because the lady kept cutting a particular call. I wouldn't know, and I didn't want to disturb her. So at that point, I really cried. I cried. That was the only thing I could do. I just cried. Like, I have never suffered like this in my life before. Even if I'm to suffer anything, it shouldn't be suffering from a decision to have a better life. So long and short was, we got into Libya, and they kept hiding us. They lay us in hillocks, cover us with tarpaulin, you know, hiding, running, making sure you're not seen, number of choking, you have to be there, sometimes 3 hours, 2 hours. You won't be able to breathe. You can practically feel life leaving you. You're sniffing each other's air, and you know, in the midst of all of this, some people will be fighting and quarreling and beating themselves. You know, I just couldn't imagine why. And even in that, some people decided they wanted to go do this thing, like they wanted to travel this way. I didn't know anything like this existed. I didn't know anything of such even happens. Finding myself in it was like the biggest dream I never wished to have again. So, found ourselves in Libya, and the first thing they did seeing Nigerian girls and women, I was like, okay, so finally, we have gotten to our destination. So, what's next? Entering that house, I knew this is going to be a big problem for me. Because already, I was upset. I was ready to yell at anybody. And then the first thing they made us do was to strip ourselves. I was like, okay. So I did remember at some point in the journey where a particular guy, we met him somewhere, and he also gave us a hint of how it actually goes. He said they're taking you to the garage. And then I now asked, what is the garage? He said the garage is a place where they take Nigerian girls to. And that's the most common place that they take them to. And they're going to take you to the connection house. And what they do normally in a connection house is sex trade. So I said, no, me, I'm not going to do that one. He said, you will not have a choice. He said, they'll make life hell for you. You will not have a choice. So he now said that if eventually I get there and that is what it is, that I have an option to run away. But that is very risky. And then he did give me his number and said that I must not write that number anywhere. That if they see that number with me, they will beat the living daylight out of me. Because they will know that I have contacted the burger as well. So he made me cram that number. Two of us, we crammed that number to be sure that we didn't forget the number. But you see all the experiences we went through afterwards. At a point, I couldn't even remember the number anymore. And then I remember what he said. He said, you just have to help yourself remain strong. And while they asked us to strip ourselves, I was like, for whatever reason, I'm coming to work for someone. Why would you ask me to strip myself? So they said this. They were searching, maybe you have a number written somewhere in form of a tattoo, or maybe you wrote the number somewhere and you hid it in your clothes, or anything. They just wanted to be sure you didn't have any information whatsoever. They collected my phone, went through my phone, and that night they called us one after the other. So, what were you doing in Nigeria? And then I explained, and the man said, okay, now this is the woman and her husband. The man said, okay, I can see. And then the first question he asked me was, what are you doing here? And I'm like, I was dumb, like, he said, you have something good doing. What are you doing here? I said, it was a friend though, that said there's traveling opportunity, and said, there's no need to explain. You are here, you are here. Oh, no choice near. Your own is to make sure you work on time and pay and get out of here. So the wife now asked, what did they tell you that you're coming here to do? I said, first of all, this is not where they told me I'm coming to, and they told me I'm going to be working in a hair factory and a restaurant. Then she laughed and said, that is not it. That this is what they do here. That did I see all those other girls outside? I said, yes. He said, what do you think they are doing? I said, I don't really know, but I saw a couple of girls sitting down. He said, they're working for their money. He said, that is the same thing you're going to do. And I was like, I don't understand. He said, yes, that's the same thing you're going to do. So the earlier, the better for you. I bluntly refused, because this is that wasn't what I was told in Nigeria. And for no reason, why would I leave Nigeria to come to Libya, to come and prostitute with my body to make money? How much money do I want to make? So I felt I was doing myself good by trying to be as open as possible. I was very plain and blunt, and then she just kept laughing. I was like, but yeah, nobody will tell you. So she said, okay. And the same thing with every other girls, because we had agreed that, okay, if eventually we find out that that is what we're actually being taken there to do, that we are not going to agree to it, because that was not the agreement. And for whatever reason, we cannot just decide to leave Nigeria and go and prostitute somewhere. So she was like, she knows that girls that they just bring from Nigeria are very stubborn, that she will give us 3 days to go and decide. But in that 3 days, we should be watching at the other girls to see how they actually go about what they do. And the first day went by, second day went by. I vowed to myself, I said, nowhere in heaven's name will I live this kind of a life. Like, it was so absurd. I was grieved, I was bitter, I was angry, all manner of words, because looking at all the experience in the journey, I almost died, and then all for what? To come here and come and use my body to work to pay someone. I'm like, it didn't make sense. I cried every minute I remembered. And on the third day, she did call us to ask us if we were ready. I told her that she has to look for another job for me. And then she said, okay, since I don't want to take it easy, since I don't want to take it the easy way, that they'll show me how they also go the hard way. So that night, we didn't even know what she meant. That night, a girl was brought in, and we watched more than 5 people beat that girl black and blue. Wow. She had also refused the connection house where she was taken to. She had also refused to do the same connection house job. It was actually a burger that brought her, but they took her somewhere else. So they said she was being stubborn where she is, or where she was, and then they brought her back to the burger. Madam, come and take your girl, give us back our money. She said she knew they work. They beat that girl to stupor. They beat her to the point where I sat where I was, and I told myself, I said it out, like, these people are not humans. Like, why? On seeing the way they beat that lady, I was like, so I will also come to this point where they will have to beat me to say, yes, I will do it. I said, I would rather die. Because at the point when they beat her, she was like, okay, Mache, I will do it, I will work, I will do it. I was like, so this is what I will go through. So for some reasons, I didn't know, they took the other 3 ladies out of where I was. It was now left with only me in that house that came together. So after a week, she then asked me that, what else can I do? I said, I cook. She was like, okay. She gave me pepper and oil. I said, go and make stew with it. I made the stew. She told them to teach me how to make banku. I made the banku. She was like, okay, not bad for a start. So first of all, your first job here is you're going to be cooking for everybody. My heart was like, okay, finally she has agreed to give me something else. So another week went by, and she said, Orobo, I don't know where one day she just called me by that name and said, for her, that is what she will be calling me. Although she gave me another name, Success. So everybody calls me Success, but she calls me Orobo. And then she looked at me and said, Orobo, are you ready to work now? I was dumbfounded and I couldn't say anything. And in my head, I was like, if it is to die here, I think I'm ready to do that. But to use my body here, I will not. So 3 weeks went down. And all of these weeks, nobody even came in one day to say, this person, how she be, who she be, and all. So after the 3rd week, a man came in, a matured Nigerian man, a Yoruba man. He came in and did ask to take me home. And at first she refused, that she wasn't going to let him take me home, but he begged and all of that. So when we got home, he sat me down and said, I didn't bring you here to come and sleep with you. I brought you here to teach you one lesson that will help you if you must live where you are. He said he noticed the way I was being questioned, the way I was being bullied and all that, that is the way the woman does. And that I'm even still seeing the better side of her, that she's a really, really hard person. And when she's ready to go hard, she goes all the way. He said, you see where you are, there's no shortcut. There is no way out other than for you to actually make money, pay them before you leave. And if you are not even careful, you'll be done paying them, you will not know, you'll still be there playing a fool, working for them. Say you have to be smart. I see that you are innocent, but then yet you are smart. So I need you to wake up that smart instinct in you and know what to do to live there as soon as possible. He said he was going to be going to Italy in 3 weeks. From that time, that was the reason why the woman refused to give me to him initially, because normally that is the way some men will come there, take girls, and they run away with them, and they don't eventually get their money. So he said, but he's going to teach me how to make it fast. That if I work with my body to pay them, they'll split that money in two. But if I'm doing something extra to pay them, they would record the money just the way it is. Say, for example, I sleep with someone and the man pays me 5,000 naira. They're not recording 5,000 naira. They're recording 2,500. But if maybe I sell something or I save up money and I give them that same 5,000 naira cash at hand, they'll record the 5,000 naira for me. So the best for me is to think of something I can start doing to get extra money, which is begging. So when these guys come, I have to beg them for extra penny. Or if they ask for anything beyond what I'm supposed to give them, like in normal duty, then I should ask for extra cash. Those extra cash are the extra stipends I'm supposed to be saving up to give them. I cried my ass out that night. So he said, you see, she's even giving you grace. He said, it's because she likes you. That this woman, she's naturally not the patient type, and the moment you're proving hard, she'll go hard with you and you'll give up. So the earlier the better for you. But I felt that he should just reach out to me and teach me something that would help me. So I eventually spent 2 years and 9 months in Libya altogether. I spent a year and 8 months in the Connection House, and that a year and 8 months was hell for me. So after 7 months, I tried reaching out. So at the point they released a phone for the girls in the house to call their customers, to know when they're coming, to know if you're having someone who is coming to come and sleep with you over, or someone who is going to come and take you out and all. So I begged one of the girls in charge one day to allow me buy airtime on the phone to call. So I did call my dad, and my dad was really bitter, and he said the only way he knows I can get out of that place is for me to find my way to the Nigerian embassy and tell them that I want to come back home. So I waited for 3 days to actually get that report, because he didn't know what to do at that point. He said, okay, can I call you back? So I said, I don't know, but I'll try and talk to the person in charge of this phone so that whenever you call, they give me the call to answer, which was what actually happened. And somehow, I don't know how they got to know, but they found out that I called the Nigerian embassy, and they beat hell out of my life. They beat everybody in the house. Plus, at that time, my burger wasn't in Libya at that time. She was in Nigeria. It was the husband that was at home then. The husband beat me. All the girls in the house beat me, so I wanted to run away. Oh, I'm trying to be smart and this and that. After all, they knew that from the very first day I came, the woman was calling me a virus because she knows that I'm kind of smart. I will try to play smart. So from that time, they locked me out from phone. They stopped allowing me go out. It was I can't start recounting experiences, day-to-day activities, how I felt. At some point, I would just practically pray that, God, please, when I sleep this night, don't allow me to wake up in the morning. I slept very late, and I'm always the first to wake up. So after a while, I started gaining confidence, like, no, even if I foolishly allowed myself into this, I should be able to still bring myself out of it. So I changed my attitude and started being very smart. I called up as much information as I could. I got to, you know, I became very nice. I always learned lessons, and, you know, I was trying my possible best to see beyond the problem I was in and was already thinking of a way out. So I had a couple of guys who would just naturally like me, and they would tell me, you see, when you're ready to leave this place. Some guys went as far as asking, okay, madam, how much is this girl's money? Let's pay. She would intentionally double the money and make them run away. So when she did that the first time, the second time, I just knew that, okay, so this woman is actually being wicked. But not to worry, I'm actually still going to live here. So when it was about 1 year and 5 months, I sat down one day and calculated how much I had paid, minus all the subtraction. If you do anything, she'll beat you and subtract your money. Maybe 50 dinars, maybe 100. If you quarrel with anybody, maybe 200 dinars. If you fight, maybe 500 dinars and all. So by the time I calculated and I saw that the money had gotten up to like 5,000 dinars, which was actually what that man told me. He said normally it's supposed to be 2,500 dinars, but burgers are always wicked. They want to collect even double of that. So sometimes you have to pay up to like 5,000 to 6,000 dinars before they will let you go. And some will still not let you go, except you fight for your freedom. So when I calculated, and I had calculated about 7,000 dinars, I was like, okay, I think my time here is up. And then I started asking for freedom. She initially refused and said that I was not done paying her. So I said, okay. So in 2016, when she was going to come to Nigeria in September, she gave me freedom in August. That was 1 year and 8 months. She said, okay, that now I am free to work for my own money. But whatever money you're working, the same way they were splitting in two, it's just that this other half now, instead of them collecting it, they'll give it to you. Sometimes they may not even give it to you. They'll tell you to keep it with them. Maybe you want to send some money to Nigeria. So I said, okay, no, that I didn't want to keep it with them, that I actually wanted to live there. She said, I cannot live there until she comes back. I have to wait for her to come back to Libya because she had had a new child and she wanted to come home. I said, okay. So throughout that month, that September, I kept having dreams that if I don't leave that place, I probably might not have my life again. The dream came like about 5 to 6 times, and then I just summoned courage to open up to the husband, to tell him that I think I'm very sick and I want to go take care of myself. This is about 1 year and 9 months now. From the day one up until now, I worked every day and slept nothing more than 3 to 4 hours that I needed to take care of myself. And he understood with me because several times in between, I had fallen sick, like so bad, that at some point it took drips to like resuscitate me back and all. And the man also knew that I was very, very hardworking. Like at the point, he would always tell the wife, stop beating this girl. Like, you need to stop, even if you're beating every other person, but you see this one, stop beating her. And the next thing is, she will say, oh, okay, so now you're sleeping with my husband. My husband is fighting for you. This, that. I know you are hardworking, but you must be sleeping with my husband for him to be fighting me to stop beating you. And then she will intensify whatever thing she was doing. So, but I kept bearing them up. At that point, I made up my mind. So there's this Ghanaian guy who had already told me that whenever I'm ready, that he had an apartment he doesn't really stay in, that he goes to the village to work. Sometimes he doesn't come home 2-3 months, that he could give his space up for me to stay there, take care of myself. So when I did mention to him that I wanted to go and that I was sick, he did say, okay, that I should call the wife and tell her, which I did. And then she was like, so I cannot wait for her to come back. I told her that no, I can't wait, that I'm very, very sick and I needed to go take care of myself. She said, okay, I should hand over the account to the husband and I can leave, which I did. That was in October 2016. I did that in October 2016. In November, sorry, that was November 2016. I did that in November 2016. I had barely stayed a month in the new house where I was staying. I'd stayed a month and I was taking treatment, eating well and all that. And I heard she came back. She did actually call me to come and cook for her, but I refused going. And then on the 2nd of January in 2017, there was a massacre in the garage. The massacre was bloody. I think they were counting 300 bodies and they were still counting as at the time we got the news. The bombing and from where I was, it's not so far a distance, it's a bit far. We could hear the bombs, we could hear the gunshots. Part of the things we face like every day, you don't sleep, like gunshots. There are some bombs that you practically feel like the house is going to be uprooted from the ground. There was a day that we were running and a stray bullet passed by my side, brushed my leg. Like, I don't know how I escaped. I don't know how I escaped, but you know, it was just God that was just protecting me all through. And at that point in January, when that massacre happened, like 6 girls in that house actually died. And for me, I felt, oh, this is God just saving me. I guess this is what God was talking to me about when I kept seeing those dreams, and I made up my mind I was going to just go back home. Um, 2 months out of there, I called a friend and told her that if there was a way she could help me find money, I needed to come back home. And she was the one that told me about the voluntary return, that I needed to find my way to the UN's office or whichever way and all that. So I remembered contacting the Nigerian embassy. So I did keep the number. So I then asked questions because I was now going to a church. I then asked questions and they said, okay, that I needed to get to the IOM office. I had challenges locating them in the first place, but eventually I got to the IOM office and then they gave me a date to come back to visit. I did drop all my information and then they said, okay, that in 2 weeks' time I should go to the Nigerian embassy to go get a travel document. And after getting a travel document, they will not let me know when to come back and I'll be ready to go to Nigeria. So that was all. And up until then, I just kept managing, kept believing God that it was going to work well. And eventually it did work well, and that was how I came back to Nigeria. August 28th in 2017. And for me, that was the best decision I could make. Though it was painful that I just went to suffer my life out for almost 3 years and no gain, nothing, and then I'm back, having to come back empty-handed. And up until today, both the travel agent, both the guy that introduced me to the travel agent and the lady, none of them has been found. And life hasn't been easy getting back to my feet. Like, I was in bad depression for like almost 2 years. It was really bad coming back to see that, okay, first of all, I have lost money, I have lost friends, I have lost business, and then having to resume my motherly duties almost immediately because children wouldn't hear, oh, I had a bad experience. And then having to reintegrate back into the community, it was really difficult. Like, it just took the grace of God, and it took my kind of strong personality to just keep resuscitating me, and I just kept believing that I'll definitely be who I really wanted to be. I didn't really need to think about the pain, but then the lesson can never be forgotten. The experience can never be forgotten. The trauma, the pain, and everything can never be forgotten. But then one thing can be done, which is moving ahead and making use of all the experiences. And then I did find answers to my quest as to why people did trafficking as a business. And I think that apart from poor economy, some people are just ignorant and they don't really care. They just can do anything just to make money.
Sometimes it's not just the distance we travel, it's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy, it's the memories we create. Sometimes it's beyond the places we go, it's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste, it's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts. And even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
Today we are celebrating a smart Nigerian woman, Teju Ajani. She is an alumnus of the University of Ilorin, Nigeria, and Golden Gate University, San Francisco, where she earned a BSc in Economics and MSc in Software Engineering, respectively. She started out her career as a software engineer at Volvida Networks in California. Teju is the former country manager Android partnership for Google in Nigeria. She is passionate about technology and its potential as an economic equalizer and ability to open up opportunities. Teju has led the women at Google Group in sub-Saharan Africa for the past couple of years. Recently, Teju Ajani was appointed as the managing director for Apple in Nigeria. Prior to the new role, Ajani was the principal product manager at Oracle and business development manager at Google for Nigeria. Teju is a seasoned global business leader with over 20 years of technology leadership. She has a record of representing global tech giants not only in Nigeria but also on the continent. She is a strong advocate for women in leadership and is passionate about technology and its potential as an economic equalizer to open up opportunities for women. Go Teju Ajani, we are very proud of you.
Someday, tranquility will settle upon Borno State in northeast Nigeria. The ordinary rhythms of life in the rural areas will return, as will the everyday bustle of the city. But for now, a restless tension lurks beneath the surface. Not a moment goes by without the threat of violence. Without the fear that the militant Islamic group Boko Haram might unleash an attack. A grim reminder of a conflict still to be resolved. A country's struggle with extremism. An unfinished journey from evil. Yet there are Nigerians who've stood up to the terror, who've shown the courage to fight back, the determination to go forward, and the resilience to forge a new future for their nation. Each morning in the town of Chibok, Rebecca Solomon goes about her chores. But what may appear a simple life became for her a nightmare that began on April 14th, 2014. That evening, Rebecca's daughter, Deborah, was staying overnight in a government school dormitory preparing to take exams the next day. The exams never took place. Deborah is one of the kidnapped Chibok girls believed to be held in a remote forest hideout.
So, anzo an ɗauke mini ita. To kayana sun ne in koshi in wanke kayana. To dole in shiga damuwa.
It's been 1,000 days since Rebecca has seen her daughter. Deborah's abduction, along with over 200 other girls, exposed to the world Boko Haram's ruthlessness, as well as the dysfunction of Nigeria's government and military, and it stirred many Nigerians to take action on their own. Buki Shonibare had planned a career as a human resources consultant in Abuja, Nigeria's capital.
But then 2014, April 14 happened, and that just opened me up to another life entirely.
Buki became a frontline campaigner for the Bring Back Our Girls movement.
Last night I could not sleep, and for once I felt what it meant for those girls to be out there. And then we came out to stand in solidarity with these girls, and then we are being blocked off. Nothing will stop us. We will keep coming out until our girls return. What do we want? Action!
Aided by social media, the Bring Back Our Girls campaign sparked worldwide condemnation of Boko Haram.
Our girls! Bring back! Our girls! Our girls! Bring back! Bring back! Our girls! Bring back!
Like millions of people across the globe, my husband and I are outraged and heartbroken over the kidnapping of more than 200 Nigerian girls from their school dormitory in the middle of the night.
Boko Haram's leader, Abubakar Shekau, capitalized on the group's sudden notoriety, threatening to convert the girls to Islam, marry them off to his commanders, or sell them into slavery. For Buki, it was personal.
It's simply because I was once that girl. Even though I've not been abducted before, but I know what it means to be sexually molested. I know what it means to have to do something because you want to stay alive.
With the international community watching, the Nigerian government issued promises to save the girls. But the lack of swift action angered parents.
If the government cannot take action, we are asking for the United Nations to come in and help us. Or if the United Nations reject us, we just don't know what to do.
Within 2 weeks of the Chibok kidnappings, Buki had made up her mind to stay on the front lines and keep protesting until the girls came home.
And we were screaming like 15 whole days. Some parents have not seen their children. 15 whole days. Where are they? And then we had to commemorate 30 days. And we could not live with that reality.
In truth, the reality was worse. Bukky had no idea at the time, but the 30 days would eventually stretch into more than 3 years. Nigeria. Rich in oil and natural gas. A nation seeking to present itself as the image of modern Africa. But a country that is far from united.
180 million people plus, 250 ethnic groups, thereabouts. This is a difficult country to govern at the best of times.
Splitting the north from the oil-rich south are cultural and economic fault lines that date far back to Nigeria's colonial past. In the predominantly rural and traditionally Muslim northeast, that fault line is fragile. Although Nigeria collects billions of dollars selling its oil each year, more than 60% of Nigerians live in poverty, many on less than $2 a day. In the northeast, the poverty rate is even higher.
We're speaking about northeastern Nigeria that is really one of the most impoverished and marginalized regions of the country. This is a region that had one of the lowest literacy rates in the country, one of the highest infant mortality rates in Nigeria. So the nature of governance was really poor to begin with, and people were frustrated in seeing the growing levels of inequality in this community.
Poverty and inequality, along with neglect by those with political power, helped sow a rebellious brand of Islam in the northeast. Its leaders took as their model one of the world's most brutal and dogmatic Islamist movements.
It was at that time in 2003 that there was a community of individuals that moved to the borderlands of Nigeria and Niger in an attempt to create a purist Islamic society based on the model of the Taliban in Afghanistan.
Originally, the group was peaceful and its message inclusive.
What they preached was, we have an alternative system. If the system you believe in does not value you and leaves you out, we will not do that. We are more inclusive, we will take care of you, we are doing Allah's will, and we will define our own society, an alternative society that is just and good. So that was very appealing, especially for people who felt left out.
But eventually, this alternative society split. The leader of its dominant faction wanted a pure form of Islam and an outright insurrection against the government. His name, Muhammad Yusuf. Yusuf was intelligent and charismatic, but bent on confrontation. People began calling his movement Boko Haram. Literally, Western education is forbidden. Although the group disavowed the name, and still does, it captured Yusuf's essential beliefs. He preached that Western values were undermining Islam, and he called for a holy war.
It's difficult for the West to understand jihad, in part because our modern societies are by their very nature essentially secular. We've come to terms that religion is not a reasonable pathway to organize modern society. Whereas those who are pushing for jihad are saying that religion is the correct way to shape a righteous Muslim society, a land of faithful Muslims. So invariably, those two positions are going to be extremely difficult to reconcile.
Yusuf's base was the northeastern city of Maiduguri, the capital of Borno State. As his sermons became more militant, tensions with local authorities grew. Then, in 2009, Boko Haram exploded into Nigeria's wider consciousness. That June, police clashed with some of Yusuf's followers on their way to a funeral, wounding more than a dozen.
Kuma waɗannan mahaukatan sojojin in ba ɗauke su a cikin gari ba za a zauna lafiya ba.
Yusuf denounced the government actions, and a few weeks later, his followers struck back. With guns and grenades, they attacked police stations in several cities, with the heaviest assault in Maiduguri. Over 4 days of fighting, the police response was merciless. They rounded up Boko Haram suspects, killing them in the street. They destroyed Yusuf's mosque. Then they captured him and took him for interrogation. Hours later, his body was in the street. He'd been shot multiple times.
And he became a martyrdom figure to Boko Haram. And since 2009 until today, all factions of Boko Haram consider him their inspiration.
More than 1,000 people died in 4 days of fighting that July. Afterward, Boko Haram disappeared. But when they returned a year later, it was with more weapons and a new leader. A bombastic and violent Yusuf deputy, Abubakar Shekau. He proclaimed all-out war.
Their argument is a very simple one. You've come up after us. You've killed many of us. You've killed us literally by the thousands. You feel you've decimated our community. We will fight back. Now we will take jihad to you.
Over the next 4 years, Boko Haram put the Nigerian military and civilian security forces on their heels.
Within that period, the militancy and the insurgency of Boko Haram grew stronger and stronger, and it's in this context that Boko Haram was able to acquire land, acquire territory, with limited Nigerian response.
Boko Haram expanded its domain, but Maiduguri remained ground zero. The city of more than 500,000 had a teaching hospital and a university.
Before the insurgency, Maiduguri was a very quiet, peaceful town.
Fati Abubakar was a nursing student living with her family in Maiduguri at the time Boko Haram began its assault in 2010.
We were known for being very traditional, conservative people, and we all knew our neighbors. It was a very diverse community before Boko Haram.
Within months, Fati became a witness to the wholesale destruction of her hometown.
I watched everything happen, from the tension, the bomb blast, the dead bodies on the streets, the houses burning. Sometimes our house would shake because of a bomb blast.
People soon fled. Fati and her family left in late 2012.
At the time, they were killing boys and kidnapping girls, so my parents were not comfortable with that. And then we moved to Abuja, and I lived there for 6 months before I went to London to study.
Fati completed her studies in London, writing a dissertation about the effects of war on the psychological health of refugees. And she found an outlet to help her cope with the loss she felt as a refugee herself.
I really took up photography around that time that I was struggling with all that was happening around Maiduguri, and I was really interested in how you can do visual storytelling and still have an impact on the community.
Fati returned to Maiduguri in 2015.
But when I came back, people had become desensitized. It was like a transformation. They didn't even feel any of it. They just kept going. So that was what, had my attention.
Fati imagined another side of the place she called home, a humane side she wanted to show the world. It was the opposite of the images of war and destruction flooding the global news, and from the deluded propaganda of Boko Haram. In its videos, Boko Haram's leader, Shekau, glorified the group's violence in the name of Islam. But hidden inside his secretive caliphate, the reality was starkly different. Boko Haram brutalized fellow Muslims, beating and killing them at will to maintain control and religious piety. Graphic evidence of the group's conduct surfaced in 2016 when Voice of America journalists obtained and authenticated some 18 hours of videos shot by Boko Haram's own photographers. The The raw footage is an unflinching record exposing how one of the world's deadliest extremist movements operates behind the scenes. A daily diary of terror. At public tribunals designed to enforce authority by intimidation and fear, villagers were herded together for displays of discipline. For small sins, offenders were flogged, sometimes by their peers. But for offenses like selling drugs, the punishment was ultimate. No pleading for the accused. Just a bullet in the heart or the head.
When Boko Haram first became violent, the attacks were mostly on the Nigerian state itself, so government offices, prisons, police headquarters. As time went on, and it seems that Boko Haram felt more and more aggrieved, its targets widened and widened, until now it seems to be anybody.
In their encampments, Boko Haram soldiers, many mere boys, trained for warfare and played like children.
The media characterizes Boko Haram as madmen, as crazy, as psychopaths. But what we can see in the footage of the foot soldiers is that in many respects, they go around their daily business just like kids in any other part of the world. We also see them receiving pep talks before battle, where they're told some of you are going to die and some soldiers are going to die. The difference is the soldiers aren't going to go to paradise and you are. And this goes to show that ideology plays a very important part of motivating them to engage in acts of killing. And after a period of time, these young boys become regular Boko Haram fighters willing to sacrifice their lives for the broader mission of the commanders to establish some form of Islamic governance.
It's impossible to know how many Nigerian boys have been conscripted into Boko Haram. Likely, it's several thousand. The penalty for refusal is severe. Danladi was abducted when he was 12, but found a way out later. Shown the Boko Haram video footage, he recognized some commanders and recounted how boys were forced to fight.
Mulai bai laya ka suna yanka. Su yanka kan wannan su ajiye wani a kan gadon bayan shi, wani a ƙirji. Wani sun yanka shi har su buɗe ƙirjin shi su cire zuciyan shi. Haka da sun surata mu suka ce mu kara mu kwashi bindigogi.
Shekau made clear that Boko Haram would cleanse Nigeria of anyone who didn't submit to its brand of Islam. Men or women, young or old, Christian or Muslim.
The Shekau faction of Boko Haram has a belief system whereby any Muslim that does not join their group is an apostate because they are fighting a legitimate jihad. And therefore, the idea that a Muslim would get killed in a Boko Haram attack, either because they're targeted or because it's collateral damage, is really not something that the Shekau faction worries about, because their penalty for not joining the group and being apostates is death anyway.
2015 marked a shift in the war. The Nigerian army, aided by military from neighboring Chad, Cameroon, and Niger, began reclaiming towns and territories once under Boko Haram's control. The momentum quickened under a new president, Muhammadu Buhari, elected that year. But the government's success also brought disturbing allegations of human rights abuses, excesses by the military and civilian vigilantes in their zeal to defeat Boko Haram. Amnesty International cited thousands of summary executions, arbitrary arrests, and instances of torture by Nigerian forces. War crimes, the group said, went unpunished.
The Nigerian government somehow have some doubts in what Amnesty is doing. But all the same, they have come clean and set up a presidential task force. And you have to take into account the composition of members of the panel. They are not people that could be manipulated, they can be manipulated, and they are judges of repute, and we wait and see the results.
As the government ramped up its pursuit of Boko Haram, Abubakar Shekau changed his strategy too. Boko Haram officially aligned with the Islamic State, or ISIS, the jihadi group waging war in Iraq and Syria.
Shekau, in 2015, formally pledged allegiance to ISIS, and ISIS responded to this. Some see this as because this coincided with the time when Boko Haram was coming under increasing pressure from the Nigerian military. It was being pushed back. After this, you had the Pledge of Allegiance to ISIS. So it's read as actually this is something of a desperate move on the part of Boko Haram.
Boko Haram could claim affiliation with the largest jihadi group in the world. It began using Islamic State templates in its social media postings, but it was an insurgency on the run. At least 3 times the Nigerian military claimed Shekau had been killed, yet each time he survived, reappearing like a ghost in new videos, recorded in a remote hideout somewhere deep in the northeast bush. The Sambisa Forest, a thick jumble of thorny scrub and scattered trees spread across 5 northern states. A portion was set aside as a game reserve, but its once abundant wildlife has been depleted by war. Now parts of the Sambisa are Boko Haram's sanctuary, a vast area of danger for anyone who dares enter. In a village nearby, Aisha Bakari Gombi lives with her family. In her part-time job as a seamstress, she works with hands and feet in creative concentration, at peace, away from the violence that prowls in the countryside. But the rhythm of the sewing machine is only one facet of her world. Aisha knows the Sambisa well. It was there as a young girl that she was initiated in a long-standing family tradition.
Iyayena mafarauta ne, su ma iyayen nawa iyayen su ma mafarauta ne. Ni kuma ba na so al'adarmu na gargajiya ya bace ni ma shine dalilin da yasa nake.
Boko Haram raided her village 3 times before the Nigerian government allowed people to fight back on their own. Now, instead of hunting antelope, baboons, and birds, Aisha goes after a different prey: Boko Haram militants. She is part of a group of hunters who go out in search of insurgents, ready to fight if the situation arises.
Gaskiya Boko Haram dai ba mutum bane. To Boko Haram ne ya isa zai kama mutum da ransa, ya kama shi ya yanka shi da zarton da ake yanka katako. Boko Haram zai kama mace da ciki, ya yanka ta, ya fidda da a cikin cikinta, ya jefar da shi. Boko Haram zai kama yaro jinjiri, ya karya wuyansa ya jefar, ya kama yara ƙanana ya murda wuya ya jefa a kogi.
At the start of their patrol, the hunters take part in spiritual rituals. They believe it will protect against enemy bullets and other dangers in the forest.
Akwai abubuwa irin namu na gargajiya waɗanda muke amfani da su. Wani muna amfani da shi don mu sha, wani mu shafa, wani mu sheƙa, wani mu yi hayaƙi, har ma wanka akwai. To mukan yi su ne kafin mu fita. To ai dajin dama shi muka riga muka saba. Babu wani abun da yake ba mu tsoro a cikin daji. Duk lokacin da muka shirya in za mu fita ko dare ko rana ne shiganta muke yi babu fargaba.
Aisha and her team not only search for insurgents, they're also on the lookout for captives fleeing from Boko Haram camps. Their stories can be heartbreaking.
Akwai matar da muka bari yanzu haka tana kam namu mu a inda muka yi sansani mu a cikin garin Lasa. Suka zo sace ta, suka sace ta da yara 6. Da aka tafi da su aka je aka ajiye su a can sun kai watanni suna wajen. Ranar da Allah ya taimake ta ya bata nasarar za ta gudu ta dawo. To su wayannan yan ƙanana guda 2, ɗaya ta goya, ɗaya kuma ta ɗauka ta rataya a kafaɗanta. Haka ta haƙura da wayancan saura guda 4 ta ɗauko 2 ta kamo hanya ta dawo.
Aisha's efforts fighting Boko Haram earned her the respect of fellow villagers. They call her the Queen Hunter.
Gaskiya ba zan iya sani ba, don an kuɓutar da yawa. Na kwanakin nan ko kuma in ce na shekaran jiya mun kuɓutar da 9.
Later that day, Aisha and her band apprehended 3 Boko Haram fighters. They delivered them to authorities by truck. A commotion of curious villagers parading behind them. Success like this inspires her to continue the work, despite the danger.
Ani dai ina son duniya ta sani. Aikin da muke yi dai mu aiki ne na ceto da nema wa ƙasar mu zaman lafiya. Zaman lafiya nake son wa Najeriya. Ina so in ga Najeriya ta zauna lafiya kamar yadda sauran ƙasashe suke zaune lafiya.
They appear in seemingly endless streams, fleeing terror, bringing with them only what they can carry. Day and night, they've lost their homes, their farms, their livestock, in the worst cases, their children. And for now, they've no hope of returning.
Human rights are women's rights, and women's rights are human rights once and for all.
There was no question that that was the most important moment and sentence that was being said and became central to the whole Beijing Women's Conference.
I remember it felt very exciting, almost like a Woodstock for women or something. It was breaking new ground.
It was the biggest gathering of governments which committed to gender equality.
It was just completely transformational for me. It was this sort of pivot point where all of a sudden the path appeared. I was there and it changed me. I'm Sally Field. The 4th UN Women's Conference in Beijing inspired me to take a bigger role in women's rights. We've made great strides over the past 20 years, but a vast distance lies ahead. The women you are about to meet are true global leaders, groundbreakers, innovators, agents of change. We began our journey in China with Peggy Liu, a leading voice in the environmental movement. Peggy is taking steps to make a more green China and in turn help our planet. She brings together the best minds to create innovative and sustainable solutions for China and the world.
We're in the midst of a huge urbanization boom in China. 40 years of building city after city. But what happens to these places? What happens to the soul of our city? You've really seen nothing like it until you land in China and you take a look at the skyline.
To deal with China's growing pains from unprecedented economic growth, Peggy Liu, an MIT-educated engineer, started JUICE, or Joint U.S.-China Collaboration on Clean Energy.
JUICE is a nonprofit organization, really a volunteer organization of some of the top experts around the world who want to help China go green as fast as possible.
Peggy brings together top international experts and Chinese officials to discuss new ideas and technologies to solve China's environmental problems. Peggy's upbringing and heritage helped her move seamlessly across cultures.
Just being born Chinese in America has helped me figure out how to be a cultural bridge.
Her first major accomplishment was to accelerate the adoption of smart grid in China.
Because it allows us to put more solar and wind energy onto a traditional grid. It reduces the need for buildup of power plants. Since we introduced this to China, China has really become the leader in investing in smart grid technologies around the world.
Peggy began promoting clean energy in China, but over the years has expanded her work.
Livability is the single biggest challenge. We need to make sure that we have shared spaces for these tens of millions of people that are coming into China's cities.
In order to accomplish this, JUICE reaches out to mayors, as Peggy explained in a recent TED Talk.
In China, one of the most effective channels is to teach government leaders about how they can build the China dream as they're building new cities, as they're building 226 cities with 1 million or more people. So now the power of this is that in a short amount of time, we've been able to reach out to over 900 mayors. And these mayors might have 1 million people, they might have 30 million people in one single city.
Mayors can impact the environmental policies in China in the short term, but the long-term sustainability will depend on the actions of future generations.
Before you add any sugar, try it.
We can teach children how to make a huge impact in climate change through their stomachs. So we created a new way to eat, or teaching them how to eat in a way that's good for you and good for the planet. As a mother, like hopefully every parent, I do feel a personal responsibility to make a change in the world, to leave a better world for my kids and their kids.
To Peggy, China's crisis is both personal and urgent.
I know you've heard and seen these ugly pictures of pollution in China, and yes, this is affecting the rest of the world. 25% of the particulate matter in Los Angeles, for example, is drifting there from China. So we know that we need to win this battle on pollution. We need to win this battle on clean energy. But to do that, we really need to learn how to capture the essence and the beauty of Chinese heritage while we chase this urbanization and modernization.
Perhaps bamboo, which is fast-growing, strong, and beautiful, is the best metaphor for Peggy's vision for China.
Bamboo is really symbolic of the type of nature that we need to preserve in the cities as we urbanize. We need to bring to life the soul of bamboo, but in our concrete jungles. The single step that led me on this journey was actually an accidental one. Chinese have this saying, it's called 缘分, or fate, and I really feel like JUICE has been my calling.
Katie Myler founded Liberia's first tuition-free school for underprivileged girls. Building educational infrastructure in Liberia was challenge enough, but she soon faced something more formidable: Ebola. A great leader presses on in even the most difficult of situations. That's exactly what Katie did during the epidemic. Fighting on the front lines against Ebola was worth the risk because it meant protecting her girls.
I think that no matter where you go in the world, we are humanity and we're all the same.
Each of us has a calling in our life, and for whatever reason, I was brought to Liberia when I was 23, and I saw a need that I knew that I could do something about, and I couldn't turn my back on it. Liberia is a beautiful place, but it's full of struggle. It was a country that has been devastated by war.
In post-war Liberia, 2/3 of the country lives in poverty. Only 35% of children are in school, and 42% suffer chronic malnutrition.
You know, I think I do see myself oftentimes in these kids, and whether that's right or wrong, it's the truth. I think that's empathy has a lot to do with, you know, what drives me. And I grew up poor in America, but despite the poverty that we lived in, there were safety nets.
Katie started the More Than Me organization in Liberia to provide some of the support she had.
It's about living for something bigger than just yourself.
You studying hard? Yeah. I want to see you people reading plenty. It's important you can read well. If you read, you can teach yourself anything you want.
We focus on the most vulnerable young girls in Liberia, specifically in a slum called West Point. It has one of the highest rates of you know, child exploitation, sexual exploitation in West Africa. We have our own academy for these young girls. Our mission was really to make sure that when they graduate that they have real choices. They can decide what comes next for their own lives. We believe that no young girl should be on the streets, you know, when her biggest dream is to go to school.
As More Than Me Academy wrapped up its inaugural school year, the Ebola outbreak hit and shut it down.
There's a baby on the verge of death.
Katie turned her school into a first response unit to aid Ebola victims at Ground Zero.
I had spent 6 months on the front lines fighting in the community. People were afraid. Businesses shut down. International organizations left. It was scary. You know, I was afraid for the lives of our students. To be honest with you, I was afraid that Liberian existence was at risk. So we coordinated ambulance responses and worked with the Ministry of Health to hire nurses and medical staff.
I will come and get you. You will be okay, okay?
We rescued and took care of orphans that had been abandoned.
Take care of you. All right?
Ambulances took as long as 4 days to reach Ebola victims. Katie cut that time down to 30 minutes.
When I talk about Ebola, it's still pretty raw. There's definitely moments that will never leave me for the rest of my life. One was this little boy named Charlie. I remember, you know, I left people laying outside of the holding center just dying. I felt like vomiting. I felt like I had to go back, so I did. I went to the grocery store and I bought ice cream and I bought toys. And I went back later that night and I went looking for Charlie. I handed out ice cream and toys and sang and prayed with people as they were dying, squashing through the vomit and the blood. And I found Charlie and I put a blanket on him. It was time to go and I was like, I can't leave him here. And so I left and I never saw him again.
In the wake of Ebola, Katie's looking beyond the epidemic to help aid Liberia's recovery.
What's scarier than Ebola is what happened before Ebola and what will continue to happen after Ebola is out of the news. You know, unless you fix the infrastructure of the country, starting with basic education, nothing is going to change. You're just treating symptoms.
Katie's focus continues to be on education.
I'm working with everything that I have to make sure that we rebuild education in Liberia so that we can protect our girls and the women of Liberia long term. It's about coming together with different people for, you know, and joining hands to make sure that we do everything that we can, you know, to create a more beautiful world. I want to know that my life has purpose. I believe we all have a blinking light inside of us, and that light leads the way, and I'm following that light. I'm gonna take you places, show you faces that you've never dreamed.
Sharon Bhagwan Rolls was in Beijing in 1995. Galvanized by the experience, she has made it her life's mission to give the women of Fiji a voice. Sharon provides women with access to radio so they can broadcast and promote gender equality. She empowers women and girls to make decisions so they can be heard on the island and around the world. Sharon is an agent of change.
We love this country. We've got from the beaches to beautiful mountains, you know, we've got this amazing geographical structure that you don't have to go anywhere beyond Fiji to enjoy the Pacific.
Fiji's landscape may be beautiful, but it has one of the largest gender gaps in the world, according to the 2014 Global Gender Gap Report.
Decisions aren't being made for or by women. If you look at all our governance structures, traditional, local, even parliamentary, we haven't seen any change in addressing the gaps in decision making. So that's a big problem politically.
A problem rooted in the patriarchal society of Fiji.
We are women. We stay in the village. We will respect the elders. When they talk, we have to keep our mouth shut. Yeah. We want to be empowered because as women, we got all these powers. We got the talent. We can talk. We can raise our voice to be heard.
To give women a chance to express their viewpoints and share their stories, Sharon launched a community radio initiative in 2004.
On Fem Talk 89 FM, I'm Sharon Bhagwan Rolls, and it's time for a special program, our Lambasa Women...
Sharon used a simple yet powerful tool, the suitcase radio. It's both portable and easy to use.
It's literally a whole radio station in a suitcase that weighs up to about 20 kilos, and we've been able to travel around Fiji into rural centers and taking our community radio station to women in the communities. It's meant that the local issues have been discussed. It's just given women that chance to talk, to speak out, to overcome those traditional barriers of participation and decision making, and to value their voice, and for us to demonstrate that you don't need to be highly educated to have something to say. Regardless of who you are, your voice counts.
My issues, there are times I face discrimination. When I talk, they seem to think, oh, she's disabled, who is she to talk to me? And there are times I cried, and it's just a big challenge for me.
Sharon turned the suitcase radio into a platform for programming central to Fiji's women's movement.
If I just look at women's programs, you suddenly had women's programs with DJs or personalities reading recipes out of Women's Weekly, rather than we still needed assistance in terms of the development issues. So the poverty of information is that the airwaves not being dedicated to the kind of information that could liberate women, that could alleviate some of the poverty that they experience.
We are left out. We need more workshops whereby women to be taught how to live in a society where issues like budget to live on a $20 to $30 a week, to live on what they can produce, right? To share one another's burden.
Thank you. And you have been listening to Fem Talk 89 FM, coming to you live from Nandi.
Today, a network of volunteers is taking an active lead in FemLink Pacific and its radio station.
This week, 32 women leaders,
It's been bridging the divide between what's in the capital city and not being heard, and that opportunity for women within their communities from where they live to talk about issues of local priority, but when you connect it all, is a national agenda. I firmly believe that the more women are participating, not just in decision making within the women's movement, but in broader civil society, in all governance structures, we can have a more peaceful country and a more peaceful world.
From her earliest days in Japan, Dr. Sachiko Kuno has trailblazed her own path and created her own opportunities. Dr. Kuno's love for science and sheer determination drove her to break societal barriers. She co-founded a multi-million-dollar pharmaceutical business that spans from her native Japan to her home in the United States. Now, Dr. Kuno pays her good fortune forward to inspire the next generation of innovators.
My journey started in Kyoto. I think Kyoto is a traditional city, but at the same time, very innovative, creative city. Kyoto has some sort of power to inspire people to think about something new.
Dr. Sachiko Kuno infuses Kyoto's power into everything that she does. Trained as a biochemist, Sachiko and her husband, Dr. Yu Ueno, discovered life-changing glaucoma drugs. She defied the expectations of her times, beginning at Kyoto University.
I entered into the Faculty of Engineering and Technology, so that I was only one female among the class, and the 50 people. Expectation in the 1970s for the girl or the women in Japan is definitely to grow as a good woman and to be the good wife and to be the good mother. I felt there's some sort of loneliness or that to be isolated from the other people.
After relocating to the United States, Sachiko and her husband established successful biotech companies. What began as a way to express their love for art and science grew into the creation of the S&R Foundation. The S&R Foundation in Washington, D.C. inspires innovation and empowers excellence in arts, science, and social entrepreneurship.
So that is the ecosystem which can be given to the young social entrepreneur to think about and how they can achieve the challenges and to solve 21st century problem. We are supporting fearless social entrepreneurs and who are thinking to change the world.
Diana Sierra is one of these fearless social entrepreneurs. She is a fellow of the Foundation's Halcyon Incubator, helping those looking to change the world for the better. Diana created the social enterprise Be Girl to overcome menstruation stigma and empower women and girls. Be Girl designs affordable and reusable sanitary products for women and girls everywhere, including these students in Ethiopia.
Menstruation can be a very simple thing for some people who have access to proper management materials, but if you don't have them, it could be a burden, a huge burden. So we want to have a better understanding of the type of challenges that girls face and make things better.
I had a dream, I had a vision. I wanted to keep girls in school.
You said that you miss class, right? When you have your menstruation. Tell me how many days you miss and how and why.
Some people always miss like 3 days.
Sachiko's S&R Foundation is helping make dreams, like Diana's, a reality.
Here you have an infrastructure. You have the business plan, you have the chance to pitch to other people and show them your project, get advice. It's an amazing platform for entrepreneurs to really take their ideas to the next level.
I was supported by many people when I was young, and many people who believe in my talent and capability and potential. So I just want to do the same thing to the next generation.
India's infant mortality rate is among the world's highest. As a child in Mumbai's public housing, Dr. Arpanai Hegde saw firsthand how a woman's health declines if she can't get access to information. Her novel approach turns the universal mobile phone into a prenatal care device for expectant mothers. Dr. Hegde's use of modern technology is closing the gaps in India's healthcare system so that women and children can thrive.
This is my favorite spot in Mumbai. You know why that is? It's a great equalizer. It is a spot that gives both the rich and the poor solace. You'll have the biggest millionaire sitting next to the poorest person from the slum of Dharavi, and they'll be sitting in silent communion.
But the rest of Mumbai is marred by inequality. Dr. Aparna Hegde realized this early in life, growing up in a lower middle-class neighborhood as a daughter of migrant parents.
The one striking part of Mumbai city is extreme disparity of the human existence. However, a city where every dream is possible. The only thing you need to do is to keep going. If you stop, you're mowed down.
Despite the odds, Aparna kept moving and became a doctor specializing in urogynecology.
The city of Mumbai gave me everything, and I really want to give back.
Aparna decided to give back to Mumbai by addressing the huge divide in healthcare information available to the haves and have-nots. While working in an overcrowded public hospital, she realized that information can be a lifesaver for pregnant women living in the slums.
When we were sitting in these antenatal OPDs and they were extremely crowded, 200 women waiting outside for us, and I had no time to counsel them. And I would see that because of lack of access to counseling, women would not come back for antenatal care and only come back to die in labor.
The lack of information to India's urban poor is a major reason the country has high rates of maternal and infant mortality.
A woman dies in childbirth every 10 minutes in India. 2 newborns die every 3 minutes in India. More than 300,000 infants do not live for more than 1 day after birth. So I realized that, I had to do something to give them information. And then I suddenly realized that there are, maybe these women had phones. There are more phones in India than toilets. So why couldn't I use a phone to reach across to her in a cost-effective manner with the information she required?
To provide simple yet life-saving information to poor pregnant women and mothers with mobile phones, Aparna started the non-profit Arman and a program called M-Mitra, or Mobile Mitra.
Mobile Mitra is an automated voice call service that sends timed and targeted preventive care information directly to the phones of the enrolled women through pregnancy and infancy and their chosen time slot and language. We also have a call center. If a phone number has changed or a time slot has changed, a woman can give a call to our call center and a call center person calls her back.
फ़ोन से मुझे पता चलता है कि क्या होने वाला है क्या नहीं, तो इससे टेंशन नहीं आता।
यम मित्रा से हमको मतलब मेरे वाइफ को तो बड़ा बेनिफिट हुआ है, मतलब उसको पता चलता है कि क्या क्या होने वाला है, क्या क्या केयर करना पड़ता है।
Access to preventive care information and access to health care is a fundamental right that I would like every woman and child of India to have access to.
To realize her dreams, Aparna has expanded the program to rural India.
So we are going right now to Solapur. Solapur is a small town in rural Maharashtra, which is around 450 kilometers from Mumbai. The need for our services is more in rural India. The hospitals are very far. Transportation to the hospitals is very difficult. And when you go to the hospital, care is apathetic. So we convert village women into health entrepreneurs. So they go home to home and provide this care after work hours. And these health entrepreneurs are taught to do antenatal and infancy care along with performing diagnostic investigations like blood pressure, hemoglobin, urine test. In rural India, in addition to voice calls, we've also added animations because animations help involve the whole family in the health care of the mother and child.
In just 6 months, M-Mitra has reached over 80,000 women. Aparna plans to reach 1 million women in the next 3 years.
And when I went back to Maharashtra this time, and some Arogya Sakhi came and told me that she had named her child Maitra because she knew that Mobile Mitra had actually ensured that her child was healthy at the time of birth. It really inspires me and makes me feel hopeful for what is possible because for all India's problems, things are possible here.
These women from around the world are leading the way to challenge the status quo and motivate the next generation. They're doing their part to close the gender gap, empower women, and create a healthier future. The 4th World Conference on Women in Beijing ignited a movement. These women embody the progress made over the last 20 years and continue to be part of that journey. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
I think one of my proudest moments is that I was lucky enough to go to Beijing, to be part of that journey, and to now know that the journey has been moving ahead.
Equality can't happen overnight. There are steps. One of the first major steps is educating, providing education, literacy to women and girls all over the world.
If women are empowered and they're included, economic development will have a much, much better chance to advance.
We are still on this road. Some of us are farther ahead in the progress we've made in our countries. Others are farther behind, but we're all on this road together.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
For me, I wanted to change that culture. I didn't believe that until you see a white man or you see a foreigner in the kitchen before you can believe that, you know, good food is going to come out of that kitchen.
You can leverage on each other's spaces and, you know, sell. We believe in Nigeria, right? We believe that Nigeria can get better. We, the youth, are the ones that can make it better.
And my products are proudly made in Nigeria.
Made in Niger, showing every Tuesday at 10:30 p.m. and repeats on Saturday at 8:30 a.m.
My name is Titi Adeose. I'm one of the 3 female co-founders of Naija Kids, an edtech company that develops digital content for children. So what we basically do is we provide content. You know, with COVID and everybody going online, that's really where there's a major gap. And so we bridge that gap by providing fun learning digital content that makes online learning completely effortless and a lot of fun. So this started in 2018. So in 2018, if I take a step back, I'd been saying I wanted to do something for children because my son, my younger son, is a typical digital native. He doesn't like learning. Do you understand? We're always battling, fighting with the laptop. That's all he wants to do. So one day someone said that if that's how he learns, why not provide him content, for that? And I said, wow, okay, that's actually a good thing. So I now started developing content for him to be able to use on the device. And when more people were interested, that's really how Naija Kids came about. So we provide digital content. We take any subject, any topic, and just transform it in something that is fun, that children will want to learn. So now my son is the one that's always telling me, Mommy, have you done a game on fractions? Have you done a game on decimals? When I say go and do your book, say, okay, can I play a Naija Kids game instead? So for him, that's, meanwhile, this is someone that before I'm always battling with. I say, go and read your book. When I say go and read your book, he's coming. I'm going to drink water. Oh, I'm coming. I'm going to the restroom. Oh, I'm coming. And then 2 hours have passed. We haven't done anything. But now, playing something that he likes on a device that he likes was just, you're just excellent. And that's really what brought about Naija Kids. I studied engineering, so not even electrical, and computer. I actually studied mechanical, but my other partners studied computer science and computer engineering. So 3 of us came together. But I'd been an educator because I actually volunteer in church. So I've been passionate about education. I didn't know that I was going to end up here, but it's something I've always been passionate about. And the part that I'm passionate about is creating content that is fun. So I always say, how can I teach this topic in a fun way? I'm always saying, okay, let me create a puzzle. I go online, look for a puzzle maker and create a puzzle out of it. I say, okay, you know what? Maybe this is how I'm going to do it. I'm always looking for the fun angle to teaching the same subject. I don't want to bring it same old, stand in front and just, that kind of thing. Mine is, let's make it fun. Because I think about when I was young, what are the things that made learning fun for me? What are the things I still remember now? The truth is that the things I still remember now are all the things I did to fun. I tell people that, when you think of the Monopoly game and the streets of London, you only remember them because of the Monopoly game, not because someone taught you. So my idea is fun learning that makes it effortless, learning that makes children want to learn and they want to excel. And so when my son is now doing very well in school, he's like, yes, this is the secret, this is the secret. I'm not a genius. That's what he thinks now. Look about how you learned this, various countries, rivers in Africa. If I tell you, remember the rivers in Africa, I'm sure you remember them because we had this fun song. There are 7 rivers in Africa, 7 rivers in Africa, oh now, Niger, Senegal. So those are the things that we remember. Anything that our teacher taught us that was really fun. Years later, if someone asks you, you're just amazed at how much you remember it. And then with technology now, it helps us transform those fun elements, all those gaming elements. And that's really what games do. They transform the gaming element, scoring points, climbing levels. Do you understand? Dressing up, getting things for your avatar. They're all fun things that we associate with the things that we are learning. The fact that I'm doing coins, I'm doing against, playing against my mates. They're all competitions that we already do in the classroom. So things that we already do physically, the only difference we've done is that we've made them digital. We provided them as digital content. Even me as a parent, marking my son's worksheets can be tiring. But when he's playing a game and it's a digital content, the answers are already marked. So it's stressless for me. So it's a two-way thing. I'm happy, he's happy, and we're all happy. Before I started, Naija Kids with my 2 partners, what I'd done is I was working in a consulting firm. So I worked in KPMG for over a decade, risen up to the role of senior manager. And then I left and then joined a colleague that set up a fast food restaurant. So that was really my first step into the entrepreneur journey, being an entrepreneur. Before then, I'd been in corporate. But all that while, I'd done things in education. So not only that, I sit on the board of an NGO that provides free education to children in poor communities. So I'm passionate about education. So it was just a lot of my loves coming together. My passion for fun, learning. My passion for creating things. Creating content. I did that from my consulting background, creating content, and then I just added the education, the games, the gaming elements, and all those loves just came together to then form what currently is Naija Kids. So what happens is that we have it on the App Store. So we have it online, we have it on the App Store. So you can download the app and then go subscribe to play the games. Select your child's age, The games are not only on academics, because when it comes to development, I believe in development of the total child. So I'm a proud Nigerian. People say, oh, Niger kids. I say, yes, I'm Niger, proudly so. So I'm always promoting things about Nigeria. So we have games that promote things about Nigeria's culture, Nigeria's food. Apart from Nigeria, I'm also about people being successful. When I look at my career, I'm saying that we need to raise up the next generation of successful people. So financial literacy is key for me. I want my children to know how to spend money. I want to retire early. You know, that kind of thing. So financial literacy is also another thing. So we bring all that together that makes the child complete. And then lastly, values. So we're also looking at values of honesty, of integrity, of hard work. So we bring all those elements, not just the maths, the English and the science. No, it's everything together. So it's really on the App Store. So either you do it on Android or you do it on iOS, which is on the Apple Store. So you download the app, you sign up, and then your children can play any of those games. The initial idea was really not about making money, but of course, when you go into a business, then you have to make money to pay your bills. So that was really the plan. So we sat down, we had this wonderful plan. Then we now started meeting the obstacles. What were the obstacles? The obstacle was internet is expensive. A lot of people don't want to do a lot of things, online. So we now have to say, we have to develop an offline version of it. Then apart from that, then people don't have devices. Devices are expensive. So maybe, okay, how do we do it so that it's both on the mobile devices, can also be online? So that was it. It was challenging. So we went to market schools, and schools were like, oh, they don't have the infrastructure for it. It was challenging. Education technology was challenging. Honestly, it was a very slow grind. I think the luck that we have is that because there are 3 partners, when one person is discouraged, the other person comes up and peps up. So it was hard at the beginning. So we had to start balancing with a lot of things. A lot of people wanted things they could take away because they don't have to. We then created an activity book version of our game, something that is hard copy. So that also helped them bring you. In business, you have to pivot, innovate. And then guess what happened? COVID happened. COVID happened, and then suddenly all the schools that were like, no, there's a physical classroom. So they didn't need technology. Technology wasn't a mandatory thing to have. Then COVID happened. And then all the talk about technology just changed. The landscape suddenly became enabling. You know what's so interesting? In 2020, when I started the year, when I was praying to God, I said, God, I was thinking that it was going to be a government policy that would come and create the enabling environment. I didn't know that Almighty God was going to just open the heavens, so to speak. And then that's what happened. So 2020 honestly was our best year. 2018 was like a year of struggle. And I remember months that we look at the revenue and nothing has come in. We look at the revenue, we pay our staff, and we'll be the last people to be paid, and we're like, how do we hustle together? So it was tough in the beginning. There were a lot of those obstacles. Even getting parents to say there has to be fun in learning. Say, no, let him go and read this book. Each one is playing games. No, the computer is a distraction. It's a distraction. So when I see all of us now, our kids are constantly on devices, I'm amused, because in 2018 no parent was really about that. But 2020 opened up a whole new world, a whole world of a lot of collaborations. And so we have so many collaborations of people that want to now have the games in their classes, have the games on their various platforms. We've had a number of corporates that we partnered with in 2020. So 2020 was an awesome year, and we came into 2021 all excited of the various things that will happen. There's pandemic, but I'm happy that technology is now, a front burner. We have been saying that, honestly. I tell people that when you look at all the jobs now, technology is such a key part. So you shouldn't bring up children without technology. And it can do so many things. Now, in the last, 6 to 9 months, the schools have implemented all sorts of technology, apps, learning management system, and they can see the difference. Of course, there's also the other side to it. But they can see the difference in terms of the learning. We had a library before in the school, but now with the digital library, they have access to thousands of books that you don't even have in your physical library. So technology opens, it removes all the restrictions. It has its own challenges, but it removes these restrictions. I think one of the things was about keeping an eye on the financials. So because I'd come from a consulting auditing firm, even as the entrepreneur that I was with, my ex-boss, we were always looking at the money. So we're looking at the income, we're looking at the expenses. How are we going to pay the next bill? How is the money coming in? What products are making money, what are not? How do you cut off? I think that was really the most important thing that I took away from that you have to keep an eye on the money. I now tell every entrepreneur that you have to have these financial skills. If you don't know about money and you don't have one of your partners that do, it's going to be a major issue for you. So you need to know about the money. What's coming in? How is it coming in? What are you spending money on? Do you have money, what we call runway? Do you have money for the next 1, 2, 3 months? What if this doesn't work out? How do you keep the books? How are you funding it? It's so important you have that financial literacy. I think the second thing is about building structure. One of the things I've learned, is you have to have a structure for everything. Try and standardize everything. We have team meetings, we have templates for everything. We're having the team meetings, we're having even offer letters. A lot of those structures from corporate was what I brought. So when people see me, they're like, you are so organized. I'm like, yes, that's the background that I have in terms of managing things, ensuring there's a structure to everything, plan it, schedule it, time it, documents, even in setting up our own system and even moving remote learning was easier for us because we had done a lot of those things. We had meetings that we could have virtually. One person is not around and the person calls in on Zoom. So those are things we're already doing. We already had a way of communicating. We had our emails. We had things on the cloud. So a lot of those structures that we had made it easier to move to remote learning. So that's one of the things that I took back. You have to have structure in your business. You have to keep upskilling your staff because you can't be everywhere. As you become the face of your business, it means that you're doing a lot more things than the actual operations. So when you're attending interviews, when you're going for all the marketing, you're not there in the operation. So you need to build that operation into a lot of documentation. We take time to document the process so that whoever is there knows what they need to do. And then we're always saying what skills does the staff need, how do we train them, how do we help them improve. So those are, I would say, 3 key things that help, and then just make it easier when you hit it big or when you're in the process of hitting it big. What I tell people that whatever you want to do, just start. Don't think about the money, just start. In hindsight, I converted a little store in my house to my office. So I brought out everything from the store, cleaned it up, put 2 tables and put 2 chairs, and that's where we started. Till you get to a place where you're going to pay rent. So I'll say start with what you have. Look for your first customers. I'm wiser now in the sense that the next products we do, I'm already looking for who is going to buy it even before I fully produce it. So I'm like, okay, this is our next idea. But I'm saying, let me go and talk to this corporate, let me go and talk. So it meant that in terms of money, that's really not your major hindrance, is to plan to have a goal. Start with your family and friends. The first people that I sold anything to were my family and friends. I still do it now. I write a list of 50 people that are my family and friends, and I'll start sending them SMS messages. I said, are you interested in this? Once you have that interest, then you already know the people. And I said, okay, can you prepare for it? Can you prepare for it? So that means I already have the money for it. Keep your expenses low. So when you do that, where you're not, going large, you're always looking for what's the cost-effective way of doing this thing. In the beginning, people can go and order people to come and do the videos. In the beginning, you do the videos on yourself. You get your husband or your son to hold the camera. Mommy wants to do a marketing video. So my advice to people is that don't think about the money. Think about the idea. Look for the first group of people that you sell it to. Ask them if they trust you enough to pre-market, to pre-order. So you have some of the initial money. And you know that, okay, worst comes to the worst, I have the people that will help me break even if I don't make a profit. I think keep good records. You need to keep good records. Separate your personal money. So you know everything that is coming in and everything that is going out and see that it's balanced. But I would tell people just start. Don't think, it's not the money. If you say you want to start a salon, don't start with go rent a salon. No. Go and say 7 people that I'll be making their hair for. Who are these 7 people? Let me start to them. So I'll come to your house. Don't worry. Hey, madam, you need to buy the attachment. Send me the money. So that way you don't really have any cost. The only cost is the transport, which will be catered for by the person that makes, that pays you. So I say money is not an issue for any idea that you want to do. It's just start. It will not be perfect, but just start. When you start as an entrepreneur, you don't have all the skills. So you have for the core thing, but you don't have all the things. So you start collaborations from. I remember that in the beginning, I'll call a friend of mine who's working in a company and say, you want to do some PP? Okay, you help me with the graphics, you know. So I'm saying collaborations can be something as simple as that in terms of when you don't have everything, who are the people that you can work with? And then the collaborations that we now do are other education technology companies that already have the market, but they don't have the gaming element. So recently we partnered with Gradely. Gradely is another ed company, but they prepare videos, learning videos for children. So we provide the games. We've partnered with Edvis. Edvis also provides a school management system. And we say, okay, can our games be on your platform? We keep partnering with various people that we say, okay, these people already have a platform, they already have a market, but they don't have what we have. Can we partner with them? Currently, we're partnering with Glow to have our games on, you know, and we went live this week to have our games, you know, on there. So we keep on looking for those partnerships. Sometimes the partnerships are not even that we are having our games on. So sometimes partnerships are, you know what, can you just garner the visibility? Our main clients are parents that have children within the ages of 3 to 13. When we first started, we were looking at parents that had the ages of primary school, so between 6 and 10. But as you have more demand, that people come and say, oh, I have a 3-year-old, so we went down to people that are in nursery school, and someone says, oh, but my child is in GSS 1, GSS 2, do you have something? Then now we've gone up to, you know, junior secondary school. So it's really driven by the demand. And that's one of the things that we need to be careful about. When we first started, we were driven by my passion, what my son likes. But I had to sit back, get the feedback of saying, okay, I like this, but not everybody likes this. So I think one of the things that's important is that you're always evaluating who are your target market and what do they want. So a number of things that are driven by what their demand is. So when we started with some of the games, people say, what about in maths, in science, in values? We have the ones that we are passionate about. We also have the ones that are being driven by the customer. So increasingly we get feedback from customers, and that's so important in your business. Your business is not for you. It's something that you need to always remember. It's for your target market, and what are they saying? What are their demands? So even concerning the games, when I look at where we started to where we are now, people will say, okay, the games are too heavy to load, so that means I need to shed some of the excessive graphics that I've put in there. So your customers are key. So we started with parents, and now we've moved to corporates. A lot of corporates, especially during this COVID period, saw, oh, there was suddenly children could not go to school. They wanted to give back. They wanted to give back in providing, you know, like a stopgap. And that opened up a new well of partnership with both, you know, corporate organizations and NGOs. The Nigeria element is that making the learning have local context. If my child is doing an exam and they ask him, choose the odd one out, and Orchard is there, he most likely would not know what it is, because the examples are made from people that those examples were relevant to that context. So that's where the Nigeria is, that we are teaching Nigerian child, even though we are now moving to Africa, but we are teaching the child, let's use the examples that are local. You know, so when I'm going to give an example in maths, or when I'm going to give an example in science or in English, I'm going to first of all ensure that that example is relevant, that the child understands what it means without, you know, too much of an effort. I think the other part of it is that I just want us to be proud of who we are. Countries are not perfect, to be honest. When you think about them, they're not perfect, but they promote themselves. They promote the good part of it. I told someone that I remember the first time that I went to Dubai. I was amazed that Dubai had a place that looked like Adeniji Adele inside Lagos Island. Because when they're promoting it, they don't go about promoting, you know, all the bad parts of it. And that's really what I wanted to do as well. I wanted to promote to the next generation the good things about Nigeria. It's not all bad news. You know, so we have this game called Who Wants to Be a Brainiac? And I will ask you, who's the richest man in Africa? He's a Nigerian. The country that scored the first gold Olympic in football, in boxing, they were Nigerians. Who is the first person to write a novel? You know, it was a Nigerian. So there's that thing of being proud of who you are. It's not all bad stories. And I noticed a lot of other countries do. They promote, that's why there's the American dream. So for us, it's promoting things that are Nigerian. We also want the values. When we look at Nigeria today, I'm saying, what are the things that can help us change? It's also our value system. Let a child be ethical. Let a child, you know, want to be responsible. Let a child understand the relevant values for, you know, building our nation building, because this is where we, so to speak, have our bread and butter. And so we need to build up. So I think that those are all the Nigeria elements of the Nigeria kids. We need to build our country. I'm into nation building. I may not go out and, you know, wave a flag and join the riot, but I'm saying I can put those values and that, you know, patriotism in the next generation. through all that we do. So they see things all around them that denotes their country, and they're proud of it.
Teaching online takes creativity. Online environments can be challenging to master at first, but with a little effort and time, your students will be getting the best experience possible. With the home environment being surrounded by potential distractions, keeping students engaged, motivated, and interested in their lessons can be one of the biggest challenges online teachers face. Teaching online requires you to use completely different skill sets compared to those used in teaching in person, and it's also important to keep the process as fun as possible. The following are some tips that will guide you in making learning fun for children through digital content. 1. Present your best online self. If your students can see you via a webcam, make sure that not only do you look presentable, but the location that you're in does too. A simple background works best to eliminate any distractions. Also, your visual materials must be top-notch. Make sure your slides look clean and clear, and any videos you use are of good quality. Try changing the tone of your voice to introduce new activities or mix up the tempo of your class. Practice your storytelling skills and offer praise out loud. This can make a huge difference in encouraging your students. Also make sure that any audio clips you plan to use are of good quality. Number 2, use technology to your advantage. Teaching online comes with its challenges, but it also puts a whole load of really cool tools at your fingertips. Whether you use whiteboards, pointers, virtual games, text editors, drawing tools, file editors, breakout rooms, or screen sharing tools, you can use the technology you have to add variety to your lessons and keep students on their toes. Number 3, find what inspires your students. The good news is, just like in any face-to-face classroom, the real key to getting your online students involved is to find out what inspires them and give them reason to be engaged in the classroom. Number 4, keep it interactive. In a face-to-face class, it's typical to give students some quiet reflection time to work alone or read a text. But these kinds of activities don't translate well in online classrooms. Planning activities that keep your students actively clicking, typing, or talking throughout the lesson is the way to go. You can do this by asking lots of questions, including games, and making sure learners have to physically do things like use drawing tools or type in the dialog boxes. Number 5, break down the lesson. It's a good idea to keep a fast pace and break down information into small, easily digestible chunks. This means to steer clear of lengthy explanations and slides with too much text.
That thing of the grass is always greener on the other side. I have a lot of people that have relocated, that's jackpot, so to speak. But they tell you the truth. They tell you how hard it is. They tell you the fact that yes, they will never be looked on for the promotion because they are black skinned. They have the passport. But in the end, when we go to our offices, it's not you don't actually bring out your passport, let me know what country you're from. It's your skin color that immediately tells you where you're from, so to speak. So it means that the grass greener on the other side, it's grass greener on the other side with commas. Meanwhile, I know people here in Nigeria that have done awesome things. I know people that have a lot of, grass to riches stories that have made it in this country. So for me, I'm like, we can make it here. It's tough. Yes, it's tough, but it's not easy anywhere else. It's not easy anywhere else. It's tough everywhere else. But people that make it against the odds. I mean, look at the story of Tyler Perry. He's in the same great American, but when you listen to his story, it's a story of against the odds. So Nigeria too is a story of against the odds, to be honest. But are people making it? Yes, people are making it. We have outliers. We have the outliers of the likes of Dangote. But we have other people that, started. Look at the banks. When I was growing up, it was only First Bank and Union Bank. Then a new generation of people came and built banks. Look at telecoms. When I started work, I was so junior, I didn't have a mobile phone. Even when mobile phones came out, because it was 30K. But look at it now. So people are building things in Nigeria, making a difference, building the economy. Financial, all sector is now not the only major thing. Financial sector is reigning, telecoms is reigning because people stayed here to build. And that's what I believe, that if each of us take our own corner and build, then there's hope for this country. If we all run away, then, but this is the place where we are home. This is the place where we are first-class citizens all the time. This is where your money matters when you've arrived. Do you understand? With no comma. So let's stay and build it. I believe that if we stay, we build it, it will be a Nigeria that we're proud of. Like I said, when you start, it's tough. You need to start and say, what do I need? The things I don't need money for. So like I said, when I started, it was the one storage in our house that I sorted out all the stuff, through all the things, just got 2 tables and chairs and started that way because I didn't want to pay rent. So even when I started renting, so this place that I rented the first year, because we actually live in the front part of our house, so my office is at the back. The first year I told my husband, I'm not going to pay you no rental. So what's my business? I said, no, he's lost income. I said, that's your business. Your investment in it. So that was, but I said I wanted to be an ethical business. I want to do everything right. So I found a list of all the things I need to do. I found out about, payee. I have to pay, you have to pay your taxes. So I said, okay, how do, in terms of taxes, I have to do pension. When I said, yeah, pension. When I just wanted to pay the salaries, I found that I had to business develop. So I think what I did, like I said, you have to really have financial skills. I went and said, what's in terms of the taxes? Spoke to a friend of mine that's a tax consultant and said, in terms of structuring the salary, how can I structure the salary such that I'm adhere to all the things, but we are paying that. The pension, what do I need to do? So she then told me how we needed to structure the salary, because pension is based on a particular amount and your taxes as well. So, that's the first thing. So you need to know all that your business, that's what I'm just saying, in terms of registering your company, when we first started, our company was a business name. So we just had to register the business name first. And then when you register the business name, it means that there's some taxes you don't have to pay. But as you grow as a business, to be able to do business with other people, to get investors, then you have to transition. So you need people to help you. That's the point I'm very. Don't go for anyhow. My friend was a consultant, tax consultant, PwC. I'm not. So when I need expert advice, I don't penny pinch. I may not be able to pay. Do you understand? Or that we need to do it for you. Oh, Titi is just starting out. So you need to find out those factors. This is Titi Adeosi, and our app, Naija Kit, is 100% Naija made.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Good morning. You're welcome to The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. My name is Rome Paulson.
And my name is Nyamguru Agaji. It's a pleasure always knowing that you are there. Today is the 16th of April 2024. And we thank God for keeping us alive. And so many things are looking up, and we're hoping that we can tap into the goodness that is in the air.
All right, on today's show, we'll be talking about food inflation reaching an all-time high, regardless of the Naira rebound, and also the fact that the grid collapsed yesterday. We'll also be taking some global stories making headlines in our national dailies, as well as some top trending stories. But first, let's check out our quote of the day. Science and technology revolutionize our lives, but memory, tradition, and myth frame our response. And that is by Arthur Schlesinger. He's an historian, and he says, science and technology revolutionize our lives, but memory, tradition, and myth frame our response. What do you think about this one, Yamgo?
Well, it goes back to what we've always been saying, that no matter how good innovation is, how technology is, it cannot replace our humanity. It cannot replace our real being. And that is what comes with the memory they're talking about, with tradition and all that. Because it's not what happens to you that matters, it's how you respond to it. And how you were raised. It's not through technology, it's through tradition, it's through myth, it's through memory, it's through stories that people tell you, it's through how the environment around you shapes you. That's how you respond to a particular thing. So no matter how good technology could be, our tradition, our being as humans is a lot better, because it helps us respond better or worse.
So I like the fact you just said better or worse, because now to our viewers is, what is your response today? Are you responding better to technology, or are you worse off? For instance, you take your mobile phones or your tab or your laptop. That is what people are fixated on. You know, these days, nobody's trying to make so many memories anymore. But then at the end of your life...
Yeah, they take selfies.
Well, yes. I'm not saying that's bad, because I do that all the time.
I understand.
I love to take pictures, and not just pictures of myself, you know, pictures of places that I've been to. For instance, if you are following my story over the weekend, you see that I went to a very nice, well, I call it a resort, an agricultural institute in Ibadan. And it was so beautiful. And making...
IITA.
Yes, IITA. And making those memories, it's not even just about the pictures that I've taken. Although I can look back on it and say, oh, I remember when I went here, but the experience. So making memories is super important.
What struck you when you went there? Because I've gone there, and I went there like a farmer, trying to get some things, trying to find out research, trying to find out some things, some new things that will help agriculture back home and all that. So,
nice.
But you didn't go as a farmer.
I went to relax.
What really gave you the treat? You know,
I went to relax, and I think for me it was just how beautiful the place was.
Nature always.
Yes, it really helped me to unplug. Sometimes you just need to do that. Lagos can be stressful. Come on.
It is stressful. It is stressful.
Lagos can be stressful, and then just having that time to unplug. I wasn't thinking of anything. I wasn't bothered about my phone. I was just there. You could hear the birds chirp. I had this long walk by the lake. It was just really beautiful. And I'm like, we have beautiful places in Nigeria. Why are we not doing something about tourism? Sometimes you think you might have to go abroad for vacation.
Tourism
but this do you understand? This was something for me. This was something that is right here in my country. And I was still able to have that feeling. When I came back, my mojo was there.
You were refreshed.
So
Lagos can really be stressful. A friend of mine visited from Calabar, and it's going back today. The flight is this morning, and when he called me around 6:30, I'm on my way to the airport. I said, okay, I am at work already. He said, what? How can that happen? When did you leave home and all that? In Lagos, you time yourself, you have to leave at 5, you have to leave at 4 in some cases and all that. And then we're getting used to it. But if you come from outside, or when you're talking to someone who is staying outside Lagos, you will know there really is stress in Lagos.
There is.
Even if we are used to it, but our bodies will tell us, sometimes in the future.
Yeah. But anyways, circling back to technology, I mean, making memories is important. You can't just sit on your phone and say, you know what, AI would do everything for me. AI, send a text to my mom, tell her I love her. Meanwhile, you can actually call your mom or, be with your mom and physically tell your mom that you love her. So technology is great. It will revolutionize our lives. Come on. You can see the vehicles that we have, the airplanes, people are going to space now. There's a lot that technology is doing for us. So it is definitely...
Yet we are living shorter lives.
It is definitely going to revolutionize our lives. And that is true because of the emissions and, living in the urban cities, right? It kind of like takes a toll on your bodies. But can we say that technology would really revolutionize our lives? I can only imagine what the next 100 years would look like with technology. That's going to be insane.
There's a possibility there will be no technology in that time.
Well, we never know.
I have this belief that, not just a belief, but there was a time when books were burned because people in that time felt too much learning has eroded the fabrics of humanity and all that, and they were burning books. And
there's even a movie like that.
It was almost a crime to own a book and be too widely read. There might come a time when our own technology that is supposed to enhance our lives will make us turn against each other and almost get ourselves extinct from this world. So there could be a possibility there would be no kind of technology we are thinking about, because at this point it's almost as if we've had almost everything. So what will they be creating at that time?
That's why I said I don't know what it will be like. I just hope we don't, go into extinction. If we have like so many nuclear weapons, because technology.
The biggest guns are made for humans. The small guns are for animals, but the biggest ones are made for humans.
We're talking about guns. Let's talk about the nuclear weapons. I mean, I was watching a documentary that talked about how there would be a cold winter if all of the nuclear weapons were to be deployed. So literally, human beings might just go, and even if you survive,
and there's this fear that there might be a third world war right now, because Iran is spoiling for a fight. In fact, they've started. Israel is responding. America is supporting. Before you know it, Russia might join in, China and all that. Before we know it, we are in a world war.
I hope that doesn't happen. Please, I love my life so
much.
But
the other thing is that I'm glad that in most cases, when they talk about world, it's only the Western world.
They forget about Africa.
The oldest man in the world is somewhere there in the West. They don't know some of our Africans are older than that. This in the world is them. They think the world remains there. So let that world war remain there. Let it not involve
us. We just hope that there is no world war.
And our people should be planning for that. Even though we are not praying for it, we should be planning for that. We know what happened to Nigeria when Russia started the war. The oil, the bread, the meat, and everything. So there might come a time when, even if there's no World War III, there might come a time where there's scarcity of everything that we depend outside to get.
Yeah, we should be able to produce for ourselves, really. I mean, that's a no-brainer. Well, we just hope that we can stop being an importing nation and become an exporting nation. Anyway, so our quote of the day is just talking about technology, revolutionizing our lives, but, the traditions, the myth, the memories that we make just frame our response to that. And so, how do you respond to technology today? Make sure that you are unplugging, taking yourself out of your phone or out of technology sometimes. Try to spend time with your family, your friends, the people that you care about. Okay, moving over to our top trending stories this morning. This one says Tinubu paying fuel subsidy more than before, and that is being said by El Rufai. The former governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasir El Rufai, has claimed that the President Bola Tinubu-led federal government is currently subsidizing fuel for Nigerians. Fielding questions from journalists in Maiduguri, the Borno state capital, on Monday, El-Rufai said the federal government is now fielding questions from journalists. Well, El-Rufai said that the federal government is now paying fuel subsidy more than ever before. The president declared during his inauguration on May 29, 2023, that the country can no longer subsidize fuel for the citizens, saying the petrol subsidy is gone. The development skyrocketed the price of fuel and other products and services, triggering the economic hardship that has been bedeviling the nation since 2023. But the former governor told journalists on Monday that the subsidy is back. According to him, the federal government returned the subsidy because the impact has been seen and the packages of support that would reduce the impact have not been so effective in reducing the impact. So the federal government is back now subsidizing petrol. Well, I agree, because, I mean, if you're looking at, the prices of fuel and how the dollar was able to go up to 1,900, but then fuel, well, with NNPC was still being sold for 568 naira or so, then I'm wondering how come the dollar doesn't, reflect on fuel as well? So I'm sure there's a quasi-subsidy on that. What do you think, Yamgo? You've been blushing this morning.
I'm allowed to laugh. Let me just laugh. But my question always is, if subsidy is being paid with our money, why is it such a secret? Why not just tell us that, okay, we're humble enough to know that subsidy removal is not working, so we're returning it. And then let us see it reflected, because when subsidy was being paid, to the tune that is smaller than it is being paid now, the fuel was less than 200 naira. So tell us subsidy is being paid and let it reflect on the fuel price, and everything is bound to come down. So why are you hiding it and paying fuel subsidy? Who are you paying it to? And when you're paying
the so-called cabals, that's.
So if you're paying this, who are you paying it to? Why are we not seeing that reflected in our fuel price? Secondly, since they said the removal of fuel subsidy has begun, the FAC, the federal allocation that they share to states, went up. It hasn't come down. So if they're paying even more, where are they getting the money to pay this federal allocation to states that will amount to their tune that they're giving to them? So where's the money coming from? There's something that's not connecting, and I don't understand.
There's no transparency.
I don't understand.
There's no transparency.
Tell us fuel subsidy is back. We won't eat you. We won't kill you. After all, when you removed it, we didn't die. Now that you're paying it, you're doing it for our benefit. Tell us that this is the challenge we're facing, and this is what we're doing. And then let it reflect.
So talking about reflecting in, the fuel prices, I don't think it will come down, in the sense that if dollar could go up, because as of when subsidy was gone, how much was the dollar, right? So if dollar could go up as much as 1,900, that means they're paying a huge chunk for the subsidy. So I'm not sure they would now, take out everything and say, come and pay 100 and something naira again, the way it was last year.
When they removed fuel subsidy, they discovered, according to them, the actual number of liters we use in Nigeria, that the amount they were giving was outrageous. So now that you have discovered that amount, let's say they were saying 1,000 or 1 million liters, for instance, and now you discover that we needed only 900,000 liters of fuel in Nigeria. You know the amount, which means you should spend less, no matter how big the dollar has become or how high it was. Now the dollar has come down anyway to, in some places they say less than 1,000 naira, which is good, but I still cannot clap for them. But so there's just no connect. There's just no connect. Let us know why you're paying the subsidy, how you're paying the subsidy, who you're paying the subsidy to, and where you're getting the money to pay the subsidy. And then still pay the federal allocation. So we don't know what is happening.
Yeah, like I said, there's no transparency, and that is what we just need from the federal government. Be transparent with all of your dealings. I don't think it's that difficult. It's not rocket science. Just be transparent. And because right now, look at the list of questions you've posed. We have so many questions as Nigerians. We need to know these things. So if you are transparent, we don't even have to ask you all these questions. I don't even think anyone needs to come out and say, Where is the subsidy money coming from? Where is this? It should be there already. You should have the information.
To take them to court first.
Why?
PSOs to take them to court and before you can say so.
Why?
Be transparent. The people will help you govern. That's as simple as that. So if you're a boss,
I was just about to say that. You're in my head.
Yes, you're transparent enough, People will work for you dedicatedly. And if you're transparent, this is what I do as the boss, this is what I do.
This is where we are.
There are so many times that you can leave your post and you know that the person next to you can
will
just handle that thing. So you rest more. But everything is just, you are being a babalawo with it. You don't want people to know.
Are you doing some incantations? With Nigerians?
It's terrible. Okay, the next story is Nwoko secures release of suspects skilled in drone AK-47 modifications. That's our next top trending. Senator Ned Nwoko, representing Delta North Senatorial District, Delta State, has secured the release of 4 family members the army arrested for fabricating weapons at Onitsha Olona community in the state. The major suspect reportedly has the ability to build drones and modify AK-47 rifles designed to hold 30 rounds to 60 rounds, which attracted Senator Nwoko. His desire was for the nation to provide support and develop the skill of such talented persons, and he plans moving a bill for a law to recognize and build such talents nationwide.
That is fantastic.
We said that thing here. We're not supporting crime.
Yes.
We're not supporting crime. But when you find some people doing things like that, let their jail time be producing this thing or doing what they know how to do for the benefit of the nation.
If you look at the United States of America, for instance, the people who go there, maybe go to jail, and they're very good with technology or something. Maybe they are like hackers.
Yeah.
Maybe that was how they arrested them. They were hacking, accounts or something. They use them. They use those skills for their own benefits. And that's what we should be doing in Nigeria. Fine, obviously, we're never going to support crime. You shouldn't even go out and be doing anything that's illegal. But for the people that are there, they probably have one thing that you're skilled in or another. So why can't you use that, for the benefit of Nigeria? Now, if this person can create all of these things, we're not saying he's going to create it to give it to, thieves or kidnappers or armed robbers, but even for the police departments, for the army, so we can start to produce ours and even sell to other parts of the world.
So it also tells us that sometimes the opportunity for people to flourish may not be there.
True.
The people who recognize these talents are the miscreants, the hoodlums and all that. So why can't we have platforms that people like this can explore and put their talents to use? If you watch Catch Me If You Can, for instance, it's a movie, I know that, but these are things that happen. Catch Me If You Can, he was a forger. He could forge anything and he could recognize something that is being forged. And he started to work with the FBI, and that's how they were able to catch a lot of criminals and all that. So sometimes you turn something that is supposed to be a bad thing to your advantage. That's what the government should be doing, not to go and catch a sheep that has siphoned our oil and then you burn it. You just burn it on the high seat. You just burn it on the high seat. No evidence. You go slim tire.
All right, let's move on to our final top trending story. This one talks about Sylvester Oromoni. Falana false judgment says coroner ignored evidence. Human rights lawyer Femi Falana has faulted the recent ruling by coroner inquest sitting in Ogba Magistrate Court examining the death of a 12-year-old student of Dowen College, Lekki, Sylvester Junior Oromoni. Falana said the coroner disregarded further toxicological examination and withdrew initial recommendations for criminal negligence charges despite glaring evidence and allegations of bullying within the school, including the discovery of a mysterious substance in Sylvester's stomach. Earlier, the coroner magistrate, Mukau Kadiri, said Oromoni died as a result of failed treatment for his enlarged liver due to his parents' and doctors' negligence. The deceased's death was an avoidable one, but for the negligence of the parents and PW3, they didn't take him to the hospital until the day he died on November 30, 2021. Reacting to the judgment in a statement on Monday, Falana said the coroner ignored the evidence of the government pathologist that the black substance found in the stomach of the deceased was not subjected to toxicological examination. The allegation was that the deceased was forced to drink a poisonous substance. In an attempt to exonerate Dowen College, the coroner was silent on the overwhelming evidence of the bullying of the deceased, his sister, and other students by the same set of students. In particular, the coroner discountenanced the evidence of a student who had testified that he saw the deceased beaten up and subjected to torture by a group of senior students. In spite of an uncontradicted evidence, the coroner said that the deceased died of natural cause. The coroner claimed that the negligence of the family doctor led to the death of the deceased, but failed to refer him to a medical and dental council of Nigeria for appropriate sanctions, said Falana. This is quite a touching story.
It's very sad. It's very sad. A lot of Nigerians don't believe this story of the coroner and all that. And they're saying, so if I have an ailment that has not been treated, and then I come to your school and then you subject me to bullying and I die of that, you'll say because I didn't go to the hospital. You don't know how I was managing it until I got to that place. You give me a substance that I take that will trigger it and then I die. You say it's from home and all that. Yes, an ailment could come from home, but
probably have management it before.
What about the management that they've been doing with this and all that? And then you ignore all that and you say these people are exonerated. So the bullying can continue.
And now you blame
everything can continue. You are blaming the parents.
You're blaming the parents. Do you know the torture that the parents have had to face knowing that their son is dead from something that they believed was bullying? And now you come back and you say, oh, it's your fault. You did not take care of your child. That is it's just ballistic to me.
The father has rejected it anyway.
Yes, I was reading a lot of comments on social media about this story, and one comment in particular that was, just there was people were saying for a child that is in boarding, how do you are in boarding school? At least your teachers are supposed to be there taking care of you. You have matrons.
A school like that doesn't have an infirmary.
You have a dispensary, you have a nurse, you have all of these things. I sent my child to your school. You're supposed to take care of that child because as at that point, the child is under your custody. So you cannot neglect the child and come back and tell me that I am the cause.
This child comes to me 1 month and then he goes to your place
for 3 months.
So he's more with you
than with me.
If you have a nurse or something in the school, they should discover that this child is either not fit to be in school or he can be treated and you do some recommendations, but you keep quiet.
So I'm wondering whatever the school had done before his death, because that means in your own part.
Absolutely nothing.
Yes, because you were negligent as well. You did not notice anything. There was not. Did you call the parents?
Come and pay your school fees. Let's
collect your money and that's it. And that is so wrong. I don't believe what the coroner has said. If that's the evidence, okay, that's fine. But will I say I believe that? No. Just like Femi Falana coming to reject it, a lot of Nigerians have said, you know what? There's something about this story that is not adding up.
And then they took 5 hours to give the judgment and say the findings were 5 hours. What were they saying? That they skipped the most important parts that people were talking about. You skipped it, and then you used 5 hours to blame the parents.
It's just quite unfortunate that 3 years later, a judgment is coming, and it's a judgment, like this one, because it's almost 3 years, about 2 years and a few months, and it's quite sad. And I mean, people are just saying, what happens to our justice system in Nigeria? What happens?
Well, let's see how it goes.
Just how the story develops.
Sylvester cannot come back. We hope that even if he doesn't have, the parents don't have justice for him here, that he might have rest in the bosom of the Lord.
Amen.
And that's what we'll pray.
Yeah, and we pray for strength to the parents, because I can only imagine what they're feeling like right now, hearing this judgment and, all of the things that have happened. Anyways, we'll go on a short break. We'll look at the weather, and when we return, we'll be reviewing the papers. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Well, it's time to take global stories making headlines in our national dailies. And joining us to review the papers is Chris Kehinde Wandu. He's a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in the UK and is joining us from the Center of Excellence, Abuja. Good morning, Chris. Thank you for joining us. I like that smile.
Good morning. It's nice joining you this morning.
It's lovely to have you. Okay.
Is Abuja the center of excellence or Lagos?
Oh, Lagos is the center of excellence. Abuja is the seat of power.
The land of aquatic splendor.
Yes, I beg your pardon. Well, he's joining us from the seat of power. Anyways, let's begin with the papers this morning. The Guardian is the paper we'll be starting with. And this leads by saying households groan over food prices as inflation defies interventions. Now, a similar headline is also on the Vanguard. It says more pressures on pockets as food inflation rises to 40%. And the writers on this one says high electricity tariff to drive further rise. Analysts, and then it's bad for business, that has been said by Nasima, small businesses to lose capital base, and that's by Asbon. So with all of this, I mean, we're seeing inflation get up to 33%. I mean, just a few weeks ago, it was about 29.9%, but now inflation is even on an all-time high again. Now, the dollar, is almost about 1,000 naira, and they said it should be less than 1,000 naira really soon. A few weeks ago, it was as high as 1,900. So we've seen the naira gain strength, but then it's not reflecting on the prices of goods and services in Nigerians. And so I want to just get your take on all of this with food inflation becoming so high.
Yeah, I think what we've taken probably is just taking our eyes off and concentrating more on the dollar. And yes, the dollar is appreciating as it were. And good news on that area, that no matter the level of appreciation, if this does not reflect in the pockets of Nigeria and on the goods and services, the prices of goods and services as it were, then I don't think we're making a big progress. What on average Nigeria want to see is reduction in the prices of commodities, prices of yam, rice, beans, tomatoes, meat, fish, and all the necessary, especially food items. But then we can now start talking of other issues like housing, clothing, and the others. But basically food items, and the hungry man is an angry man. So if we cannot be able to provide food for our teeming population of over 200 million, and then we are almost like a failed nation. And that is why I think we should concentrate its effort, not just on the but it seems that it's going to be worse. Why am I saying that? It's going to the price of food and services going to get worse with the increase in electricity. We got this point where we are now when the federal government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, though he's saying that it was removed by the Buhari administration, but it was the president's current president that made the announcement on May 29th that removal of subsidy on petroleum products, and that in itself has super spiral effect. And by now, prices of goods and services, just like the petroleum subsidy that was removed and was increased to almost, if not over 300%, prices of goods and services are increased even more than that to close to 500%. And funny enough, if you look at some of the headlines today, the former governor of Kaduna State, El Rufai, is saying that we are paying more for oil subsidy now than ever before. Then we now go to look at this contradiction. So the oil subsidy, petroleum oil or petroleum subsidy that was removed, which was what the government hints on to be able to say that life will be much better for Nigerians, or we are not having accurate price, there's no that subsidy has been removed. But if what we are hearing is that subsidy is far more, we're paying more now than it was on the 29th of May 2023, then something is wrong somewhere. How come Nigerians are not feeling the impact of this subsidy removal? I will back to the days of Goodluck Jonathan, where people are just pocketing money from this oil subsidy, and they tell you that they are exporting tankers and tons of ships of petroleum products in Nigeria, only for them to not see any evidence to show that, and they collect money and put in their pocket. So this a fundamental challenge to the federal government as severe. Next, as rightly said, inflation has risen to close to over 30%, and interest rate is not even smiling at all. Look at our interest rate. Then we can see that most Nigerians, the SMEs, cannot even access borrowings and from the banks, and that in itself is so much problem. Now we are hearing that the national grid has collapsed again, struggling between 2,000, I don't know how many thousand now we have. We have been struggling with 4,000 megawatts for how many years now? Now, this is another national grid collapse. And that in itself is adding more problem to Nigerians. I hope that the federal government is up and running and able to take care of some of these challenges that the Nigerians are not smiling at all.
So let's just stay on inflation a little bit. Now, in the past, people have always blamed the dollar and said, they've said that, because the dollar has risen, that's the reason why prices of goods and services are so expensive. But now we've seen the dollar come down to a significant amount. Why are people still selling for as high or even higher than what it used to be before? Shouldn't there be some regulatory body to ensure that, the prices of things are, affordable for Nigerians?
Dollar has nothing to do with the price of goods and services in Nigeria. Dollar is not our domestic currency. So anybody that is talking because of dollar, what do we dollar? When you go to the supermarket, do you buy with dollars? If you go to buy pepper and tomatoes in the market,
the woman on the street selling yam will tell you dollar has gone up. That's the reason why my prices have gone up. So it's just the mentality that everyone has.
But everything seems to be connected.
Yes,
because
you import a lot of things. Maybe the fertilization that you use, the machinery. A lot of things are being imported, and so because these things go up, there's a ripple effect to the prices in the market.
And I'm telling you, even when they say that we that are more educated than most of them should, that's not it. I'm telling you, the problem is that our production line is low. When you talk of food items and food production, our production line is low. People are not going to the farm again. That is the issue. Having to be hearing that people are being killed on a daily basis in the farm and being abducted, so people are not going to the farm. So Benue is not producing. Cross River State are supposed to be a bed for, an avenue for also for some major crops, including that of rice, and so most of the northern states are not producing enough. So then we have serious security. We have security, and we have food security problem. That is where the issue is. Now, even if you produce, people are finding it difficult to be able to bring those things to the city because of cost of petroleum and diesel. Those are the issues. We have nothing to do with dollars. That's what I'm saying. We have nothing to do with dollars. So until we deal with the fundamentals, this is a country that can feed itself and also feed many West African countries. But are we doing the right thing? What is our level of production in terms of agricultural products? We are not producing enough, and that is it. And we cannot be able to feed ourselves. The little that we are producing, but even people are just moving it across the border. We saw how many trailers of food items that were intercepted by the customs some few weeks back, getting out of Nigeria towards Niger. So those are the issues that is there. So the fundamental has nothing to do with dollars, for goodness sake. That is not the issue. The issue is that we are not producing more. People are not going to the farm, and we need to increase our capacity. These days of, I said it 2 weeks ago, these days of just carrying home and cutlass and going to the farm and saying people are farming, that is not, the farming has gone beyond that. We have to go into major, big time mechanized farming as it's been done all over the world, where we can cultivate enough to be able to feed our. But what we're having now is food security. We're having serious food shortages across Nigeria, and that's what is telling on Nigeria. That's why you have the prices of what has the price of dollar got to do with pepper and tomatoes? Of course, there definitely has nothing to do. That anybody that tells me that, but I will not believe that. So while we are focusing on making sure that the dollar is coming down, the federal government also should make sure that we're able to look at food items, because once Nigerians cannot be able to feed themselves, every other thing that telling them is just like it's just like speaking to each, as we say in other parts. That is the situation. What has the Minister of Agriculture said about the problem we have on ground? I've not heard from the Minister of Agriculture till now. saying any, do we even have a Minister of Agriculture? I don't even know his name. Minister of Water Resources, what is he saying? Minister of Finance, what is he saying? So those are the issues as at where. Are we giving those to farmers to be able to make sure that they're able to go to the farm and be able to produce enough? Look at even when it comes to the issue of poultry products, when it comes to the issue of meat, when you talk on the issue of fish, we're talking of egg, and all the basic, those are, do we import, we are talking about, do we import rice and baby, do we import pepper and tomatoes from us? No. That is not the issue. So,
Mr. Chris, you're talking about my constituency, the farmers. Let me just say what I always say here. Everything is connected. If you have a liter of herbicide, it used to go for 1,000 and 1,500 tops. Now it's going for 5,500. A bag of fertilizer used to be 10,000 naira, but because of the import and all that, because of the dollar that they're saying, it's now sold for at least 60,000 naira, from 10,000, 15,000 to 60,000, from 1,500 of the liter of herbicide to 5,500 naira and all that. So if you factor in these things, even the people who are able to go to the farms are finding it difficult. There's a tiller that is handheld. It can help you do a lot of work more than the hoe. You know, they used to buy it for like 250,000 naira. Now it is 950. In some places, it's 1.1 million. So how do you look at all those things and you still say that the farmers, there's no relationship with the pepper? If you're planting pepper in your farm, you need insecticides to make sure that the pepper it grows well and all that. So now what I'm saying is that I understand what you're saying, but dollar seems to be one kind of thread that ties everything together in Nigeria. So whether we like it or not, it's being, every institution, every part of our economy is being influenced by the rise and fall of dollar.
Especially because we import a lot of things.
Yes. These herbicides are being imported, the fertilizers are being imported, the machinery are being imported, everything else. And even if you're not importing that, your child wants to go to school and your child cannot eat very solid food in the morning. He has to eat maybe noodles that you cannot buy because it's being imported. So you will sell your yam to make sure you can buy the noodles.
You can afford the noodles.
So this I'm just saying.
Let me also bring it down. Listen to you. Now let me bring it down to us. You're answering your own question. Now the dollar used to be 1,900. Now it's by half. It's 1,000 naira to a dollar. So how come that the food prices are not come down?
That's the question we're asking. That's the question we're asking this morning.
But why are we fixated at the food prices? We are not talking about the reason why the food prices rose. Dollar has come down, but the herbicides I mentioned have not come down.
Yes.
The fertilizer has not come down.
Goods and services have not come down.
So why are we looking at the food?
So what I'm saying, listen, we are even talking, let's even talk about fertilizer. We don't have to import fertilizer. You've forgotten that we used to have NAFCON and all those fertilizer companies in Nigeria.
And they are not there.
Have you asked why they are not working? It's your constituency, and I give that to you. But what I'm asking is that name one company in Nigeria that is not producing fertilizers. Why are we not producing fertilizers?
Exactly. So because of that, we're now depending on the dollar. So it's not the farmer's fault. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not actually 100% the farmer's fault.
No, I didn't say no. I didn't say it's farmer's fault. Okay. You are probably not listening to me. I never say it's farmer's fault. I'm telling you that the farmers are not able to grow more because of certain things.
Yeah.
And I've told you that of security. Provide security. I've said that. People go to the farm and they can. How many people go to the farm in Benue and Plateau State? Even your own state.
Benue now has the highest
food
inflation. Even the basket of the nation.
Even my state of Imo. How many people are going to the farm because they are afraid that they'll be kidnapped, they'll be killed. That's what I'm saying. So there are so many factors that are, and I've told you the issue of petroleum and also and diesel. If they get this product from your state of Cross River, to move those products from those farms to Calabar, do you know how much they're going to pay?
So Chris, now that the other headline is saying Dangote is going to be buying crude in naira, do you see any hope because of that? Because even the marketers are proposing 550 naira per liter to Dangote, and I wonder how that is. So if he's going to be buying crude with naira, do you think there will be an improvement?
Where is the crude? That's the question. It's the same crude that Dangote is importing from US, that they say is importing from US. Well, we don't even have enough to be able to meet our OPEC quota.
Yeah.
I'm sure they are aware of that.
Yes.
Good. So what are we? So it still was that. That is why. So these things are intertwined, for goodness sake. So I totally agree that Dangote buying crude in naira is a good thing if this crude is available. Now the Port Harcourt refinery that ought to have been gone into production for how many weeks now has not been. That's also supposed to bring down our level of importation of petroleum products. But is it working? So if we cannot be able to have enough crude to be able to supply Dangote refinery, that means that Dangote, the same money you say you want to save with the naira, Dangote is going to pay dollars to be able to bring in this crude oil. And those are the problems. So, and we have...
I don't know what is happening. When we didn't have a Dangote refinery, we were exporting crude and bringing back petrol and all that. Mm-hmm. Now we have a refinery here. There's no crude for him. Or is it that it has been used for other purposes?
No, there's speculations that, our crude has even been sold in advance. So we don't have enough as of right now.
Oh, dear.
No, you have to know. For that, you have to know that we already have most of our crude. We have used it to collect money.
Yeah, as collateral.
Yes, I'm sure you know that. And I heard that it's going to last for about 6 to 8 months. I don't know whether that has lasted, when it's going to last. So for night, whatever you are producing now, you don't collect the money, chop them. So you are just supplying.
Mr. Chris, who is the owner?
Owner. Remember the one that said that? You said I'm part of
Mr. Chris, I'm not owing.
I
said the average Nigerian.
Now you have
I'm not part of the UNA. I never sold no crude. Okay, so let's just talk about the collapse of the national grid, because that's also on the headline. So on The Guardian, it says national grid suffers third collapse, worsens 20 hours power target. On The Punch, it leads with vandalism worsens grid collapse as gas shortage slashes power supply. The Riders here says TCN Discos blame gas shortage, vandalism for frequent collapses. Firm begs customers. TCN plans fresh investment in power infrastructure as grid collapses 6th time in 2024. And I know I was saying it's, I think last week or something, and we're just talking about how the grid collapses every other day, and I said every other month, but now we're seeing this happen time and time again.
So 6 times. This is 6 times.
Yeah,
in 2024.
In 2024,
that's in the what. 4th month is it?
Exactly.
So
what's happening with our infrastructure of the power sector? Why can't we just have a grid that works? Come on, we supply electricity to some countries. We are the giant of Africa. In fact, I remember during the AFCON, South Africans were laughing at us saying we're a generator republic. So why are we saying this? Is this a case of vandalism, as they've said, or is just a case of the government not doing enough?
Our minister said we should switch off our fridge and our air conditioning. That is what is consuming electricity. We are switch off. We are switch off. Why is it collapsing? So those are fundamental issues. The fact is that we are not doing what we need to do. I said it in my opening that we are hovering between 3,000 to 4,000 megawatts of electricity in Nigeria. That is what over 230 million Nigerians are sharing. And I said it on this program some time ago that South Africa, with far lesser population, have over 60,000 megawatts of power. And they are still complaining, at 60,000, that is not enough for them. So when you look at that, the fact is that the infrastructure is not there. The basic infrastructure is not there. That is why it's collapsing. Most of these grids, national grids, have been in existence since 1960, even before 1960. And nothing has been done to change them. Now we generate. The problem also is that we generate, as much as we can generate as much as our partners. I've said it also on this program that That's what the 5,000 you generate, you cannot put on the national grid because they cannot be able to take it. The national grid cannot take more than 4,000. So if you try to push about 5,000, which is what the Gencos generate, what they generate, then you just push it to the grid, it will collapse. The next thing they will tell you, is gas. Oh, we are not supplying gas enough. Oh, there was vandalism and rest of. Every country is going hydro. How many hydropower plants do we have in Nigeria? Even the one that we recently in the Mandela said that we almost completed. But we heard that we cannot even move it from the generation into the national grid. So those are the issues. And until these issues are treated, it's just like treating what you call lapa and leaving headache. For goodness sake, you don't make any headway. So the Minister of Power coming to tell us we should switch off our electricity. Is it not when you don't have power that you can switch off your fridge and the air conditioner? If you don't have power, what will you switch off? So those are the issues. So let us face the fundamental. The fact remains also that those that will license to take over these electricity companies know less to nothing about it. All they are interested in is just to increase. They will increase tariff to by 300%, 240 to 300%. According to them on the so-called band A, that everybody is practically on the so-called band A. People were not getting the light. They said that part of what the minister said was that it was going to improve power supply. Now they decrease it. People are saying the power is not going to be found. So the issue, as it were, is that we have to go back, look where the problem is. We have to change most of this so-called equipment. We have to rejig our architecture, our electricity generation and transport. The weakest link in all this is the transmission. It's not just even, it's not generation, it's transmission. Because if they're able to generate power and they cannot be able to transmit, then it's problem. Because, as I said, the continuous failure or collapse of the national grid is that the national grid cannot be able to take enough of what is being pushed into it. And that is a simple thing. I'm not an electrician, I'm not an electrical engineer. I'm a graduate of law and I'm also a journalist. But simple common sense will tell us that this is what is happening. And until we be able to solve that, then there's problem. And without power, no country can grow. The SMEs are practically dead, totally dead. Because one of them, the average Baba you have, the organizer and the rest of them, cannot even buy the current prices of fuel. How much is it going to make? That is the problem.
Well, Band A people, they agree to now.
I was listening to the radio.
Band A people, how far?
Me na band G, band Z.
I don't even know if I have a band.
Well, I was listening to the radio and it said if you're not part of the band, you're in the congregation. We're part of the congregation.
I was in a house where, in an area where it is band A.
Oh.
And for the 1 hour I was there, the light went off for like 3 times. And every time it went off, it was on an average of 5 minutes before they can bring it back. 5 minutes or 10 minutes before they can bring it back. So these are the people who are supposed to enjoy electricity for 20 hours. And then you're going on and off like you're playing with the switch for 5 minutes.
I make a joke that maybe the person on it did not have a childhood.
So reduce the 5 minutes that you're doing, and then you're still saying these are the band A people. Well, I drank some water and the band A was band A in the water. So thank you very much. But I think it is a scam. Anyway, I always think a lot of things are scams. I think that band A thing is a scam. The people who are supposed to be in band B to band D or band Z or whatever, they don't get to see the light. Mm-hmm. So if you don't see the light and they say you're paying 100 naira and you're seeing light for 1 hour, and you pay the 100 naira, you'll be like, okay, I'm not earning much, I'm not paying much. But if you're seeing the same light in that area as much time as 20 hours, I'm very sure that you're going to pay the same as band A. But they won't tell us this.
Of course.
They won't tell us this. So band A, I greet you. With the band Z, we're still here. And we will survive. Last.
Yes, we will. Anyways, we want to say thank you for coming. It's always a pleasure reviewing the papers with you, Chris. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Don't forget that in Abuja, an electricity company have been fined over 200 million for charging people for the so-called band they are not supplying. Even Abuja, with so-called where you call the posh area within Abuja, Now, so pano the right they go. So it's everywhere, not just in the government.
You too. Thank you so much.
Chris.
Thank you. All right, we've been speaking with Chris Kehinde Wando. He's a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators in the UK, but he was joining us from Abuja, and we're just reviewing the papers. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll be looking at our first hot topic that talks about inflation reaching 33.2%. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. It's time for our hot topic, and this says Nigeria's inflation rate hits 33.2% despite Naira rebound. Now, prices of food and basic commodities have gone through the roof in the last weeks as Nigerians battle one of the country's toughest economic crises packed by the current governor's twin policies of petrol subsidy removal and unification of forex windows. Despite Naira's rebounds, Nigeria's inflation rate jumped to 33.2% in March 2024 compared to February 2024 headline inflation rate, which was 31.7%. This was according to the National Bureau of Statistics Consumer Price Index report released on Monday. As the Naira rebounds, Nigerians expect significant reduction in the prices of food and basic commodities, but this hasn't been the case with the cost of living, which is still high. Now, joining us to have a conversation is Segun Sopitan, as the chairman, Accountability, Candor and Transparency Network. Good morning, Mr. Sopitan. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, madam. Always a pleasure.
Always.
Thanks for having me.
Good morning, sir.
Okay, so we're seeing inflation reaching 33.2%. Now, I'm sure, I think on February 20, inflation as of that day was 29.9%. And now we're just in April. Well, today's the 16th of April, and we're seeing inflation at 33.2%. That is a huge jump. And we're seeing this, happen day in, day out. So it's not like inflation is going back down. And, some people are saying maybe we've even hit the recession. I want to just get your take on all of this. The fact that the Naira has gained strength, but then inflation is still rising day by day.
Well, the issues are multivarious, actually. So for us to determine what exactly is going on, we have to understand the factors that are responsible for the inflation, because they can be different. You can have different factors driving inflation in different economies. In our particular case, I think it's peculiar because I think we have a little bit of everything. We've got the cost push inflation, and I think we also have a demand pull inflation. And that's why it might take a while to see any kind of slowdown on the back of policy pronouncements of government. So to specifically address the point you just made now, the question you asked, why there's no reduction in inflation rate, even though the Naira is recovering, it's because the Naira pass-through effect on inflation is from a cost push perspective to a large extent. It's the fact that Nigeria depends, as we all know, it's a cliche now that Nigeria depends on imported items in almost all areas of our lives. But particularly, I think we have to bear in mind that food, there are still some food items that we import, and those particular food items are a significant part of the menu on the table of the average Nigerian, including rice, vegetable oil, poultry products, fishery products. These things are still imported, surprisingly. Dairy products, and I could go on. And then, of course, there are petroleum products as well. So if you bear that in mind, what you would have is that the cost of those items will begin to reduce as the Naira recovers. But then the question is, what percentage of our total cost, if you like, of the basket, of the CPI basket, do these things represent in terms of volume and in terms of value? So if you look at that, if you look at the argument from that angle, then it begins to become easier to understand why we're still not seeing inflation dropping yet, even though there is also the lagging effect to think about, and I'll come back to that. So take food, for example. Of our total import ticket of around $60 billion every year, 10% of that goes into importation of food items. So even though that is large in absolute terms, and maybe even in percentage terms, but you find that it would then mean that if the cost of bringing those things into Nigeria reduces because of the appreciation of the Naira, there is only going to be a minimal impact on the basket itself. So that may be part of the reason that we're saying this. Now, another factor, petroleum products account for about 50% of our import bill. 50%. Now, petroleum products, as we speak today, will not reduce in price, in spite of the reduction in the price of the dollar, in the market. Petrol at the pump price, PMS in particular, will not go down. Why? It's a fixed price. It's not market determined, contrary to what government tried to tell us when this policy was, when the subsidy removal. You remember that argument about, when you remove subsidy, there's going to be competition and prices will go down. Well, here we are. It's almost a year later. Prices have not gone down. Of course, they won't go down because the cost of petrol today at the pump is still subsidized. So even though the Naira is coming down, we cannot reduce the pump price of petrol because that price is actually not the cost reflective price. So, the effect of the appreciation of the Naira, you won't see it significantly in inflation yet, because the things that the major chunk of our import bill that has an impact on the average spend of the average Nigerian are either too small, as a component of the total, basket, or the prices are fixed. The prices are not moving; they're static. So it's independent of what's happening to the Naira, and I think that's why we're seeing this. However, I think I should also say that because of the lagging effect, you remember that the appreciation of the Naira really happened over the last 6 weeks, thereabouts. As at February, the Naira was still trending well above 1,500 Naira, 1,600 Naira to the dollar in both the parallel market and the official market. But when the CBN started intervening, with supplying and adding to supply through the BDCs in the market, then we saw this very sharp appreciation. So we still haven't had enough time, in my opinion, for the pass-through effect to happen, for this policy to then begin to impact things on the street, and also for the data about that event to be captured. So before we see the impact of this appreciation in the Naira, whatever that impact might be, we'll probably be talking of inflation figures of around maybe June, July, before we start seeing the impact of the appreciation of the Naira with specific reference to food items and PMS products. Of course, there are a lot of other things that we import, but in terms of the general usage of those items by the general population, you find that, or as the proportion of those items to the CPI basket, you find that maybe the pass-on effect or the pass-through effect may not be as significant. So I think that's what's responsible for that particular phenomenon that you've identified.
What I just got here is that there's hope, because you said by June maybe we'll see prices reflect.
But what kind of hope can we have when the marketers are proposing 550 naira per liter to Dangote. When we're hearing also now that Dangote is even importing the crude because there's not enough crude in Nigeria to give to him, even though he is going to buy in naira and all that. So what kind of hope do we really have if this is going to be the case? Dangote is a private individual who will want to make profit and all that. So if he gives in and says, okay, no, I'm not taking 550, it's 500 naira.
Which is not likely.
500 naira is still very, very high and all that. So what gives you that hope that in June that we might start to see the benefits of the fall of the dollar?
Well, so what I'm talking about as far as June is concerned is that is how long it will take for the economic principles to play out. The lagging effect, the fact that policy, the time between policy pronouncement and impact, actual observable impact in the economy tends to take time, depending on how efficient your economy is. In some countries, it's 2 months. In some countries, it can be as long as 6 months before you begin to see it on the streets. And then before the data now captures it. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about what will happen to prices themselves. As far as Dangote is concerned, I'm sorry. I've said this several times, and I think a lot of other people have echoed this. Anybody expecting prices of pump price of petrol to reduce because Dangote starts supplying, it's a pipe dream, in my opinion. I could be wrong. And the reason I say that is, just like you say, Dangote is a businessman. He's importing his crude. He's buying dollars to import the crude at 1,250 naira or thereabouts today. Even if he gets the crude locally, the last information we got from the government is that crude was going to be provided to local refineries at international crude prices. So how do we think that Dangote will reduce prices? As we speak today, the flat price of PMS, international market prices of PMS, is around 70 cents. Convert that to naira, you are getting about, even at this current exchange rate where the naira is recovered to a certain degree, you are talking about 900 naira to a per liter, and that is without the freight and other charges, port charges that will still happen. So you probably be talking maybe 1,000 naira per liter is the actual landing cost of PMS in Nigeria today. How can Dangote sell at 550 or 500? It's not going to happen, except government decides to also subsidize whatever Dangote is supplying to the market. And we all know how that plays out. It's a very tricky, slippery, very, very, dangerous slope that I'm sure the government will not want to go into. The corruption.
Hello, Mr. Shopperton. We seem to have
I think we've lost his audio. But yes, I understand what he's saying, because, if we're saying we want to subsidize for Dangote as well, it's just almost like we're going back to where we're coming from.
But we are back to where we're coming from, even further back, according to what we're hearing now. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't write off what El Rufai said and as just saying
the quasi subsidy,
because he should be like insider. Mm-hmm. So if he says that, then the questions that we asked earlier should be the ones that the government should try to answer for us. Mm-hmm. If we are able to rejoin or reconnect with Mr. Shopperton, I'll be asking him about this subsidy thing, because he's been talking about subsidy and all that. We digress a little bit and ask him about subsidy. How is this even working? Why is it even happening? How are they doing it? I don't even understand. Maybe he has.
But I think I would like to even know more about like the inflation. How is it being calculated for us to see? Because it doesn't make sense in my head. If we're saying that the naira is gaining strength, right? Fine. Mr. Chris has come to say prices of goods and services has nothing to do with the dollar, although it does, because they all work together. But if we're saying that the naira is gaining strength, why is there still so much inflation? How can inflation be getting to 33.2%? Because if you look at it from February
37 in some states.
That's for food inflation now.
Those are official figures, because official figures are never as big as the real figures.
Yes, when you go to the market.
Yeah, the official figures are never like that. So if you're saying 37 in especially Benue State, that
For
is
food
the food
inflation.
basket of the nation, then there is trouble.
It's alarming.
There is trouble. And all the states that, according to StatiSense, are highest in this inflation are the northern states and north central states that are very high in food production
in agriculture.
It's a serious case for all of us, no matter how.
I mean, I'm just even looking at it. Look at Nasarawa, has 33.76. Borno has 34.28. Bauchi has 34.38. Adamawa has 34.86. Taraba, 34.98. Yobe, 35.44. Yes, Mr. Shokwiton.
Okay, we're glad you're back here. You've been mentioning... My apologies. Yes. You've been mentioning subsidy, and earlier on we were talking and just wondering how it's happening. El-Rufai has come up to say that subsidy is being paid now even more than it used to be paid and all that. So we don't know how this is even working. Why are they not telling Nigerians that we're paying subsidy? Is it that the humility is too much for them, and then they're still getting federal allocation to the states that is more than what they used to get before the subsidy removal? So we can't see the connection. We just are discombobulated. Let me use the big word right now. We're confused.
It will clear out eventually. So first of all, the government will not admit that they're still paying subsidies because they have pronounced in a very blunt manner.
Well, if the government is not going to admit because they pronounced in a very bland manner, I'm just thinking to myself, can't you admit that you were wrong?
That is pride.
That's
the reason. That's what they're saying.
That is
that
pride.
They can never.
But you should, if you were wrong, if you can come out. So that's where transparency comes in. You cannot want to assume position and you're not ready to be transparent. You're not ready to be vulnerable. To say, I made a mistake. I have thought about it, and now I'm coming to tell you that I was wrong, and I think this is the best way we should go about it.
We just love you for that.
Do you understand? We love you for being transparent. We love you for being vulnerable, not trying to maneuver your way and walk through our heads. Why?
But where are they getting the money that they're still giving to the states? If they're paying more subsidy now, which means we actually have money in this country.
Of course there is
and
money.
Then
just some people are just not seeing it. There is money. But circling back to food inflation, before we get rejoined, before we reconnect with Mr. Shokwiton. So I was talking about...
I'm so sorry, my apologies.
Okay.
Please continue from where you started.
It's something to do with the conversation we were having before this, band, the general band. My apologies.
It's all right. Band A, band B. I was greeting you, the band A people, before.
I'm band A, but I forgot. The power still goes up, like you were saying. I mean, we are getting way more. We're getting 22 hours per day, but it does go up, but it doesn't stay up long. So that's why I got a bit lazy with my normal backup arrangements.
Okay, so let's talk about this subsidy. How do you see it? How is it working? How are they doing it? You said they will never come out to say that they made a mistake. That's where you started.
Yes. Yeah. So what I was saying is, the government, typically politicians, the politics of subsidy is what we're seeing playing out. The politics of subsidy is all about the pronouncements, the optics, how they would look depending on the policy stance that they've taken. Remember that they've made commitments to international investment community, the Bretton Woods institutions, and all of that. They've gotten high praises from these quarters, from those people. So to then go back openly on that policy stance would be detrimental to the optics they would like to project. So they will not admit that there are subsidies. They will not admit that they've reversed, or maybe there's a partial reversal in the policy. But what I was saying is, eventually, there are savings as a result of subsidy removal and as a result of devaluation of the naira. The FAC allocations have significantly improved. Each state is getting about 30-40% more than they were getting before subsidy and the naira devaluation policy. So we will begin to see the impact of that eventually. That eventuality, how long it will take, your guess is as good as mine. I'm not going to offer anything in that, but it's still on because the money has been put, you know, so by virtue of how governance process works, they will have to do something more than that. What that something will be, the volume, the proportion, completely different conversation.
Okay, so, you know, speaking about the inflation, we're seeing inflation at 33.2%. What are some policies that the government can do just to reduce this inflation, for us to see it reflect, you know, in the prices of goods and services in the market? Because Nigerians are suffering at the moment. We can barely feed. We can barely, you know, afford the basic amenities, really. And so what policies can the government do if they want to curb this inflation? Because if we're seeing it at 33.2%, I don't know what the next few months is going to be like.
Yeah.
So what are some things we can do?
Because on the Guardian, they said household grown as food prices, over food prices as inflation defies intervention. So obviously the interventions given now may not be working. So what else should they do?
Well, it will take some time for some of the policies to reflect, and I hope I'm still here. You know, it will take some time for these policy initiatives to reflect. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. So it will take some time. Okay. So it will take some time for this policy initiative to reflect, because, like I said, there's a lagging effect. But in terms of what has been done, I think that the hiking of the NPR was painful. Maybe the approach was a bit drastic, but I think it was necessary. And that will begin to yield some results over the coming months, because we do have a demand pull part of this inflation, which is as a result of money supply. The money supply in the economy is way, way too high. That has to be reduced significantly. I'm talking maybe 100%. From where we are now, we need to take at least 50 trillion naira or more out of the money supply, system for us to begin to see an abatement in inflation as a result of demand growth. Now, for the first push, food prices. So that the CBN is doing its part on that, and then they're also working on the value of the naira. Of course, they're the ones that did the damage in the first place, but they're correcting that, and it's a good thing. So that would also have the same impact. So there's the money supply increase in the NPR rate, which would also have an impact on the value of the naira, because that will attract foreign flows into the country, which will then improve supply, which will improve the value of the naira. So hopefully over the coming months, if you see the naira breaking below 1,000 naira to the dollar again, both parallel market and official market, that will have its impact on inflation. Now, with the inflation, is at 40% now. That is as terrible as you can have it, and sadly, it is likely to go higher. And food is a major component of the basket, right? So government must do something drastic to drop food prices. We can't have a situation where, you know what the prices are doing. Gari, rice, beans, fish, poultry, everything has skyrocketed over the last, in a very short period of time. So indeed, because of this lagging effect I talk about, we probably will still see inflation going higher beyond this. We might even hit 35 before we start coming down, maybe even more. I'm talking of headlines. Food inflation, we might be talking 45, 46, maybe even 50% before we then begin to see an abatement. So right now, my prescription, and I've been saying this and I'm going to keep saying it, is that the savings that we have made from subsidy removal and from the devaluation of the naira, we need to plow it back into targeted subsidies. You have to go on a targeted subsidy policy. The subsidy that we had was on petroleum products and was very general. Right now, we're taking that out. We need to put the subsidies back into food and transportation. If we do that, then we will see a significant reduction in inflation, because that will address in the short term the cost push part. Now, there's the insecurity question, there's climate change question, all of those things are also impacting on food supply, where people can no longer go to the farms, and that problem has still not been dealt with. So the government also needs to look into that and find a solution, a quick solution and a long-term solution to the security problems that is preventing farmers from being able to be productive. So these are basically some of the things that I think can be done in addition to where we are.
All Right. I think that's a good way to leave it. And I mean, I love the fact that you said food, target subsidy into food and transportation, and that would just even help and impact, you know.
You're waiting for 100 buses.
Well, we're waiting, yeah, 100 electric buses. But anyways, we want to say thank you for coming. It was lovely having a conversation with you this morning. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Have a great day.
You too. All right, we've been speaking with Segun Shokwiton. He's the chairman, Accountability, Candor and Transparency Network. And we're just talking about the fact that inflation has reached 33.2%, regardless of, you know, the dollar gaining strength. But we just hope that, you know, things are being done and policies are made by the federal government to curb this inflation. We'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll be talking about our next hot topic, which is about the electricity grid. Please stay with us.
We're glad to know you're still there. It's still the Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Right now, we're going to talk about the collapsed grid successfully restored. That is according to TCN, the transmission company of Nigeria. It said it has fully restored the national electricity grid, which collapsed in the early hours of Monday. This was announced by the TCN General Manager, Public Affairs, Ndidi Mba, in a statement. Monday afternoon, this makes it the sixth time the power grid collapsed in 2024. TCN reaffirms its commitment to enhancing the resilience and reliability of the national grid and pledges to continue investigating the measures aimed at strengthening the grid's infrastructure. And to discuss this is Dr. Sam Amadi, former chairman of the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission, NEC. Good morning and welcome to the program, sir.
Hello, good morning. Thank you.
Yes. We're getting worried every day. We hear about the collapse of the national grid and all that. It has been restored now, but restoration means only collapse in waiting. So we're concerned about that in the 21st century and with a population of more than 200 million people in Nigeria. We'd just like you to quickly walk us through why this collapses happens all the time and what needs to be done to make sure that it doesn't happen again. We are short of time. That's why I'm just putting all the questions together. So why does it happen and what can be done about it?
Well, collapse is sort of technical fault. Sometimes it's infrastructure. For many years, the various been upgraded and not working, and sometimes updated. So the system is weak, and something that will, and depending of a system failure, our sector is never enough. Systems.
I think the network seems to be bad.
It's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate. Maybe we'll just have him another time and have a conversation about this, because we need proper infrastructure. We need something that is sustainable, not collapse today, collapse tomorrow, collapse next tomorrow. Oh, we fixed it. We have power now. And then in a few days again or a few weeks, we see it. This is the sixth time in 2024, and this is just April. We just finished the first quarter. How do we have a grid that keeps collapsing every other week?
I'm very sure that there are things that can be done, but corruption has eaten deep, and nobody cares. And people take for granted. People are not even active enough to make sure that the people who do things wrongly answer for it. Like someone said, if there is consequences for bad behavior and people are seen to get those consequences for bad behavior, other people will sit up. But there's no consequence for bad behavior. And sometimes we just take for granted things that we think, okay, it is a bad thing, but it's not that bad, and we let it go. For instance,
we just have a slap on the wrist.
For instance, the banks tell you that they do 24/7 service, and then you go to the bank every weekend, you don't have money on the ATM. Every public holiday, you don't have money. And
sometimes no network.
POS is operating very close. Nobody is talking to the banks. You go to your service provider, you make a call. This is funny. You make a call and they're telling you, sometimes in place of the ringtone, something will be like, on this day in 20, this and that, this happened. You will hear that same sound maybe for like a month. On this day, or what if someone is going for an exam and he hears that and he goes to write it, he fails, it is your fault. What if you're having a discussion that is supposed to be an intelligent discussion, and you feel that you've had information, and then you use it, and then you get embarrassed? There are people who can commit suicide because of embarrassment, and you're letting those things happen. Nobody's talking about it, so you can deceive us all the time that you want, and no consequences at all. So we take for granted a lot of things that happen here, and there is no consequence for bad behavior. And so people just do.
I think in Indonesia or one of these countries, someone is, going to face death because of fraud. But in Nigeria, we celebrate the big men.
Yeah, we give them the chief
you have money. Do you understand? And that's not how it's supposed to be. If we want a system that works, then our justice system needs to, do everything that they can to ensure that we're good. To ensure that people do not, commit, crimes and then they're being rewarded. Instead of, facing the music, instead of going to jail, instead of being, persecuted for it. But we're being rewarded. We're saying we clap for them. We clap for corruption. Corruption has eaten deeply in our nation. And we need to start to, just curb it in totality.
That's why I applaud the courage of the Ganduje ward, where eventually Ganduje, the APC chairman, comes from, because he's facing this allegation in his state, the Gandola thing and all that. I hear he's been suspended.
Yes.
And it will take a lot of courage for a ward to suspend the national chairman of the party in a ward that bears his name. So I think that was very courageous. And we hope that he will answer to whether there were crimes or not. If he comes out clean, fine. If he's found guilty, then he should go in for it. So I commend that as well.
Yeah, anyway, circling back to the topic, which is about the power grid. I just hope that whatever infrastructure they need to put in place is being put in place. Corruption is out of the way. And then we can just have a better electricity grid that is not collapsing and that South Africans are not laughing at us. So
please arrest them all the time. After all, now the Tinubu administration is declaring the last day of the first week of every April as Police Day. They will have Police Week, and then the end of that week will be Police Day. So maybe there will be improved services from the police.
Well, we'll see about that. All right.
It's been an unusual year for us all. We've been forced to learn to adapt to the changes that COVID-19 has brought upon us. However the cards may have been dealt to us this year, we have remained resilient. The Afrima Fashion Show stems from the Afrima Award Show, which is the biggest African award show in the diaspora. Every year, we have showcased designers and we bring together people from all over the world. This year, the Afrima Runway is graced by the top 3 African designers who have welcomed the challenge of doing a virtual runway show without any physical audience. Don Murphy, Ese Ezanabo, and lastly, Sai Sanko. Let the show begin.
Hi guys, my name is Sai Sanko and I am a luxury resort wear designer and I make the most amazing and fabulous kaftans and everything that you desire for traveling. I just really love the way women carried themselves back then, you know, the Marilyn Monroes, you know. It was sexy, but there was still glamour to it, you know, and elegance and sophistication. And I feel that's what my designs are about, you know. I've also been inspired just by my continent, the continent of Africa. Growing up in Sierra Leone, it's just this beautiful, bustling colors, you know, it's so vibrant, the marketplaces, you know, Christmas, it's just, everything about it is just so energetic and it's so powerful and colorful and it just makes me really happy. And so no matter what collection I do, it always goes back to that. And so that's why you see all this colorful prints and all these bold colors, you know. I feel women wearing it, it just makes them so extremely happy, you know, and they look absolutely gorgeous in it too.
My name is Ese Grambowski, and I am the designer and owner for Ese Ezanabo Atelier. My source of inspiration for my designs, number one, to be honest, comes from God, because I go to sleep literally and dream about my designs. And that only has to be from God. So I always give credit to Him for that. And of course, my culture is very influenced in my design. I've been designing since I was 8 years old. Even before that, my mom would tell me wild stories of me taking her fabrics and cutting them into pieces and making a dress or a skirt or pants out of her expensive African materials that she had in our home back in Nigeria when I was growing up. And I draw a lot of inspirations from where I've been in, and I just try to tie them into modern design mixed with vintage designs, mixed with traditional looks, and just tie it all together in a bow to create a true Ese Ezenabor couture piece.
Hello, my name is Daniel Mofo. I'm the founder and designer of Don Murphy, a men's luxury custom suit clothing in Dallas, Texas. Fashion is color. In the past, men were all very scared of, the colors. They were used to the blacks, the grays. But now, if you look at fashion, men wear almost bolder colors than women, You see men in red suits, men in yellow suits, men in pink suits. So for me, fashion is color.
is expressive. So when I just wake up and have an idea and I create something out of that idea, it's God showing off. So that's what it is for me.
I've always been a little bit shy, but when it comes to fashion, I will wear anything and I will wear it with confidence. And so for me, that is a way of expressing myself, you know? And I feel it also is the same thing for a lot of women.
African for me means community. It means living together. If you look at Africans, they're all talking about the different countries in Africa. You know, it's all about our community. So for me, Africa means community. It means living together.
I'm from Nigeria, born in Lagos, grew up in Oroshoki since when I've been little, and I discovered what I can do right now from a particular movie I watched, that's Twin Mission, and from that movie, I blend myself to the people I saw, the actors I saw from that movie, which were very rare. I've not seen that kind of people before. So from there, I started, was like, they were doing some kind of move. And at that moment, while they were doing it, I said I should try this. I've never seen something like this before. And at that very moment, as I tried it, I did it.
Contortion, sometimes referred to as contortionism, is an art that's not very popular in Nigeria. Sam and Blessing are contortionists in Lagos who hone their skills from constant practice and watching videos on YouTube.
So from there, I started pushing. Then I pushed into dance from there till I grew up. I still didn't know what I was doing all this while until 6-7 years back. Then I had to start doing research on it. From there, I then know what I am doing. Then I started working on it professionally, taking it very serious, taking it to a very high stage till from what I've been doing from time come to now, I've been watching videos on YouTube and other ways I can actually learn from. So that way I've been learning. Then some of my friends, which I work with right now, they came to me that I should teach them. So for me teaching them, I have to go work more on myself. I have to go watch more videos to improve so I can teach them. So that way I've been learning by myself until when 2019, that was when I went for a yoga class, a yoga school, and I got satisfied from being a yoga teacher, yoga instructor. So aside from that school, there has been no other school. Once I come up on stage, I connect with the whole space entirely. I connect with everything around me, even the sun, the water, more or less a human being. I make sure I connect down to the hearts of anybody watching me. Nigeria as a whole, it's me, number one, like I'm best. So from there, I've made income from it, then I build up a group whereby if I have a job, I don't even want to go for the job if the pay is not okay to me. Then I bring up the new generations, which are just starting, and I send them out to go for the job. most times if I fall sick, I fall very sick, typhoid, malaria, or I fall sick, I still make sure if nobody is at home, I put on my sound and I do movements in the room. With that way, I sweat everything out. I get better a bit and I probably go out, go laugh with some people. Then with that, I can beat off my sickness. Or if I have a job, I'm falling sick and I just hear about the job. I'll make sure, if they are paying me or not, I just make sure I go for the job, eat up the stage, connect with people. So that way, me connecting with people, I'm dragging more energy. So that one builds me up again. And if I'm sick at that moment, I don't get sick again. Or if I should have a particular injury, like presently I'm having an injury, which I'm not supposed to do anything at all. But when it comes to me performing, because I don't see myself as an entertainer, I don't entertain. I perform, I do act with my homework. But most contortionists, they want to entertain, they just want to make sure you say wow to what they're doing. But me, once I come up on stage, I don't even want to hear any noise. I just want a quiet space. I do my thing. Then at the end, you can give me whatever comments you want to give me. Actually, I've not broken any bone before. Just not even, normally I dislocate my joints. So all I've been doing is dislocation. So the injury I can just get is from muscles. When I strain a muscle, like I go extremely out of the act. So I've only had just two. The first one was my shoulder, and the second one is the knee, which I'm having now. Because that's why I say when I'm on stage, the space I'm in, it can put so much energy in me, and I even want to take off my hand or take my head off my body. So if I'm performing and the stage where I'm at, the energy I'm picking from that stage is building me up, I want to do something very, very, very crazy, which I've not even practiced before. So it's more like I'm going into the spirit realm, into somewhere else that is just blank. And I just do things extremely out of that. The most extreme I've done was twisting my neck to the back. Then I do this triple fold. That's the back bend. You have to triple fold. You fold like twice with your back bend. But I have to stop doing that because I've seen too many people doing it, and I want to create my own style. I don't want to come up on stage and I do something and they'll be like, this one can do it. This one can do it. Because it's still the same transition you use and going into it. So I want to do something that the transition, you barely see it around. If you watch multiple videos, you hardly see it. It's very rare to see. So that's why I have to cut off some moves from what I do. Like I do a whole lot of moves before to make sure I entertain people like then way back. Then when I had to now start noticing myself, what I can do, how more I can reach out with my skills, then I have to just cut out some moves and start working on my own moves, creating my own things for myself. More like the racket move. In Nigeria now, presently, I'm the only one. Though there are others now coming up as well, trying to get their own rackets and start doing. And some of them will still come up to me and like teach me this particular move, and I will still teach them. So there will still be a time whereby if I see that they have gotten it up to that level, I know I'll drop that and move into another one. So because they've gotten the neck twist to the level I know, hey, I can't do it again. I can't go any further than that. I had to leave it for them. So it's only when I have this kind of audience, like if I have a performance for a particular program, and they'll ask me to perform like 5 times, 5 different times for one event, and I can't come up with another move for the next performance. I can't come up with another move for the third one, the fourth one. So that's how I just break down my moves. Then probably the last performance, that's where I can come up with the neck twist. And I have to work out for it. I can't just go up on stage and just twist my neck. So I have to do a 1 week neck stretch to stretch the muscle in my neck for 1 week straight. Then when I appear on stage, I'm ready to just twist it out. The goal for me is to build more like a circus in Nigeria. Bring that to Nigeria. There are people doing it, but it's not really like circus. It's just more like a show. They just do it and they call it a circus show. And circus show is not supposed to be something you just do once in a year. It's supposed to be something you do like every weekend in the year. So what I'm looking at from 5 to 10 years from now is that I bring circus into Nigeria. When it comes to contortion, most people they mistake contortion for dance. And most times they just be like, "What do you do?" I'll say I'm a contortionist. They'll be like, "Oh, dancer." I will say, "No, I'm a contortionist." And they'll still want to be like, explain what is different from contortion and you being a dancer. So I have to now start breaking it down to them that this is contortion, this is dance. Though it still looks more alike. Like when I come up on stage, I move to music. Some contortionists, they don't have that musicality. They just do. Make sure people shout. But me, I just make sure I come up on stage, I have that musicality. So that's why when some people see me perform mine, they call it dance. It's not dance, it's contortion. So I call mine contortion act. So it's an act I'm just portraying to people, not. Before I met Blessing, I've just known 6-7 contortionists. Before I met Blessing, I've known just 6-7 contortionists which I've worked with. And I didn't work with all of them. I met a few of them in a competition whereby if they see me, they just see that somewhere I've come, they will even want to leave the competition for me. But I'll be like, "Oh, what is it? Is it not the same thing we're doing?" But they see me and they will still want to run away from me. Same thing to Blessing. We met at one show. Then from that show, I saw her. She was the first female contortionist I've seen. Like, I've traveled Nigeria, I've seen contortionists, but she was the first one I've seen that was different from other females.
Hi, my name is Ms. Okute Blessing Uche. I'm 21 years old. I was born January 7th, the year 2000. I'm a student of Lagos State University, Ojo campus, 200 levels. I'm actually studying physical and health education. I started about 6 years ago when I was seeing this movie, As Trained. It's about this teacher, a dance teacher actually. She was teaching her students how to split and then carry their legs up. I was very, very amazed at what these girls can do with their bodies. So I decided to start on my own too and to start stretching. I would always stretch in my parlor. It got to a point whereby my parlor wasn't spacious enough for me, so I had to go to this place opposite my compound. It was spacious, so I took this my dad's mirror because he used to be a barber. He has a salon, so I took his mirror there, and then I would always practice alone in that place. When I say it's profitable, okay, it has been profitable because I was able to use this money I get from the shows I do and the concert I go for my school bills and other bills I have to pay. It's actually helping me to take care of some other things too, but I'm not where I want to be right now. I'm not getting what I want right now because I want more. So every lady that wants to be a gymnast or a contortionist should know that it is painful. And whatever you put your mind into, you're going to achieve it. One thing that helped me to get this far is my consistency and my persistency. I was always training. Sometimes I go as hard training for like 3 to 4 hours every day. Most times I train in the night, stretching in the night before I go to bed. My mom always be like, blessing, blessing, blessing. You're not a boy, you're not a boy. You're always acting like a boy. I'd be like, mommy, just stop that, come out of it. This is what I like to do most. One of my biggest challenges in what I do is that whenever I go to the bar to perform or any concerts, men are always my challenges. Like they just keep coming at me because they feel because I stretch so well, because my hip flexors are very, very flexible, and because my backs are very flexible and I bend into some other shapes and some different kind of shape, they think because I'm very flexible like that on the stage, I'm going to be that flexible on the bed too with them. They even go as far as touching me, asking me stuff like how much for a night, how much for a short time. I'd be like, sorry, I'm not a sex worker. Sometimes I fight them, sometimes I insult them, sometimes I talk to them anyhow, but I can't keep doing all that, so I just find a way to maneuver them. Where I see myself 5 years from now. Actually, in 3 years' time, I should be done with my school, my BSc certificate there in LASU. So I intend traveling after that. I intend going to the US, New Orleans, precisely. Actually, I'm actually mailing a mail to them to know if I can furthermore there and then to be a professional gymnast, competing and representing my country, Nigeria.
The Nigerian political space is an interesting and evolving scene, especially as Nigeria continues to practice democracy. Over the years, many celebrities in the country have been appointed by their state governments as commissioners, special assistants, and advisors, while some have intentionally delved into politics with the plan of serving the people and pursuing a career in politics. Today, we will be highlighting 5 female Nigerian entertainers who have been in politics or are in politics. At the top of this list is Funke Akindele. In July 2022, popular Nollywood actress Olufunke Akindele was announced as the deputy governor candidate for the People's Democratic Party (PDP) for Lagos State in the coming 2023 elections. The Nollywood star, best known for her Jennifer character, will be running alongside Olajide Adediran, a journalist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist popularly known as Jandor. Next, we have Tonto Dike. Ahead of the 2023 Rivers State gubernatorial elections, Nollywood actress Tonto Dike has revealed her intentions to run for deputy governor of the state. She had earlier in 2020, during an interview with the Ovation magazine publisher Dele Momodu, announced her intention to go into politics in 2023. Governorship candidate of the African Democratic Congress ADC Rivers State, Tonte Ibraye, on 24th of June, announced Tonto Dike as his running mate for the 2023 governorship elections in the state.
As a matter of fact, your presence irritates me. And let me make it clear to you that I have the documents to which you look for.
Moving on, we have Ini Edo. Ini Edo is an accomplished Nollywood actress, film producer, and director.
And you're not supposed to be here. I'm out there. You're the one giving me this drug that gets you depressed. I am not a depressed person. Leave me alone. Don't listen to me.
She is one of the actresses who has previously held political positions. In 2016, she served as the special assistant to Governor Gabriel Udom Emmanuel, the governor of Akwa Ibom State, on culture and tourism. Her appointment was renewed in 2020 when the state's current governor, Udom Gabriel Emmanuel, was re-elected. Still on this list, we have Kate Henshaw. Veteran Nollywood actress Kate Henshaw, on July 19, 2014, officially launched her campaign website as she sought to represent the Calabar Municipal Odukmani Federal Constituency on the People's Democratic Party platform. Henshaw, however, lost the primary election to retired Honorable Essien Ayi, but was appointed by Cross River State Governor Ben Ayade as Special Advisor Liaison, Lagos, in December 2015. Recently, she recounted how she spent 35 million naira to pursue her ambition to become a member of the House of Representatives and her regrets. And finally, we have Mercy Johnson Okoje.
Iche, this is the money my father borrowed from your hand. Please, do not go near my father's Iroko tree. Do not go near my Iroko tree. Biko,
Popular Nollywood actress Mercy Johnson was appointed as the Senior Special Assistant on Entertainment, Arts and Culture to Governor of Kogi State, Yahaya Bello, in 2017. The actress has stated that she will not enter partisan politics because she believes she has enough influence as a filmmaker and appointee. Interestingly, her husband, Prince Odianosen Okoje, won the APC 2022 House of Representatives Esan North-East South-East Federal Constituency primary election. A popular quote from Charles de Gaulle states that politics is too serious a matter to be left to the politicians. And in Nigeria, with more Nigerian entertainment celebrities in the political space, this quote is true.
There are signs Afghanistan is emerging from the darkness. Recovering from 30 years of war and repression, with a new democracy in place. But the country is still under siege from within. War with Taliban insurgents threatens the nation's security. Corruption reaches into the highest levels of government. Addiction rates rise among women and children. And a booming multi-billion-dollar illegal drug trade continues to thrive.
The amount of cultivation in Afghanistan is scary. It's actually terrifying. No other country in the world has ever produced that much narcotics.
At the center of Afghanistan's crisis, a hardy, drought-resistant crop that joins poor farmers with criminals and extremists, while pushing the nation toward the brink of disaster. Under cover of darkness, somewhere along Afghanistan's eastern border with Pakistan, a farmer delivers his opium poppy crop to a local trafficker. Here begins a worldwide illegal narcotics revenue stream, one generating $4 billion a year in Afghanistan. Prior to 2002, opium cultivation was legal and highly profitable for farmers, returning up to 10 times more money per acre than other crops. The source for heroin, poppy became Afghanistan's most lucrative export. And it still is today. Cultivation has been banned since 2002, yet poppy still grows in regions of the country where the central government has little control. The international community, led by the US and Great Britain, has invested hundreds of millions of dollars to combat Afghanistan's drug trade, mainly because money from opium helps fuel the Taliban insurgency. But when US-trained Afghan eradication teams plow up poppy plants, like here in Helmand Province, it's not always the criminals who pay the price. The United Nations sees Helmand as the center of the poppy trade, supplying over half the opium in the world. But many farmers here see poppy as a means of survival and eradication by their own government, a harsh punishment.
دولت راغلی ولای کې وستل را کړی یا ولا کده دور په خدمت راته کړی پر هر یو باندې دیش لاکه سدیش لاکه 50 لاکه افغانۍ قرباني سدیش 50 لاکه افغانۍ تر دغه تیر په بشي جوړیږي دغه سدیش کاله کې چې افغانستان قرار شپه نه دی
Afghanistan's poppy problem began in 1973 with the overthrow of King Zahir Shah, whose family had ruled the country for 2 centuries. A series of political upheavals followed, orchestrated by the Soviet Union.
First of all, you have to know that the Russians spent 200 years trying to get control of Afghanistan because they wanted Afghanistan as the route to the Indian subcontinent and the sea.
The dreams of empire led the Soviets to invade Afghanistan in December 1979 and begin a brutal 10-year occupation.
روسانو په افغانستان کې ډېر بد خاطرې موږ داونه لرو افغانان په شهادت ورسول او ډېر افغانان مهاجر کړل د خپل ملک نه ډېر افغانان معیوب کړل ډېر افغانان وزورول ورته چې ژوندۍ د خاورو د لندې کړل نو موږ دغه نه ډېر سخت او بد خاطرې لرو ټول افغانان دغه نه بد خاطرې لري د روس دراتګ نه او تر وته پورې د افغانستان خلک د روس نه ډېر بد خاطرې لري
Soviet retreat.
منګه صرف خپل د علاقو نه د اسلام په نوم منګه خپل عقیدې په لحاظ باندې دا جنګ کړی دی منګه دوی سره کوم دغه نه لرو نو خو دا چې ما درته مخکې ویلي چې دوی زمونږ په اسلام باندې تعرض وکړه دا خو داسې تعرض نه و چې دوی یوازې په خاوره وکړو دوی خو زمونږ اسلام نه مانه دوی خو موږ باندې هغه خپل سوسیالیستي چې دی که نه منل
The Mujahideen resistance surprised the world. Soviet troops were forced out of Afghanistan in 1989, leaving a devastated land behind. They also left the country without a generation of leaders to move it forward.
Many of them were executed. They were simply thrown into prison, some were tortured to death. Others were driven into exile to save their lives, and they're gone. So a whole generation of experienced leadership has been lost.
Lost, too, was the country's stable rural economy. 10 years of war left farmland ravaged or abandoned. Irrigation systems, livestock herds, roads, and markets were destroyed. Meanwhile, with few alternatives, desperate farmers turned to opium poppy cultivation for survival.
Before the Soviet invasion, there was really no cultivation or consumption of opium in Afghanistan to any commercial extent. It is only at the beginning of the 80s that Afghanistan started to develop the cultivation and abuse of opium.
The victory over the Soviet Union morphed during the 90s into a civil war among competing Mujahideen factions, each vying for control of the country. Opium became a reliable income-generating crop, not only for farmers, but for the rival forces who needed money to fund their military operations. The Taliban's rise to power in 1996 did not slow opium cultivation.
When the Taliban first appeared in Afghanistan, based on their religion, they took a stand against opium. But as they extended their control into more areas where opium poppy was grown, they found that it was not possible to retain control of the territory while attacking people's livelihoods. So instead, they ruled that while it was forbidden for Muslims to consume opium or to sell it to Muslims, in case of necessity, it was permissible to grow it or trade in it as long as it was not consumed by Muslims.
The Taliban's permissive policy caused annual opium yields to double between 1997 and 2000. Its leaders even used a one-year ban against cultivation to boost worldwide prices on the illegal market.
The Taliban is often credited with wiping out the poppy crop for 2001. That's well reported. What has not been well reported is that Mullah Omar stockpiled 300 tons of opium paste before eliminating the crop. And he was one of the #1 dealers in opium the entire time that he was posing for holy pictures with UN officials talking about the eradication effort.
For a new democracy which outlawed opium. President Karzai made controlling poppy a top priority.
It destroys our economy. It destroys a good family life in Afghanistan, which is the most important thing to have in any country. And most important of all, drug production and trafficking goes hand in hand with terrorism.
In 2004, under great pressure from the US, President Karzai declared jihad against poppy and promised that in 2 years there won't be any poppy plant left in Afghanistan. Well, obviously, this has not materialized at all. There is more poppy in Afghanistan today than there has been at any point in Afghanistan's history. There is more poppy today in Afghanistan than there has been in the modern history of the drug trade.
That fact was underscored by the United Nations report in August 2007.
Afghanistan produces 92% of the world's illicit opium, so we have virtually a monopoly situation.
A monopoly that many believe makes Afghanistan a narco state.
It is not a narco state, but it does produce a lot of poppies. Afghanistan has the problem of poppies, and Afghanistan has the problem of the fight against terrorism. We're fighting both.
But the fight against poppy is not going well.
The amount of cultivation in Afghanistan is scary. It's actually terrifying. No other country in the world has ever produced that much narcotics.
Nor has any country in modern times exported as much narcotics. Getting the product to market starts with the sap from the opium bulb being harvested in the fields. Through a series of steps in secret labs, the sap can be processed into grades of heroin inside the country. Then it's sent out along one of 3 main trafficking routes: east into Pakistan, south and west into Pakistan and Iran, and north into the Central Asian states and Russia. With hundreds of miles of open frontier borders and thousands of people pouring across checkpoints each day, smuggling narcotics out of Afghanistan, while risky, is big business. The $4 billion Afghan opium generates internally grows to over $40 billion as it travels through the Middle East, across Europe, and into Great Britain. This is more than a money-making criminal enterprise. Intelligence reveals links between Afghan drug lords, traffickers, and Taliban insurgents who are paid to provide protection against government counter-narcotics efforts.
The Taliban has been one of the principal dealers in opium paste and in heroin. And we have seen the insurgency fueled by funding from the trade in drugs.
Estimates suggest as much as 40% of the Taliban's income derives from opium.
You look at a map of Afghanistan and see where the poppy is grown, and you look at a second map of Afghanistan to see where there's insecurity, it's the same map. Where there's poppy, there's insecurity. Where there's insecurity, there's poppy. And so what we're trying to do is adjust the strategy. We focus more on a closer coordinated counterinsurgency, counter-narcotics effort. We have to work more closely with the military to make sure those efforts are well coordinated.
Of Afghanistan's 32 provinces, 4 in the Taliban-controlled south produce 2/3 of the country's poppy crop. Signs of the Taliban are everywhere, like this abandoned compound in Kandahar province, where the plot for 9/11 was hatched. Today, it's a reminder of the tensions that still haunt this region. The U.S. military is in Afghanistan as part of a multinational NATO security force supporting the Karzai government and the Afghan National Army. Their mission is not rooting out drug dealers. Instead, they battle Taliban fighters funded in part by illegal narcotics.
If you do get attacked, it's going to be coming from pretty much anywhere.
U.S. Staff Sergeant Lucas Hearn is stationed here at Zabul Province Forward Observation Base in the south, the front lines where the fight against the Taliban is fiercest.
They'll do small arms attacks on us every once in a while. More often than not, though, we just get mortared from up on these ridge lines.
NATO soldiers aren't the only ones putting their lives on the line. Afghan National Police also provide backup by helping man the rugged hilltop posts overlooking the valley. It's dangerous work, trying to control a region that's known as a powder keg, but it's where the future of a nation may be decided. Combating the poppy trade requires a strong government capable of safeguarding its people and enforcing its laws. In 2004, the United States developed a 5-pillar counter-narcotic strategy to help Afghanistan's fledgling democracy rid the country of drugs.
Well, the 5-pillar plan is a combination of incentives and disincentives, and that's the only way to defeat a narcotics problem anywhere in the world. You have to offer farmers an alternative crop for poppy. You have to make sure they have something else they can grow. You have to have an education campaign that explains what poppy does. It's not just a beautiful flower that brings them money. It causes misery and harm in Afghanistan, around Afghanistan. And then there have to be law enforcement. Poppy is illegal in Afghanistan. People have to know there are consequences to growing it and trafficking in it.
Manual eradication is perhaps the most controversial part of the strategy.
The United Nations says that you need to eradicate about 20% of the poppy in a given area in order to deter planting the next year. The objective is not to lower the number of hectares under cultivation. The objective is to interject risk to the farmer. What keeps them from planting the next year is the fear of eradication.
But eradication can also be risky business for the government. On a dusty plateau in Oruzgan province, a joint U.S.-Afghan team prepares for an eradication in Tiran Kot, a Taliban stronghold.
This afternoon, explain some of your ideas. We agreed with the Dutch to start with, at least. We'd stay 67 west.
The operation has been coordinated with village elders and local government officials who've helped select the fields to be destroyed. General Mohammed Daoud, Deputy Minister of the Interior and a leader in the country's counter-narcotics effort, knows the Taliban threat here.
در بعضی ولسوالی‌های مثل چوره و چارچینو مشکلات امنیتی وجود داره. روزی گذاشتم طالبان حمله کردند از پوسته ها که دوباره پوسته امروز پس گرفته شد.
Set for the mission, a convoy heads out, including a group of Americans who'll provide security. But soon, there's trouble.
Taliban. They are Taliban fighting. Yes.
With gunfire on all sides, the eradication team flees to safety, leaving the mission unfinished. And the Taliban still in control.
When forceful eradication takes place, the rural population is still fundamentally dependent on the illicit opium puppy economy. It alienates the population from the government and the peacekeeping forces and pushes it into the hands of the Taliban.
Many agree, including a British member of parliament.
If we want to win in Afghanistan, we have to win over the farmers. And in the short term, you do not do that by corruptly destroying their opium crop. You persuade them over time that it is better and possible for them to have alternative livelihoods, to make meaningful money doing something else. And you won't do that till you've got proper irrigation systems, till you've got decent roads, till you've got access to markets. All these things, they need to happen first. Just to, traipse in and, tractor over someone's fields is not the way to, endear yourself.
There's proof that alternative livelihood programs have worked to replace poppy cultivation. Projects for growing and exporting pomegranates and vegetables have been successful. But the challenge is making them profitable and sustainable for all farmers. Failing this can undermine the effort. Case in point, Nangarhar province near the Pakistan border. As late as 2004, Nangarhar was a top opium producer, second only to Helmand in the Taliban-controlled south. Then the government, with the help of the international community, declared war against poppy in the province.
زه د خپل کلی امنیت ضرورت لرم. افغانستان د
Along with eradication efforts, Cash for Work projects supported by the U.S. provided alternative sources of income for poppy farmers. Agricultural aid programs gave farmers an incentive to grow legal crops instead of opium. The result, cultivation in Nangarhar dropped by over 90% in a single year.
2005, Nangarhar saw a 90% decline in cultivation. And this was hailed as a major success of eradication and counter-narcotics policies in Afghanistan. Why was this success achieved? It was because both the willingness of the governor and police chief to arrest and imprison and shake up those who violated it, as well as lining up tribe leaders into persuading the population not to grow. And they did so by telling them that alternative livelihoods would come.
In the Shinwari district of Nangarhar province, Elder Dur Jan was one of the tribal leaders who supported the government ban against cultivating opium poppy. He convinced local farmers to stop growing it, based on the promise of alternative livelihood aid, and helped reduce cultivation levels to nearly zero. Himself a farmer, Dur Jan endured the financial sacrifice the ban imposed on growers. This year, Durjan must again persuade farmers to refrain from growing poppy. But it's getting harder. Despite complying with the ban, people have seen little help in return. Making matters worse, a prolonged drought has gripped the region, leaving those wanting to believe in Afghanistan's future with a sense of futility.
ما خپل نظر دا دی چې د ورونو ته مخکې ما ویلي چې افغانستان اوس په مثال د مریض دی مریض یو مرض نه زمونږ یو مرض نه دی موږ کې ټول مرضونه موجود دي لوګر کې موجود ده بیکاري کې موجود ده مرستیاوي کې موجود دي کلینیک نشته مکتبونه هم شاړ دي وطن هم شاړ دی کاریزونه هم وچ دي.
Water for irrigation has been a particular problem in the district. Durjan sees proof of that everywhere. Since poppy plants can survive on rainwater alone and in drought-like conditions, Durjan fears farmers may resume cultivating it out of necessity.
مشکلات خو زمونږ همدغه مشکلات دي چې د خلک د نفس سره لاس په ګریوان دي که یو بوټی کوکنارې کېده هغې باندې یو مشکل راپکېده کوکنار د حکومت په ضد نه کوي او کوکنار د نفس د خاطره کوي چې دوی د دې سره په مشکل اخته دي خو موږ به بیا هم دا کوشش کوو چې زمونږ رعیت زمونږ عام خلک کوکنارو کروندونه ځانونه وساتي ویې نه کوي خو دا چې اوس حکومت خو هم دومره وکولی شي چې د دې خلکو سره خو هم یو څه وکړي او هغه داسې څه نه چې موږ ته دا وړه چې ماته ایښي دي دا اوس 4,000 کورونه زه تقسیمولی شم خو دا نشم تقسیمولی نو که داسې کومکونه موږ سره کوي نه دي کوي.
In 2007, the Shinwari district returned to growing poppy.
The promises of alternative livelihoods never materialized for many. In some circumstances, household income crashed by more than 90%. People lost all productive assets. They were not able to meet basic subsistence. So it was not at all surprising, and in fact, arguably inevitable, that the population went back to cultivating poppy.
The failure of the government to deliver on promises has another drawback. It undermines the authority of the elders, like Durjan, who speak on its behalf.
Many of the tribal leaders who have participated in the eradication campaign have become discredited. The population is alienated from them, they no longer trust them, and this creates key opening for the Taliban to come into the province and to mobilize.
The return of high-yield cultivation to Nangarhar means more business and profits for the traffickers. Six months earlier, the farmer got an advance from the trafficker toward his future poppy crop. Providing credit is standard business practice and helps farmers make it through the winter. It also proves the value of opium, which generally returns 8 to 10 times more per acre than crops like wheat or rice. The trafficker comes from a long line of those who followed in their father's footsteps.
زمونږ دا کاروبار مونږ ته د ډیر پخوانه راپاتې دی، یعنې د خپل پلرونو نیکونو مونږ ته په دې سره خپل ژوند په مخ بیو. بل داسې کاروبار زمونږ دپاره نشته چې مونږ یې دې ځای کې په دې منطقه کې وکړو. مونږ دپاره په دې اندازه باندې مونږ ته کم عاید لاسته راشي.
With the average income less than $400 a year, for many, trafficking makes economic sense, despite the risks. The opium's freshness is judged by touch. Soft and putty-like now, it will later dry out and harden in storage, becoming more concentrated.
ذمہوار یم تر اخره پورې ذمہوار یم چې په پیرو
اړول خاتمه زمونږ په کاروبار باندې اغېزه لري، ځکه چې څومره چې هلته کار کمیږي هومره زمونږ دپاره عاید هم کمیږي. مونږ که چېرته د کانان له حکومت د بدیل معاشیات ورکړي، یعنې هغو دپاره داسې یو څه برابر کړي چې د دې کوکنارو او د دې اپین نه د هغو حاصل دې کې زیات شي او هغو ته زیاته ګټه پاتې شي، نو حتما د کان په مجبوري کې چې د اپین په ځای باندې بل څه کاروبار یعنې بل کم فصل په خپله ځمکه باندې وکړي او هغې ته توجه وکړي. نو خپله قاچاقبر مجبور دی چې اپین چې د کان ونه کړي، نو قاچاقبر به د کم ځای نه لاسته راوړي.
Yet for the immediate future in Nangarhar, the trafficker's job is secure. (2 a.m. in Badakhshan province, and the anti-narcotics police begin their operation. With the morning light, they arrive in a remote village. They've lost time and possibly the element of surprise. Colonel Amin Ali, head of the provincial anti-drug force, hurries with his team through the village. There's still far to go, and no certainty they'll find what they've come for. But the portable generator is a good sign. And further along the ravine, they find it. A makeshift heroin processing lab with 600 kilograms of opium ready to be processed into 75 kilograms of heroin. Wholesale value in neighboring Iran, $250,000. This time, the lab workers were tipped off and escaped, but not before converting the raw opium into a solid morphine base, the step before refining it further into heroin.
او آب انتقال میتن در این ظرف کلان. آب باز میگیرن این بیلرایی را که شما میبینید در این بیلرا این آب جوش میتن. بعد از اینکه این آب جوش آمد بعد از او در اینا باز همون تریاک میندازن.
The opium dissolves into a brown liquid and ultimately becomes the morphine base. It can later be processed into various grades of heroin for smoking or injecting. Given the remote location and difficulty of the terrain, Amin will have his men pour out the liquid here and destroy any remaining raw opium or bags of chemicals. This is the 11th lab Colonel Amin and his men have raided in Badakhshan during the last year. But it's too soon to declare a victory in the province's drug war. Police reports claim many other primitive heroin labs in Badakhshan. They exist because the big money's in processing.
The UN Office on Drugs and Crime has estimated in recent years that the farmers are getting from 20 to 30%, and that traffickers, corrupt officials, Taliban, and other participants in it, like people who make heroin out of opium, are getting the remaining 70 or 80%.
70 to 80% of a yearly $4 billion revenue stream is a staggering amount of money. The average per capita income in Afghanistan is under $400 a year. Few legal jobs can match the money earned in the drug trade. But efforts to stop trafficking have begun.
د هوایي ډګر د سرحدي پولیسو او د نورو نهادو ارګانونو په کومک سره بیا هم پولیسو امروز وکولی شول چې دوه کسان چې د افغانستان اوسېدونکي غوښتل چې د کمیر د الوتکې په ذریعه دوبۍ ته او د دوبۍ نه وروسته چین ته تقریبا په حدود 12 کیلو هیروینو غوښتل چې د 2 بکسو کې چې ډېر په ماهرانه شکل سره ځای په ځای کړي وو غوښتل چې ولېږدي بیا هم د بیدارو پولیسو لخوا د چک په وخت کې دستګیر.
Catching drug dealers and traffickers is only part of the mission of the police. They're also trying to revamp their country's tarnished image.
لکه څرنګه چې ګران هیوادوال په دې باندې پوهیږي چې میدان هوایي او هوایي دروازه ده د افغانستان د خلکو عزت او ابرو ده چې زموږ د نړۍ سره ارتباطات تامینوي.
The next stop for these men is a date in an Afghan court.
خطر وزای قضایی محترم علی قایص صاحب عبدالوهاب سدید و قایص صاحب عبدالظاهر سعید در مورد قضیه قاچاق مقدار 11.10 کیلوگرم تریاک با اتهام
Typically, defendants go to trial about 2 months after arrest. But they're not the only ones whose lives hang in the balance. Outside the courtroom, judges have been threatened, abducted, or killed for doing their job.
و هر آن ما چون با قاچاقبران مواد مخدر روبرو هستیم و این کلش مجرمین سازمان یافته هستند چون مسلک ما پیش ما مقدس است با آن هم ما وظیفه خود همونطور به حساب با مسئولیت و با عشق علاقه انجام میدیم. توقیفیت به مدت 10 سال حبس تنفیذی و به مبلغ 700,000 افغانی جریمه نقدی محکوم به مجازات نمودیم.
While justice should be blind, it's often the small-time growers and dealers who are put in jail, caught up in the interdiction campaign.
افغانان ټول په پوي دي له موږ نه واخله تر تاسو پورې له تاسو واخله بیا تر حکومت دولت ریاست جمهوریت پورې ټول په خبر دي. هر هغه کسان چې دوی د قانون تشویقي اوس هم موجود دي په کابل کې موجود دي الان کې په وزارتو کې موجود دي په چارواکو کې په پولیسو چارواکو کې یا په وزارتي چارواکو کې دا وجود لري هم دا اوس هم ستا په پارلمان کې دا غړي دي د افغانستان هغوی دا تشویقي ورکوي خو هغه کسان دي چې هغوی لاسونه اوږده دي لوی قاچاقبران په ظاهرا آزاد ګرځي.
The problem with interdiction, the way it's been carried out, is that it has targeted small traders with little political clout who have not been able to prevent arrests, whereas big traffickers with important connections to the government have been able to avoid interdiction and arrests.
At the end of the day, if you want to have success in Afghanistan or any country in getting a handle on drug trafficking, then it is very important that the cases are built against the management, against the traffickers, against the mid-level and the high-level individuals. Those people, you have to get evidence against them. They have to be arrested. They have to be formally charged in a court of law. They have to be prosecuted, convicted, and put in prison.
One high-level drug lord that was arrested wasn't tried in Afghanistan. Instead, he was turned over to federal authorities in the United States.
Haji Baz Mohammed, who was extradited Friday, is one of the world's most wanted, most powerful, and most dangerous drug kingpins.
Baz Mohammed was the first defendant the Afghan government ever extradited for drug crimes.
He pled guilty to being a manager of a heroin transportation organization through which he moved heroin from Pakistan and Afghanistan to the U.S. from 1990 through 2005. From 1994 forward, he and his organization used some of the money from the sales of the heroin in the U.S. to support the Taliban in Afghanistan. And in exchange, they received the protection of the Taliban.
Mohammed was sentenced to over 15 years in a U.S. prison, a key judgment to Boyd Johnson.
But I think it does make a difference when you take out a person the stature of Baz Mohammed. You send a message to the people of Afghanistan and to the traffickers themselves that they're not above the law.
Johnson admits that Afghanistan's judicial system has a ways to go.
I think that the corruption in Afghanistan is a significant issue, and it's not going to take a week or even a year. It's going to take a long time.
Corruption is a serious, serious problem. The police are corrupted from time to time. Local government officials are corrupted. Provincial government officials sometimes are corrupted. So it's across the board. Unfortunately, this is becoming all too common in Afghanistan society in general, but it's certainly very much there in drugs.
Newspaper editor Shukriya Barakzai is one of the members of Afghanistan's new parliament, frustrated by the all too common wrongdoing she sees.
چون اگر فساد می‌بینین در اراکین دولتی موجود هست، قاچاق مواد مخدره می‌بینین موجود هست، گریز از حسابدهی موجود هست، گریز از عدالت موجود هست و از پشت میز محکمه خو معلوم داره که یادشم نامشم بگیرین اصلا امرایتان قبول نمیکنن. چطور من میتونم که پس همی توقع رو داشته باشم که خب بیا خیر است بیادر جان هرچی که بود تیر شو اما این دفعه بیا ما تو حساب میکنیم. نه.
Afghanistan has a history of regional warlords controlling parts of the country and people having loyalty to their tribe. Barakzai believes this social and political structure hinders the growth of democracy in the country.
امیدوارم مردم افغانستان هم از این مصلحت‌ها دیر شوند و از خیمه‌های کونه و تنگی که دیگه به درد ملت و به درد خودشان نمیخوره و نام قوم و زبان و مذهب خود بیرون بکشن بیاین به عنوان یک کسی که در یک سرزمین زندگی میکنه به یک تصمیم برسه که او تصمیم حاکمیت قانون، رفاه، صلح، ثبات و امنیت باشه. معلوم دار راهی که اگر امی راه 6 ساله خود لااقل ما تعقیب کنیم بریم به هیچ جای نمیرسیم.
Today, illegal processing in Afghanistan has made drugs cheaper and more available within the country. The result is that, increasingly, Afghans themselves are succumbing to the dangers of the country's largest cash crop. A recent United Nations survey puts the number of heroin addicts throughout the country at 50,000. That's in addition to 150,000 people who use opium. Poverty and unemployment are two causes of drug abuse. But in Afghanistan, there's another reason.
During the past quarter century, so many conflicts against the Soviet, against one another, the Mujahideen civil war period, the Taliban rules and the fight against the Taliban, all of this has created a context whereby people, especially internally displaced people, especially refugees, finding themselves in dire conditions, some of them started to use opium as a way of just forgetting the daily chores and the daily difficulties and tragedies in life.
Drug addiction, unfortunately, has come to Afghanistan, mainly as a consequence of our being refugees in our neighboring countries. It ruins families. It's something that worries me a lot. It's something that we have not yet done much, unfortunately.
Many of the country's addicts picked up their habit elsewhere. In neighboring Pakistan or Iran, where per capita heroin use is the highest in the world. Among them, 39-year-old Abdurrahman, who struggled 12 years with addiction. His life reveals a growing trend in a country where domestic drug abuse was once virtually unknown. Realizing how his addiction affected his family, Abdurrahman quit using heroin. He is very firm about his outlook on those working in the illegal drug trade.
کسی که این کار میکنه اون اصلا مسلمان نیست، زاده این خاک نیست، بر ضد مردم، بر ضد جوانای این وطن، بر ضد جهان. طور یک ایانه که از اساما اون بدتر است.
Abdurrahman escaped from the web of addiction, but many Afghans still struggle. North of the Hindu Kush in Afghanistan is where the Central Asian steppes begin, a flat, grassy plain that stretches hundreds of miles into Russia. In Balkh province, farming and herding still prevail as a way of life. Today, the province is poppy-free, the result of the government's rigorous anti-narcotics campaign. But addiction rates are growing. And it's here where Dr. Mohammed Ehsan Hamra practices, serving some of the most remote parts of the country, where access to medical care is limited. Dr. Ehsan sees many addicts whose abuse resulted from war, displacement, or a society in chaos. However, he also encounters traditional communities where drug addiction is rampant. The UNODC estimates 1/3 of the people in this district, mostly Turkmen, are drug addicted.
بیشتر قوم ترکمن به شکل قبیلوی زندگی میکنن و از سالهای بسیار زیاد یا مصروف استعمال مواد مخدر، آن هم به خاطر کاهش دردشان است و عدم دسترسی به خدمات صحی باعث ازی شده که سالهای زیاد این مردم از اوپیوم یا تریاک من حیث دوای ضد درد استفاده کنند و عامل اصلی هم ما میره فکر میکنم که یا کارهای سنگینم مثل قالین بافی و چیزهای دیگه میکنن.
In a traditional village, opium addiction may look different than an urban setting. 50-year-old Najiba, a mother of 5, is a carpet weaver whose rugs are sold in shops in the provincial capital of Mazar-e Sharif, 30 miles away.
تریاک میخوریم. تریاک خوب میکنه. ها، کمتر جمع میکنه جانایی.
Opium also serves another purpose for rug weavers needing to keep their hands free of child-caring duties.
روزانه چند وقت دیوشته که تان تریاک میدیم؟ 2 وقت. خواهو نمی کنن نتی نمی کنن کو بیکار آدم تیره ده دست بگیره ده اونجا بگرده بیکار آدم نیست کو دیگه.
از نظر ما یک تراژدی است، یک تراژدی انسانی که یک طفل هیچ گناهی نداره که او معتاد شود، او احتیاط کسب کنه و تجربه که ما در این ساحه دارم و کارهایی که در این ساحه ما کردیم این برای من نشان داده که مادرها و عدم آگاهی از ضرر مواد مخدر یا از ضرر تریاک یا اوپیوم و اونمو هست که طفل که هیچ گناهی نداره و گناهی از این اونمو هست که جامعه فقیری مثل افغانستان، جامعه که سطح آگاهی مردم آنقدر بلند نیست که از ضرر مواد مخدر بفهمند که اولاد خود که بسیار دوست داشتنی می باشند و زندگی راحت داشته باشند، زندگی عاری از مواد مخدر داشته باشند.
Begun in childhood, or later to alleviate work-related pain, opium addiction often continues into old age. While illegal opium is a threat within Afghanistan, it's also a threat to the world community, and solutions must extend beyond Afghanistan's borders. Reducing worldwide demand is one solution.
If you eradicated every opium poppy in Afghanistan, you would still have drugs on the streets of my constituency and, in small-town America. What we have to do is we have to focus on dealing with demand for drugs and not just seeing it as a question on the supply side.
If you look at any success story in the world on fighting drugs, you have to reduce demand in the countries that have the demand while simultaneously cutting off the supply.
Meanwhile, as the insurgency continues in the country, efforts to curb the drug trade have yet to produce results. A UN assessment for 2008 found opium cultivation at virtually the same levels as the record-breaking harvest in 2007. Welcome news for traffickers in the country.
دغه واړه کچاکبرانې موږ د طالبان او د حکومت یعنې هغو سره موږ کوم ارتباط نه لرو، نو په دې خاطر باندې موږ په دې باندې مطمئن یو چې دا کوکنار به تر ډېر وخته پورې زموږ کاروبار به هم د دې کوکنارو تر موجودیت پورې دا هم ادامه پیدا کوي.
There's agreement Afghanistan's illegal drug trade slows the country's progress toward becoming a stable, economically independent democracy. But there's not agreement on how best to deal with the poppy problem, or how long it will take.
Putting an end to the opium cultivation in Afghanistan is going to take a very long time. Perhaps 20 years, perhaps 25 years. But we have to start, and we are starting now.
It took almost 30 years for Afghanistan to get into the condition that it's in now. It will take a long time to rebuild the institutions, the trust among people, and the basic functionings of the economy.
I think it's totally wrong to say that we are losing Afghanistan. There's a risk of that. But people who know Afghanistan see there's a lot of hope in that country too. And what we need is perseverance, political will. We need to recognize it's going to take some time to do this, and then we can do it.
Filmmaker Reggie Dakum is putting the spotlight on ethnic groups in Nigeria with a documentary titled Tribe. The film is about the culture of the Mapun people in Plateau, Nigeria. Let's take a look.
Africa has 54 countries, more than 1.3 billion people, and more than 3,000 tribes.
In the documentary Tribe, Nigerian filmmaker Reggie Dakum describes his journey to rediscover his ancestry. Dakum belongs to the Mapun tribe based in central Nigeria's Plateau state. Nigeria has more than 300 tribes, but most people only know about the West African country's three main ethnic groups: Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. Red Carpet spoke with Dakum, who said he made this documentary to ensure that his people's story was told and not left out of recorded history.
My motivation behind making this documentary lies in the fact that culture is constantly changing, evolving, and growing. With globalization taking effect, the world getting smaller, cities and nations being built, certain cultures are left behind or left out of the conversation. In Nigeria, like we know, everyone knows Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba, but people don't know that there's much more diversity that Nigeria has to offer, because Nigeria has been blessed with so many different cultures. So Mupun is just one of them. In Nigeria, there are about approximately 370 tribes. In Plateau States, there are about approximately 60 tribes, and all these tribes have their own unique languages and traditions. So if different identities and communities and humans, families are not acknowledged, the risk of them going extinct is very much a reality. And so this documentary aims at shedding light on that. The fact that there are Mupun people, and there are also Tiv, Birom, Ngas, Tarok, Mwagavu, and so much more that Nigeria has to offer. So that is one of the motivations for making this documentary.
Scientists generally have established that the origin of humankind is in Africa.
For a place this big and so diverse, its identity is constantly changing and to some extent fading away. So I'm going on a journey to learn about my tribe.
Africa's independent filmmakers have been making waves in film festivals and winning awards for their original content. With films from the continent available on major streaming platforms such as Netflix and Amazon Prime Video, Africa's cinema is flourishing in the digital age. The broader exposure for African filmmakers excites Takum.
I think this is the perfect time to be an African storyteller. As you can see, African cinema is doing big things. It's being accepted in big platforms, in the streaming space, in the theatric space, in the festival space. African storytellers are finally able to use their voice on big platforms to tell our stories, because for a long time we've not been the one telling our stories, or we've not been heard. So this is a wonderful time to be an African storyteller, and I'm excited because so many young filmmakers are doing great things with their work. They're telling very important stories, stories that shape our understanding of what it means to be Nigerian, what it means to be African, Ghanaian, and so I'm just excited.
Defeating Emmerson and Mnangagwa.
President is a documentary chronicling the fierce struggle for power in Zimbabwe. The plot centers around the 2018 election. The country is set to hold its first election after 37 years under Robert Mugabe's dictatorship. Through the figure of the young Nelson Chamisa, the main opponent to putschist Emmerson Mnangagwa, the film tells the story of Zimbabwe's yearning for democracy, a theme dear to filmmaker Camilla Nilsson.
Democracy in general, universally, is something that we need to care about and keep debating and keep nurturing, almost like a marriage or a relationship. We don't take care of it, it can crack, as we're seeing in many parts of the world right now besides Zimbabwe.
Camilla Nilsson, who previously documented Zimbabwe's political life, explains that her second film is an effort to highlight the historic significance of the 2018 election for Zimbabweans who lived through food shortages and a severe economic crisis. When asked why she chose to tell the story from the opposition's viewpoint, Nilsson explains that the MDC, the Movement for Democratic Change, is the only side to have given her access to its campaign.
And we did also approach Ede Mnangagwa and his camp to see if he would, like ZANU-PF and the ruling party had been part of my first film, accept to be filmed for this new documentary. But after some initial negotiations and actually an initial green light, the camp then declined, or basically didn't get back to my request for meetings, and so we could have made a more balanced film had Mnangagwa's camp agreed to be part of the movie, but unfortunately they declined.
To understand why the ruling party refused to be filmed by Nielsen's team, we contacted officials in the Mnangagwa administration. To this date, no response was provided. The document left more than 6 dead in the days leading up to the results. Besides the campaign and the presidential election, Nielsen's documentary also showcases the opposition's appeal to Zimbabwe's constitutional court after Emmerson Mnangagwa was declared the winner.
All the drama that's in the film and why it feels like a thriller with the military and the police interrupting press conferences and all these dramatic events that took place during the election is not something that you could have ever scripted had it been a fiction film. I think we were surprised very much about how events turned.
The filmmaker believes that the documentary's ability to retain the viewer's attention is largely due to the choices made by the ruling party. Now, Camilla Nielsen says that the most important thing for her is to make sure Zimbabwean audiences see the film.
We still need to release President in Zimbabwe, and we're in the process of doing so. And that will be another huge chunk of time in the beginning of 2022 to make sure that any Zimbabwean who would want to see President had an opportunity to do so.
Nielsen's first documentary, Democrats, released in 2014, was censored until February 2018. Making President accessible to Zimbabweans is undoubtedly going to be a difficult but not impossible endeavor.
Mixed reactions trail federal government's announcement regarding the new price of natural gas for power generation companies, which indicates a significant hike and has got people talking. Today on the show, we'll take a close look at the pros and cons of this move. I am Dola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The federal government on Monday announced that the new price of natural gas for power generation companies is now $2.42 per metric million British thermal unit, higher than the previous rate of $2.18 per MMBTU. The Nigeria Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, pegged the cost of commercial gas at $2.92 per MMBTU, up from the previous cost of $2.05 per MMBTU. The announcement was signed by the Chief Executive, NMDPRA, Farouk Ahmed. Recall that the multi-year tariff order released by NEC in January 2024 for the electricity distribution companies was calculated based on the previous price of natural gas. Gas producers, including international and domestic oil and gas companies, have repeatedly called for the upward review in the price of the product, stressing that this would be an incentive to ramp up production. In the announcement on Monday, Ahmed said the Petroleum Industry Act 2021, assented to by the President on August 16, 2021, and gazetted in August 2021, provided a clear regulatory framework for the determination of a market-based pricing regime for the domestic gas market. The NMDPRA boss further stated that the latest action was taken in line with Section 164, the third and fourth schedule of the PRA 2021, which mandated the regulator to determine the domestic base price and the marketable wholesale price of natural gas supplied to the strategic sectors. He said, quote, the DBP at the marketable gas delivery point under Sector 1671 and other provisions of the PIA shall be determined based on regulations which incorporate, among such other matters, the following principles. The price must be of a level to bring forward sufficient natural gas supplies for the domestic market on a voluntary basis for the upstream producers. On a voluntary basis by the upstream producers. B, the price shall not be higher than the average of similar natural gas prices in major emerging countries that are significant producers of natural gas. C, lowest cost of gas supply on three-tier cost of supply framework. D, market-related prices tied to international benchmark, unquote. The NMDPRA therefore emphasized that it had set the, quote, 2024 domestic base price at $2.42 per MMBTU and wholesale prices for natural gas in strategic sectors, following consultations with stakeholders and in compliance with the PIA and gas pricing regulations, unquote. Joining us is a public affairs analyst, Wisdom Chap Jumbo, and a power systems engineer who is also a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and fellow of the Nigerian Institution of Power Engineers, Dr. Idowu Oyebanjo. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
Thank you, Bob.
Okay, let's start from the studio. How would you want to kickstart this conversation?
Okay.
From the recent development relative to the review of the MMBTU pricing of gas to the reflections that the power distribution companies are now incorporating into their tariff systems across a defined band of their customers. How would you want to kickstart this?
Yeah, thanks, Bola. I think since the announcement by the regulator, I think it has hit everyone with different mixed feelings. Some people have been in shock, if I would say, about the increase. But you must realize that maybe some of us saw this coming. Of course, gas, our power takes, needs more than 75% of it needs gas to work. So we see this coming at the end of the day. But I think the major problem which Nigerians have is, especially those who are willing to pay, who are in the band A. Like the regulator said, this new tariff will reflect only on customers within the band A. So what does that mean? Band A means that if you're in the band A, you receive at least minimum of 20 hours of power in a day. I'm not sure that many people will say, oh, how do I even come into this, because I don't even see the 20 hours of power a day. But we saw this coming, and the only issue or concern we have here is, if we pay this new tariff, are we really going to see the power? That is the main concern.
Dr. Yebanjo, as controversial as the issue of tariff hike may be, the necessary question is this the silver bullet that will bring about consistent power supply by the Nigerian electricity architecture, factoring in the fact that the power generation entities are different from the transmission entity. The transmission entity is different from the distribution entities. So is this the silver bullet to kill the Leviathan of darkness in Nigeria?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that question. To go straight to answer that question, no. So, of course, increasing tariffs is a short-term situation. Hopefully, when we get to a situation whereby the tariffs will now go down. But the main thing that can help Nigeria now in terms of uninterrupted power supply or increasing quantum of power supply to businesses, homes, to offices, to industries, residential consumers, commercial and industrial consumers, will be the full implementation of the Electricity Act 2023 as amended, which was signed into law last year, and the decentralization of the power system, such that we have states having their electricity markets, regional markets will exist, and then the national market will take care of those states who are unable to start their market. This will bring renewable energy systems. It will bring private sector investments and also investment from the federal government. All of this will work together to give us a silver bullet, as you put it, that will help us to have a consistency or improvement in power supply. Having said that, the discussion you have raised in your introduction, very, very lovely. You talked about increases in price of one of the very important commodity, gas, for the power sector. So as a result, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission has had to increase tariffs, but for Band A, this has pros and cons as you have mentioned it. So we have to also deliberate on the cons, the disadvantages, and what needs to be done to mitigate them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jock. I'm sitting here as a Nigerian who has seen over the decades I've lived in this country a continual deterioration of the quality of power supply. And like the good doctor just stated now, we may just be dealing with eczema, talking around this price tariff hike, when we may seem to be living the skin cancer yet to be attended to, because it is obvious that this tariff hike will not be the final solution. The doctor made some suggestions consistent with what the Electricity Act 2023 enunciates. But I'm sitting here now that I don't see the sensitization. They still, indeed, even the doctor spoke around state governments galvanizing their local markets in their state for power generation, transmission and distribution, which has been decentralized. But I am one who believes that with proper sensitization, and this is the question for you, with proper sensitization, you and I can form cooperatives. We can have private concerns. We can have people who live in estates. In the estate that I'm going to be sleeping in today, almost 90% of us function on solar, minimum of 5 kVA solar. And it's even ironic that we may be wasting power, because sometimes we generate more than we need, but because we function in silos, power that could be accumulated and indeed for us to get some recompense, as is done in some other advanced power markets,
yes,
where you generate independent power, you pass on the national grid, they calculate what you have used, deduct it from what you have supplied, and sometimes give you. So I'm sitting here thinking, are we even going in the right direction? Because I don't see that sensitization from enlightened people like you, from the media, from professionals like Doctor. We are still talking the government, government.
I think that's a good observation, really, and I really must agree with you. But however, yes, we're looking at the government, because I think in this conversation, the government needs to take a lead in this conversation of sensitization. Though there have been many talks everywhere, many programs, many just like this, raising the issue of power and the issues around it. Now, that's why the Electricity Act of 2023 solves this problem a lot, giving the power to states. And like Doctor said, when we begin to decentralize, and begin to implement this act, we start solving this problem, because states will begin to drive a lot of these conversations. That's what the act is empowering them to do. Drive this conversation, drive the policies. So far, so good now. How many states now? Just a few states have been able to create their own markets and create their own policies.
No, they have only domesticated the law.
Yes.
Yes. That's not creating market.
That's one way. They've created the policies to create the market. Maybe Doctor will speak more on that. But what I want to say is, this is where the state government will also take lead. And this is where also the regulator, which is NEC, will also take through the government and go take the lead on it. We need to keep talking. The issue of power affects everybody. The issue of power, it's a problem to everybody. It's been more than 60 years. We have been struggling to fix the issue of power. So we keep these conversations going. But yes, we may think we're looking up to government, but government must take the lead on this. We must see them also trying to, take that sensitization down to the home. We have the Nigeria Orientation Agency that is also there. What are they doing? What are the conversations they are having, as regards it? This is my own thinking. But yeah, we need to keep pushing, and we are making a good progress so far.
That may sound very controversial to some of the people watching you at home. Mr. Jumbo. Dr. Oyebanjo.
Yes, I'm with you.
To the best of my understanding,
you are making very good points. I'm really enjoying both of you.
To the best of my understanding, Doctor, thank you very much. To the best of my understanding, there is another segment of this show that I have rested for a while now. To the best of my understanding, we are building on an infrastructure that was conceptualized and delivered in 1863. A central grid. And I'm sitting here now knowing that people like yourself do not only practice in Nigeria, you literally function across the world. We were once positing that it was the statute that was choking, that was essentially the primary problem of the system. Now we have a statute that allows for organic federalism in power generation, distribution, transmission and distribution. Doctor, using your working knowledge of the industry, if you were talking to the Honorable Minister today, say he's sitting in front of you, what would be your suggestions, methodically?
Okay, thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Power is already doing a lot of advocacy and making sure that the import of the Electricity Act filters down through the system. Immediately he resumed office, he has been able to organize a 3-day retreat where he brought together all stakeholders relevant in the power sector and to brainstorm on what needs to be done. So I am aware that a communique will be issued shortly about that. He has also communicated with state governors. He has spoken with all the honorable commissioners for energy or power or related services in every state, trying to galvanize the momentum. You see, just as you have said, as well as the analyst Jumbo, you are correct. There is need for the media, as well as the CSOs and various organizations, professional bodies. They should be at the vanguard of this message of Electricity Act. Like you took us back in history, the Nigerian power sector followed the development in the world when America started, Europe, as well as Britain. However, once they started developing and making progress, we did not make significant progress. In fact, I will say that for a country of 200 million plus, trying to use 3,500 megawatts is absurd.
Utterly ridiculous.
It is in the 1920s situation of the UK or the US, which is not good because they ramped up from those small levels and then moved significantly to about 65,000 megawatt of demand today in the UK and generation capacity of upwards of 70,000. So for Nigeria today, where we need to be, we need to have about 40,000 megawatts of generation, 35,000 megawatts of transmission capacity, wheeling capacity, and then 30,000 megawatts of demand based on the studies that I have done. Now, we are not there. We are even far from there. So the fastest way, I have repeated it 3 times, to make Nigeria get industrialized is through the decentralization. I speak as a professional. So when I speak on power systems, having done it as my BSc, my MSc, and PhD, and having worked for over 25 years, having worked significant period of this inside a UK power system that worked, when I'm saying these things, it is not a fast, it is not as a result of conjectures. You have to decentralize this kind of network. It's not that it is too massive. It is a small network compared to other networks. But because of the factors, Nigerian factors, that have affected us over the last 60 years, the most logical thing for Nigeria and the most correct solution for Nigeria is this decentralization. What we are doing, for example, as part of our advocacy in Aidfund Power Consultants Limited, we are approaching the state government, we are helping them, we are sensitizing them, just as you have said, to at least domesticate the law. We are working them through the steps required to not only domesticate the law, prepare the bill, and pass the bill, and then get the right people in the Electricity Commission for the state, and then develop the market that will make consumers be happy. If a power system does not make consumer happy, if a power system brings apprehension, if a power system brings anger, it is not a power system that is functional.
Thank you very much. We need to move from my take now. We have built a culture of recriminations in the power sector. Everybody finger pointing at the other person. But given contemporary developments in the power industry worldwide, the fact that China has helped to crash the price of, say, solar panels, the fact that there are alternative energy solutions out there beyond even solar, many in the Southwest. I have a friend who just returned from the UK, and at the last count, in the southwest of Nigeria alone, about 200 plus bodies of water that could be used to generate hydro power at the very local community level, to some even as far as state or regional levels. And I'm sitting here. Power is one of the reasons why sometimes some doubt the fact that we negroid species of the Homo sapiens, whether we are really human beings, because we always have the issue of power in all the places that we habitate. Yes. And the irony is that I never knew the man that even once worked in the UK. The irony is that I lived in the UK for more than 2 decades, and I know that in a place in northern England, one of the few places where they are generating more than 12 megawatts of solar energy, the person that coordinated it was a Nigerian engineer. We do it when we are in England, and yet there is something about us that gets us to be moribund when we are at home. Are we?
I will tell you something. In the last 4 years, I mean, I've been within the solar space, energy access space, and all of that off-grid, and I can tell you, Nigerians are really brilliant. I've seen quite a lot of technologies, a lot of innovation, especially from young people. I spoke to a guy one time. He had created some tiles, some tile-like thing where, I mean, if you step on it, it could generate power. So if you put it in a shopping mall,
as in kinetic
energy,
footfalls.
Yes,
footfalls will be generating.
If we have it in our shopping malls, we're very busy.
When people walk around,
it generates power. So the innovations are there, you know, and young people are driving this. So I think one of the issues most times they've suffered is the right kind of funding, you know, to support them. And this again goes back to the Electricity Act. There's a section of that act that was dedicated to renewable energy, you know, where that act has given, for example, NEC the power to promote, you know, renewable energy sources as part of our power mix or energy mix in the country. We need to leverage more on that. So one big issue is funding. You meet a young chap now who has created something very innovative, but the issue is struggling with funding, or maybe so. Some companies are already supporting them, but we need more support in that area to fix our power issue. So what we need to do going forward now, as we plan to solve this problem of power, is to support what we have now with some renewable energy sources or some alternative sources. Like I said, there are a lot of them. And we need to constantly promote that. We want to see from all angles the right kind of funding available for them, you know, to be able to fund some of these projects. You'll be amazed, there's a lot. If I begin to talk about them, I'm not sure we'll go to. There's a lot I have come across. No, but again, for the sources like solar, we need to even make it more accessible to more people. We need to make some communities, you know, you go there, all you need is a mini grid to power them. And I've been to a lot of those communities, especially down south. You know, I went to a community called Emeke in River State, and they've never had power all their life. But there's a mini grid there which was installed some couple of years back, and that is what the community is leveraging on. You know, and now with the new act, we see that it is promoting and supporting some of these, you know, additional sources. We need to give that. That's why when the state governments begin to drive this themselves, some of these communities, we want to see them use solar or all these other renewable sources to drive them. The innovations are there.
Let me compliment. let me briefly corroborate what you say.
Yeah.
I was once in a hotel in Abuja, and as it is my wont, I always like to do a stretch of my leg, especially after having been airborne.
Yes.
So I decided to walk 5 kilometers. And I was shocked that in Abuja, Wuse Zone 7, there was a body of water. It was not a rainy day. There was a body of gushing water. And I was telling myself that, you know what? The hotel was burning diesel. And look, but you see, in Nigeria, there is one agency that is in charge of bodies of water with some people, some bureaucrats who are still looking at the back of a file that was last signed in the 1960s. It's ironic. And so one is, Dr. Odewo Ebanji, I think it's about time I came to you. You know why I need to come to you at this juncture? Because I can imagine the degree of frustration somebody like you will be feeling sometimes. Having been exposed to best practices is one of the most power generation and distribution developed markets in the world, and yet when you are back in your natal and ancestral home, we are where we are. Sometimes, how do you cope? It sometimes can lead somebody in the direction of seeing going on the psychologist, the chair.
Yeah, thank you very much. So one of the most important things for power systems engineers like myself is that we have been trained to solve complex problems. So whenever we see complex problems, we know how to tackle them. If we are given the right environment, our environment has to be one that is conducive for us to provide the services. That's the way we were trained, to look at problems and solve them. Having said that, from what you two have said this evening, it's clear that the federal government made the good decision, the correct decision to decentralize the system. Because as you have said, there are various sources of energy per state. This will happen once you decentralize. The state is in charge. The people in the state, investors will come in if the environment is made right by the state government. Investors are ready to partner with that kind of young person that Wisdom spoke about a while ago. We have various resources. In the northern part of the country, you have hydro, you have solar, you have even gas, maybe. So you will use this energy to provide electricity. In the southeast, you saw what happened in February, March also. From February 26th, it was launched in Abia State, in an integrated power plant project by Geometric. You saw the IPP at Aba, and this will serve a franchise area in Aba. And look at, people are now moving to Aba. Industries are now relocating to Aba. From outside Nigeria, they are going there. They have started, from what we hear, to enjoy uninterrupted power supply. So many states will do the IPP once you decentralize properly. Once you make sure we decentralize, these things will happen. The solar you talk about, you will sell your solar to the grid. It's already written in the act. If all of you in your estate generate so much of electricity, we call you prosumer. A prosumer is a person that is both producing electricity and consuming it. So you are a prosumer in your estate. If all of you aggregate this electricity, you can even as individuals sell to the grid. This will happen. It will happen when you decentralize. Then when we go and support the government of the states, one after the other, to say, look, this is the implication of the act. This is what you need to do. And once the citizens continue to engage their government, state government, this will happen. On the matter of IPPs, this will spring up in Nigeria once we decentralize. But currently, what the federal government is doing is a Light Up Nigeria program. So if you remember, in October 2023, there was a Light Up Agbara project by the Renewed Hope agenda of President Tinubu. But this is being anchored under the office of the Vice President. It was launched there. And with NDPAC, FGM Power Company of Nigeria Limited, as well as Enerix One and other private investors, they are going to be involved in providing electricity to industrial clusters. In February, also on the 26th of February this year, the Vice President went to Enugu in what we call the Light Up Southeast project. This one aims to also take the industrial clusters in the Southeast and make them viable and make them to be able to have electricity that can make them have competitive manufacturing capacities. So power is an enabler. Without power, there will be no economic development. Look, there is no country in the world that you see that has developed and we like to go on holidays there, or we make them a reference, that didn't start by building a power system. When we are doing power system 101, the lecture says the first thing a government does is to build a power system. And that stuck with me. The first thing you will do, if you have a piece of land and you want to form a government here, the first thing you should do is a power system.
I don't want to sound as though I'm a cleric, but even one of the great books and one of the good books tells us that the first thing that the Creator did was let there be light. And I wonder why we have decided to live this long in relative darkness. I'll come back to you, Doc, before we wrap up. We are where we are now. We are trading on ideas. Yes. But I'm feeling, sitting down here, I'm feeling that it is incumbent more on people like myself, people like yourself in the, like I say, the Chattarati stratum or class of society. Yeah. People like Doctor who have seen it work in places where, it's been demystified. True. Is now incumbent on us to find a synergy like this program is providing to enlighten an average Nigerian watching that there is nothing mysterious about having consistent light.
I agree, and that's why I like what I see in the last few days all over the media. There has been constant conversation around these issues. I mean, I ran a program for nearly 4 years, trying to let people understand that, okay, this isn't working, you can have this alternative, and it is possible and it will work. Because there are so many misinformation out there. Some people say, oh, for example, solar is expensive, and they have never gone to price one before. You understand? So we need to. That's why the media.
Even if it's, I'm going to where I will sleep tonight. I have no anxiety about power because I know there'll be power.
Yes.
Even if it's expensive up front.
Yes. So we need to constantly. That's why the media plays a key role. We need to constantly talk about these things. We don't know. Even as we're having this program now, we may have just pass a very important information to somebody today. And I noticed this over the last couple of years. I have been doing this myself. People will call and you let them know. You'll be shocked that there's just so many misinformation there. And when you are able to inform them properly, you understand that changes a lot for them. Having power 24 hours is not a mystery. It's a basic amenity. It's a basic thing that should happen. If you go to Ghana, I lived in Ghana for 5 years plus. We never, in fact, if they would take the light, they're going to call you. You're going to see notification. If Ghana can do it, why are we struggling with this? So the media plays a key role in this, and we shouldn't get tired. We need to keep talking and passing that information. That's my take on that.
Dr. Idowu Oyebanji, we need to be coasting home now, and I would want to enjoin you to have a direct conversation with people at home and just let them know that from the micro, in fact, from the nano to the micro to the medium level, there may be a lot, there may be just a lot that people can do, from powering or lighting up their rooms, to lighting up their, say, homestead, to lighting up their, say, neighborhood, if they function in a very collaborative community. You want to be talking to those ones, because our professionals like here almost end up having to talk to governments, you know, ministers, governors. But at the end of the day, the paradox of the past situation in Nigeria, since I've been born and I've been conscious, is that people solve that problem more for themselves than from a central utility. How would you want to wrap it up, sir?
Well, thank you very much. It has been a very important discussion, and I've learned a lot from the contributions that you both have made, Bola as well as Wisdom. I will say that, as enunciated before now, let citizens take interest in the matter of power system. It's not easy. Even in the UK, even the US, citizens don't really have time to understand what is power, what is my bill. Some people don't even know where they are and what band they are and things like that, because it's something that they expect to get, and rightly so. So one thing that we must do is to decentralize. I have said that a number of times. When the electricity markets in the states are set up, meritocracy must be one of the most important things that will function. Without a system of meritocracy, without celebrating meritocracy over mediocrity, you can never have a power system. Having said that, collaboration is important. The state government will create an enable environment for private investors. Private investors will work with the existing discos by doing the franchising model, by building in the integrated power plant project. It can even be 10 megawatt solar. It can even be 5 megawatt. It can be as 20 megawatt. We need all of these pockets of generation, distributed generation, we call them. We need them to be able to make power available first in the state. Any excess can be sent to the regional grid. Any excess can be sent to the national grid. And that is how Nigeria can only develop. Nigeria cannot develop with this centralized system of power system function. So, this time, what we should be doing should include metering all customers, making sure all customers are metered, coordinating the implementation of the Electricity Act, doing independent power plants, doing this Light Up Nigerian project, and joining the effort of Siemens project, which FGM PowerCo is actually pioneering by investing in the infrastructure of the Nigerian landscape. There are small things. I remember a feeder in Akute in Lagos, southwest Nigeria. The Akute area has just little things that you need to do to the feeder to make power available. So there are certain things that will be possible when we decentralize. If we don't decentralize, they will not happen. The people in Akute will even go to Band A if these little minor tweaks or things are done. So this also applies to several places in the country. All we have to do are minor things that will get us there, but knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power.
It's unfortunate that time is not our best friend on the program, but having said that, you having mentioned Akute, I was actually telling, I am championing a 200-unit estate with some of my friends. I started a cooperative in England, and I told them I'm integrating power into it, and they were initially surprised. And I said, you know what? Ironically, look at Akute, the first major body of water that allowed the white people to enter southwest Nigeria, Ogun River, from the Lagos Lagoon here to Ogun. And that water is still there now, literally being polluted at Kara by cow dung. That is what we do now for even some of the assets with historic value to us. And ironically, Doc, look at the role of Kanji and River Niger, even in the extant power configuration that we have. And yet we have bodies of water littering our neighborhoods, and we just live as though only NEPA, only PHCN, only DISCO, only GENCO. Thank you very much, sir. We look forward to having you on some other time. Thank you for the enlightenment opportunity. I've also learned a lot from you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Wisdom, you need to wrap it up in a way that engages the people you are here for. You are not here for me, the viewers.
I would just thank you so much. I would just
and
add,
this is your camera, I guess.
I would just add to say, I know the recent hike in tariff is tough, but I want to say I think the Nigeria Electricity Regulatory Commission has shown some way of support by providing required information. I read just this evening, I saw an FAQ that they've published, for more information on everything we need to know about the tariff. I want to urge everyone to go and read those FAQs and imbibe them. And also, they just placed a fine on one of the discos of 200 billion for placing the tariff on all bands instead of just band A. So I see some monitoring happening, which will give us some confidence, which is actually what we need. Equip yourself with more information about this. Also, some numbers have been shared. Let's be able to engage them. So use social media also, and make sure that if we are paying for this, we are getting it. If we are not getting it, we want some sanctions on those discos who may be in any way shortchanging us by not doing the needful. So the citizens need to engage more. And that's what I want to say, because I know everywhere now there's so much concern on this increase in tariff, but let's see how that goes. But let's continue to engage NEC. It's just a message I want to pass to everybody.
Without wanting to sound patronizing, if anybody was in doubt that your name happens to be Wisdom, thank you very much
Thank you so much, Bola.
Really appreciate you.
Thank you.
This is where we call it a wrap. We may soon be doing the historical epilogue segment that we used to do on this program, giving historical perspective to some of the topics that we engage with. I am Bola Oba. Have a good evening.
It is engagement we need to have. Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Women are shattering glass ceilings around the globe, making indelible marks across sectors, and the Nigerian banking industry is not left out, as Adora Umeoji joins the list of female chief executive officers (CEO) in the sector. In this feature, we bring you the profile of female chief executives of banks in the country. Adara Umeoji. Umeoji has over 30 years of experience in banking, including 26 years at Zenith Bank. Before Umeoji was appointed GCEO designate, she held the position of Deputy Managing Director of Zenith Bank from October 2016. She obtained a bachelor's degree in sociology from the University of Jos, a bachelor's degree in accounting, and a first-class honors in law from Bayes University, Abuja. Umeoji is also a graduate of the University of Salford, United Kingdom, where she bagged a Master of Laws degree. She also obtained a Master's in Business Administration, MBA, from the University of Calabar, and a doctorate in Business Administration from Apollos University, USA. Bolaji Agbede. Bolaji Agbede, acting Group CEO of Access Holdings, took over on February 13 following the death of Herbert Wigwe, the company's former GCEO. Agbede has worked in banking operations, customer relationship management, and human resources management departments for over 27 years. Beginning her career in 1992 as an executive trainee, she worked her way up to manager in 2001 at Guarantee Trust Bank, where she also held various positions such as vault custodian and relationship manager. She subsequently served as CEO of JKG Limited, a business consulting firm, in 2003. Agbede joined Access Bank in 2003 and as an assistant general manager, and was responsible for managing the bank's portfolio of chemical trading companies. She also headed the bank's human resources department between 2010 and 2022 and was appointed the company's founding executive director, business support, in 2022. Agbede holds a bachelor's degree in mathematics and statistics from the University of Lagos, 1990, and subsequently obtained a Master of Business Administration degree from Cranfield University in 2002. Miriam Olusonya. Miriam Olusonya is the MD of Guarantee Trust Bank Nigeria Limited, a subsidiary of Guarantee Trust Holding Company, GTCO PLC, a position she assumed in July 2021. After beginning her career at the bank in 1998 as an executive trainee, Olusonya advanced through the ranks and now possesses over 25 years of experience in a variety of banking-related fields, including corporate finance, investment banking, financial markets, asset and liability management, investor relations, and transaction services. Before her appointment as the bank's MD, she was appointed Executive Director in 2018 and held positions as the group's treasurer and head of its wholesale banking division. Olusonya currently serves as a non-executive director on the board of GT Bank Gambia Limited. She is also a non-executive director of the Nigerian Interbank Settlement System (NIBSS) and the Shared Agent Network Expansion Facilities (SANEF). She graduated from the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, with a bachelor's degree in pharmacy (B.Pharm) and the University of Liverpool, UK, with a master's degree in business administration, finance and accounting. Nneka Onyali-Ikpe. Nneka Onyali-Ikpe took office as MD CEO of Fidelity Bank on January 1, 2021, becoming the first female MD CEO in the bank's history. Before the appointment, she was Executive Director, the Southwest Region, overseeing the bank's business in the region's 6 states from January 2015 to December 2020. She has professional experience of over 30 years across various banks, having commenced her career in 1986. Onyali-Ikpe has worked at Standard Chartered Bank PLC, Zenith Bank PLC, and Citizens International Bank Limited, where she held several management positions in legal, treasury, investment banking, retail commercial banking, and corporate banking. Onyali-Ikpe holds Bachelor's of Law (LLB) and Master's of Laws (LLM) degrees from the University of Nigeria, Nsukka, and King's College London, respectively. Yemisi Edun. Yemisi Edun is MD and CEO of First City Monument Bank, the first woman to ever hold the position at the organization. She assumed the position in July 2021 following an allegation of marital infidelity against Adam Nuhu, the former FCMB MD. Edun started her career in 1987 as a corporate finance specialist with Akintola Williams Deloitte, a member firm of Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu. Thereafter, Edun joined FCMB in 2000 as the divisional head of internal audit and control before assuming the role of Chief Financial Officer, CFO, of the bank in 2015. Edun holds a bachelor's degree in chemistry from the University of Ife, Nigeria, and a master's degree in international accounting and finance from the University of Liverpool, UK. Tomi Somefun. Tomi Somefun was appointed MD CEO of Unity Bank PLC in August 2015. Prior to her appointment, she served as the executive director overseeing the Lagos and Southwest Business Directorates and the Treasury Department of the bank. She has 35 years of experience in the private sector, 26 of which are in the banking industry. From 1982 to 1986, she worked as a senior audit assistant for KPMG, which was the beginning of her nearly 40-year journey to become the formidable banker she is today. After working for a few more years as a senior auditor at Arthur Andersen, she left in 1989 to become an associate at Ventures and Trusts Limited. Veering into the banking sector, she began working with Credit Bank Limited before joining UBA Group, where she served as the MD CEO of two significant UBA subsidiaries, including UBA Pensions Custodian, a startup company which was founded with her as the pioneer MD. She graduated from Obafemi Awolowo University in 1981 with a Bachelor of Education in English Language. Yetunde Oni. Yetunde Oni in January 2024 was appointed by the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, as the MD CEO of Union Bank of Nigeria. Until her appointment with the bank, Oni was a financial services leader with a successful career spanning over 30 years, holding senior positions in international and local banks and focusing on emerging markets. Before she made it to the top of the financial institution, Oni had an 11-year stint at EcoBank Transnational Incorporated as a relationship manager from 1994 to 2005. In September 2014, Oni held the position of Pioneer Head of Commercial Clients at Standard Chartered Bank Nigeria Limited, before becoming the lender's MD and Country Head of Commercial Banking in West Africa in 2017. In January 2021, Oni achieved a significant milestone by becoming the first female MD CEO of Standard Chartered Bank in Sierra Leone. Oni is a University of Ibadan graduate with a bachelor's degree in economics and has an MBA from Bangor University, Wales. Ireti Samuel Ogbu. Ireti Samuel Ogbu, appointed in September 2020, doubles as the CEO of Citibank Nigeria and Citibank's country officer for Nigeria and Ghana. Before appointed CEO of Citibank Nigeria, Samuel Ogbu was the Europe, Middle East and Africa EMEA head, Payments and Receivables Treasury and Trade Solutions (TTS) under Citi's Institutional Clients Group (ICG), based in London, UK. She has also served as a non-executive director on the board of Citibank Nigeria Limited. For the past 32 years, Samuel Ogbu has held various roles across Citibank's businesses in the UK, Nigeria, and South Africa, having worked in each of the countries twice. Samuel Ogbu obtained a bachelor's degree in accounting and finance from Middlesex University, UK, and has an MBA from the University of Bradford, UK. Kafilat Araoye. Kafilat Araoye was appointed in 2020 as the MD CEO of Lotus Bank. She started her career in 1988 at National Oil and Chemicals Marketing Company PLC, now Cornell Nigeria PLC, and moved in 1990 to GT Bank as the pioneer head of HR. Her last position at the firm was General Manager and Group Head, Human Resource Group, a position she exited in 2015. Subsequently, Araoye moved to XYZ Outsourcing and Management Consulting Limited. From 2015 to 2020, Araoye holds a first degree in history from the Obafemi Awolowo University and a master's degree in industrial relations and personnel management from the University of Lagos, graduating as the best student in her class.
Everyone talks about getting their dream jobs. But what does it take to get that dream job? In a religious society like Nigeria, some people resort to prayer. But did you know that sometimes the only reason you're not getting the job isn't because you don't have the credentials? many times about how well you can defend your credentials through your presentation and communication skills during the interview. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, the rate of unemployment in Nigeria rose to 33.3% in December 2020 from a 27.1% in 3 months. Interview phobia is a major issue that contributes to unemployment in the country. Some individuals are employable but don't know how to express themselves properly, present their resumes, and network effectively. An expert spoke to us about interview phobia and how it has increased the rate of unemployment within the country.
Okay, so I mentioned I struggled. I went to Lagos State University, public university. Nobody taught you any of these things. And so I thought that if I come to the interview space, I would do well because I know I'm good enough. But coming in, it was difficult. I got plenty of rejections, and I made up my mind that if you can get past this thing, you would help other people who are also like you. And so sitting down in that space, I also see people like me, and I feel for them.
According to Student Graduate Report, more than 50% of graduates in Nigeria disclose that communication skill is the least skill their academic education prepared them with.
Like we have a compulsory NYSC every year. I believe the government or the educational sector should do something like when they know somebody's in their final year, maybe they allow them go through a month or so, or they introduce a course and make it mandatory for them to be able to go out there and face the outside world when it comes to interviews, when it comes to networking and all of that. I've seen super amazing, intelligent people lost opportunities because they were not confident, and those who were not so smart but have built their confidence are able to get the job and get these networks and get these opportunities. Especially when you come from a Yoruba or Igbo family where you don't have to look at your dad in the eye. You get that kind of thing. So you have to learn to look at people in the eye when you talk to them. It makes them believe that you are not up to something. You're not hiding anything in your cupboard.
We're going to school or having to attend different schools, all right? They just teach us, we only have syllabus on what they've been doing so far in past years, and there's no trend of bringing in new things.
So the next time you complain about not getting a job, think about how well your CV is prepared. Assess your communication skills during the interview and think about how well you presented yourself.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings you the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Uyime Elijah, and on today's show we have 2 interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First, Nigerians have been advised to be intentional about their profession and businesses, as it is the best way to achieve results, by extension produce the desired changes needed to grow the economy. This advice was given at the Ecclesia Realtors Conference, a gathering designed to transcend the ordinary and inspiring entrepreneurs who harbor a passion for real estate.
Over 350 entrepreneurs are gathered at the maiden edition of this conference, convened by Adozilian Home and Realty. It is said to be not just a gathering, but a journey designed to spark the curiosity of those who intentionally want to choose their dreams in the world of real estate.
If a focused fool can do more impact than a genius, how do we get to our dream?
Simon Adozi is the host of the conference. He welcomes all in attendance by explaining why the conference is themed on intentionality in how Nigerians can get to their dreams.
One thing that has helped us and one thing that has distinguished us from every other is one thing. We do things intentionally. Every detailed thing that we do with intention.
The way we view and interpret the world will always determine the way we respond to it.
You want to pursue every goal that you see. You want to pursue it.
In your video, you said this place is a dry land, but I'm seeing water.
After like 2 months, thank you again for your referral. We'll anticipate.
Undoubtedly, speakers are drawn from a powerhouse of exceptional and experienced professionals who gladly share their wealth of experiences, guiding the participants on the path towards success. Former Lagos State Commissioner for Budget and Economic Planning, Sam Igube, speaks on the aptness of the conference theme. In his presentation, the former commissioner speaks about the power of connectivity and building human capacity.
Be intentional. In other words, don't let it go without you deciding within yourself as to what you'll begin to do next. I know some people's modus operandi is avoid government as much as possible. But what did I say? You are not trying to build relationship with people you like or people that are supportive of you necessarily. You are trying to build an industry, a sector that will be transparent, that will have accountability, that will have efficiency, and a sector that can then drive investment.
In an interview, the convener hints at making the event an annual one, while other speakers share insight on several aspects of the ever-growing real estate business, including closing of sales, need for profiling and understanding the market and customers' needs.
Give me the assignments of talking about how to close big sales. You need to profile yourself. How do you profile yourself? It's a list of things that you need to do. Number one, you yourself. Confidence mentioned that. How are you looking? Are you looking like 50 naira? And you want to close a 500 million naira deal? How? The person that you want to buy. See, to get people to bring out money from their account, it's not easy.
You have to keep on creating that presence, making yourself that go-to person when it comes to luxury, that you are the person, you understand the luxury market, you know what they need, and consistently remind them that you are the go-to person, you have them at heart. The moment they understand that, and that can only be done by consistent posting.
No doubt the entrepreneurs at the event have been impacted by the Ecclesia Realtors Conference, which has acted as a catalyst to fueling passion to doing great things in the industry.
Family and friends have gathered to pay their last respect to one of Nigeria's producers, directors, and actor, Vincent Dejumo Louis, who was laid to rest. The event, which was held in Lagos, had popular filmmaker Tunde Kelani a representative of Lagos State government, among others in attendance. Let's go look at this one. We'll be right back.
At a line estate in Lagos, family, friends, guests arrived to see the quintessential Vincent Dejumo Louis's corpse for the last time. Tears cascaded down on the faces of some, while others were there to comfort them. From there, his remains were moved to Holy Cross Cathedral at Catholic Mission Street, Lagos Island. At the church, the officiating minister, Very Reverend Monsignor Bernard Okodua, offers prayers for the deceased as the congregation joins the choir to sing hymns.
You give life to all things and make them holy. And you never cease to gather your people to yourselves, so that from the rising of the sun to its setting, a pure sacrifice may be offered to your name.
Popular Nigerian filmmaker Tunde Kelani shares his experience working with the late Dejumo Louis.
I happened to have worked with him in NTA, where he played the pioneering role of the village headmaster, Oloja. And he carried it on stage and off stage. He was Kabiyesi Adebosipo in Mainframe Productions, Agogo Ewo. He comes with a large dose of humility. He was famous, but he didn't carry it.
Kelani says the late icon's contribution to the entertainment industry will not be forgotten in a hurry.
He was home with everybody and inspired all of us. So we can never forget him. Even I can disclose here that the next film I'm going to make, Agogo Ewo 2, we are going to pay a tribute to his memory. So may his soul rest in peace.
The first daughter of the deceased, Adiola Folabi, says one thing no one could take away from his father was that he was apologetic whenever he was wrong. She wished him eternal rest.
What I remember the most is his voice. He had a wonderful voice and he sang a lot. And then he taught us how to sing, but he sang a lot. It was very thoughtful, and very forgiving. He can say sorry when it hurts. And I find that hard. The way we grew up, most parents don't know how to say sorry, but my daddy would tell you he's sorry when he's sorry. He has to be with the Lord. He has no choice.
More tributes poured in for Dejumo Louis as his son-in-law, Chukwuma Osakwe, recounted the moment he sought the hands of the thespian's daughter's hands in marriage. He describes him as a detribalized Nigerian. The wife of Osakwe, Adelola, corroborated her husband's view, hoping to see her father's wish for Nigeria come through.
I saw the side that the rest of the world didn't see, because I met a very playful man. When I arrived, he said, that he'd always known and prayed that one of his children, especially the males, should marry an Igbo person. But that this is his daughter now bringing an Igbo man, so that he's happy that his family is around. He wanted intertribal marriages.
There's so many of them, but they always ended with hugs and kisses. So for me, those are the things I'll miss the very most. So I'm wishing him good rest. And I'm trusting that his desires for us will come to be, right? And also that his desire for this nation, as we call regards cultural unity, is something that would really come to be, not in the not so distant future.
Vincent Dejumo Louis, an accomplished TV producer and director, played the role of Kabiyesi in Nigeria's longest-running soap opera, Village Headmaster, which aired on the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA. He was one-time lecturer at the NTA College, Jos, Plateau State, and manager of programs at NTA Ibadan until his retirement in 1999. The late TV star was born on the 28th of July 1943 and passed on the 22nd of December 2023 at the age of 80.
Young people have gathered here at the JF Ade Ajayi Auditorium, University of Lagos, UNILAG, to get useful insights at the third edition of the Gen Z Initiative in Nigeria, GINN 3.0. The event had a multitude of enthusiastic Gen Zs, underscoring the growing interest of the younger generation in Nigeria's socio-economic transformation. The theme of GIN 3.0 was daring to invent the future of the Nigerian entertainment industry. It featured nuggets from esteemed personalities within the Nigerian entertainment industry such as Charles Inoje, Hilda Dokubo, and Ali Baba, among others. It also had a panel of discussants who delved into practical strategies for navigating the entertainment industry, honing creative skills, and projecting a positive global image for the Nigerian entertainment sector.
They sell that suya. As I say, make I go buy suya, they can't show me different type of suya. To point to the one where I like, now there problem deal. My this is no green move. Now that I don't say Nigerians will be loving people, they can't find engine oil. My outfit first, the first I fly out 2 hours before my outfit come free. You know, outfit now then they tickle you, you're gonna do like this. When they want to tickle me, my outfit hard. They do crap. My brother, don't let anybody deceive you. Say money na vanity. Money is important. Money when Bible see talk say money answereth all things. No be even some things. Poverty is a bastard. You don't get money, they carry your drink, go peace. Who won't poison you? Who get your time? You don't get money, they pray for long life. What do you want to chop when you get alive?
It's important that young people are encouraged in the education, in the entertainment industry. It's important that we continue as government to encourage young people in the entertainment industry, and as also custodians of policy, we need to also, encourage them to always. Because the arts is very important in communicating to the citizens. So it's important to encourage them as custodians of our policy to embed as part of the message that they communicate our national heritage, our national history, culture, morals as well in the content that they communicate.
Other notable personalities include the Deputy Vice-Chancellor, Management Services, Professor Lucian Chukwu, who represented the Vice-Chancellor of UNILAG, Professor Folashade Ogunshola, and past governorship candidate of Labour Party in Lagos State, Gbadebo Rhodes Viver, who was chairman of the day, and graced the occasion.
It's wonderful because every sort of reformation or positive movement that happens in a nation or country historically always starts from the academia and the academic institutions, from the thinkers, right? And assembling young people like this to sort of give them guidance and direct them is the way to go. In most developed countries in the world, this is what is done. And I'm very excited always to be part of anything that involves lifting up the youth in our country, because truly they are the future and they are the present. And the world is not like how it has ever been before, because now everybody is connected. And there's so much that can happen based on that connectivity.
GIN stands for Gen Z Involvement in a New Nigeria. Now, when you're talking about a new Nigeria has to do with a lot of bodies or concepts coming together. It's not just one aspect. We're focusing on various aspects of a nation growth. And in order for a new Nigeria to be given birth to, we have to ensure that the Gen Z are actively carried along in developing what a new Nigeria. So this came out of this whole concept came out as this this whole concept came out as a hunger of ensuring that the Gen Zs are not left out in developing Nigeria. Because I believe for us to get the future right, we need to ensure that the youth are actively carried along. The first edition was the Gen Z involvement in the business sector of Nigeria. The second edition was the Gen Z involvement in the political sector. That was the political year last year. And this edition is in the entertainment space. So every year we'd always come up with different concepts and content on how the Gen Z can get involved in various sectors of Nigeria. So next edition can be on tech, just touching different aspects of what? Of a nation growth. Because if we can effectively grow various aspects, trust me, Nigeria is going to be a better place. Because we'll be engaging with experts. Because in this edition, we're engaging with experts. Last edition, we engaged with experts. So how was it during their time? How is it now? And how do you think the Gen Zs can make the necessary adjustment in that sector and give birth to a better Nigeria in that little space? So once all this little space coming together is what gives birth to a new Nigeria. So, yeah.
You must give it to the Nigerian youth. He's not just hardworking, she not just hardworking, but also adventurous. These are young people who are faced with a lot of challenges and also remain sane. Because it's one thing to be faced with challenges, it's another thing to handle the challenges without losing your mind. So I'd say they dominate the scene, really. And for a place where you really don't have a lot of grooming grounds, and then you have these young people daring and not minding to learn, fall rise, but create a career for themselves and be part of the industry. I think we should actually, commend them.
There's this thing about being a youth. The bursting energy that is naturally quartered in that demography. If you do not trap it and nurture it, harness it for positive use, either by the community or the state at large, it will be used negatively, either against the community or against the state. So that is why whoever has thought of this, and incidentally, this is the brainchild of some young chaps, is something that anybody should strive to support.
The Gen Z initiative in Nigeria is a social impact program which strives to inspire active participation among the youth, particularly the Gen Z, in the molding of a better future for Nigeria by mobilizing for positive action in pivotal sectors such as education, health, business and entrepreneurship, politics, entertainment, technology and innovation.
This is serious. Appreciative views, whatever is nice.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Uyime Elijah. Enjoy your weekend.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Photography for me was more a means of expression than at the beginning, than a source of income, you know. Luckily for me, my fine arts career had picked up, so I was making a living as a painter while developing the passion for photography. So that gave me the opportunity, you know, to stand my ground and beat out a path, you know, towards the mastery of my craft, and then become, you know, the Kelechi Amadiobi that you people know today. Is all about insisting that my work had to be excellent. You see, I always tell people, do not chase success. You attract success by developing yourself. So when you apply yourself, you learn your ways, you improve your learning, you practice what you've learned. Once you improve yourself, then you add more value to the world, and then the world has no choice than to add financial value.
It took me 2 years to set up my house. I have to support my son. I have to do some things for my siblings, my younger ones. So it took me 2 years. I was making money by then. I was saving money, going to locations, but I was using a Nokia phone. I don't get carried away with anything. I don't want to stay in Lekki by force. I decided to keep my dignity against all odds. But during this period, a lot of people mocked me. How can you be staying in Obawole, Iju Shaga? Do what you can afford. Don't pass your boundary. Don't try to impress anybody. Live within your means.
Back then, when I was schooling in University of Jos, I was making music with them, Jesse Jack, Vice Prince, and everybody, Jeremiah Gang. You know, I didn't have a laptop. So, and I remember Chuck Six had one laptop that he wasn't using, but he was looking for how to sell it. He gets so he could gather money and go back to school, and you know. So I told him that, you know, give me this laptop, let me just borrow it. And before the next day, I zoomed to Lagos. I mean, it wasn't intentional, but I needed a laptop so bad to get my music going. And I think that's one downtime story that I've actually never told anybody. Things might be difficult, things might look like it's not gonna happen. People might even look at you like you don't know what the hell you're doing, but just as long as you know that you have your particular goal that you're trying to, you know, achieve, just stay focused with it, you know, do whatever seems possible, do whatever it takes to, you know, get to it. Because at the end of the day, winning is all that matters. Winning is all people care about. So make sure you go out there and just win. That's all.
I loved storytelling. Every time I watched a film or every time I was in stage acting, I would come alive, you know, and I sort of like knew that was what I wanted to do with the rest of my life. That was what would bring me fulfillment. But the reality was I was a third-year student in a University of Technology studying chemical engineering. So I decided to quit. I decided to drop out of school. It was a struggle. No one wanted to listen to me. My family thought I was going crazy. Someone, you know, my older brother thought I was smoking something. You know, but I tried to convince them and no one listened to me. So what I did was to try and finish. So I went back to school, finished my engineering course, and by then I had almost forgot my dream to be in entertainment. So what happened was I served, got into an engineering firm, oil and gas, and I became an engineer, you know, going offshore, going to the field. But, you know, the dream started to come alive again. You know, I'd watch movies, I'd get invited to on set by my friends, and, you know, that spark started to burn again. You know, I started to see myself doing things, acting films, telling stories, and I couldn't sleep at night. I would dream and imagine myself in the entertainment world, and I'd come alive. So I decided I'd quit my job. And I walked back to my seat. I said goodbye to oil and gas and engineering, and I focused and faced entertainment, and that's how I got to where I am today.
To be honest, I don't want to give anybody like a hope like it's some easy thing to do. But rest, man. Okay, firstly, when you rest, then you pray. And that's real, man. It's not because I'm not even a churchgoer or anything, but this is real. It's because there's a power that's beyond you that works for you if you accept it or decide to go in that direction. So, for me, what works for me, what has worked for me, Buju, Daniel Benson, is I'll just kneel down and I'll tell God, like, this was popping and I want him to change it. Before I went into music, to be honest, like, in church, my mom forced me to church. So I go down on my knees and I tell God I want to go into music because I don't know what I'm doing in my life. And I started making music. I was in 300 level IT, I was working. And they were making me do carry files from places to places. And I was studying computer science technology in quotes. And I'm like, this is not making any sense. Then going back to school and knowing I can't make music while being in school because of the hustle and bustle and everything. So I leave school and I take that decision upon myself to become something with my gift, because the Bible says your gift will make room for you. So it works, man. If there's anything you want to take from that, you can take that, but that's what works for me, my G.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Hello, welcome to this edition of our program, your program. We sit down, we talk, timeless conversations. My guest today is a very well-known face, very well-known name, who has successfully combined humility with success, being able to stay in the limelight without any controversy. I'd like to welcome to the program, Akin Lewis. Akin Lewis is an award-winning actor, director, and producer. He has been in the industry for over 46 years. Akin fell in love with acting from the age of 12. His father regularly bought him comics and literature books to broaden his knowledge. Akin started his education in Zaria and later moved to Ibadan, where he attended Lagelu Grammar School. He read drama and had a first class in acting and directing from the University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University. Akin also got initial training in NTV Ibadan. In 1980, Why Worry, a situation comedy on NTA Ibadan, made Akin Lewis popular. His experience also runs into the corporate world. At different times, Akin had worked with a bank, Globacom, and others. He speaks Yoruba, English, Bulgarian, and French fluently.
And you become the real first lady. VIP will be too small. As a matter of fact, it will be BBVIP.
Baba Tobi, hey! If you become the president, Igara me up, my shoulder will be higher than Sidapale. Igara Turkey, I'll just be dashing money up and down.
Which money are you dashing?
No, Baba Tobi, so you won't give me money?
That money is the money that my own that I give you. You can even employ a special assistant for money distribution. Thank you very much.
Yes, it's nice to see you. Now, straight up, let me say that we used to be neighbors. We lived in the same estate before, right? And of course, in the course of our professions, we have met in the course of our careers, not professions, because we're in the entertainment profession, right? Now, to the person out there, who is Akin Lewis?
Well, Akin Lewis, well, I normally say that what you see is what you get. I'm an embodiment of so many things.
Share it with us.
Okay. People don't know that I read drama. Actually, I have a master's degree, first class, in acting and directing.
Okay.
Yes, and I got trained at NTA Ibadan. It was NTV in those days. Yeah. For about 10 years, just to be a producer, an actor, and a director. And then, because people just see you and they don't know. Others don't even know that I also worked in the corporate world. And I did that for about 22 years, combining both, and at directorate level, really. And I'm a well-traveled person. I speak languages. And, well, like I said, what you see is what you get.
So tell me about your background. Early years.
Yes. I remember that I grew up in the north, in Zaria.
So you speak Hausa?
Oh, I do. I speak several languages.
Wow.
But I speak Hausa. And growing up in the north was rugged, because in those days, it wasn't well developed. Zaria wasn't as developed
as it is
today, and the weather was dry, hard, harsh, and all of that. But we used to live in the GRA, the quarters, they used to call it in those days. And big compound, had neighbors that you hardly see, so I had dogs, and with my sister, we were all doing that. But when the pogrom started, that thing that led to the Civil War?
Yes.
I was almost killed. Matter of fact, I was killed.
Say that again.
I was almost killed. Yeah. But in the mind of the fellow who did it, he killed me already.
Tell me that.
Yeah, because what they did was, as it is, I was a lot lighter, and then I have this mark. Okay. And then, so I passed easily for an Igbo boy. And that's what they didn't bother to find out. This mark, which I got from a broken bottle.
Yeah, I was going to say, how did that come?
I fell into the gutter years before. And so that had healed. My father said they shouldn't stitch it. So that my eyes, but when they saw it now, they thought I was Igbo. Yeah. It's a Yumiri. Yeah. And so they just tousled me up like a goat. Yes, and put the knife there. What saved my life was that he now started to chant this whatever. Yeah, and then my mother came running out of the house. Somebody had told her, and she just barged indoors, and everybody was, Now my mother, until she died, was very fair-skinned, really fair. Yeah. And that was where I got my color from then. And then she had tribal marks. You see? That was another thing that saved also. Wow. Because she didn't have, they would have killed her first.
Oh, okay. Where was she from?
Ibadan.
Ibadan. Oh,
Ibadan.
Okay.
Yeah, she's from the royal family in Ibadan. So she had this Ila from Ibadan, and that was what saved us. So eventually, when everybody settled down, they knew my father. They just didn't know that I was his son. And so when everybody settled down, it was like, okay, it's him, sorry. And then they went across the road, killed somebody else in lieu, and then they said, okay, that's it. You should forgive us. So then they left.
So that's how you actually were killed.
Yeah, I didn't die, but that's how I was killed. And then my father came back, and that's how he sent everybody down south.
He remained there.
He remained, yeah, working. He sent everybody down south.
Where was he working?
In the railways. He was an engineer, you know, and that's how we came back home, and the war started from all of those killings.
Now you returned to Ibadan.
To Ibadan, you know, had to do primary 6 again, and then got into secondary school and Lagelu Grammar School.
Okay.
Yeah, and well, I'm proud of that school.
Yes.
That's the school that the former governor attended.
Which one of them?
Ajimobi.
Ajimobi.
Yeah, Isiaka Ajimobi.
Okay, so he
was my senior.
You're right.
And then you remember Penkile Mess?
Yes.
Who was the running? He was my junior.
Oh, that's the one who ran against Ajimobi and even ran against
Makinde.
Makinde.
Yeah, that's right.
That's Adelabu.
That's right, Adelabu. So that's where we all went, and later on I went to Ife. Studied drama under Shoyinka.
Okay, and then that's how you got into NTV.
The point is, I actually got into NTA before I went to Ife.
Oh, okay. Oh,
yeah. Because when I finished, immediately I finished secondary school, I joined a troop. A troop led by Professor Bode Showande of UI there, who do themes. And then I started learning the rudiments of theater and all of that. And that's how I got into NTA as an actor.
Okay, so you were already working?
Yes, I was working before I went for,
Okay, that's my story.
You know.
That's my story too.
And then when I finished, I came back to NTA, and then I went abroad to do my master's. I came back to NTA. Then I left. I came to Lagos, I think 89 or something.
Okay, nice.
Yeah.
Okay, that explains it. That was when you moved into our estate.
Yeah, those years. In the early 90s. That's, you know, I used to be in Didiolu, across the road. Right. And then, you know.
So now, your corporate world experience is actually not known to many people.
No, it's not.
Was that deliberate on your part?
Well, deliberate. I've always...
Did the entertainment part overshadow it?
No, even in entertainment, I'm not loud too. That's just how I am. I think that one's work should speak, you know, for who you are. I'm not of the mold of, you know, just jumping into publicity.
But before you joined Glow, you worked in...
I had worked in the bank. When we were living together in Nigeria, I was in the bank, working with the Reverend Agwiti. And then I worked with CMC.
CMC Connect.
Yes, I was there. And then before CMC, I was with Center Spread.
Center Spread.
Yes, you know. So, and then later, I joined Mike in Globacom.
Okay, in Globacom, yes. Now, what was the experience like combining the corporate engagement with your entertainment vocation?
Yes.
What was it like? How were you able to do that?
It wasn't a vocation. For me, it was a real career. Let me say this. I have worked very hard because I think being a director also helped me. Because all I needed to do was plan, get it to the boys, the managers, and everybody's executing. And then later I will come and reevaluate and all of that. But I had no weekends. There are times I had no nights. I would shoot overnight. Then, of course, when I get holidays, I'm back in the field, just doing all of that. That's how I used to combine these things.
But what was pushing you? What was it that made you want to do that?
When we started acting, drama as it were, there was no money in it. Now, this is my 49th year. There was no money in it. It was okay because we were single. But then we started getting married. And problems started. Wife, children, school, this and that. And I saw my mates, my colleagues, their homes were disintegrating. So, according to my people, Muyara Milogbon. So, I now said, listen, no, And I had the certificates. So I just said, let me go over to the other side. Get money from there to leave and keep doing my stuff. And that's exactly what I did.
So it was like, it was a desire not to fail.
Absolutely. Absolutely. To provide a very good.
And lose your first love.
That's right.
Which is acting, drama.
Absolutely.
So you went into that other side.
Yes.
And made a good success of it.
Absolutely.
But now you're in retirement there.
Oh yes, I did a 360 again. And 2009, I left the corporate. And I'm back here.
So fully now you're into entertainment. All right, we're going to take a break now. When we're back, we're going to talk about some other issues that I know had happened to you in the past and how you were able to navigate the storm.
Yeah.
Stay tuned. Welcome back. I'm still talking with Akin Lewis. Now, let's go into that area you wanted to save.
Yeah.
The home front.
Yeah.
How were you able to sustain that home before the bubble burst? Because I know the bubble burst at some point. Yes.
I mean, Humpty Dumpty fell and you couldn't put it back together.
Oh, Lord, that's even worse.
Yeah. I mean, with all these monies I was getting from the other side, I was able to, I mean, my children were going to the best schools, you know, my wife was comfortable, everybody, I had my car, they had their car, and, you know, we were living ever after, and then suddenly something burst. But it wasn't me.
Yeah, well, people say you fall in and out of love, so love like took a holiday or something?
I don't know about that. Maybe she did, but I never did. Because she, you know, we were together, we dated for like 7 years. And then got married for like, officially for like 21 years. And then she was.
There's this thing that the women folk sometimes say, that men don't have emotions.
No, they don't know what they're talking about. Men have emotions. I will open my women. Our mothers raised us, and they have emotions. They put them in us. We have just been trained by our daddies, by experiences and all that to be in control. You know, you hold down everything. It is said that a man cannot just break down in public and all that.
Do you subscribe to that?
No, I don't. If you want to cry, cry. You feel better.
Yes.
And then you move.
I subscribe to that. You feel like crying, please cry. When you cry, people will know something is wrong with you. Absolutely. And they can step in.
When you pretend that
they think other things will go wrong.
Exactly. Exactly. But when that happened, when there was that falling apart in the marriage and all that, how were you able to cope?
It was quite an experience because I wasn't prepared for it. I wasn't ready, in fact. And it's more like a striker in football, and you are seeing the goal. You're already seeing the goal you want to score, and then somebody just clears you from behind, and you know, all sorts of injuries and all of that. It was hard, but I had to get up and go.
Because I know that there was a time you were totally under the radar. We didn't hear anything about you. We didn't see you. We were not seeing you in any movies, nothing.
It was deliberate, you know. I needed that time to get myself together, you know, and then, you know, just keep moving. And because I'm not really a publicity person, so to speak, it was easier for me to do that. Yeah, I don't really like publicity. That's an aberration, considering that I'm in this...
Yeah, in this line of work.
Mm-hmm. And but that helped me. It helped me a lot, and it didn't become. I managed it such that it didn't become a scandal. because people would have, you know the way it is, they would have gone to town with it. And I wasn't ready at that time, you know, but it's okay. Everything has settled down.
Yes, everything is settled now.
Yeah. Calm seas and we are moving on.
And one of your daughters
Oh yeah, my first daughter got married in December. Yes.
Okay, so you're on the way to
becoming a grandfather. Yeah, you know. Long time coming. We forget that we are senior citizens, you know.
Yeah, that's where we are. That's where we are now. And then talking about senior citizenship, in acting, in entertainment, is there enough being done to prepare the upcoming generation for the roles they have to play?
I don't think so. I don't think so. Even, I don't know the curricula these days in schools. But when we were there, it was arts for art's sake. Nobody taught us about the business of arts or the emotions of arts and all of that. You know, so we didn't have enough money. But these days, well, values are broken down. It's money, 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 money. Still, I don't think our young ones are prepared. What I do on my own is on every set, and I do go on set a lot, I mentor so many. Do not eat with your 10 fingers. This is a profession that, you know, there are no gratuities. I've retired twice now. Public sector and private sector. You know, they will give you something to take home. Then here, you may not get somebody to give you something, but along the line, you could make so much money. Try and save up something. Invest something so that, you know, when you get to become a senior citizen, you can. But you know how the young are. They hear you, but they need to experience some down time, some down stuff before they believe.
I even think that there are some experiences you've got to have.
Yes.
Before you will learn.
Absolutely.
If you don't have those experiences, you'll just be pretending. Now, the entertainment scene in Nigeria has evolved beyond what it was in your own early days.
Oh, yes.
How can we ensure that the artist benefits maximally from this boom in the entertainment world in Nigeria? Especially as it relates to acting.
Yes. I know it's a tough thing. Oh. Right now, it depends on individuals. That's what I was trying to explain. I have lived quite a checkered life.
Yes.
And my pedigree is such that you can see from the corporate to entertainment and all of that, go to really good schools and all of that, abroad, speak languages, interact with. So all of that come to play for me. So my 2 feet are firmly on the ground. But most of our young ones are, you know, we deal with life.
Yes.
But it could be ephemeral too because we just do it. Some may not have seen it, you know, and they just do what they have to do. And like you said, you may need to experience certain things just so that you can see very clearly. Yeah. So the risk is high that the young will smash up before they can build up.
Yeah, but I want you to look into your corporate world experience and make a suggestion to the younger generation.
Well, like I said, you need to save up. Don't eat with all of your fingers.
In what areas? What areas would you recommend for investment purposes, for instance?
Okay. Well, what I have done over the years is to build. Have properties, you know, which are solid on ground. I also have a film that I just made, cinematic. You know, that's an asset. We'll premiere in May and all of that. It goes down the line. You know, so and then of course you can invest if you have the cash abroad in Europe or in America, given that our naira is weak and always falling and all of that. So it's not about how much. It's just having that being able to do it. You know, and so that's what I think they should do, rather than live in hotels, buy the latest cars, and then drink champagne that is 1 million naira and all of that.
live tomorrow's life today. and live today's life tomorrow. Terrible thing. Okay, so being a communications marketing specialist, your experience has come to play in the roles you have acted.
Yes.
How would you recommend the kind of training, even if it's a short-term type, for the young entrants into the profession? Because it's not everybody who would be favored to have gone through your kind of training.
Yeah. What would you recommend it to? Well, I always say this, that you have to get trained. Even a mechanic, they have apprentices, they get trained. So I say, if you can go to school, go to school. When you finish, come back. This thing will still be there. Or if you can't go to school, then you can train under some masters, for some time. So that, because it's good to know your left and your right. And is it the way drama is structured, films and all of that, nobody has time to train anybody on the spot. You must know it. If you don't, they will chuck you, put somebody else there. So it's very, very important to get trained. And there are so many schools around today. I mean, the big universities, the names that we know already, there are new names, and there are even private institutions, and there are people like me also, who, really, because I say that all the time, that you must get trained.
You said something like when you're on set,
Yes.
you try to mentor.
Oh, I do that. I do that all the time.
How would you describe that experience?
It's going well. I think I'm well respected, and people listen to me.
I think you're well loved, actually.
Yes, I believe so too. Well, that's a good thing to know. But at this level, you know that it's not everybody that loves you.
Certainly.
So it shouldn't kill you. You know what I'm saying? But people listen to me. When I talk, they listen. In fact, most of the directors we have around today, they hadn't started this job. They were not born when I started this job. And I work with everybody. I work with everybody so much that everybody wants to work with me. Because I won't give you all the... For me, it is a job. I do my job, I go home.
There are rules.
Oh yeah, there are rules, which many break. They break, once you're a star, then you give people trouble. I don't know where they learned that one from. So I get them to sit down, we talk, not only about the roles, I help them with the roles, and then I talk about life. I just share my life, and then that lets them to ask questions and all of that. And at the end of the day, they say thank you, and I'm gone.
Now, the profession has evolved so much that on the African continent, in fact, the world stage now, Nigerian content is so well sought after. But we are on the verge of being repetitive. All the stuff coming out from here are beginning to sound alike, look alike.
Well, it's just the nature of things. Because we look at society and we put something together. And maybe it's because all of these things are happening in our society and everybody wants to talk about them in different ways. And so you see one topic being treated by 10, 20 people and all of that. But I normally say that the best will always shoot out to the top. Even if it's the same theme, the way it's going to be handled will be different. I don't know. So I don't think that should worry us. Okay. Yeah, it's just nature of the job. Things will look repetitive, but the best will always stand out.
Now, stereotyping is something we're trained to avoid.
Yes.
Yet, it's so easy to hear people of our generation and generations before us say things like, these young people don't want to know anything. And that's so stereotypical that it seems as if there is no good in the younger generation, yet they have so much good.
Absolutely. I don't subscribe to that. Yeah. Again, it's all about who you are. Yeah. If I have to say so, I'm a man of great patience. And I understand the youth. I know them. This is how they are. They are not like us. So one needs patience, wisdom, in fact, and understanding to be able to deal with them. Because if you don't understand them, if you can't get on their side and in their shoes, then they will reject you. And it's going to be difficult. It starts from the home as well, much more so within the polity. But I would say that for some of us at this level, we are not patient enough with the youth. But our job is to slow down. The youth is always in a hurry. So we need to slow down, call them back, and just say, come. You see here? Okay, let's. If you have the patience and you have the wisdom, they will listen to you. And once they see results, then it's okay for them. If they don't see the result, then there's a lot of trouble there. And they want to just keep rolling.
Yeah, exactly. And then talking about trouble in society, there's the craze now for ritual killings and kidnappings, killing people for money, for rituals to make money and all that. I want you to speak on that. How can we bring back the heads of everybody, as it were?
It's a shameful thing, and I'm not proud of that. We are so many things. Nigerians, we are so many things. Liars, we are dishonest, and all of that. Well, there are some. I'm not saying everybody, but now we are killers. And I ask all the time, this thing, does it work? If you kill somebody and you make something, does it really work? The man who does it for you, what is he like?
How much money does he have?
Yeah, that you will now go and I think that charlatans are everywhere and we are being deceived. Unfortunately, because our values have dropped. Money is one of the monuments that the youth, even people at our level, that everybody is scrambling just to make money. How much do you want to spend? Unfortunately, too, our leaders are not helping us because we see them. We know they steal. We may not have evidence, but we know, the way they live. They were with us in the society, and then suddenly you go 4 years and you're back and, how did you make it? So everybody wants to do that.
Okay, about 4 years.
Yeah.
Somebody wins an election, maybe into the House of Assembly, and before he won the election, he probably was an A&R, R&A specialist, refrigeration and air conditioners. Very good technician. Wins an election, goes into the House of Assembly, spends 4 years. When that tenure is up, he doesn't want to return to his profession. Why?
No. We in Yoruba, they say nani, nani, tani. It doesn't make sense. That's it. I don't understand it. People want to be a chief. People want to be kings. People want to be politicians. They don't want to. And down there, that's the reality.
But when we were growing up, we knew chiefs whose profession was carpentry.
Oh yes.
Chiefs, chiefs. They were
absolutely.
Farmers who were masons, who were good time, big time farmers.
I agree with you. Yes, our heads were still correct.
So how can somebody just serve 4 years or even 8 years? And he doesn't want to return to practice law. He doesn't want to be a medical doctor again. What's wrong with us as a society?
It's wrong with the bad crowd. We have a lot of, of that in all those high places. And somebody has said that the only reason you keep quiet as a Nigerian about corruption is that you are far away from it. The nearer you get to it, the quieter you become. And when you get right in there, we don't hear your voice again.
You lose your voice.
Because you become like them, and that's that. And I don't understand that. I really don't understand that. It's, we have a lot of work to do.
Yes.
We really have a lot of work to do.
But shouldn't part of that work include the stuff we churn out as drama?
Yes, it's there. Well, for instance, if you watch most of the things I do, I not only entertain, I teach, we educate, Now, will the people grab hold of that and run with it? That's another question. But we do that all the time. You know, I may be playing a chief now who is a thief. But what we are saying is that because you are a chief, don't mean that you have to be a thief. And things like that. I mean, I've played the president, I've played the governor, I've played everything. And we always highlight the bad in society. We bring it out so that people. But I think it's not only us. These things have to go back to schools. In Japan, they start teaching their children from maybe 3 or 4, age 3 or 4, how to be polite to people. And, you know, it's incredible. And these children grow up like that.
Knowing it, yes.
You know, but here, yeah. And here, even parents go and buy all these cronje certificates for that.
Yeah.
And so what are we teaching them? What are we teaching them? Growing up, my dad, he beat the living daylights out of me. All those bad stuff, I saw them myself running out of my body, just taking off.
You actually saw them?
Oh, I saw them. That was how good it was. Yeah. And I'm grown up. I can't lie. Yeah. I can't steal. I really can't do all of those things. Yeah. But it's not like that anymore. And it's sad.
We'll take a break now. When we're back, we're going to talk about those your languages. And see how much of them you can still remember, and we'll learn how you learned a few of them. Stay tuned. It's still Timeless Conversations. My guest is Akin Lewis. So, you speak so many languages. Which and which?
Well, I speak Hausa. I speak French. Of course, English. Bulgarian. Yoruba, that's my mother tongue. And Creole, and Pidgin. It's a different form of Pidgin.
Okay, Creole, that's...
Yeah, from Sierra Leone. It's Pidgin still. Their own form of yes.
Okay, so how did you learn all of this?
Well,
Hausa, I can understand you.
I grew up there.
Yes.
And even I used to speak Igbo, but that has suffered the most because of practice. But growing up in the north, I grew up speaking Yoruba, Hausa, English, and Igbo. And then in university, French. Then I went to work in the Francophone. I used to live in Conakry. Yes, I used to live in Conakry. And I also was overseeing some work in Freetown, Liberia. So all the Mano area there, I've traveled around there. And then, of course, I went to Sofia. That's where I learned Bulgarian language, yes, which I speak. So, there you are. I used to learn German, but it became too heavy for me, so I had to drop that one.
Well, you were also looking for money?
No, really. Really, I wasn't. I have never been one who... Let me just say that I understand the secret of plenty and nothing. Okay. So that keeps me checked.
What's the secret? Between plenty and nothing?
Yes, so you have to be deeply spiritual. Not religious, spiritual, which is what I am, but most people don't know. Okay. People don't know that. I'm an ordained evangelist. Okay. I have done missionary work, in fact, and all of these things. So along the line, you discover that I have known the truth now for like 30 years. Yeah. The real truth of the Bible. I'm not talking of money evangelism, TV. No. I'm not talking of that. Yeah. Okay. I'm talking of selling everything and going into the missions field. Okay. Just to get people forward. So that teaches you a lot of things.
So what it means is that in the course of life, you never stopped learning.
No, I'm still learning.
That's how come you could learn all those languages.
Absolutely. I believe very strongly that when I stop learning, then I'm dead. Mm-hmm. I learn from everybody, from you, from the young ones, from everybody, everywhere. My training, in fact, is to see what you don't see, to hear what you don't hear, and to know what you don't know. Even in your own office, I could do that. Yeah. That's my training.
So now let's visit you on a typical day. What's a typical day in the life of Akin Lewis like?
Well, you can break it into two. When I'm off, I have off days. Yeah. So typical day, on those off days, I'm usually home, I like to, I wake up very early, meditate a lot, pray and all of that. And then I chill out in the house with my wife. We talk. And then,
with your wife, you remarried?
Oh, yes, I remarried. Yes, I told you I'm stable now. Calm waters, sailing. Yeah, I remarried. And I have a beautiful daughter, in fact, now.
What's her name?
Oba Oluwajunwolo.
That's
Yeah.
a statement.
Yes, it is.
It is.
So I spend time, I could even spend time with Oba if she's also off and all of that. And then I go to town, go to my friends, chill out, and then come back home like 6, 7. That's a typical day. Now, when I'm on set, that's crazy, really crazy, because from dawn to midnight, through the night and all of that, we just walk and walk and walk. But because we are, actors are really very, we are bonded very closely when we're working. So, and because I have been around, everybody knows me, I know most people, so it's easy to just, but it's a tough job.
So a typical day on set starts from, say...
From 5 for me, because I have to wake up, get ready, look at my lines, eat breakfast, and then maybe hit the set from 8. And we just keep going, break for lunch, and you keep going. If you are lucky on that day, you get to rest a bit in between scenes. If not, if you are the lead, you just keep walking and walking. And I'm talking at times 20 scenes, 21 scenes, by which time you'll be thoroughly tired. And then we come back at night.
For those who haven't been there, it's such a fantasy. Yet for those of you in there, it's regular.
Yeah.
How do you explain that?
Well, let me just say it for myself.
Yes.
I'm one of the most highly trained actors, directors around. And they teach you these things from School of Drama, how to separate. In fact, there is a rule. Never forget who you are. In whatever role, don't forget that you are Akin Lewis. Otherwise, you will kill somebody, for real, if you just get lost in that character. So that's how we separate it. I get to separate it. Imagine if I have to carry all the roles home that I've done in 49 years. I probably will be living alone or something.
That would be something. That would be something. Yeah. Now, in the community, you are respected.
Yeah.
But politically, you're quiet.
Yes. Oh, very deliberately so. Let me just say I've had a stint or two, just selling some of this, like the last dispensation. I had the opportunity to sell Isiaka, Jimobi, to sell Penkele Mess, and even say Baba. I was one of the ambassadors they used to do all of these things. But beyond that, I am deliberately quiet. Not that I've not been invited. Severally I've been invited and all. But the problem is I don't know how to do it. With who I am, the way I am, I don't know how to navigate the political terrain. I will fall down flat on my face in a week unless I change. And I don't really want to change. So maybe that's why I just, I keep back a bit and maybe that's it. I don't know about later, but right now, I'm just content being where I am.
See, time is of the essence.
Yeah.
You have such a great sphere of influence.
Yes.
That can be useful in motivating the younger generation to even be actively involved in community service and politics.
I agree. Well, I don't know. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? If I get good mentors, if I get good teachers, good sponsors, and all of that, who knows? I'm always willing to serve. I have served in places you won't believe. In places you won't believe. I've been to like 13 countries in Africa, or maybe more, just serving, and all of that. As a Rotarian, I have served. So it comes easy to me to say, but I'm just looking at the polity. Are we ready?
But when will we ever be ready if we don't get into it?
I think we will know when the time comes. I think we will know. But the way things are now, we need an Oga. You know, usually things can go bottom up. You have growth that way. And top down.
Top down, yes.
We are in such a state that we need to have top down. Because bottom up for us now could be disastrous. You know, a lot of angry people, hungry people, and then destroy a lot of things. But if we have one Oga who, you know, and then who can maybe attract people like me and you and so on and so forth, then the time will be right.
Okay. Now, you have retired twice.
Yes.
Retired from the public service, yes. From the private sector.
Yes.
Will you ever retire from acting?
No. That one you never retire. So I just pray to God to give me the strength to keep going, because roles change.
Yes.
You know, and right now I'm playing kings, presidents, governors, fathers. Maybe very soon I'll be doing grandfathers and so on and so forth. You know, until you don't have the strength and the mental facility to be able to, then that's when.
So for you, there's no retiring from acting?
No, there's no retiring.
Now, there is another Louis in this profession.
Yes. Egmont, Digimon.
Digimon Louis, yes. What's your relationship with?
We are cousins.
Oh, cousins?
Yes.
From which part of Nigeria?
From maybe West New Guatiwa.
Yeah. I see. I wanted to ask you that question. Are you related to Digimon Louis?
Yeah.
In what way?
Yeah. The thing is this. Maybe I should leave it like that until another day. But let's just agree that we are cousins.
You are cousins.
Yeah.
I understand. I understand that. I know that there are some names that feature in Lagos, feature in Abeokuta, feature in Elisha and all that. And
this is Abeokuta to Lagos. Actually, down to Lagos. If I have to say any other thing regarding our relationship, then I have to speak to Egmont first.
Yes, no.
So that we
I will go for him, so he will be the one to tell us. He will be the one to tell us the relationship. All right. So we've spoken about many things.
Yes.
The last one I want us to speak about is this. Nigeria. Where are we going? In terms of restructuring function of this polity and the takeover by the younger generation.
Nigeria. Where we are at is very bad indeed. I don't know where we're going, but if we continue like this, it's not going to be a good place. That I know.
So how do we get to the good place?
We have to change.
Change what?
That's what I meant when I said we need people at the top who will hold us by our hands and just lead us. They cannot leave it to the people now. You know, it's got to be a function of leadership, because we have derailed. Growing up, things weren't this bad. Yeah. I mean, you couldn't even miss school. Yeah. I mean, the whole village was looking after one son and all of that. But today, you can't even touch anybody's children. You can't do that. You can't tell the young what to do. They will tell you to. And it is so bad. We see leaders who steal and nothing is happening. You know, corruption there, corruption this, blah, blah. Nothing is happening. And everybody is tempted to go and do that. So I don't know where we're going, but it's not going to be a good place. Unless the leadership comes together and say, listen, for the sake of everybody, can we just... You know, they need to listen to the people. Listen to the people and then, you know, lead us where we want to go. If it is bad, then don't listen to us. Tell us the better place to go and take us there. We will follow. We will follow, you know. I mean, I remember when the campaign for seatbelt was going to start. Yeah. Everybody thought it was going to be impossible. Yes. I mean, that was... But we all changed.
Yes, we did.
We did, you know, and so...
Somebody enforced it.
Yeah. And now everybody is doing that. It's okay. It will be tough.
I feel you. But now this is the last personal question.
Yeah.
What are your favorite meals? What do you enjoy eating?
I love moi moi with everything.
Everything being
I mean, rice. I can eat moi moi with yam and all that stuff.
Oh, you're one of those people.
Oh, yes, I can.
Fried that should be his beans.
Yeah, you know now. But really, my best is amala, abula, and pomoto kwata. Yes. That one. Yes. You know, and maybe some fresh fish. Okay. That's it. That's my best.
And then your drink of choice will be what?
Water usually. Yeah. But when I hang out with the boys, we can do asun and some, brandy. But, depends on what is happening or what we're doing. Yeah. But all controlled.
Moderation.
Oh, yeah, moderation. Especially at this level now, you can't.
You have to be moderate.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, Akin, for coming. It's been a lovely time speaking with Akin Lewis on Timeless Conversation. I look forward to the next time we'll sit down together and probably we'll go and chill out, like you said.
That would be great.
Yeah, but I only drink water too.
Yeah.
I love my money as well. So till next time, have a good time. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, bye.
Hello there. My name is Oluseyi Akinwale Fashwi. Orúkọ rere ó sàn ju wúrà lọ, meaning a good name is worth more than gold. That was the creed imparted in us when growing up. This forms the background to my good old days story. My late grandfather, an Ondo man from Okegbogi compound in Ondo State, was a revered Reverend Father of the Anglican Communion that traversed the whole of Western region back then. His sojourn in line of work brought him to Abeokuta, where he met and married my grandmother of Dideke family at Ikuruake, Abeokuta. This is the basis of my dual lineage of an Ondo man and Egba man. My late father, Prophet Olujimi Timothy Fashwi, resident in Ibadan, retired as a higher executive officer at the then Nigerian Cocoa Board, Cocoa House, while my late mother, a trader, Oluyemsi Fashwi, hails from Abeokuta. I was born at Lafia Hospital in Ibadan. I am the first of only 2 children, the other being a girl, now married. I grew up with my maternal uncle, late Mr. Adekunle Ladende Esquire, who was then an agricultural officer and later a divisional officer at Ugumosho during the Western region days. My uncle, an Egba man, was a strict disciplinarian. His wife, a midwife then, likewise trained us all on strict moral standards. I will share some of my learning experiences with them in the course of my story. I started my primary education at Bodija International School and completed it at St. Benedict's Private School, Ibara, Abeokuta, where my uncle was transferred to Ogun State after creation of states in the 70s. Then to St. Leo's High School for secondary, Ogun State Polytechnic for A-levels, and University of Ilorin, where I obtained B.A. Hans degree in performing arts. Growing up was memorable and indeed indelible. From early days at Old Bodija, Ibadan, where streets were paved, neat clean gutters and drainage systems, security guaranteed, even with low fence and no barbed wires. It was then considered uncultured to speak across fence to your neighbors. Notable places then were Palm Chemist, Keba Chemist, KS Motel, Cocoa House, Agodi Gardens and Zoo, Premier Hotels, Rotunda, and a host of others. In those days of strong values, our normal day usually will begin with bell ringing by Daddy, my uncle, for prayers. Songs from hymnal books, psalms from Bible were sung and recited off heart. Till date, I can still read Psalm 23, 121, 122, 103, 91, and some others from memory. Then, everyone had a car to do before school. Everyone was trained to write with Ami, the foundational phonemic notations of Yoruba language, which is Doremi, and speak in Yoruba language. Proverbs, idioms, witty sayings, storytellings. Alo, alo. Oruku tindi tindi tindi, oruku tindi tindi tindi, oruku bimo, gbogbo ọmọ ẹ̀ ló yàjẹ́ o, kí ni o? Pardon me as I won't be able to translate this in English language, but it suffices to say each story then ended with a lesson in moral and conduct. It is strange, therefore, to know that majority of families nowadays train their children strictly on English language and eroding our cultures and traditions, all in the name of westernization. This is a tickling time bomb. Values inculcated in us were good character, good name, discipline, integrity, truthfulness, cleanliness, hard work, dedication, loyalty, God-fearing, sound education, and responsibility. I remember a day I was running late and dressed up for school without doing my morning cars. As I prostrated fully, saying, Udabosa, meaning bye-bye, sir, Daddy asked, have you done your course in Yoruba? I couldn't answer in the affirmative. He then asked that I should go and remove my uniform and perform my duties, and that when I get punished for lateness in school, next time I'll learn to wake up earlier and do my cars. This taught me how to be responsible and time conscious. I remember another incident of my goose. My uncle requested for a glass of water. 50-50 calls it. Half hot water and half cold water, making it warm water. As I dashed from his front, I accidentally kicked or brushed his leg while leaving. He called me back and instructed me in Yoruba, Lo mu adawa kowage itakun to fese kolenkan, meaning go and bring a cutlass, machete, and cut the tree roots you kicked then. I turned to leave, only to realize my goof of not apologizing when I kicked his foot in error. I quickly prostrated and said, sorry, sir. That was courtesy lesson 101. I never forgot the incidents and lessons, using an idiom for corrections. Wow. I remember the good old telephone always under lock and key. I won't disclose some naughty pranks we played to dial numbers without opening the padlock. God help you if you are caught in the act. Your punishment will be near capital. I recall my uncle had tools of various artisans. We repaired minor things ourselves. Hammer, nails, saw, crowbar, shovels, plumb, ladder, plumbing machine, a toolbox for screwdrivers and paint brushes. We actually painted part of the house once. He was a hands-on man, a life skill I possess till date. Memories. What of dress code? Everyone must tuck in their shirts going out, neat and ironed. No collar flying. Hair must be cropped neat at Maridoti Babas, Makola. But what do we have today? Nudity has replaced decency. Now we glorify Yahooism as a profession. Drugs and drunkenness proliferate and rule our world. Mentorship gone to the winds and lawlessness now order of the day. How did we get here? Growing up, our orientation of sound moral values was right. And it has helped me later in life to mix freely with people of diverse cultures and traditions. It is the same values that has helped me in my passion, drive, and calling into integrated development communication initiatives, where we use arts as a tool for advocacy and education for attitudinal change of various publics. This is a clarion call, a call for us to revisit those old-time tested values of integrity, discipline, patriotism, hard work, dedication, humility, good character, and high moral standards. It is time for us to call the emerging generation to borrow a leaf from our past when there was dignity in labor, honesty, perseverance, and belief in God, who is the author and finisher of our faith. Let's shun tribal sentiments and embrace religious tolerance. Hunger does not discriminate. You are uniquely made. Nigeria can and will be great again if we all do the needful and stop the blame game. Let us ask ourselves one question. Am I truthful and honest in my dealings? As a parent, government, or a businessman? What legacy are we leaving behind for our children? They deserve a future that is greater than our past. We owe them a duty to lead them right. Nigeria needs an urgent national moral rebirth to galvanize credible leadership and responsible followership. Therefore, I join Sir Shimore Badejo on this noble initiative to say there is hope for Nigeria still. Our good old days can be a foundation for a better tomorrow. Let's do our bit to make our country great again. Long live Nigeria. Thank you.
I say entrepreneurship is like faith. You know, faith is substance of things hoped for, an evidence of things not seen.
I honestly think I have what it takes to be successful. Not only being successful, but I believe that I have what it takes to build a very strong company, a brand that survives even when I've left.
Because my kids lives in Canada, they ask, what do you do in Africa? So they think Africa is, Lion King, it's a jungle. So they were amazed to say, what do you do in Africa, Dad? So I say computer. I say, no, computer with the lions?
So entrepreneurship is that you create these things in your mind, you can't touch them. They're just ideas in your mind, and you hope and believe that they'll become things.
Startup, for me, I understand, it's where you want to start up a business. You come up with a plan, an idea, maybe where you want to have your business and what you want to do.
So startup is like when you are starting your business or any idea that you have and you want to put it in practical way.
Startup is a businesses that are just being invented, or someone has just found an interest in a particular product and they want to introduce it into the market.
The quality of a good startup, one, is maybe you have an idea. You cannot just start up a business without an idea.
Definitely you have to address a particular need. You have identified your market and you've seen a niche, so you have to bring into your startup to fill that gap.
The startup phase is
when you have dreamt of an idea to be able to solve a certain solution in the community, you bootstrap the process. And then you get to the point where you have a viable product or viable service that you're showing to people. Could be the first 3 to 4 years of your work, right, where people don't know you yet. But once you're making an impact in the lives of people, you're solving a specific problem. That, for me, it's just the beginning, it's a startup, right? And then, of course, you go to the point where you've done this for several years, you're seemingly successful, and therefore people are asking for your service, or you're bringing in new products.
Yeah, I'm good.
3, 2, 1, go.
Now let me be serious. My name is Ronald Hakiza, and I am a co-founder at yugabus.com. I am 27 years of age, of course making 28 very soon, and I come from Kisoro. I'm single, I'm not yet married. I work at Yugabus, and Yugabus is an online bus ticketing company. So we offer travelers or anyone who is traveling by bus a web and mobile application to book any bus to travel anywhere across East Africa.
My name is Eunice Mainamburu, the CEO and founder of Bismart Insurance. Bismart is an online integrated insurance platform that enables customers to choose the right insurance for themselves. This is through comparing from multiple insurance companies.
My name is Kimenyi Mabre, and I'm CEO of Algorithm. And we produce software, and which called Ishiga software. You know, we are in an information era where when you know, you are more rich than someone who doesn't know. We produce software, and which called Ishiga software. Ishiga was created 10 years ago, starting in Canada. I was working in a night shop where they was using a software. Then I was impressed how they do their reports easily, how my bosses, my managers can see everything without even being there. The problem pharmacists was facing before we came in is the administrative work, let's call it like that. In a pharmacy, they have to manage insurances prices. We have like 18 insurances. Everyone is dropping his prices. They have drugs. Drugs, they expire. They are not like other goods. And when it expired, you can't give to someone. Every pharmacy was isolated, every warehouses. So there was no way these people can see their data in one master data. So we created Ishiga Live, which was taking all this data. So all this headache, we try to resolve them inside our software, putting them in the cloud. So if you are anywhere, you can come and view your data. You can make one giant supermarket because you are inside, but to make a chain of pharmacies or supermarket, you need software to manage all the data, to know everything everywhere, every time, so you can control the finance, the stock, the inventory. So we are working with hotels and bars. So waiters use this tablet, and they can order in front of you. They can order your goods, what you want. Then it goes directly in the kitchen. Then they can start preparing it, or drinks. There is a mentality. So this is a challenge which we will be facing soon. It's the mentality of African business or governments where they don't trust like African solutions, especially in software. Challenges faced was two. One was to find skilled people, and the second was to find big contract which can sustain our company. We trained 20 to 40 students from undergraduate. We give them the way how to code in industry. So from there we take 5 top. So this fixed the problem of skills. How I'm different is when I started the company, I used to do things myself. Now, everything is not connected to me. The business has to run without me. Nothing is magic here. Everyone who arrives somewhere is working day and night. You sleep when you have to sleep. To do it outside funding, it's a family like spirit. You do with what you have. So you try using, like even Steve Jobs or this like Mark Zuckerberg, all started in garage. So all you need is really to find this garage and try to do this small stuff.
For money to come in, we had to allocate ourselves responsibilities. I was in charge of marketing. My colleague was in charge of growth and managing developers. So when we allocated each other responsibilities, then we moved to finding the resources to make sure this company works. Because when we are just starting, there's no profit being made. You get it? And then that is when someone walks up to me, and who could be my aunt, and says, you know what, I will support with some startup. You get it? Some little money. And then from there, everything else starts falling into place when the business has taken shape. You get it? Yeah. By taking shape, I mean when you can wake up one morning and be sure that at least even if I am not there, someone traveling to Nairobi, to Kisoro, to Kigali, to Juba will be able to still get served.
I would have started more leaner.
Lean startup means is that you are looking at your processes, right? And you are trying to cut off some things that you think are not really needed at the moment. Do you get it? So for example, if you look at your financial model, what you think you could spend on that particular product. So it's, and that will lead to failure. You have to fail sometimes. Do you get it? Because as you are trying to learn, you want to fail and see how it works, whether it works or it doesn't work. So when you fail with that, it tells you that, okay, this didn't work. You try the next one, you pivot. And then that is what lean startup means.
So we advise young people, startups, start lean, start small. Start small, but knowing where you want to go. The moment the business keep on growing, keep on filling the core strategic areas and the core positions for your business.
You know, we started big, whereby even the amount we were paying the staff, our expenses were quite high. So I would lower the cost of running the business, start small, you know, designing with customers one by one without thinking of before scaling. When I got into insurance, I discovered there's a lot of friction between insurance companies, insurance agents, and customers. And every day I kept asking, why, how can we reduce this friction? Because customers would complain. I get to know that I was not covered when there's a claim. And the insurance, from their point of view, they have given all the information through a policy document. So I needed to understand what is the real problem. Most of the young people have their income is not consistent. So how do we enable them accept insurance as a risk mitigation solution to their financial issues, and also how can they access it hassle-free, conveniently, and at the comfort of their mobile phone.
Someone hit my vehicle, and the process was so long and tiresome because we kept calling the office, and it took like over 1 month to get the vehicle repaired, yet we were on comprehensive cover. So we felt that it would have been faster had we had someone who is assisting us with all the customer care process and all that stuff. Working with BSmart, I think I've loved their services. I don't get to deal directly with the insurance company. I deal directly with BSmart, which makes my work so easy because I just need to sit back and they'll handle everything else. Like I really don't need to walk into an office and like get the insurance there and all that stuff. And just a click away, so to speak. We're in the digital era. We are in the 21st century, and things can be done in a better way. Things can be done in an easier way. So you find that if we have the startups that are bridging the gap, then it just works out very perfectly for the rest of us here.
The problem we are solving is actually in the insurance sector. The penetration of insurance in Kenya is very low, and actually in Africa, apart from South Africa, most of the African countries, the insurance penetration is very low. Now, when you look at the demography of Africa, we have a very young population. Median age, 19 years old. And the insurance has been selling the same old products, the same way, same distribution channels, but then it means they cannot access the current customer. My lifestyle has changed. It has become simpler and easier. You see, when you're employed, you're a bit extravagant because you see, you know that every month there'll be more money, and so you can spend as much as you can because there's more money coming. And of course, the things that drives you when you're employed are different from what drives you when you're an entrepreneur. When I was quitting my job, I thought that when you quit job, you need a big office, many employees, so that then that's a measure of success. Look at today, I think different. It's how lean can I scale my business? How can I scale my business without increasing my costs? So those are the things that I look at. And one of my biggest challenges was the funding. When I was quitting my job, I had estimated that my savings would last me for 2 years. And before the end of the year one, the finances were over. Yeah. The other challenge was, you start this journey, you need a team, you need people who will believe in this dream, not because you're paying them a lot of money, but because they are here, they believe in your vision. Having people come online just because we have talked about it and buy through our platform, and counting them to now over 700 of them, for me it's a big deal. It's quite a big success. And in 10, 15 years, we hope to have democratized insurance. When I say democratization of insurance, whereby it's an open market that anyone can get in and get, whatever products they want. And how we do that is that we're building an infrastructure that will be able to connect customers and insurance companies and existing African social groups and institutions to all be able to pull their risks together. Our expenses were quite high, so I would lower the cost of running the business, start small and with the customers, designing with customers one by one without thinking of before scaling. I think the first one was to quit my job. That's very important. There is no worse decision. Yes. Because even that decision has really taught us a lot. So I would say, for me, it's not about whether the decision is good or bad. It is a decision has to be made at the time it needs to be made. My mantra is, whether it is right or wrong, make the decision. You will learn the lessons as you progress.
From around the world. Let's go.
Hello, welcome to Straight Talk Africa, live from the Voice of America headquarters here in Washington. I am Shaka Sali. Straight Talk Africa, we call it like it is. We discuss issues that reflect the interests of our audience without fear or favor. We are guided by facts, and I look at myself as a servant of nothing but the truth.
I was supposed to travel to Kisoro for burial, and I spent the day very busy. I couldn't go to the bus park to book a bus and then come back to do whatever I'm doing, and then go back to the bus park. So in the evening when I'm going to travel and I really want to book a bus, I find that they are full. So while I'm there, a gentleman walks up to me and says, hey, if you really want to travel, then I have a ticket for you. I wanted to travel, but I'm not traveling, so if you can add 10,000 shillings, I can give you this ticket. I'm like, okay, I'll add the 10,000 and get the ticket. And then I get onto the bus. Now when time for inspection comes, like you know when you're in a bus, they always inspect to see if you have a ticket. The guy inspecting tells me I have a fake ticket, and therefore I need to get off the bus or I need to pay for the ticket, for another ticket. Now that was the time when I was just done with university and I was broke, and man, and the money I was going to pay was the money I thought would bring me back. So I pay the extra ticket. Now, when I come back to Kampala, I come back determined to find this guy because I thought this guy is in the bus park and I knew I could find him. And if I could find him, I would get him to give me back my money. At that time, 40,000 was a lot of money. It is still a lot of money. Yeah. So when in the bus back, looking for that particular gentleman, because I could remember the face, one other guy tells me, Wekoya, you're just making, you're just wasting your time. This happens every single day. In there, I realized that there were many passengers who were failing to book buses on time, and they were falling in the hands of such guys. Therefore, they were losing money. So I said to myself, I think there has to be a better way people book bus tickets. The problem that Yuga Bus is addressing is the inconvenience that passengers have to go through in being able to book bus tickets. The whole inconvenience of you lining up at bus stations. The whole inconvenience of you having to go through the crazy traffic jam to be able to reach the bus station. The whole challenge of you having to move from bus to bus, trying to find out which bus has space and which one does not have space. The whole challenge of you having to ask yourself how much do they charge, which buses go to this particular destination. Each single day I see people asking, which bus goes to this town? And I'm like, okay, just check it out on your phone. So all that entire problem that people face in using buses is what Yuga Bus is addressing through our digital products. So Yuga Bus will display a screen where you're supposed to put in where you're coming from and where you are going. Now let's assume you're going to Kisoro. And then you have your ticket. So the time you have set off, you just display this particular SMS at the bus and you travel. It's as simple as that. You don't have to line up at the bus station or do anything. Yuga Bus.
I use Ugabus. When I learned about Ugabus and the excellent benefits, I found out that Ugabus saves time. When I'm busy doing my work, I log into their app and book the ticket. By the time I arrive, I find that my seat is reserved and they give the exact time that I asked for. That is why I use Ugabus.
One of the most common things is that I am always wearing Yuga Bus from Monday to Monday, and I've done that for the last 2 years. Like if you met me on Kampala streets, you'll find me either wearing a Yuga Bus t-shirt or a Yuga Bus shirt, no matter the day, whether it's a Sunday, Saturday, or whatever it is. But also, most importantly, Yuga Bus has taught me to care for the community. That if I care for the problems of other people, then I derive value out of caring for the community, and also trying to ask myself, how best do I address the exact challenge that the community is facing, that the community I stay in. And also, most importantly, Yuga Bus has helped me understand how to handle my finances. Like, I mean, if you can carefully mobilize resources for the company, and then also be able to allocate resources in the way they are supposed to be allocated, but also, most importantly, make sure that those resources don't go to waste, you realize that those lessons later on come from the company to my own personal life, and I'm a better human being.
The advice to someone who wants to be an entrepreneur, who wants to start something, is first to find that thing. You have to find it, you have to like it, and you have to find negative people.
For someone who wants to become, for them is to start. They just can't wait to have everything. You can't wait to have the right team, you can't wait to have the money, you can't wait to have the right idea. You just start. Eventually the idea modifies itself, the customers modify themselves, and even the right team comes on board when the problem you are solving is actually in existence.
It's important to have some experience when it comes to running a business. And I always say, volunteer. If you can't find a job, volunteer to work with somebody who you admire and learn how to run a business.
The second thing is to be ready to work, because nothing is magic here. Everyone who arrives somewhere is working day and night. You sleep when you have to sleep, not when you need or someone is telling you. You sleep when it's the time to sleep. Other time you really work hard because you are not alone. Your competitor are not sleeping, they have more resources. So have the passion, have that thing you want you like, then go for it. Go for it. Don't wait funds, don't wait positive people to tell you. Just you have to believe and go for it.
Like I remember when we were just starting out, I used to think that at the moment you have an idea, you're successful. Until when I realized that, oh my God, an idea is just 2% of the entire venture. And then I thought to myself, okay, if we have the mobile app, then we are done. Until I realized that, oh, the app is just 10% of the work. Then I used to think that, you know what, if you build a very great product, customers will respond. No, instead you find the customer, address their problem, and then they come on board eventually.
When the idea comes, please test it. And how do you test an idea? Test with your customers. Don't just build apps for the sake of building an app. An app, an application or technology is supposed to solve problems. It's not supposed to be the business. So you need to identify the problems that you're solving and then build technology to solve that problem.
We don't have too many occasions to give our story. We are in machines every time. We think the machine is it's the magic thing, you know. And that's the stars. You guys, you think camera is the magic thing. We think the computer can do everything.
Shemore Badejo holds a first degree in mass communications, master's in communications arts, and a PhD in social psychology, specializing in mass mobilization.
The simplest definition of public relations, which also relates to a nation, is doing good and letting people know. Now, what we hear, it's people demarketing even their country. I grew up in a home where the fear of God was actually implanted on us.
What led you to the good old days?
I realized that they lack sense of history. Even if history is not allowed in schools anymore, let us see how we can bring snippets of this history.
Timeless Conversations, airing every Saturday at 8:30 p.m.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? Ways, where we discuss all the topics in the news and, of course, how it affects us. I'm Mary Anacon, and I'm so glad to introduce to you my co-anchor, Mercy Ababa. Yay!
Gracias.
Welcome.
Thank
How was your
you.
weekend?
It's been fantastic. Of course, I had a party over the weekend. A little bit of wine here and there.
Enjoy yourself.
You know, just a little bit of socializing, trying to burn off steam and all of that. Networking, meeting people, and trying to forget about the Nigeria wahala.
Right after the party, the wahala comes back.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. He wears his ugly head.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's lovely.
Yeah.
I think I spent my weekend in bed, literally.
Okay.
I went out for a walk. I went all the way down to Ikoyi Bridge and back.
I saw your picture.
Yes, I did 8.9 kilometers. Yes, it's me, baby.
I know.
Yeah, but right after that, I didn't step out of my house till today. I'm learning. I'm at that age where I'm learning to enjoy. I've always enjoyed my own company, but I'm at that age where sometimes I just want to stay in, like, you know.
I can relate.
Spend some time with myself, just be a couch potato for once. But it doesn't mean that, you know, once in a while I can't go partying or, you know, a little whining and dining with the friends. But it was a beautiful weekend. Now, here's what we found as today's quote. A genius of impeachment lay in the fact that could punish the man without punishing the office. I'll take it again. The genius of impeachment lay in the fact that it could punish the man without punishing the office. And this was said by Arthur Schlesinger. Well, I mean, impeachment.
Taking it right there.
Impeachment is, if you ask me, it has become a political tool of sorts that is used by politicians of like minds to punish someone who's gone against their maybe their rules or is not dancing to their tune. Initially, the impeachment, from what I know, I've spoken to a law professor who said that was put in the Constitution to be able, for us to be able as citizens to hold our leaders accountable. If they're not doing what they're supposed to do, we have the right to impeach them and then, you know, go through the process. But in Nigeria, we've seen that legislators in cahoots with the executive are now using it as, you know, a whip of sorts to say, you want to show us that you know you're smarter than us. Yeah, out.
So for me, I think that, you know, the principle of checks and balances, separation of powers have not been respected. And the essence you have, you know, government. The reason why government is here today is because if you allow humans as free beings or, you know,
chaos,
there's going to be, you know, a lot of chaos. There's going to be chaotic, and that's why you have government. The essence of government is to bring order, rule, and all of that, and what have you. But of course, you know that power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that's why, you know, the theory of government in the entire process, you have the fact that you have the three arms of government is not, you know, it's not because one wanted to just have 3 arms of government. There's a reason for you having the executive, you know, the legislature and the judiciary. There's a reason for all of that. There's a reason why you have the 3 tiers of government, you know, the federal, the state, and the local government. There's reason for everything. But over time, it's been seen that it feels like we have forgotten the essence of government. And those who tend to occupy, you know, government offices or, you know, either elected or appointed, really forget the essence why government exists in the first instance. It was so we could check the excesses. The executive can check the excesses. All of these are tools to check the excesses so people don't abuse that. But if you also look at the Constitution, especially Section 188 of as amended, you understand, it talks about the entire process, because I think that's going to be part of our conversation of the impeachment of a deputy governor. There's supposed to be a process, but then again, you ask yourself, do we uphold the process? Have we always done things the way they should be done? That has always been the issue, right? Just like you've said, people now use that as a tool, you know, to abuse it and all of that. And I remember that in all of this conversation, people are saying, let's begin to rejig our government system. Let's begin to restructure the system.
How are we going to do that? You see, this is the question that I keep asking people when they say, oh, we need to, you know, reframe the Constitution because the framers of the Constitution, yes, they had good intentions, but, you know, our politicians have, you know, found a way to, you know, hijack it, or, you know, what do they call those things? I don't know, find the loopholes so they use it against us. But the truth is, even if you want to re-amend the Constitution, who are the people that are going to? It's the same guys. You can never, as a politician in Nigeria, cut off your nose to spite your face. I mean...
So I totally understand that, because the constitutional process is not entirely dependent on us, you and I here, or, you know, the citizenry, but there are a stakeholder, major players in the entire process, and who is going to say, hey, for instance, a lot of people are suggesting that it is important, especially with the development in, you know, Edo right now. It's important that maybe, just maybe, vice presidential candidate just before the election and governorship candidate should be elected independently of the governor. No, I mean, these are suggestions. These are questions that are coming on board. And that's because I understand. But, you know, it begins to make you think. Because at the end of the day, if you impeach a deputy governor of a state, it therefore speaks to the fact that you are reversing the will of the people already. The people actually elected the governor. You are a team. So if you are impeached, but of course we understand what the Constitution talks about, you know, grievances and what have you.
We were going to go deep into this when, you know, we have our guests join us today. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're still talking on ways. I'm Mary Anacon, and Mercy Bebo is with me. Stay with us. You're still watching Ways. What are you saying? Don't forget, you can join us on our social media platforms to be part of the conversation. Every time we have these conversations, we want to hear from you, because indeed the show is What Are You Saying? Now, the previous deputy governor of Edo State, Philip Shuaibu, had a smooth working relationship with Governor Godwin Obaseki for nearly 8 years. However, their friendly relationship soured when Shuaibu announced his intention to run for the state's governorship. The story reached its climax when Omobayo Godwins, a 38-year-old electrical and electronics engineering graduate, took Shuaibu's position nearly immediately after a letter of impeachment was sent to him. So today, we will be discussing the topic, Philip Shuaibu's impeachment aftermath, with our guest, Honorable Shedrack Udubai. And when we open our phone lines, like I always say, we'd love to hear what you have to say. But first, let's look at what we found in the news. Mercy, I'll start with you. What did you find in the news?
It's a very controversial, you know, subject. It's about Pastor Paul Enenche and the testimony of a church member. I'm sure you probably saw that video.
I think I just literally just went over it, but yeah.
So it's a lot, but I'm just going to, you know, break it down and try to bring you up to speed, especially if you're not aware of, you know, what's going on. So, like I said, it's about Pastor Paul Enenche and the testimony of a church member. Now, Nigerians are demanding that Pastor Paul Enenche apologizes to a member of his church whom he disgraced at the altar and accused of lying. And, you know, the member mounted the pulpit to give a testimony. That was on Sunday, just Sundays back, April 14th, after successfully graduating with a Bachelor of Law degree from the National Open University of Nigeria on Saturday, April the 13th. However, in the middle of the testimony, Pastor Paul Enenche interrupted her and accused her of lying. He told her that she didn't sound like a law graduate, going by how she speaks. He also told her that there's something like a Bachelor of Law and demanded she leaves the pulpit. That's a lot of drama that happened, actually.
Such an embarrassment.
Subsequently, Nigerians found the woman's Facebook page, Trust My Nigerian People, and photos showing her graduating from the National Open University. But, there's been recent developments before, we get to the crux of everything. It's the fact that I think that happened today because there's a lot of pressure everywhere. So Dunamis have actually put out a letter, an apology apparently. So this is like a reaction to everything that's going on. Dunamis International Gospel Center, have their letterhead and all of that. According to, this letter, it reads an official statement on Ms. Ayim Veronica's testimony, that's what they call it. So they started by saying a scenario was created on Sunday, the 14th of April, 2024 at the Glory Church, but I'll skip all of that. They said these were the immediate triggers of the said incident. First, listening to the testifier's expression as it borders on basic spoken English conveyed the impression that the minimum standard expectation of a graduate, especially at the of law, was not met. Secondly, stating that she studied law for 10 years and begged the question of what degree she was actually going for. Then thirdly, she was unable to state exactly what the correct degree was for law, which is the LLB and all of that. I mean, the story is almost endless, but really, I think this is a statement, if you ask me. This is not an apology, really. Yeah. But looking at some of the facts, yes, I saw the video. I really do know where that started from because, those who actually control, who work in the media and church, sometimes they probably might not post the entire clip that actually went out. Really don't know where it came from, maybe from the church or it was from an individual.
Churches do live YouTube streaming.
Live stream and all of that. So, but we actually, for those who've seen the video, you probably would have agreed with me, see the part where she was giving testimony, and she was very excited about that testimony, really, really excited. She talked about having to break a jinx in her family where people don't graduate, and for her, that's a lot. But of course, she wasn't very articulate, trying to talk about the testimony and everything. Well, was that enough reason to say that was not her testimony? Was that enough reason to say, hey, what again did you say that was? Because I watched it and really, if you ask me, it was really embarrassing.
And condescending, if you ask me to.
Yeah, it was really embarrassing. And as leaders, if we are doing the biddings of Jesus, if you're a believer of the Bible, for those who believe the Bible, right? If you believe the Bible, you ask yourself, would Jesus behave like that? Now I'm sounding like a preacher, but that's the truth. Would Jesus behave like that?
Jesus used to flog
no, but it wasn't in that. So I think that as leaders, especially when we're leading, we say we believe in a certain person, in the person of Jesus right now, you need to see the characteristics. Absolutely. There were times where they say Jesus was very meek, he was very compassionate. When he gathered, like 1,000 people were gathered 5,000, he was moved with compassion and he said, we need to feed these people. They are hungry and all of that. But one would expect that, given whatever it is, that correction shouldn't have been done publicly.
Yeah.
You can never tell the emotional maturity of an individual. I mean, if it were me, I would really walk out of the church crying.
And that's the end.
And that would be the end. I'm probably not sure I'd rather go to another church because, to really look at it, why? What was the basis of saying that?
Was it necessary is the question that I will ask. I'll tell you why. Because you and I went to the same university. You know that there are graduates who can't make a proper sentence.
I understand that.
Some people are very good at writing,
True.
cramming and regurgitating exactly what the teacher says. But then when it comes to spoken English, and that's not the fault of the university, I'm sorry to say. Because it's not in the university they start teaching you spoken English. They start teaching you spoken English at primary level.
Exactly.
And then they brush it up when you get to the secondary school, category. But then I feel like, I'm so sorry with due respect to Pastor Paul Enenche, it was unnecessary. You could have made a snide remark, but do it, like she said, with some level of, emotional maturity and say,
wisdom.
I'm looking at you with side eye, this English that you're speaking, but congratulations. Do you understand? Instead of saying you're lying, what you're saying is that you've destroyed that woman's whole persona. Because what you did was in front of thousands of people, and if I know that church is a massive church, you've destroyed her persona. you didn't do your background check. If you had a problem, before you stood up from that seat, you could have Googled on the phone to see if she's really a person that has gone to school. And if she said she did 10 years, some of us did 6 years for a 4-year course. And that's because Nigeria is a country where things just, are like topsy-turvy. But I feel like as preachers, whether you're a Muslim imam or you're a pastor, there's just some things that are not expected of us, and you hurt her feelings. Tomorrow, if she says she's no longer going to church, you say, oh. But because a church is supposed to be where people are welcomed. Jesus said, come as you are. So why would you tell her that that English doesn't sound like somebody that went to university? You could have had that tete-a-tete with her and said, I really just want to confirm a few things. It's just, for me, it just doesn't
see, to be very honest.
We need to move on.
Yeah, we need to move on. Actually, this conversation would always be endless. But for me, I would leave it here. We need to learn mercy. We need to learn grace.
Yes.
We need to learn kindness.
Absolutely.
And that's it.
I'm all for that. Now, what I found in the news, obviously, is that Nigerians are in darkness again. As national grid collapses for the 5th time in 2024. What is the problem? Some people will say, if you're from Calabar, they say that there's witchcraft that is hanging on top of the... That's on the lighter note. But let me give you some background to it. Nigerians have been thrown into darkness as the nation's power grid experienced another collapse in the early hours of April 15, 2024. According to the data obtained from the Nigerian Systems Operator Portal, between 2 a.m. till the time of filing this report, the grid recorded an unprecedented 0 megawatts at the time and is currently generating a meager 5.2 megawatts around 7:10 a.m. on the same day. The consequences of this blackouts were felt nationwide as electricity distribution companies struggled to cope with the sudden, prolonged outage. Many parts of the country have been plunged into darkness for over 5 hours as the grid is yet to come into full recovery. I didn't have light in my house until I got to work, and it's very disturbing because in one breath, the federal government comes out, shouts out to Mr. Adelabu, who has told us that, they need to increase the tariff because it's for those who can pay, and those who can pay will have more light. I really want to ask, have the Band A people really gotten light? Have they gotten the 20-hour light? 20 or not 24? And for me, I'm sorry, I put it again to the Minister of Power, that you cannot give what you don't have. We're generating a meager 4,000 plus megawatts, and half the time we're wasting it because you do not have the capacity to, distribute this power. And that's because the machineries that you're using are so moribund. The process in itself of this privatization was done in a wonky way. There's so many things to it. You can't just wake up and tell me you're increasing tariff because you want to be able to prioritize Band A. What happens to other Nigerians? Do they not want to pay for light? I mean, let them pay. Give them the opportunity to pay for light. Give them their meters first. Let them use the light that they can use or pay for. When it finishes, you know that they gave you light, but it finished. But this problem of us always putting the cart before the horse, it really makes me sad that in 2024, Nigeria is not able to give 24 hours of power. But look at Uganda. We go outside of this country and then we're making noise that we're big brother of Africa. Small Ghana has 24 hours light. Uganda, I lived there for 1 year. Before they take light, they send a message and say, something is down and we're going to bring back the light at so time. And they bring it back. Why are we still here?
So you see, you actually talked about, some of these neighboring countries having power supply and we do not have. It would also interest you to know that at some point, Nigeria is also responsible for, lending, borrowing or supplying power to them, however you want to put that. But also, the fact of also getting your funds back, that's a different conversation entirely. But like you rightly mentioned, we cannot give what we do not have, and that's absolutely true. Because even in this conversation, do you know that there's a possibility, because the electricity workers, the employees, the association, the union, they are threatening going on strike. Yeah. And they're saying that we cannot, the argument here is that we cannot, it's not feasible for us, it's not possible for us to provide 20 hours of power supply. That's because we do not have the capacity. So for me, it's like saying, these people are telling you that, God, we don't have the capacity to provide power supply 20 hours, whether to Band A or what have you. And then the government, it feels like, and that's why I always say, there's a disconnect. There's a disconnect between the government and government agency. You can imagine the federal government increasing tariff. So what are you supplying? You're telling us to pay higher for what you cannot even give. You don't have. And like you rightly said, what's the charge? challenge. The challenge is there. We're not solving the issue, because when you have a problem, you have to address it from the root.
From the root.
So we're not addressing the issue. The issue is about the fact that, most of the gas that we produce today in Nigeria, over 40% of it is fled or probably injected into the wells to produce more oil. And that's the issue. You also talked about whether we have the capacity to transmit. As it is right now, some people say, okay, how many pipelines do we have, or whatever it is, the facility enough to transmit this power that is being generated? Although we have the capacity to generate, but are we generating enough? And that's because there's a chain, there's a value chain of power. But we need to go because of time at this point.
Yes, before we go on that break, every year on April 15th, World Art Day celebrations help to reinforce the links between artistic creations and society, encourage greater awareness of the diversity of artistic expressions, and it also highlights the contributions of artists to sustainable development. It is also an occasion to shine light on arts education in schools, as culture can pave a way for inclusion and equitable education. We'll go on a break. When we come back, we'll be talking with our guest. Yes, he is a PDP chieftain in Edo State. We're going to delve into the politics in Edo. Stay with us.
It is with heavy heart, yet a resolute spirit, that I come before you to address the recent events that have unfolded within our dear state. I denounce in strongest terms the illegal impeachment by the Edo State House of Assembly over trumped-up charges. This is not just an attack on me as an individual, but on the very democratic principle that we hold there. It is a dangerous descent into dictatorship and a threat to the foundation of our democracy. Let it be clear that this impeachment was hushed because of my ambition to contest the Edo State 2024 governorship election under the People's Democratic Party, PDP, an ambition that is a legal right to all citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's a sad reality that in our political landscape, ambition is met with resistance, and those in power seek to silence opposition through illegitimate means. I have dedicated my life to serving the good people of Edo State with integrity and honesty. I have worked tirelessly to improve the life of our citizens. I've upheld the values of democracy and justice, and yet, in return, I am faced with baseless accusations and a blatant disregard for due process and rule of law.
Till April last year, Honorable Philip Shaibu was one of the most popular deputy governors in the country, owing to the latitude that Governor Godwin Obaseki gave him to operate. He called the shots in sports. For a long time, he was in charge of a large chunk of the revenue generation in the state because he chaired the committee that brought reforms in that sector. The politics of appointment and implementation of government policies in the North Senatorial District, where he comes from, were also his exclusive, and his word was law. Now, under a split of hours, this mighty ladder fell off the ground, and this begs the question: what is the fate of Philip Shaibu? I think we already know what that is. But then, so tonight we're discussing the aftermath of his impeachment after watching that video, and, the message that he passed in it. He said that this was not just an affront to him and his political, ambition, but also on democracy. Well, remember that you can join us in the conversation. We'd like to hear from you and your thoughts. So join us to send us an SMS or send a WhatsApp message to 081-803-84663. That's 081, I beg your pardon, 803-84663. Send us a message. We'd like to read from you. My guest is an astute politician, a young mobilizer, and an activist. He's a former senior special advisor to the Edo State governor, and in December of 2023, he was appointed special advisor to the governor on youth affairs, making him the youngest special advisor in Edo State. He's a public affairs analyst, also a businessman, a chieftain of the PDP, and someone I would call my friend. Honorable Shadrach Udubai is joining us live. Honorable Udubai, it's so good to have you join us once again.
Thank you very much. Good evening. It's a very elaborate introduction.
Yes. Well, let's start by, and you and I have had this conversation for months and months, going back and forth on, you know, what's happening with former Deputy Governor Shuaibu and his principal. Could this situation have been better resolved in a different way than what he had turned out to be, because this has become a total mess and a fiasco of sorts?
Yes, it could have been better resolved if the deputy governor had managed the situation properly, because we had enormous time to address the situation at a very within closed doors. But because of the issues that bordered around his ambition, he wanted to become governor, I remember very clearly went on here and made some derogatory statements inciting the government he had served for over 7.5 years, stating some policies and reforms that the governor has made, and accusing him that they were antithetical to the interests of the people, that it was a colossal waste. So for us, it wasn't relatively good, because we were all there all along. We had it rosy with him, and if the policies were not good, then you would have spoken up. Not now, because you want to run for office, you don't want to drag the government to the mud. You could have an aspiration and just campaign, state what you want to do and how you want to go about it. So it was during the course of the campaign, wanting to vie for primaries, that I made such a derogatory comment, and then the state member of the House of Assembly picked it up and then said it was divulging government secrets under oath, and then the series of allegations were being meted of him. A committee was set up, it was investigated, and it was found wanting, and eventually was impeached. So that was just it. So I believe if he had managed it properly, because of course he has been very close to the boss and they've enjoyed a very good relationship. So if he was wise enough to keep personal ambition aside and manage the process convincingly and conveniently, we wouldn't have gone through this route. Certainly we wouldn't have.
All right. Honorable Shadrach, I'd like to ask you, do you think that the entire impeachment process, was followed duly according to the Constitution?
Of course, to the best of my knowledge, though I'm not a lawyer, but for what little I know, it was, and then the impeachment notice was being sent. Though at first he said he had not seen it, but later confirmed that it was received. A panel investigation was set up, and if the process is faulty, then he could proceed to court to secure the mandate. This is not the first time a deputy governor is impeached and is reinstated. So if he feels that the process is in doubt or is in question, he could simply go to court and address it, and that option is fully available. But for me, on a personal note, the fact to the allegations on which she was impeached, it is in public domain. It's not a thing of secrecy that one would say is not aware of or he didn't do it. So if he says the issue of the processes, he could go to court. But the issue of he didn't do what he said was done, of course, like I said, that's a lie, of course.
Honorable Dubai, let me talk about the governor here. Many pundits have queried the governor and how he's handled this issue over the months and months that, they started having problems. I remember very vividly when Philip Shuaibu first came on TV to complain. His first complaint was that he followed the governor through and through from the APC to the PDP, and he hoped that his members, the people he came with into the PDP, were going to be absorbed and made to feel at home. But that wasn't the case, which was the first problem that he had in the party. Secondly, he proceeded to say that they were not offered positions, they were made to feel like outsiders, and he had to speak out. It wasn't first and foremost that he wanted to run for governor. He was asking that there be a proper alignment of his people within the party. As a party chieftain, would you mind commenting on that?
Okay, let me give you the facts of that issue. If you look at when the governor moved from the All Progressive Congress to the People's Democratic Congress Party, they brought a condition for acceptance that while he will be governor, the deputy governor from the APC cannot follow him into PDP. Now, PDP should get the right to give him the opportunity to produce a running mate, a deputy governor. But this, the governor vehemently resisted and said he would rather sink or swim with the deputy governor. So when they came into the party, the governor was APC. Permit me to use those words so that you understand the context I'm speaking from.
We're listening. Honorable Dubai, are you still there? I think that we have lost connection with our guest. Shadrack Dubai is the Special Assistant to the Governor of Edo State on Youth Affairs. Hopefully we're able to get him back on the phone lines to have more on this conversation. But for me, Mercy, I have constantly followed this story from when he started, from when they moved into the PDP. In fact, what is playing out now, which is the question I would like to ask the Honourable, is almost the same thing that Obaseki suffered under Shomole.
So it feels like what goes around.
Yeah, comes around. And sincerely, I really don't know what it is with godfatherism politics in Nigeria. And for Edo State, it's just been happening back to back, just like River State. It seems like a curse of sorts on them.
No, you know, and it brings me back to the conversation we had prior to this time, where we said, what exactly would be my, next question to him? What then again is the fate for joint candidature when these, sort of issues would always raise its head? Like we rightly know, those who actually occupy, offices, especially when you have governors and president, you have the deputy governors more like, or vice presidents, more like, figurehead most times.
They're yes men. Anywhere in the world, actually. Anywhere in the world.
And that's the case. So what does this really entail? How then do we, get away from this? How then
it's
do
not we
going to
happen. Do you not get it? It's everywhere in the world. The truth is, you're there, more like an appendage. So if something, it's in the Constitution, it's like the vice presidents anywhere in the world, vice mayors, deputy mayors, they're yes men, they're an appendage. Yes, they are on the same ticket, but the governor is the one who has the right to pick his running mate. So it's not you saying, I want to run as deputy governor. The Constitution doesn't empower you. The Constitution empowers the governor to pick a running mate, meaning that you're at the mercy. And so whoever he picks has to be so loyal that if something does happen to him, he's capable of entrusting the state into your hands, knowing that you have the same dream, the same perspective, which is what happened in Ondo State.
No, so the point here is this. If, that's the case, just like you have rightly stated, we're not saying that. How then do we, because the next question would be, is it wrong for him to have an ambition?
No. He has a right under the Constitution.
So then, where did he falter?
But then, of course, his boss. So you do have a right under the Constitution. Anybody, you and I, can decide today.
I understand that. So my point now is, where is it wrong to have
an
ambition?
The law has to come from your principle. It's common knowledge. Let's take, for example, Donald Duke and John Okpa, former deputy governor. He wanted to be governor, and there was a plan. There was a tripartite agreement between Donald Duke, Lieli Moke, and Gershom Bassey, and he knew when he went into that agreement on the ticket that this power will be handed over to Lieli Moke. And then out of the blue, someone is whispering into his ears that, hey, go and run for governor after all, And once his principal said no, he still went ahead to do it. The rest is history.
So, well, I'm thinking that, with this, you already understand that if you have, if we say that he has a right to run for governor, as it were, he has a right within the Constitution. Of course, the Constitution says that everyone, within the age has a right to contest and contest for an office, vote and be voted for, and what have you. Then where did he go wrong? How then can he, have an ambition within this kind of space? And
maybe that's the question you need to ask the guests. Anyway, we'll take a quick break and bring back Shadrack Udubai to join us on Ways. Stay with us. Still watching Ways, and we have been talking about the politics in Edo State and the recent impeachment of the former deputy governor, Comrade Philip Shuaibu, and the immediate swearing in of a brand new deputy governor. And that's a conversation on its own, a whole different kettle of fish, and where the antecedents of this man, who's now deputy governor. Well, Comrade Udubai, so good to have you back. Mercy does have a question
very
for
much.
you. Yes.
Very, very sorry for that breaking transmission. Now, I was trying to concern myself together. You asked a question on the deputy governors agitating against marginalization when they moved into the PDP. So I was trying to say that as at that point in time when they moved in, the governor was from the APC, the deputy governor was from the APC. Those are the new members that came in. When appointments were dished out, the SSG was from the APC, the chief of staff was from the APC, the deputy chief of staff was from the APC. All the top 5 executive members from the party were all from the APC that moved into the PDP. And they also had almost an equal share of members of commissioners that was appointed by government. So when you are talking about if people are not giving a safe landing, I begin to wonder in which government. You can go and ask, these are verifiable facts. It was because the deputy governor was brought in, and he was the way manner the politics went. I'm from a donut, he's from a donut. The way the politics went was that he wanted his men, his physical officers, to occupy all offices, holding the structure of the party jugular. And that was one of the major reasons that led to the legacy PDP pulling out. That's why the right issue of Danobi, the legacy that followed Wike in the last general election, and the few of them who went with the governor. So Charlie Bishop is one of the major reasons why the harmony was never gotten at that point. That initial point, because if he wasn't deputy governor, the PDP would have got a deputy governor, harmonization, perfect harmonization would have taken place. Well, because the governor insisted that this man had worked with me, had fought with me, had struggled through the process, he must be a benefactor, even in this new party. It was one led here. And especially if we were giving more than enough seats within the corridors of power. So when he speaks of that, not giving the land, not giving safe land, or not giving accommodated, I can tell you without missing was a pure lie.
All right, Honorable Shadrach, I'd like to ask you, because this might also be very worrisome for those who probably would have, ambition in the future of becoming governor, especially when they are deputy to, their principal. So would you say that, the deputy, impeached Deputy Philip Schreiber was wrong in making public his ambition? And what does this really entail for a joint ticket candidature, knowing that the principal can always get rid of his deputy without a recourse?
Let me explain it to you. I've struggled to explain it on different platforms. I've been called to speak on this issue. The idea of the deputy governor wanting to run to become governor is a legitimate ambition. What we have here is a man who says, I am the deputy governor. I want to be governor, and the governor must support me. The governor has a right to say, I will either support you or not support you. The governor that brought in Governor Obaseki, there was a deputy governor in president of Osubo, Sarima Osubo, who wanted to be governor. And Anna Sali Oshomole said, no, I prefer Governor Obaseki to take over for me. And he worked for his interest, and Governor Obaseki came on board. What we have here is a similar repetition. You have been with me. We are close. We have gone through the thick and thin. But I will not bring you. And the reasons were concrete. They were germane. They were circumstances. I will prefer that we bring a governor from Edo Central to bridge this gap of exclusion, to ensure that equity, fairness, and justice is perpetually enthroned in the political landscape. You are from Edo North. Edo North has produced 2 deputy governors. They produced 1 governor. We are from Edo South. Edo South has produced 2 governors and 1 deputy governor. There's a region called Edo Central. They've never had a deputy governor, and the only governor they've had only lasted for 18 months. For crying out loud. Even if Edo State is Philip Schreiber's village, he's not the only person in the village. So that was, then the way Amana went about it, any man can aspire. Well, what happened? How did you know that Philip Schreiber went to run for office? It was because he went to express his ambition. He went to court to obtain a restraining order, restraining the governor and the state House of Assembly from impeaching him. That was even when I didn't even know. We only heard it from the corners that he has an ambition of, which I know, yes, every man has the ability to start. But to go to that route, we need to now underpin the government you are in. We need to undermine the government you are in. We need to rubbish it. We need to shake it so that you can stand. It's irritating, it's frustrating, it's restrictive. It's not the right way to go about this. If you have an ambition, you will be bold enough to go out there, test the waters, and give it any candidate that's coming out of the party. We will vote for you. But this act of desperation wanting to play this backhand politics to make us feel that the government is a bad and a wicked person, that he's the only righteous man of God, and if he does not get the ticket, those cannot prosper, it's irritating, it's bad. I want you to also know that it is the prerogative of the governor, constitutionally, to pick whoever he wants to be the running mate. He can choose to pick anybody, whether it's a dummy or whatever. The calculation is that They said the governor was not voted alone. He was voted together with the deputy governor. But I dare them to say that was the general election. Before the general election, there was a primaries. There are 2 elections that before you become governor. You do a primary election within your party. They do a general election among the electorate. In that primary election, the governor ran alone and won. In going for the second election, he now picked this man, just as they have picked the new deputy governor now. It was and the constitution recognized as it's so right to pick whoever he pleases. So what we calculate, the lacuna we have here is that when people want to run for governor, they go and pick another person from another region to balance the ticket, to ensure that person is able to mobilize votes, and this ethnic sentiment is being carried along. That person who is deputy governor does not see himself as a collaborative partner with the governor. They see themselves as a governor to a co-governor with the governor.
Okay.
That is one of the major underpinning mistakes that will keep having Nigerian democracy, because the governor does not really bring somebody who he believes understands.
Let me come in, Honorable Udubai.
Yes.
Many pundits have also said that this is also the card that Governor Obaseki played with Adams Oshomole, and which led from him to move to the APC. So, I mean, they're saying that what goes around comes around, and just as he wanted it to go down well with Adams Oshomole, he should have also allowed the same thing to go down with Philip Shuaibu.
You know what? The thing that is different here is this. At every point in time, that is why I'm confident of whatsoever happens, the people have the last say. It was not Godwin Obaseki that defeated Adams Oshomole. It was the generality of Edo people. They moved against the interests and the candidates of Adams Oshomole to support Godwin Obaseki, where it won overwhelmingly. Godwin Obaseki did not just fight God for that reason. It is the collective people of Edo that fought God for that reason at that election. If Adams Oshomole was single-handedly Philip brought Godwin Obaseki in the first tenure, could not do it in the second tenure, tells you that people did not vote for Obaseki because he was being brought by, didn't vote for Obaseki because he was brought by Adams Oshomole, but because there was a social understanding that will support you. They see things for themselves, they understand the political landscape, and they make their decision. If the people say they want to Shuaibu can also pick a ticket on that party, and he will roll too, and he will win. And if people say we perceive this man, Aswe Godalo, that is now the candidate of the Democratic Party, as not as an imposition, as a crony of the government, a surrogate, a man who is not fit, then the man will not win. So this does not make it look as though that there's one man that can make one man a governor. No one man exists. And if there is a man that can make a man governor, if the as deputy governor for 7.5 years, you are the second most strongest politician in the state. So who exactly are you not scared of? The governor that cannot come for third tenure? You are not scared of somebody with pitch. When you have been deputy governor for 7.5 years, you practically control resources, access to power and empowerment, and you are making it look as though you are weak and somebody will support you. That is simply because of the style of politics he has played over the years. I'll give you some brief history. He ran first of all for Asma Assembly under the ANPP. I'm talking of Philip Shuaibu now. He lost the primaries. He lost woefully. It was Adams Oshomole when he was at then in the Labour Party, the National Labour Union chairman, gave him a ticket of the ACN. There was no primaries. He went with that ticket to go into the House of Assembly and became president. The second election he won under the coverage. Both of them are from the same local government. The man was picked up by Adams Oshomole and mentored to the roles of politics. He made it a House of Assembly member, made him House of Rep member, took him from there and said he was going to deputize Godwin Obaseki. After that, Godwin Obaseki took him again and made him a deputy governor for the second time. This is the first time Philip Shuaibu will go into a race without a political leader or master or an overlord paving the way for him. So when immediately he saw that Philip Shuaibu will not be, the governor had signaled that he will not be enjoying his support, became jittery and decided to use underhand tactics.
Now let's talk about that now, Honorable Shadrach. Let's talk about the entire episode. What do you make of this whole saga? Do you think it would have any implication on the election?
Yeah, of course it will, because we've come to a point in life that we should stop playing politics for politics' sake. Politics is for governance. Governance take preeminence over politics. If your politics is not targeted towards giving the dividends of democracy, then you have no role to play in politics. While Edo people still have roughly 6 months to exit government, and the governor and the government in totality were working very hard to ensure that they deliver strong, and they end up, they conclude on all their projects. This man, the deputy governor was trying to derail the trajectory of the government Law given for almost a year before the end of the expiration of the tenure. And we're asking, you are in power. You may get power for over 20-something years. Why do you not want to spoil with the governance of it? Look, for me, every people will know what is happening. Every people will make their say. So for me, I just believe that the man, to Elijah said, was no longer pleased with being a deputy governor. And somehow, he played into the hands of the legislators in the House of Assembly by working against the Virgin government, making derogatory statements in public domain. And it was this like, and someone else has been giving it to us, and the person is grateful, and the people are happy that governors can at least continue with the zeal and the enthusiasm that the new government is going to office. We will be assured.
So are you saying that you see divided support moving forward or moving towards the election? Will the support be divided, knowing that, this...
No. Let me explain to you. When you talk about the support, that the addition of Philip Shaibu, I won't say he does not have support. I won't say he does not have the requisite capacity, but I feel it's overvoted, and I will tell you why. In the last election, when they ran in 2020, when PDP was the most popular party in the state, Philip Shaibu could not win his ward. He won his unit by barely 6 votes. And his local government, Esako West, was the local government we lost the highest margin ever across the 18 local governments. When we went for 2023 general election, Philip Shaibu lost his local government presidential, lost his unit, lost his ward. For the House of Senate, he lost his unit, lost his ward, lost his local government. In the House of Reps, lost his unit, lost his ward, lost the local government. The House of Assembly, he single-handedly, quote many years, Shadakudu guy said, he single-handedly picked the 2 House of Assembly members that will emerge from his House from his local government. The 2 of them lost woefully. So if you ask me, if I, Shadakudu guy, was to be a deputy governor with the quality of empowerment and power, the access to power that I have, I can literally pick somebody in my house, make him an appointee, give people contracts, help people. We can bring empowerment to the people. And yet, having been there for 7.5 years, you people in your immediate constituency cannot say rally around you and say we love our brother and what he's doing for us. So you go to election and you are consistently being rejected at the polls. So the question I'm asking you, are you really, who exactly are you serving? You cannot serve your people, your private constituency. So the calculation for me is that when he has clout, if you tell me they're getting some large escorts, he has police, he has people he has given appointment to who are all shouting hallelujah around him, and he has some resources. Let me tell you, resources is also a tool. If I have, for example, 10 million to defend the politics or 20 million, 100 million, I will have a sizable amount of followership. Okay. Let's say a man who has running to hundreds, almost tens and hundreds of millions every single month. So for me, you take away the cover that Saliu Shomle gave him while he was on APC. Okay. You take away the access to power and empowerment, the resources available to him as deputy governor. He is not a force in the donut anytime, any day. And we are not missing him for any reason.
Okay. I mean, just to add to what you've said, the APC in Edo State have said they don't want him. Please don't come here. Please. But let me move away from that and talk about your recent deputy governor who was sworn in. I hear that there's been some disquiet within your party quarters as to this guy not being a total card-carrying member of the party, someone who came out of nowhere, picked to be deputy governor. Many people in the party have murmured about this, saying that, look, the last time this guy ran for governor, he was on the platform of the Labour Party. How do you bring an interloper into our house? Yet again, another party issue.
For us, what I keep saying is we prioritize governance over politics. If we are trying to bring home the dividends of democracy to ensure that majority of the people get access to quality service delivery, get access to government facilities, we should be looking at the people who can do it the best. There are good people in APC, there are good people in PDP, there are good people in Labour Party. And for the record, the man was previously in Labour Party and moved into the People's Democratic Party. I could give you a fact. When he ran in 2023 for House of Reps, he was a card-carrying member, he was the candidate of the Labour Party in Akoko Edo. After he ran, and the election was not literally robbed off of him by the All Progressive Congress, the APC, the man went back and said there's only one party he has possible alignment with, which is the People's Democratic Party, and he mobilized all of his supporters to work and vote for the People's Democratic Party. I'm saying it in public domain. He mobilized his force to support the candidate, because Labour Party at that point he had candidates for the House of Assembly. His support was significant in re-electing the 2 House of Assembly members that are from Akoko Edo today in the House of Assembly. So if he had worked for the PDP, many of us over a year ago, And after that, he was now being brought into the party. He now made some input in this the Benin master plan, Edo State master plan. I had worked with him. I have known him even before he became deputy governor. Okay. Will you say the man could not be brought on board to work? He had worked. He was in Labour. He moved from Labour. He supported PDP actively. From PDP, he came into government and began to work as a consultant to support the program, the project, and policy of the government. And now he's willing and ready to contribute further. And you are saying he's not a member of the Democratic Party. So for example, I think the one that you have a date that the man must be there for 30 years or 40 years. The Constitution gave a recommendation of not less than how many months. So the calculation means that they are just carrying foul, and because we are calculating people that have something to offer. Political capacity, the collective will.
Honorable Shaibu, are you saying that it doesn't really matter, how it's done, as long as you get it done? It doesn't matter how you get the job done, but as long as you get it done, because you have talked about governance, you have said you care about governance, your party cares about governance, but it looks like your party doesn't care about what the rule book says, what the law says in your party. It doesn't care about
we didn't go against the law. We didn't flag the law. I told you that immediately after the House of Reps election in 2023, Omo Bayo Godwin, His Excellency Omo Bayo Godwin, worked actively for the People's Democratic Party in public domain. You can go and verify. And he has been working closely with this government right up to from 2023 February or March 2023. So what's your now? He's been appointed April 2024, and you say he's not a member of the party.
While he was working, did you say he was still a member of the Labour Party, or he was still a member of the People's Democratic Party?
Immediately after he lost his election, he moved into the People's Democratic Party.
Okay.
All right. Finally, let's talk about the upcoming elections, because they're drawing close by the day. You have three big, people who are competing for that revered seat of governorship. We have the Labour Party candidate, who's a former NBA president. We also have in the APC another strong contender, including the person that your governor is supporting in the PDP. Again, how easy an election is that going to be for the PDP, knowing that all of these contenders resonate with the people of Edo State? Is it going to be an easy task? I know you can tell me that it'll be easy, but will it really be a walkover?
When you say they resonate, I want to ask at what frequency. For us who are grassroots politicians in Edo State, the name Akpata. What's the first name again?
Olumide.
What's the first name of the Labour Party candidate?
Olumide.
Olumide Akpata. You can see from the name, the only thing we knew about him was former NBA chairman. It was even recently I got to know that I was from Edo State. He has not played politics. There's no strategic contribution from time memorial to show that he's from Edo State. And we've had Edo South has produced 2 governors and 1 deputy governor. So I don't think it will not be time to give Edo South another governor. So they have 3 governors, while Edo Central has none. No deputy, no governor.
Is it just about giving people from zones? I mean, we've seen. I'm so sorry. With all of the sharing formula that has been done, I was in Edo State when Adams Oshiomhole was governor. I can tell you for a fact, as a journalist, I didn't see what he did. But what if an Olumide Akpata or an Ighodalo comes there, and the people are saying we don't care where he's from, we just want a doing governor, a Toknadu governor. How about that? Because I think we've overly prioritized this issue of where you come from and representation, don't you think?
You may think we over-prioritize. But the question I want to ask you is that are there no competent persons in this region that has not been given power over the years? And you can't tell me no. So for us, it's like using one stone to kill 2 birds. You bring a man who has the requisite competence and character from the region that are perceived to not have been given equal access to power and empowerment. So that we bring the most competent. For me, competence and character cannot be subjugated for any other characteristics. But you will not say that a particular ethnic group or a particular senatorial district has monopoly to competent candidates. If I live in and I go to the Bondo of Pueblo, what is going for him? Remember, I don't want to jump the gun because the campaigns are not started officially. Exactly. I'll just do my brief introduction. For the man who is running around the APC, of course, what is going for him is his goodwill. I've heard that the man has engaged. Of course, I'm fully aware that he has done some level of philanthropic gestures in time past. And because of the quagmire we had within the party, the people, that's why people swayed his way and they made him senator. Fine and good. But to become governor, it goes beyond buying provisions and food items and creating borehole, as you said, and as well as we need someone that has the necessary competence. So for me, from the last time I even watched, I was thinking it's going to be an even match. So the person we are bringing, Aso Godalo, who is a seasoned technocrat who has worked, who has spoken with Yomijoro that I have what it takes to manage both man and resources.
Okay.
So for us, there's no competition there. What we need to present the candidates and let the people choose.
All right, we have to go. I want to say thank you. Honorable Shedrack Udubai is the special advisor to Governor Godwin Obaseki on youth affairs. Thank you so much. Always a pleasure to have you on the show.
Thank you very much.
Well, we want to thank you all for being part of the conversation. Don't forget, this is a conversation that involves you all. In other words, we'd like to hear from you when we have these conversations. But before I go, if you missed today's quote, let me take it again. The genius of impeachment lay in the fact that it could punish the man without punishing the office. And this was said by Arthur Schlesinger. So I'll see you tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring a great conversation back to your screen on Waves. But before I go, I want to say thank you to my very gorgeous co-anchor.
Oh, thank you so much. As well, thank you.
All right, well, enjoy the rest of our programs. Have a good evening.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. You know, when they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You know, you just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Minding your mannerisms in public signals civility. Your behavior determines how others perceive you, and if you can leave a good impression, why not?
When it comes to that, it's about really making sure that you don't do something that will make people upset. So let me give you a typical example, public toilet, right? You want to walk into that washroom nice and clean, and at the same time, you want to leave it clean for someone else to use it like that. But what you find is that some people use it haphazardly. They don't care about who's coming in next. And of course, people are disgruntled by the way the place is dirty, not kept well. And of course, we have a problem there, health and hygiene, right? That's a public place. When you think about the airplane, for example, same thing as well. You are on the plane and you have children, and the children are making a whole lot of noise. You're disturbing the elderly people and other people who are sharing the same space with you. So when you're on the plane, you have to be mindful of other people that are going to be using it. So even when you're sitting down, it's a confined space, right? So you don't want to disturb other people. You want to make sure that you have a smooth ride without upsetting anyone while you're in that public space. What about when you're at the cinema as well? You know, a cinema is a place where, and a library, where you have to keep quiet. You don't want someone to keep telling you, shh, shh. What does that mean? You're not supposed to use your phone when you're in such places, like a library, for instance. Then you're in the supermarket as well. A whole lot of things. And many places where people are, I won't say maybe ignorant of other people, right? They think they're in their home. So you're in a reception in a restaurant, or you're in the reception of a hotel. You're not going to put your feet on the desk or on the table as if, and you're watching the TV as if you're in your sitting room, right? So people wouldn't like that. I've seen cases where some people are in they're in the not waiting room. There's a public place where you can sit down in a hotel, right? And some people have taken off their shoes, put their feet on the table, and
Very good morning to you, and thanks for joining us on The Breakfast this morning. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Today is Wednesday, the 17th day of April 2024. I'm glad that we were able to make it this far. The first quarter was really testing, but the second quarter is looking up. Dollar is crashing, Naira is going up. We're just waiting for the time when commodities will come down, and we will now begin to enjoy our lives as Nigerians as well. But be that as it may, no matter how biting the economy could be, Nigeria is our country, and it takes all of us to make it work. It's like a baby, And there's an old saying that says that a baby belongs to the community. It's a community that raises a child, not an individual. So our Nigeria is our baby. Let us raise it as a community by contributing our own little quota wherever we stand. We don't have to be the president before we do that. Well, it's another very important day in our lives, the day you will never see and you have never seen before. And so let's make the best use of it, also believing in a higher power that will give us that grace to do what we need to do this morning. To set the tone for whatever we're going to do, remember that today we're going to have our hot topics as well, and also we're going to be having our trending topics, things that caught our attention in the course of the last 24 hours. And also, we will be looking at the papers and seeing the headlines that made it to the front pages of our national dailies. In the meantime, let's just take the quote for the day to set the tone, as I said earlier. Your energy level, the more efficient your body. The more efficient your body, the better you feel, and the more you will use your talent to produce outstanding results. That's by Tony Robbins. I'll take that again. The higher your energy level, the more efficient your body. The more efficient your body, the better you feel, and the more you will use your talent to produce outstanding results. Tony Robbins. Very, 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 very wise words there. The question is, what is your energy level right now? Energy level is not by drinking energy drinks. I hope you know that. Energy level goes beyond that, but it also shows you how intricate, how complex our makeup is as humans. A lot of things depend on another thing. So if your energy level is high, the end result is you have better productivity. So what is that thing that gives you the highest energy level? Sometimes it comes with the people who surround you. Sometimes it comes with the lifestyle that you live. Sometimes it comes with a lot of other things. So identify this thing that gives you the best energy level, because it is through that you're going to get the best results of whatever you want to achieve in this life. Okay, so that is our quote for today. We do hope that you remember that this Wednesday morning. It's a midweek. A lot of people will go to church. A lot of people will have things that they are going to do. A lot of people will do a reappraisal for how the week has been so far, Monday, Tuesday, and this is Wednesday, 2 days from the weekend and 2 days to the weekend. Okay, that's how Wednesday is and always will be. So we'll go straight to our top trending issues before we look at the weather this morning. Top trending issues begin with the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment said it has begun disbursement of the presidential palliative. It has begun the disbursement of presidential conditional grants. I beg your pardon there. The conditional grant scheme is going to be given to the verified applicants after an exhaustive selection process. The government, through the Bank of Industry, had said it would be disbursing 3 categories of funding totaling 200 billion naira to support manufacturers and businesses across the country. In a progress report posted on X handle on Tuesday, the Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Doris Anyete, stated that an unspecified number of beneficiaries had received the grants, adding that by Friday, April 19, another significant disbursement will be made to a substantial number of verified applicants. This is coming more than 8 months after President Bola Tinubu announced a grant for manufacturers and small businesses, and 2 weeks after applicants were directed to submit their national identification numbers as part of the requirements to obtain the grant, earmarked to cushion the effect of the recent economic reforms that have had on business in the country. We're also going to spend, according to their words, they were also going to spend 75 billion between July 2023 and March 2024. And the objective is to find 75 enterprises with great potential to kickstart sustainable economic growth, accelerate structural transformation, and improve productivity. Each of the 75 manufacturing enterprises will be able to access 1 billion naira credit and 9% per annum, with a maximum of 60 months repayment for long-term loans and 12 months for working capital. And those were the words of President Bola Tinubu. And then Doris Anyete added that the President Bola Tinubu administration understands the importance of these grants in supporting the livelihoods and businesses of our citizens, and this is why we are committed to ensuring a smooth and transparent process. In collaboration with telecommunications providers, we have successfully resolved the initial delays in sending out short codes for NIN verification and application continuation. We ask for your patience as we continue to process the applications with the utmost diligence and fairness. The phased disbursement plan has been designed to ensure that each application is given the consideration it deserves. Those were the words of Anyete. And I'm getting confused a little bit. Sometimes it's being called grant, and then it is being called, we're hearing about the repayment period. I thought a grant was supposed to be something that doesn't come with repayment. Maybe I don't know much about that, but a grant and a loan, on the other hand, the same thing, having two names that seem to be conflicting. I do hope that it's a grant, but if it's a loan, as has been said, well, I do hope it's flexible enough. My question is, how were these enterprises chosen? Was there a criteria that other Nigerians will not complain tomorrow that I was not given a chance? Because if there's a clear-cut description of who can benefit or who cannot benefit from this, then we know that somebody has failed or has not failed just by looking at their qualifications, so to speak. So let it be transparent enough. Now that we're hearing unspecified number has been given the grant already, and another unspecified but substantial number of people will be given. I don't know how that works for the people who are looking critically at this scheme. A lot of people criticized this scheme when it came out, when it was being talked about, and when the delays were being perceived. And now that the disbursement has started, we don't even know the number of people who have been given. How many people applied? How many people passed the mark? How many people qualified to get this grant, and how many people have been given? How many are remaining? So when they are asking for patience from the people who applied, do the people even know whether they are qualified, but they need to just wait for a little bit more, or they're just going to be hoping on God and saying that maybe I did qualify or maybe I didn't qualify? So let's know these things. These are very, very common things, very simple things that if you do, people will trust you, and trust is everything in governance. If you cannot get the trust of the people that you govern, then it's going to be a very, very difficult time for you. Nobody trusts you. Nobody takes seriously what you say. For all a lot of people will care is that this thing has gone to their cronies, it has gone to the people who are loyal to them, and so much more, people who belong to a particular political party or something like that. So let's know something transparent about this. Let's know who applied, how many people applied, how many people qualified because of the criteria that was set for qualification, how many people have been paid, how many people are waiting who did not qualify for this, so that they don't wait forever. They may have to go and improve on their businesses or whatever they're doing that should qualify them, so that next time they can qualify for this loan scheme that has been graciously brought by the government. I'm using graciously very, very, very graciously as well, because these are things that government ordinarily should do. It is in Nigeria that we see when a road is completed and then we go and launch the road, we cut tape on a road. These are things you should do. Where we have electricity, we launch it and we applaud it. We have one or two things that government should ordinarily do. We begin to count them as dividends of democracy. Those are not dividends of democracy. Dividends of democracy is when the people have a voice in whatever is happening to them. You want to give me a road? Ask me first. Is it a road I want, or I just need inputs for farm, or I just need something else, I need a school? And you don't just come and impose something on me because you think it is good enough and maybe it's going to give you some kickbacks and all that. Let me have a say on who sits on that seat to govern me. what he says should be part of my suggestion as well. Let us have town hall meetings where people actually from the town contribute to the policies that will be made at the center. That's democracy, not making of roads, because military government do the same, not even building schools, infrastructure, because military governments, dictators also do the same. Everything we're calling in Nigeria as dividends of democracy, there are things that any kind of government, whether a Hitler kind of government, a dictatorial kind of government, can still do. But the level of representation, the level of voice that the people have in whatever is happening in government is what makes democracy. And democracy, that's why it's described as the government of the people, for the people, and by the people. So how many instances do we have when people are the ones that are taking the reins of this leadership? They are the ones that decide what happens to them and what does not happen to them. If we're not doing that, then it is not democracy. Like some people would say, at best, it's just a civilian rule, which doesn't always translate to democracy. Anyway, the second top trending issue for us is food inflation. They are saying food inflation eases, government revenue rises, economy improving. That is according to the Minister of Finance. Edun said himself, and CBN Governor Olayemi Kadoso also said it. They are in Washington, D.C. to showcase the progress made so far in the Nigerian economy. And that's where they said those things. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, says the Nigerian economy is moving in the right direction as policies of the new administration have started slowing down food inflation. The Finance Minister said, and I quote, "The economic team of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is here to showcase the progress so far of his bold, courageous, and strategic reforms of Nigerian economy in order to get it stabilized and get investment in to get it growing again." Okay, and we've all seen what has happened in terms of stabilizing the exchange rate and inflation, which is headed in the right direction. However, on Monday, the National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, Consumer Price Index CPI report showed that food inflation rate in March 2024 stood at 3.62%, showing a decline of 0.17% from February 2024 when it was 3.79%. But the report showed that for year-on-year, food inflation reached 40.01% in March 2024, marking an increase of 15.56% percentage points from 24.45% in March 2023. The inflation for March 2024 was largely driven by increase in foods such as gari, millet, yam, bread, coupled with energy and housing costs. The naira has appreciated against the dollar in recent weeks, gaining over 40% from about 1,900 naira to a dollar to about 1,100 naira to a dollar now. As the naira rebounds, Nigerians expect significant reduction in the prices of food and basic commodities, but this hasn't been the case with cost of living still high. I like it when our people go out there and then just paint a very good picture of what is happening in Nigeria. Inflation is slowing down, the naira is improving and all that. I don't know where the inflation is slowing down. Maybe economists are seeing it with other things. As we speak right now, in a very high agrarian community like mine, where I come from, I hear a bag of gari is 45,000 naira. 45,000 naira. It used to be 8,000 naira, and then it has risen to 45,000 naira. Here in town in Lagos, some people are saying that it's up to 60,000 naira, and we don't know where it is going. It's not coming down anytime soon. So we're looking for that time when the crash of the dollar and the rise of the naira will also show in the food that we eat, because that's the basic thing. You have food in your stomach, then you have a roof over your head, and then you're thinking about what you're going to wear and every other thing that you might want in life. We need these things to reflect how the economy is moving. Now, a lot of people would say, you need to clap for the government, the economic team is working. Yes, I believe they're working and they're trying their best to do what they're doing. But for some of us, clapping for the economic team and whoever is responsible will take a little bit longer than for other people. Because if the Naira rose to 1,900 and now it is 1,000, even if it becomes 900, it is until it gets to at least 700 that it was before the administration came on board that some people will begin to clap. I tell you why. For instance, if you have a child who's always in the first 5 people in school, you know, the result comes out and he's number 1 to 5. It's inside that bracket. And this child of yours begins to get number 50 out of 51 people in a class. And then after a while, you're putting some things in place and it becomes number 30 and then number 40. Will you clap? You will not. You will expect that child to come back to the first 5 people and even improve and become, you know, always getting the first to the 3rd position and all that. That would be your prayer. That's when you will start to clap. You won't say, because my child dropped to 51st position, now he is 30th or the 40th position, you stand up in PTA meeting and beat your chest and say, my child is the most improved. Even if the school is saying that, you won't clap. You won't say it in PTA, would you? So that's what is happening to a lot of us. You know, we're looking for that time when our child, the Naira, will come back to as high as 700 Naira per $1, or even still higher than that, maybe 500 or below. And then we'll see that the policies this government is putting in place are better than the ones that previous administrations have put in place. Because if that does not happen, well, I reserve my clap for another thing that might happen. So in Washington, it's been said that our economy is improving and all that. Back home, we need to see this, because if we don't, then it's just for the cameras. But for now, we'd like to say you're doing a wonderful job, but it is not time to really say we have arrived or we got it right or something. And then we're hearing of subsidies still being paid, and we're wondering why the humility to just say this is what is happening in Nigeria is not there. We asked some questions yesterday. Where is the money coming from that the federal allocation to states is still high, and then they're paying subsidy higher than what they were paying before the present administration, according to El Rufai, former governor of Kaduna State, and so many other things. So these questions are begging answers. If we can get these answers, then Nigerians will be happy, because we will be part of the process of governance, and that's what democracy is. I said it earlier. Until that is done, transparency is there for people to see that this is what my tax that I'm paying is doing for me, and this is what I need. Maybe I need to make the tax higher or reduce it or something. Let me just be in the know how my government is working, because it's the government, it's my government. I elected the people that are in positions of authority. I don't know how you see it, but that's how I see it. It's my government as a citizen. And this is also calling on the citizens to be up and doing and make sure those who are in power get in line and do what they're supposed to do. Don't always just clap and say you're doing well. Sometimes they really don't know that these things they're doing are not going down well with us. But when we are sycophants and we always say, Baba, you're too dry, then there's a problem. So sometimes it's us. We are the ones that make the leaders do what they do. And so we should change. According to one of our guests, our regular guest, who used to be a regular guest, architect Nyaitok, he said the office of the citizen is the most important office, and I agree with him. So if you are a citizen of Nigeria, do your best to hold the leaders in check, but also not only holding them in check, do your bit to make sure Nigeria improves and becomes better. If you are selling at the roadside or something, don't exploit people just because you heard the Naira has gone up. So even if that is the thing that is not related to the Naira in any way, you want it to remain as high as you can make the best profit. And I always say that whenever the profit is more than 100% of the capital you used to buy a particular thing, then for me it doesn't translate into profit. It is theft, it is wickedness, it is whatever name you want to call it. So Anyway, that's by the way. Maybe because I'm not a businessman, I don't know how their mind works. But we'll move to the other one. 148 local governments fall within high flood risk areas federal government warns. That is our next story. The federal government has warned that 148 local government areas in 31 states of the federation fall within the high flood risk areas. This was disclosed in Abuja by Minister of Water Resources, Professor Joseph Utsev, while presenting the general highlights of the 2024 annual flood outlook prepared by the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency on Tuesday. Utsev listed the high flood risk areas as Adamawa, Akwa Ibom, Anambra, Bauchi, Bayelsa, Benue, Borno, Cross River, Delta, Ebonyi, Edo, Imo, Jigawa, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Kebbi, Kefi, Kwara, Lagos, Nasarawa, Niger, Ogun, Ondo, Oshun, Oyo, Plateau, Rivers, Sokoto, Taraba, and Yobe. The floods are expected between April and November 2024. I don't know, maybe I don't remember. Was there Lagos there? There are some states that are not there, but the bulk of the states are in there. So bottom line is that there's a risk of flood. So do everything that you can to make sure that when the flood comes, it does not take you unawares. Whether your place or your area was mentioned or not, you have to be proactive and see how you can avoid this. For instance, if you're planting rice in a place where if it is flooded, your rice will just go. You have to do it earlier because you know that it is in November, that's the peak. It starts from April and all that, but we know that if you plant it a bit earlier, or if you plant the upland rice in a place that you know will not be flooded, then you will not be affected by this. So it is planning, however it is. So we're grateful to the agency that brought this information to us. It's left to us now to use it well. Whatever is going to be the case, do not be taken unawares. There will be flooding this year in some areas. Your area may not be mentioned, but general areas have been mentioned. And to be forewarned is to be forearmed. Or like Zebediah will say, to be forewarned is to be forearmy. So you prepare yourself to fight this battle of the natural occurrence that may occur in your area. We'll take a short break, look at the weather for the day, and then when we return, we'll be looking at the papers. Stay with us.
Sometimes, it's not just the distance we travel. It's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy. It's the memories we create. Sometimes, it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. It's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
Being online has become a part of our every waking moment. From the moment we wake up in the morning till we hit the pillow at night, we are browsing, scrolling through social media, responding to messages. We live our lives online almost as much as we live it in reality. These anonymous interactions, like any other human interaction, comes with complexity and challenges. People get into civil discussions, debates, banter, and share with one another. With these interactions come disagreements, arguments, conflicts that can soon degenerate into trolling, bullying, and general unpleasantness. The discretion we employ in face-to-face interaction is further decreased online. In fact, according to psychologist Robert Sutton, disrespectful, demeaning, and downright mean-spirited behavior is worse than ever. This behavior is especially true of online discourse, which researchers describe as the online disinhibition effect. Stanford psychology professor John Sula in 2004 said, "The online disinhibition effect can cause people to act out in either a benign manner, wherein they overshare their personal information, or in a toxic action. A situation, according to Dr. Sula, where you don't have any physical cues associated with the person you're communicating with, and other person becomes just a voice in your head. As such, the people in your online conversations merely become characters in your imagination, formed by your own personal history and expectations. You might also hear his or her voice as your own, which makes you feel more comfortable with the other person and further lowers your inhibitions." As we have rules that guide our interactions in real life, unspoken rules need to be developed for our online interactions. Social media etiquette, or social mannerism simply put, means do's and don'ts for social media interactions. These etiquettes are also referred to as netiquettes. The term netiquette refers to all aspects of online communication, including email, instant messaging, social media, multiplayer gaming, and other forms of online communication. The main goal behind netiquette or mannerisms on social media is to treat others with respect and take care of intellectual property rights and associated implications. Personal information, images, or videos of anyone should not be shared without consent or mentioning credits where due. Except we seek to change such behaviors, it will pervade. Here are some social media netiquettes. When sending a DM, be polite and go straight to the point. When responding to posts, even if you disagree, be careful not to use condescending and insultive words. Take a 5-minute pause before you post any comments. Don't comment on topics that people tend to be passionate about. Don't respond to insults or hateful language. Don't say to people online what you won't have the audacity to say to them in person. Avoid excessive tagging of people. Ask before tagging people. Although it may seem inoffensive, tagging a friend or acquaintance on social media without their permission could in many ways cause problems for that person. Good social media etiquette means you should always request for permission before tagging anyone. Post only flattering pictures of other people. Apply the billboard test. Assume that everyone in the world can and will see everything you post. So if it's not billboard worthy, don't post it. Give credit where it's due. Don't post other people's photos or quotes without clear attribution. This means no screen grabs even if you have the best intentions. Instead, use a repost app to properly credit others for your own content. Think of the future you. Your taste will change, as will your sense of humor, but your photos will live on forever. Use caution when posting. Don't take screenshots of other people's private moments that they shared with you in confidence. Censor yourself. You might treat your Facebook or Twitter accounts as diaries. Don't share everything with your readers. Some things are meant to be kept private.
Right now it's time to look at the papers and see what the headlines are. We're going to take some of the national dailies, not all of them, so you have the opportunity to read others up when you get that opportunity. We'll be looking at the Punch, the Daily Trust, and so many other newspapers. But our guest this morning is Barrister Justice C. Uhuegbu, human rights lawyer and 2019 presidential candidate of NAC Party. Good morning and welcome to the program, Barrister.
Good morning. It's my pleasure once more.
Okay. Let me begin what is not, like we say on the streets now, Maka do it in the no send me. Okay. 2019, you were a presidential candidate of NAC Party. Where?
Candidate.
Sorry? Sorry?
Vice presidential candidate.
Presidential candidate. Vice presidential candidate. Okay. You had a dream for Nigeria. How is that working out? Even though you are not at the helm of affairs, but how is that dream, your dream for Nigeria, working out right now?
Well, truly speaking, it's actually not working out. That's just the truth. But I am still hopeful that one way or the other, provided there is life, that dream must come to one day. There's no truth about it. Because one thing is to have a dream, another thing is to focus on that dream, and another thing is to pursue that dream. And by the special grace of God, it will work out, and it will work out for the good of every Nigerian.
Amen to that. Amen. So let's begin with the Punch newspaper this morning. The Punch newspaper leads with the caption, Federal government writes governors as agency predicts flooding in 3 states. Federal government, the writers are, Federal government agency lists local governments in Akwa Ibom, Lagos, Adamawa, Ogun, Benue, 26 others as high flood risk areas. Benue demolishes riverside buildings. Lagos directs residents to relocate. Sokoto, Edo, others begin campaigns. So let me get your comments on that.
Well, the truth is that, yes, is another, or we're entering another rainy season period. And fortunately or unfortunately, once it comes like this, there will be issues of flooding and all the rest. But I think one of the problems we had earlier before now is that if the government has planned so much for future, and that is why you need to, as a government, you need to always forecast, the future, because you discover that most of the buildings and most of the things that we are done, we are actually built in a drainage way, and where the water should also flow easily to the sea or to the river. But unfortunately, because of the lapses and the insensitivity of the government, at times all these things are blocked. And now we are not seeing the impact of some of these things. And secondly, the government should also always prepare, because in other countries where there is always flood, it's not only in Nigeria that there is flooding. It's not only saying the federal government warning states about flooding. What proactive action or measure is the government actually taking in order to make sure that they prepare for this flooding, so that in fact you don't need to wait until it happens. You need to begin to work so that if actually it comes, because it always comes as a natural disaster, you will now be cushioned the effect of those things, so that it won't be much.
I don't know what they can do, because at some point, was it last year or so, when they said the dam in Cameroon was going to release water. Every time that happens, flooding happens in a lot of places, and the government just tells the people, leave where you are, go and look for refuge somewhere else. And so I don't know what, as a government, they could do or they could have done to make sure that when it comes, because they say from April to November, that's a very long time to be expecting flood and trying to do anything about it. What do you think they could have done?
No, for me, the government knows what to do. That is why it's a government. That is why it's a government. You are in the helm of affairs. You are to administer for people, to be here for the interest of the people and others. And if you remember, in the wisdom of the Constitution says that the main aim of government is for the welfare and security of the people. So this one now falls under the welfare of the people. So it's not enough saying they should relocate. Where are they relocating to? If you feel that location is the best option, to curb that effect, then provide the location exercise, provide amenities and all the rest, so that they can move. Build local houses. In fact, build houses so that they can relocate for that meantime, and then look for a lasting solution. Now, for example, this thing has been seen, it has been forecast. What is the government doing? It's not just seeing it and forecasting it. There are agencies responsible for this. What are the agencies doing? What recommendations are they making? So the government knows what to do. It's not a matter of what are they going to do. They know what to do. Only that they forgot, they refuse to do the needful.
Okay, let me move to another issue. In the oil sector, marketers excited as Dangote lowers diesel to 1,000 naira per litre. Does it excite you as well? Because we've seen where petrol and all that, and people are even saying that he should sell for 550 naira. I don't know. Does it excite you at all?
I don't think there's any right thinking in Nigeria that this issue of our petroleum products should expire. The reason being that this is a country that produces crude. We're not talking about diesel, about PMOS, about this. We produce this crude. God has given it to us as a natural resources. And this thing flows like river on daily basis. So, in fact, Nigeria is supposed to be one of the countries that should be enjoying these natural resources. The problem we have, we're talking about Dangote today. Dangote is a private individual. Yes, he's in business. The problem we have, what has happened to our refineries? Before now, were we having all these problems? If you remember in the early 80s, it wasn't like that. I remember when a liter of fuel was sold for 11 naira per liter. So what are we saying? I don't think that anybody should impress.
Okay, but the conditions in those days where it was sold for 11 naira may not be the same as now. But so some people might argue that even the international market price for oil has changed and all that. So it also will need to affect our oil.
No, it's immaterial. Even if you're in the international market, the price, even if the price changes and goes, see, we are producing crude. If we are refining crude for our local consumption, Nigeria will enjoy it. The problem we have here, we produce this crude, we sell it outside, it is refined here, and brought back here, and be sold to us again. I mean, what a disaster. It's immaterial whether the price is, in fact, the higher the price here, Nigeria should be making money. But it is not supposed to affect Nigeria.
Okay, there is this headline also on the Punch. $30 billion loss. Federal government may revoke unused oil well licenses. It's just now we're seeing that there are some oil wells that are unused, and I wonder why you would get an oil well and not use it. And federal government may revoke this because of the losses that they incur. Do you think that will be an improvement on? There will be an improvement on the production of oil that we have in Nigeria, and subsequently other things that are tied to the oil production. Do you think revoking is the right step to take?
Well, the truth is this: even if you revoke them, who are you going to allocate them to? You see, the major problem we have in Nigeria is this issue of impunity. And that is what has been cleaned up, and it will continue until we tell ourselves the truth. And like I keep on saying, the major problem in this country is lack of sincerity of purpose. That's just the truth. Now, you now ask yourself, who are these people that have allocation for oil well? They are all the high and mighty in the society, in the government, and all the way. So whether they use it or not, it does not concern them. For them, they have it. So if the government can actually be proactive to revoke those licenses, and it's not only revoking them or collecting them, it's are you going to make proper use of them or this oil well? That is the problem. Secondly, for me, I do not even see the reason why an individual should own an oil well in this country. Because this is a natural resource for all Nigerians. And remember, like I keep on saying, and I'll keep on saying it, and I'll continue saying it, that every Nigerian, we are all stakeholders in this country. So why would few individuals be made to own oil well?
All right, let's move to the Guardian newspaper. I'm taking a smaller headline there because it's really concerning security, anything that has to do with security. Reps caucus give Tinubu ultimatum to end insecurity. That's on page 3 of the Guardian newspaper. So they have given the president an ultimatum to end insecurity. How feasible do you think this is, and what are the parameters or what are the measures that need to be put in place if this is to work?
Well, like you said earlier, I wish I succeeded in 2019. For me, by now, this insecurity issue would have been a thing of the past. Because some of us, we know the technical know-how of what to do. It takes me back to my earlier statement. And what is that statement? Lack of sincerity of purpose. You see, it's not enough coming to the pages of newspaper every time, going to television, organizing symposiums and all the rest, going to National Assembly saying they're going to end insecurity. My brother, let's be realistic to ourselves in this country. It is not possible because the government is not ready to do the needful. These people that are saying these things, how many of the senators, how many of the House of Rep members, without security, when I mean security, I mean volume of military men, policemen and all that can easily or comfortably or conveniently travel to their various hometowns without being attacked. It's not possible. So they say in Abuja there, the National Assembly or anywhere and discussing and all that, but they know what to do. And for me, it's very simple. Because when you have a security apparatus that is constrained and that is dedicated to doing their job, all these things will stop. But the problem we have is that we are playing politics with everything. Unfortunately, we are still playing politics with security.
How do you mean we're still playing politics with security?
Yes, everything today has turned to be politics. Because something will happen, there will be blame game. These people will be blaming this sector, or agency will be blaming this one, this agency will be blaming this agency will be blaming this. And they are talking about politics. It's not enough. Like, look at what they're saying. They're going to end insecurity. How long have they been in power now? How long have they been in government? Do you need to tell us? You don't need to tell us. In fact, let me tell you the truth. A good security expert doesn't even need to tell people your security tactics in order to secure your territory. You don't come out every time on the newspaper or the media to start saying these things. You are hyping it. You're only trying to let it be as if you are doing anything. That's why I say we are playing politics with everything. These things are unnecessary. As far as I'm concerned, do the needful.
Okay, now some politics now. PDP governors Atiku Wike comes intensify positions at make or mar neck. My confusion is that a lot of people have been removed from their parties. A lot of people have been suspended from their parties or expelled from their parties because of what they call anti-party, because of some very, very insignificant, if you ask me, the things that they may have done or said. Now, someone like Wike, former governor of Rivers State and now minister of the Federal Capital Territory, is still in PDP and even gunning for very, very high positions. He still has a camp in PDP and all that. What are the legal intricacies? What are the legal complexities that make it difficult to remove or expel or suspend someone like Wike? Because we've seen a lot of things forming gangs, if you ask me, against the party and doing so many other things. And right now he's in government in an opposition party or a different party. So what are the legal implications of removing someone of, let's say, Wike's standing? Because we've seen governors being suspended, governors being sanctioned and all that, but Wike is still enduring in PDP. So what's going on?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, there's no law in the first place. There's no law that says if you're a member of a particular political party, you cannot serve in a government that is funded by another political party. There's no law to that effect. And if we actually tell ourselves the truth as Nigerians and as human beings collectively, for example, in 2019, I was a vice presidential candidate. That we did not come into power does not mean I cannot serve in any other government. Because what is paramount here is that thing you want to do, can you come up and contribute your own quota to the society? Remember, the problem we have in Nigeria is that we play more party politics than playing politics the way it should be. If you become the president, you are the president of Federal Republic of Nigeria. Forget about the party you came from. Yes, party is a platform. But you have become the president of Federal Republic of Nigeria. At that point, you are not supposed to be talking about party. Wikena is the minister of FCT. FCT comprises both PDP members, APC members, and other political parties. So you're not answering the minister for APC or PDP. So I don't see anything wrong in that as far as I'm concerned. Yes, but if you now come to political parties, they have their own constitution that deals with internal, politics or internal democracy within themselves. And I'm aware also that they always have this issue of anti-party activities and all the rest. I don't see somebody who has been given an appointment to serve in a government. I don't see it as an anti-party activity. No, for me, I don't see it that way. There are so many things that can constitute an anti-party activity. Like, for example, election is being conducted and you are in PDP, you are now working for APC openly, or you're making some derogatory statements against your party to favor.
Yes, but we saw that in the presidential election. Wike was very vocal about it. The governorship will go to PDP, but the presidential, he was gunning for the APC. How much anti-party can someone be? And then he was the spearhead when there was a G5 that was formed against his own party and all that. They worked against his party. So what other anti-party activities do we need to see? I'm talking about this because there are people who have been suspended for less crimes, as it were. So what is so difficult in his suspension? Yes, he could be a minister because no party, it is not a one-party thing, as you said, but other things that have happened before now, and we keep asking, why is he not suspended? Why is he not sanctioned? What makes him greater than a party that is like the biggest opposition party right now? We just want to see if there's a law or there are some legal implications that if he's removed, the party might crash or something, or he might take them to court.
No. Normally, if he's removed, he might decide to take them to court. But at the end of the day, taking the party to court, are you going to win the matter? It's either here nor there. But the truth is this: the party itself is supreme. Somehow, the constitution is supreme over its members and others. So, if the party decides not to suspend him or not to initiate any proceedings against me, that is their business. But as far as I'm concerned, no one person is bigger than an association, especially because a political party is an association registered, especially when that association is registered and has a constitution. So for the party, I don't know why they may have chosen to toe that line or nothing. I don't think that he's bigger than the party or anything. But if they are going to suspend him or take any action on the fact, or simply for the fact that he was appointed a minister, no, that one will not succeed. But there are other reasons where they can actually lay their hands to suspend him, provided they have their facts and figures. So as far as I'm concerned, nobody is. In fact, the court has said this severally, has interpreted in so many decided cases, that the party and its internal affairs does not concern anybody. The worst you can do, if you don't like that political party, you move to another political party.
Interesting, because in Rivers State right now, his loyalists are all in APC and he's supporting them and all that. So I was just now we have like 2 governments in the Rivers State because of that, and he's still waxing strong. Right now, he is one of the contenders to get all the juicy positions. What we're seeing on the papers is Atiku's camp and Wike's camp in the same PDP, and I'm just wondering, I'm not that much of a politician, so I'm asking to know, because you have been in the highest rank of a political party. That's why I needed to know, and with your background in law. Now, we go to Vanguard newspaper, and the leading headline there is food inflation slowing. Federal government's revenue rises. That's according to Wale Edun, the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy. Then the rider is that targets more foreign investment inflow, and then IMF raises forecast for Nigeria's economic growth to 3.3%. Now, they went to the United States and said that the food inflation is slowing down now, and that the federal government revenue is rising. That's the finance minister. And they're targeting more investments and so many other things. But what do you think about this, the reality on ground and what they said in Washington?
You see, the truth is that we are Nigerians and we all live in this nation. Most times, what you see on the pages of the newspapers and what you see on the media, in fact, they are not always the true resemblance of what is happening in practice. I think everybody in Nigeria knows, including me, and I believe also including you here in the studio, that in some few months now, or let me put it that way, the issue of food has become a very, very big problem in the country. And unfortunately, why Nigerians are going through this, there is rise every day in revenue generation from the federal government. Taxation is going high. So many things are going high, and all these things are to the detriment of the citizens. So it's so unfortunate. And that's why we keep on saying, or people like us keep on saying, are we now actually being, in line with what the Constitution provides for the welfare and security of the citizens? So at times when you see some of these things, you wonder where the government is coming from. Because for me, any government that comes in power should first of all think about the interest of the people. Get to the market today and see the cost of food items. If you have 5,000 naira now and go to the market, you can't buy anything with it. In fact, it cannot provide you 1 square meal, just one. Just one. I'm not talking about 3 times in a day, morning, afternoon, and night. Just one. 5,000 naira. So what are we talking? And still, any little thing you do, government takes revenue. You go to bank to withdraw money, government takes revenue. You do anything, government takes revenue. So, and that is why these things the Nigerians are becoming frustrating and all the way. In fact, it's nothing that our money is becoming something else. Get to the market today now with 50,000 naira. You cannot buy. You cannot fill half of the cellophane bag will not be filled. How much is? I don't know when last you went to the market. This small pinch of garlic in the market now is about 3,500. A tuber of yam is about 2,500. 1 tuber of yam. So what are we saying? I don't want to talk about pepper, tomatoes, and all the rest. That place is no going. And these are things that people need on a daily basis. I don't want to go to beans. I don't want to go to rice. A bag of rice today that we used to buy for 7,500, 8,000 naira is almost 80,000. What are we saying?
If you're saying almost, that means you are in a very good area, because in some places it's 90,000, and I've heard some people say they have bought it for like 100,000. So I don't know. So if it is almost 80,000 in your area, buy like 10 and keep. because it might even still go higher, but we pray against that. Now let's take a final one. Kano State Anti-Graft Agency files fresh charges against Ganduje. Former Governor Ganduje is in the EFCC net. Fortunately or unfortunately, he's the chairman, or the national chairman of the ruling party APC. In fact, because of this problem of him facing accusations by EFCC, the Gandola thing, and so many other bribes allegations against him, the ward where he comes from, which eventually is called Ganduje ward as well, suspended him from the party and said that he should answer to these purported crimes before he can come back into the party. And these people have been now suspended again by higher body of the party, the local government. So the local government is not in support, the state is not in support, the national is not in support, only the ward, and now they have been branded anti-party. So where do you see this case of Ganduje even going?
Well, the truth about the matter is that personally, I think the party did what they're supposed to do. I wish that we will continue this way, because for me, once somebody has an allegation or is being facing trial for anything, that person should be suspended from anywhere he's holding any public position until that matter is dispensed. In as much as the National Constitution has amended, presumes every accused person innocent until presumed guilty. But once there is such thing, it imputes on the integrity and the character of the person. And for me, I think the party got it right at this point in time. We should begin to see a change. We should begin to see a change, to see how we can do things better. Then my problem is not just EFCC arresting him or taking him to court. At the end of the day, what can they come up with? Because you see, we're in a country now where people now believe that there are two sets of law that is existing, one for the poor and one for the rich. Look at the case of Bobrisky now, who was taken to court and convicted for naira mutilation. He's not the only person that has been doing that. Go to parties that you see involve government officials. You see the way they spread the naira, abuse the naira and all that. I'm waiting to see one government official that EFCC will arrest because of that. So it's part of what we are saying. But we are watching. As far as I'm concerned, for me, the APC party got it right by suspending him for the meantime, letting him face his trial and finish his trial. Because somebody who has a pending matter, it goes to the integrity and the personality of that person, especially the case of corruption.
Okay. Well, this is a good place to drop it. I know there are so many other headlines, but we'd like to thank you, Barrister, for being a part of our show this morning.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we've been talking with Barrister Justice C. Uhuegbu, human rights lawyer and 2019 presidential candidate or vice presidential candidate of NAC party on Off the Press. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll be looking at our first hot topic. Stay with us.
Picture this. You're sitting at a table, ready to indulge in a mouth-watering meal. Stop. For many of us, it is hard to resist the temptation, especially when it comes to enjoying a juicy beef dish. But have you ever stopped to think about the impact of your food choices on the greater good? Our food choices have a great impact on others. The beef industry is one of the leading contributors to deforestation. As trees are cleared to make way for cattle ranching, it not only disrupts the delicate balance of ecosystems, but also contributes to climate change. We can make a difference with our choices. It does not mean we all have to become vegans overnight. Imagine enjoying fish and poultry a few times a week, indulging in beef just once a month, and filling our plates with plenty of plant-based goodness. Every little bit counts. And even small reductions in our intake can make a huge impact on the climate. By making smarter food choices, we're not only taking care of ourselves, but also the planet we call home. Remember, the choices we make today lead to a better tomorrow.
We're glad to know you stayed with us. It's still breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Right now, we're looking at collapsed grid successfully restored. That's according to the TCN. We know how it's been epileptic, you know, in 1 year, or not in 1 year, from January till now, we've had like 6 collapse of the national grid. And that means it's more, on the average, is more than 1 time per month, because we are only in the 4th month right now. So we're talking this morning with Dr. Sam Amadi, a former chairman of the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NEC. Good morning and welcome to the program, Mr. Amadi.
Thank you. Good morning.
Yeah. Every time we hear about the collapse of the national grid, we get worried. We are just operating with lower than 10,000 megawatts in a country of more than 200 million naira. Let's start by establishing why this grid collapses all the time in the first place. I mean, we've been talking about this, but we cannot get enough of it. Let's just know why this grid keeps collapsing.
Well, thank you very much. Grid collapse for several reasons, but they relate to technical fragility of the grid. So first, you talk about our generation. Capacity 13,000, meaning everything that we have installed, whether they're working or not. But usually, you might have less than 4,000, 3,000, some days 2,500 available to consumers. So that itself shows that you may not have redundancies and all that. Again, the network is bad, dilapidated, radial, not looped, and so it means that if there is any fragility at one point, it may bring down the entire system. Systemic risk is like a body system. You have a crisis in one part of the body, it affects other part of the body. So because you have a weak system, because you have most of your network is dilapidated and old, you're not replacing them well on time enough. It affects also the rate and the frequency, that's the language, frequency of all these outages. Again, there is lack of coordination with the distribution and generation, sometimes and transmission. The distribution companies also have bad networks, so sometimes they can't take the load or something trips, it affects. So primarily, you're having this incident of frequent outages, grid collapse, total blackout, because your network is very weak. We have underinvested in upgrade. You don't have very diligent and focused leadership in the sector, and there's also significant, inefficiency in change management, in handling all this. And of course, we don't have good new technologies, SCADA system that gives you more reliable coordination of the electricity network is not yet installed. So these are some of the reasons why you have issues.
Well, I hear some of the infrastructure came before independence and some immediately after independence and all that. Is it because of the cost implication, or is it because of the carelessness or negligence that this infrastructure still remain and now they're contributing to this collapse? Because
I think both. Cost is also a factor, and carelessness is also a factor.
Okay. So how much can it be that Nigeria cannot afford? Because everything hangs on power.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Say what?
Yes, you said cost is a part of it, but this is Nigeria we're talking about, and our economy hangs on power, a lot on power. So how much can it be that a country like Nigeria cannot afford it?
Well, because we have low generation, low capacity, it means that every unit is more expensive. You are paying more for every unit. You see, in the economies of power, if you have more, large quantity, the unit cost will be lower, or it is being equal. So because we have low capacity, our unit cost is very high. So and the people are not able to pay, and therefore the discos are not able to charge very cost-reflective tariff, and therefore they don't have the revenue. So they claim, and most of the people who bought these assets are not able to access funds from the money market or the from the banks or from other financial institutions to upgrade and then recover over a long period of time. So because of that financial incapacity of the investors, and because the capacity to charge high tariffs and the willingness to pay is low, the result is that there's revenue shortfall and the critical investments that need to be done are not being done. So it's both a cost aspect, which means the revenues cannot support upgrade of facilities and investment in expanding capacity both in generation, distribution, and transmission. And of course, we have also very poor leadership at the policy level, maybe at the regulatory level as well, and at the operational level, where the DISCOs and the GENCOs and the transmission company maybe needs to upgrade their management capability to solve some of these problems. But primarily, low investment arising from the fact that the sector is not attractive is a key driver of this problem.
Yeah, but this privatization came not too long ago. It has always been a government thing, power. It's just recently that it was privatized. And that means that the government, the federal government, should have done something about this. I remember the name that we have not gone past, NEPA. All the time we're shouting NEPA. NEPA was at a time when it was not privatized. It was government's thing. And I keep wondering, because we see a lot of people see Nigeria as a country that if they have the will, they can do it. So are we blaming it on the leadership? Are we blaming it on the manpower capacity that we don't have? Are we blaming it? Where did it come from? Because I don't want to blame the GENCOs and the DISCOs. They are just newborn babies. What about Nigeria itself?
I think it's breaking, but if I hear you well, I would say, I think you're raising an issue around the privatization and its failure. I don't know whether you can hear me.
Yes, privatization just came now, but it has been a problem since the days of NEPA when the government, the federal government, was in charge. So is it policy that was not right? How are the countries that are having electricity, uninterrupted electricity, doing it, that we cannot do it as a nation? Can you hear me?
Well, let me answer a question.
There seemed to be a little disconnect with Dr. Sam Amadi. And as soon as we can get him to hear us, or we can get his audio as well, we'll rejoin him. But we're talking about the electricity grid. It collapses, and then the people, it is being restored, and then the people say, oh, we're doing something really, really lofty. At one point, we had